Chapter 321. The arrangement by Ma Xuan entered with a tone laced with sarcasm. It seems we have missed quite the spectacle. Yu Qing shook his head. Bai Ma Xuan was relentless. As if he and Su Bo had some unresolved vendetta from a past life. Their fates intertwined once more. Su Bo, stung by Ma Xuan's words, felt a surge of resentment, his blood still flowing from his wounds. Di Laoshu glanced at him before rising to approach Bai Ma Xuan. I am aware that you have always been wary of me, and rightly so. I am indeed no paragon of virtue, and Su Bo has misjudged me. Fu Yu stepped forward and softly advised, Ma Xuan, let us not rush. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, it is imperative we seek clarity. Right and wrong are not always so distinctly demarcated. Di Laoshu approached Su Bo and suddenly knelt before him, still clutching the luminous bead in his palm. I, Tong Run, hereby pledge my loyalty solely to Su Bo from this day forth. I shall live only for him and shall never utter a single falsehood to him. My life belongs to Su Bo, and he may claim it whenever he desires. Su Bo was taken aback. What do you mean by this? Di Laoshu rose to his feet, his gaze unwavering. I am willing to reveal everything I know. Whether you choose to believe me or not is of little consequence. For I shall be 100% honest. He continued, indeed, I am of the same ilk as you. We share a common bloodline. 20 years ago, I too was a solitary treasure hunter. The ancient texts are authentic, and the tales of our ancestors are true. I have not lied about these matters. He truly lived to the age of 140. What then is false? Su Bo's heart ached. In these times, it was exceedingly difficult to place unconditional trust in another. Di Laoshu's candor moved him, yet also filled him with sorrow. 20 years ago, I encountered Bailey Sang. Di Laoshu recounted. At that time, my companions began to depart one by one, leaving me isolated. I uncovered the mystery of my lineage and learned of our ancestors' truths. I believed myself to be unique, destined to live an extraordinary life. Indeed, I have proven to possess remarkable vitality, escaping death more than once. However, I overestimated myself. I remained but an ordinary person, nearly succumbing to a dire fate. I was poisoned and managed to drag myself only half a mile before collapsing. Your savior was Bailey Sang, Yu Qing interjected. That fellow always appears at the most opportune moments, much like the old third. He was the one who rescued you. Was he not? No, quite the contrary, Di Laoshu replied. He confessed that he had tampered with the corpse. When he spoke, he exuded such an imposing aura that it bewildered me, almost causing me to forget his act of poisoning me. He informed me he would remedy half of the poison, and that the other half he would return for in 5 years. 5 years. Cui Ying shook her head. Bailey Sang's enigmatic style made it impossible to fathom his intentions. Did he indeed appear after 5 years? If he had not, there would have been no subsequent events, Di Laoshu continued. 5 years later, the poison indeed resurfaced. The symptoms identical to the last. At that moment, I realized he was no ordinary man. He came, bearing the antidote and a set of conditions. The field mouse remarked. I owe him a debt of gratitude that I must repay in the future. He has surpassed my expectations. While a common individual might resort to threats using an antidote, this remarkable person employs sheer intimidation, compelling my utmost respect. I perceive him as a figure of significance, and thus, I pledged my support to him. What have you assisted him with? Su Bo, who had been listening quietly, suddenly inquired, bringing a sense of comfort to the field mouse. For at least he was willing to engage in conversation. The field mouse replied, I find it peculiar. Although I agreed to be his aide, he merely tasked me with gathering information, primarily concerning the dragon vein. For this purpose, I have traversed the vast expanses of the land for 15 years, maintaining only telephonic or online contact with him, rarely meeting in person. Recently, however, I received a rather unusual assignment, to infiltrate the tomb of the rebel king. Bai Ma Xuan coldly interjected, our encounter in the tomb of the rebel king was indeed no coincidence. The field mouse's mustache quivered slightly as he asserted, no? I initially thought it was mere chance. I did not know either of you, nor the masked man. Everything unfolded quite naturally. Yu Qing appeared astonished. If that were the case, one could not help but acknowledge the profound cunning of Bailey Sang. The field mouse's ability to deceive them lay in the fact that, upon his intervention, he had inadvertently caused the demise of 3 of the masked man's subordinates, effectively dispelling their suspicions. More alarmingly, all of this occurred beyond the field mouse's expectations, driven by Bailey Sang's unseen hand. Everything happened as if it were preordained. Subsequently, The funds you dispatched were credited to my account. At that time, I remained oblivious to Bai Li Sang's true intentions. He merely indicated that our paths would cross again. As soon as the field mouse finished speaking, Yu Qing interjected, "You retrieved the information regarding the tomb of Bai Li Shi, delving deep within, obtaining the dragoness breath, and even taking a piece of cow bone. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. I was acutely aware that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. After narrowly escaping, I acquired the address of an antique shop. He informed me that he had arranged for an intermediary. By utilizing this intermediary's name, I could surely lead you to the tomb of Bai Li Shi." The field mouse inhaled deeply, as he had anticipated. Even Bai Moshuan felt a chill run down his neck. Their movements had been thoroughly monitored. Just as they set out for the tomb of Bai Li Shi, the faceless man also made his move, infiltrating the Gong family. Gong Shan vanished, and Gong Yin was ambushed. Two teams converged at the tomb of Bai Li Shi, leading to the subsequent events. The field mouse continued. The turning point came when I discovered that Su Bo was also a descendant of the dragon lineage. In a sense, he is my kin. Witnessing his willingness to absorb all the malevolent energy single-handedly truly moved me. As a solitary figure, I have never experienced the profound bond of life and death shared among companions. At that moment, I stepped forward without any ulterior motive. Su Bo filled with joy, nodded earnestly. "I believe you. I can sense it." The mole stated, "My task was merely to escort you to the tomb. Beyond that, I am utterly ignorant. I have indeed encountered the brainworms and barely escaped with my life, bringing forth the dragon's breath to fulfill my mission. But as for the ox bone, I swear, I did not retrieve it from that tomb. Furthermore, I have never laid eyes upon that browless man before. Throughout all these years, I have been alone, at most communicating with Bai Li Sang, but I have never crossed paths with anyone else from his faction." The mole spoke with righteous fervor, even raising his right hand to swear an oath. Bai Moshuan exchanged glances with Yu Qing, who remarked, "You left midway because you wished to distance yourself from this affair. How could you possibly return afterward?" "Indeed, I seized upon your words as a pretext to leave in a fit of anger, unwilling to engage further in this chaotic mess. However, not long after my departure, I sensed activity nearby. They were clad in uniform attire, and from their manner of movement, it was evident they were skilled fighters. My instincts told me they were approaching you, which is why I did not venture far, but remained hidden to observe. Aware of my own limitations, I knew I could be of little assistance, so while they remained inactive, I made my way to the nearest hospital. It was a remote place, small in stature, with only one decent hospital, where I found Gong Yin." The mole sighed. "You are all aware of what transpired afterward." "No, there are still matters we do not comprehend." Su Bai interjected, "Where did your ox bone originate? How did you arrive here?" "The ox bone was discovered in my ancestor's residence, originally nestled within that book, but I have since misplaced it," the mole lamented. "It was taken by that browless fellow. After I was captured, they brought me here, claiming they had a special gift for me, which was the scene you just witnessed. This group evidently sought my life when I uttered Bai Li Sang's name. They declared that such utterance sealed my fate." Chapter 322. Bloodworms. Chui Ying inquired with curiosity, "Su Bai, how did you find your way here?" "I cannot say for certain. At that moment, I merely felt an instinctive urgency, my heart racing. I felt I had no time to explain myself to you before arriving here, and I was startled myself. I believe I heard the mole's cry for help," Su Bai explained. Upon hearing this, the mole shivered. Though he was merely a commoner, he was not one to cower in fear. He had danced with life and death countless times over the years, and was not one to shout for help. Yet, he had indeed called out in his heart, "After all, it is better to live poorly than to die well." "You too. Can it be that you share a telepathic connection?" Fu Yu, who had been listening intently, formed his own conclusion. Yet, why does Su Bai not experience this phenomenon with his mother, but only with the mole? Su Bai felt a flush of embarrassment cross his face. "Aunt, perhaps it would be better not to use that term. I feel uncomfortable." The notion of a youthful beauty and a lecherous old man sharing such a bond seemed quite absurd. If interpreted as lineage, this notion falls short. After all, Su Bai and Bai Ling are a mother and son, bound by a deeper blood connection. Reflect for a moment. Has anything extraordinary ever transpired? Fu Yu's remark prompted a collective recollection, with the most unusual incident occurring in that tomb, enshrouded in ominous energy, where the two were enveloped in a radiant white light. Yu Qing commented, "That was indeed a singular occurrence." Di Lao Shu interjected, Bai Li Sang orchestrated this scheme, using me as a mere pawn. I was entirely at his disposal, yet I remain oblivious to the nature of your dispute. Every word I speak is the truth. Furthermore, there is another matter. Bai Li Sang's appearance may not be as you perceive it. Could it be due to the faceless man? Bai Mo Xian immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, although my interactions with Bai Li Sang have been limited, his cunning is profound. He has meticulously arranged for me to be a piece on his chessboard since 2 decades ago, revealing the intricacy of his plans. The sole miscalculation he made was underestimating your capabilities. Such a person would never allow his true visage to be easily unveiled. Coupled with the faceless man, I ponder whether the face we have seen all along is, in fact, not Bai Li Sang's authentic countenance. This audacious speculation was met with Fu Yu's approval. Your reasoning holds merit. Bai Mo Xian appeared somewhat despondent. If that is the case, the photographs we possess of Bai Li Sang lose all significance. Once he discards his mask, he could seamlessly assume another identity. That is precisely his intention. Di Laoshu stated, I am not dead. They will inevitably discover this. I must retreat for a while. Su Bai, I shall repay your life-saving grace in due time. As Tongren once said, a promise must be fulfilled. Su Bai replied, we are all descendants of the Dragon Clan. Fundamentally, we are akin to a family. You may depart now, but henceforth, live incognito and refrain from reappearing. Let a peaceful life. Di Laoshu paused, suddenly removing his shoes, revealing a book hidden within the soles. He took it out to air it out before placing it in Su Bai's hands. I have little to offer you. I accept the glass bead, but this book is my return gift. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, you are worthy of it. It contains all manner of peculiar information about spectral entities. Commit it to memory. It will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. We shall meet again. Without allowing Su Bai to respond, Di Laoshu bowed to the others and departed swiftly. Su Bai examined the book in his hands, realizing that recording its contents would not pose a challenge. An idea struck him, prompting him to lift his gaze. One must not judge solely by appearances, correct? Bai Mo Xian, aware of Su Bai's intention to provoke him, scoffed. My conclusion remains accurate. Even if he now seeks redemption, his previous intentions were dubious. From the moment we encountered him in the tomb of the rebel king, he approached us with a clear agenda, aiming to draw us into his game, a fact you cannot deny. Su Bai strode confidently towards the exit, exuding a sense of triumph that elicited an inward curse from Bai Mo Xian. Turning back, he noticed Fu Yu lost in thought. Mother, what troubles you? Nothing. Merely a most extraordinary idea just surfaced, Fu Yu replied, placing her hand over her heart. Yet it seems implausible. Su Bai harbors no ambition. The mention of ambition illuminated Bai Mo Xian's understanding. If there were indeed someone capable of altering the course of fate, it would not be Bai Li Sang, but rather Su Bai. Only he can claim the title of the Dragon Veins Master. Should Su Bai harbor ambitions, no one could possibly restrain him. Yu Qing shook his head repeatedly. It will never come to that. It is utterly impossible. Cui Ying laughed heartily. If you were to say that Bai Moshwan could, I might believe it, but Su Bai? That fellow is not destined for kingship or emperorship. You need not worry. As long as Su Bai does not fall into the hands of Bai Li Sang, everything will be manageable. Let us go. Fu Yu smiled gently, realizing that her concerns were unfounded. Just as she was about to depart, Bai Moshwan asked, Mother, what has become of that Gu girl? Her? Fu Yu replied, It is surprising that you still remember her. I arranged for her to meet Professor Chung. It turns out that all those years ago, Professor Chung was unaware of her mother's pregnancy. Now, with the addition of a daughter to his life, he does not intend to evade the situation but wishes for Jingjing to acknowledge her lineage. However, Jingjing has softened. She does not wish to disrupt Professor Chung's current life and has decided to maintain contact privately. After settling this matter, she returned to the Miao village yesterday to visit her parents and is set to return to school for further studies. She is quite reasonable. Bai Moshwan grunted softly. It is rare for you to show concern for a girl. What is the matter? Fu Yu gazed at her son eagerly, realizing that perhaps she was growing old. As the thought of grandchildren crossed her mind, Bai Moshwan murmured, I care for her merely because she is a Gu girl and has some connection to you, mother. Moreover, you are well aware of the laws of Qingxiu. Even if she is a Gu girl, she cannot bypass the ironclad regulations of Qingxiu. I do not wish to dwell on impractical matters any longer. Let us go. I am truly dissatisfied that that lad managed to turn things around today. Fu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Su Bai had outmaneuvered Bai Moshwan, proving that sometimes, one thing could indeed subdue another. Meanwhile, Su Bai, feeling triumphant, returned to the antique shop and caught sight of Ning, who was gazing at him with her chin resting on her hands, looking quite forlorn. A wave of unease washed over Su Bai, as he recalled that he had yet to fulfill a promise made to her. He approached her awkwardly, saying, Ning, I am sorry, I'm just glad you're back. Ning interrupted, her laughter like the chime of delicate bells, her radiant smile illuminating the room. I was worried when I noticed you were gone, but now that you're back, all is well. Su Bai felt something warm blossoming within him, a gentle flow of warmth spreading through his heart. He reached out and playfully tapped Ning on the head. Why are you trying to speak like an adult? You little girl? I am not a little girl. Ning protested, her face flushing with color. I am an adult now. In Qingqiu at my age. I should be getting married. Oh, and how old is that in Qingqiu? Su Bai pondered for a moment before responding, 14? Not at all. I am already 18. Ning's hands fidgeted nervously. My aunt has informed me that the elders are seeking a suitable match for me, and if one is found, marriage could be imminent. Oh, so soon someone will be responsible for you, wild child. That sounds promising. But let me state in advance, I have no funds for gifts. All my money has been taken by your brother Ma Xuan. At this, Su Bai noticed the color drain from Ning's face, her eyes growing hollow and devoid of strength. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you truly wish for me to marry? I am not your parents. I hold no position to express such hopes. Su Bo felt a jolt within, confronted by a version of Ning that seemed both unfamiliar and worrisome. Ning, disheartened, turned away and silently entered the antique shop. Su Bo touched his nose and, turning around, found himself gazing into Bai Ma Xuan's pair of pink eyes. Goodness! You nearly gave me a fright, he exclaimed. Chapter 323, Cohabitation. You're the one who seems intent on causing harm, Bai Ma Xuan retorted with an eye roll. When did I ever pilfer your money? I was merely speaking casually. Did you take it to heart? Su Bo recalled the book in his hands. I must review my studies. I shall take my leave. Upon returning to his room, Su Bo opened the book, titled Intelligence 180. Though his memory did not rival that of Cui Ying's, he found it not too challenging to note the illustrations and descriptions within. The more he read, the more captivated he became. This tome was indeed a treasure from his ancestors, who must have possessed remarkable knowledge. The insects depicted therein resided beneath the earth. Take, for instance, the crimson worm, known as the blood threadworm. It resembled a slender line, its body ablaze with scarlet. Yet, when turned over, a dark stripe adorned its belly, a concentrated source of toxin. The breeding method was astonishing. Upon death, an incision was made in the belly to deposit the eggs, and as the blood threadworms hatched, they would gradually consume the corpse, making the black line on the belly ever more pronounced. In severe cases, they would devour the flesh entirely, leaving only bones behind. Su Bo closed the book, murmuring to himself, wait a moment. Even if the flesh is consumed by the blood threadworms, what becomes of the bones? Is it possible that no one rests within the coffin? He continued to peruse the information on the brain-sucking worm, noting its breeding method was akin to that of the blood threadworm, one feasting on flesh, the other on brain matter. The latter preferred the brain of primates over that of humans. The worm's mouth was straw-like, and both species required high standards for growth, a moist subterranean environment, the presence of cadaveric miasma, and specific sustenance. A tremor coursed through Su Bo as he realized the right tomb chamber was filled with malevolent energy, while the left housed these artificially cultivated creatures. The fate of Bai Lishi's corpse remained unknown, suggesting that profound secrets lay within this tomb. Setting these two thoughts aside, Su Bo continued to delve into the diverse array of strange insect information, committing it to memory. Once he had finished, he reflected deeply, every word and image vividly resurfacing in his mind. With a snap of his fingers, he declared, aha. Su Bo stowed the book in a chest beneath his bed and retrieved the exorcism melody that Su had left for him. The notes were entirely different from modern notation. While he could manage a few notes on the flute, this score truly posed a challenge. In ancient times, musical instruments primarily featured percussion, with drums serving as the earliest messengers of musical notation. Generally speaking, musical scores had two essential functions: to denote pitch and to indicate rhythm. Early scores often employed circular or dot-like symbols and square notations to represent beats. At present, this musical score, aside from circles, dots, and squares, features several triangles. If the other notes could be transmuted into contemporary notation, these triangles would undoubtedly appear as an incongruous presence, leaving one at a loss as to how to interpret them. Su Bo, grasping the jade flute, fell into deep contemplation. This instrument can be traced back to the Stone Age, when it was crafted from animal bones, typically possessing between 5 and 8 finger holes, with the 7-hole flute being the most prevalent. Flipping the jade flute in his hands, Su Bo noted that his instrument bore only 5 holes, making it one of the simplest flutes. Surrounding these 5 holes were several smaller apertures, a feature that aligns with modern flutes. With a resigned sigh, he placed the score on the table, opened his computer, and began to transcribe the circles, dots, and squares into contemporary notation, leaving the positions of the triangles temporarily vacant. Having made considerable progress, Su Bo breathed a sigh of relief as he surveyed the modernized score. He lifted the jade flute to his lips and began to play, though it couldn't be said to evoke a wailing like that of a banshee. The melody was disjointed, failing to constitute a complete exorcistic tune. Dejected, he set the flute down. The old clan leader had once mentioned that among the Gong clan, only Su Su had grasped the essence of the exorcistic melody. Oh, Su Su, how I wish you could reveal the secrets to me in person. At that moment, Ying Ning entered, her lips pouting as she gazed into Su Bo's eyes. Big guy, are you thinking of Su Su again? Look, your eyes are all red. Noticing Su Bo had fallen asleep, she attempted to gently extract the jade flute from his grasp. The instant her fingers brushed against it, Su Bo jolted awake as if electrified, his eyes widening with alarm. What are you doing? I merely wished for you to sleep better, Ying Ning replied innocently. You were gripping something tightly while asleep. How can you rest comfortably like that? This flute was left to me by Su Su, Su Bo stated, causing Ying Ning's heart to race. I do not wish for anyone else to touch it, you included. I have no desire to touch it, Ying Ning retorted, her stubborn nature surfacing. I refuse to argue with a corpse. The mention of corpse ignited a blaze of anger in Su Bo. He leapt to his feet, his hand raised in agitation, yet it lingered suspended in midair for what felt like an eternity. Frightened, Ying Ning shut her eyes, shielding her face with her hands, emitting pitiful whimpers. After a while, she cautiously opened her eyes to find Su Bo glaring at her, prompting her to burst into laughter. I knew you wouldn't hit me. Say that again, and who knows what might happen, Su Bo warned, pushing Ying Ning towards the door. I need to study the score. You should find somewhere cooler to be. Anywhere is cool, Ying Ning pouted. This place is cool too, so I can stay here, right? You are being unreasonable, Su Bo retorted instinctively. Shall I rephrase? Please leave my room. Your room? With a sly smile, Ying Ning remarked. This room does not solely belong to you. It also belongs to Brother Yueqing. To delve deeper, this room is not truly yours. It is owned by Boss Bai and Boss Tang. At present, you are merely borrowing it, so you cannot demand that I leave your room. Su Bo was on the verge of losing his temper. He turned around with a huff, saying, Do as you please. Ying Ning joyfully inquired, Does that mean you permit me to stay here? Su Bo remained silent, merely picking up the sheet of music, continuing to ponder the significance of the triangle within the score. Ying Ning leaned in closely and suddenly snatched the paper from him. Oh, isn't this reflective paper? Reflective paper? Su Bo was taken aback. Ying Ning explained, This is quite common in our Qingqiu. We usually use it for writing and drawing. In simple terms, under sunlight, we can see another layer. As she spoke, she held up the paper to the light, exclaiming, Oh, there are circular shapes within the triangle. Su Bo swiftly reclaimed the score, examining it against the light, and realized the truth. The triangle concealed hidden musical notes. Without these notes, the composition was indeed incomplete. Restoring the score entirely, Su Bo was surprised once again by Ying Ning's assistance. This clever girl possessed a truly astute mind. He remarked, I owe you yet another favor. Humph, you keep accumulating debts without repayment. You truly know how to keep track, Ying Ning retorted. However, Chueying mentioned that you must prioritize your safety. So as for delicious treats, perhaps you should forego them. But do not think I will let this go. I will account for everything and reclaim it all from you in due time. All right, I will keep a ledger, Su Bo replied, dismissively. As he picked up the jade flute once more, Ying Ning gazed at Su Bo with eager eyes. Holding the flute, Su Bo exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient, handsome scholars. He positioned the flute at his lips, took a breath, and played the first note in accordance with the score. Ying Ning's expression froze, feeling warmth radiating through her body. Yet, she did not deter Su Bo. After a series of notes floated out, she finally exclaimed, No, Upon uttering those two words, with a sudden puff, Ning transformed into a small fox, settling at Su Bo's feet, gazing up at him with her pitiable pink eyes. Chapter 324. The aura of evil. Su Bo was taken aback, lowering the jade flute in a flurry. Ning's little ears twitched as she nuzzled against his leg. Su Bo bent down, pondering, could the exorcism tune be effective on you as well? What to do? Wait here, I will find Bai Mashwan. Just as he was about to leave, the little fox clutched his pant leg, meeting his gaze with her sorrowful pink eyes. Su Bo conceded defeat, feeling his resolve weaken. He crouched down, cradling Ning in his arms, and gently tapped her little head, saying, I must have owed you a debt in a past life. I have only played a few notes, and yet you transformed. Ning looked innocent, emitting soft whimpering sounds, her little ears twitching even more. Su Bo understood that Bai Mashwan would not greet him kindly. After all, Ning was his kin. Indeed, upon seeing Ning in her true form, the expressions of Bai Mashwan and Xuefan darkened. What is going on here? Su Bai succinctly concluded his remarks, and Bai Mashwan's expression transformed, his gaze towards Xuefan brimming with skepticism. Aunt, what is going on? Xuefan appeared somewhat flustered, even turning her head away. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The exorcism melody should have no effect on us, Bai Mashwan asserted. We practice the way of heaven. It is inconceivable that a mere outsider could compel Ning to reveal her true form. Aunt, do you know something? Ning peeked out from Su Bai's embrace, her small head fixated on Xuefan, emitting a low, mournful wail. The situation is not dire. A night's rest will suffice. And tomorrow Ning will revert to her human guise, Xuefan stated. But that is not the crux of the matter, Bai Mashwan insisted. Unwilling to let his aunt evade the issue, what is wrong with Ning? Xuefan replied, allow me to ponder this overnight. I must organize my thoughts. Su Bai, I would appreciate your care for Ning. Me? Su Bai glanced outside, the darkness having settled in. Was he to share a bed with the little fox? You are the instigator. Naturally, this falls to you, Xuefan retorted, somewhat irked. Moreover, you grasped the exorcism melody. You should be aware of the Fox clan's preferences. Su Bai felt a tightening at the back of his neck, understanding his aunt's implication. She was indeed upset. Reverting to her true form was undoubtedly a taboo for them. Feeling guilty, he quickly acquiesced and took the little fox back to his room. Yuqing was likely hiding in Cui Ying's quarters. A typical example of one prioritizing romantic interests over friendships. Su Bai begrudgingly placed the little fox on Yuqing's bed, covering her with a blanket. Just as he turned to return to his own bed, Ning began to whimper. With a resigned gesture, Su Bai said, what is it that you want? The little fox leaped from the bed straight onto his, curling herself within the blanket, leaving only her small head visible, mischievously gazing at Su Bai. Hey, little one. Do not take advantage of the situation. This is my bed, he exclaimed. Fine, I will manage to sleep on the youth's bed. No sooner had he spoken than Ning sprang onto Yuqing's bed, extending her front paw and making a face at Su Bai. It dawned on him that Ning was resolute in her desire to share the same bed with him. He frowned. Do you not understand that propriety dictates a distance between the sexes? The moment the words escaped his lips, Su Bai regretted them. Ning was no longer bound by such conventions, having assumed the form of a small pet. He muttered to himself, this is not an issue, is it? Grasping Ning, he tucked her into his own blanket. The triumphant little fox excitedly rolled around within it. As soon as Su Bai climbed under the covers, she promptly scrambled onto his chest, her eyes resembling pink gemstones, her tiny paws clutching the blood-amber necklace around his neck. Su Bai sighed, his hand brushing the amber. This blood amber was entrusted to me by Su Su. It belonged to my grandmother. It symbolizes the connection between Su Su and my grandmother, as well as our bond. Regrettably, fate can be cruel. Ning, you are still young and likely do not comprehend the anguish of loss. Ning gazed thoughtfully at Su Bo, but she evidently fell into a tranquil silence. At this moment, Su Bo had turned himself into a confidant, ready to unburden the secrets he had long harbored in his heart. Su Bo, if you wish, you can share everything with me. That was precisely his intention. It was just the two of them now, and more importantly, Ning was rendered speechless, unable to retort to whatever he might say. He decided to speak candidly. Ning, you surely have no idea how grateful I am to have Yuqing and the others by my side. Without them, I cannot fathom how I would endure the days following Su Su's departure. As for the youth, though he tends to favor romantic entanglements over friendships, he is honest and reliable, always a steadfast pillar to lean upon. Strangely, despite being younger than I, he possesses an unsettling maturity. Ying-ning nestled her head against Su Bo's chest, and he affectionately patted her small head. You think so too, don't you? He continued. As for my sister, there's no need to elaborate. Despite her quirks, she fits seamlessly into our lives. She is bold and avant-garde, occasionally displaying a masculine demeanor, but I am indifferent to it. Yuqing might find it more perplexing, wouldn't he? Ying-ning blinked her eyes and weakly tapped him as a response. Su Bo chuckled softly. He was genuinely pleased with Ying-ning's current demeanor. The quiet little fox was rather endearing. He stroked her head and mused, "By Ma Xuan is painfully pragmatic. Why does he always perceive the ugliest aspects of life? I once failed to comprehend this, but after the incident with the field mouse, I finally grasped his perspective. It is not that he is cynical, rather, he is astute and composed. He refrains from offering comforting words, and he is right. I have been too naive." Su Bo paused, noticing that Ying-ning had fallen asleep, her pink eyes now hidden from view. All that could be heard was her rhythmic, tranquil breathing. He sighed, contemplating moving her aside, yet her small claws clung tightly to his chest. She was not heavy, so he relinquished the thought and allowed her to rest upon him. When Ying-ning awoke, her body felt sore and numb. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Su Bo's tightly shut eyelids and his jawline, chiseled like stone. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her hands, not paws. A smile broke forth, and just as she was about to laugh aloud, she hastily covered her mouth, glancing cautiously at Su Bo. His sleeping visage was truly captivating. Ying-ning cautiously distanced herself from Su Bai, quietly lying beside him, captivated by the contours of his profile. A surge of emotion welled within her as her delicate hand glided down Su Bai's forehead, traversing his sharply defined nose until it rested upon his lips. She was unaware of the reason behind her sudden gulp, but a sense of embarrassment compelled her to avert her gaze, yet her hand remained in place. Feeling the warmth of his lips, once more, Ying-ning turned her head, gazing intently at Su Bai's mouth, which was perfectly shaped. A sparkle lit up her eyes. Surely, he would not awaken, would he? Finally, she leaned down, her tender lips brushing against Su Bai's, and a masculine scent enveloped her. With utmost care, she pressed down gently. Suddenly, the door swung open. Cui Ying, with a knowing smile, observed this scene before quickly turning away and ushering Yuqing out. Startled, Ying-ning felt an overwhelming heat wash over her. Seizing the moment while Su Bai remained asleep, she leapt off the bed, staring blankly at him. His eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the encounter. Covering her blushing face, she dashed out of the room. Su Bai opened one eye, sensing he was alone in the room, and let out a sigh of relief. As he fully opened his eyes, he exhaled slowly, pondering how audacious Ying-ning had been to steal a kiss. Yet, a tinge of regret washed over him for lacking the courage to open his eyes during the moment. He touched his lips and, in mere seconds, resolved to feign ignorance of the incident. Chapter 325. The Aura of Evil 2. Meanwhile, upon exiting the room, Ying-ning's first priority was to find Xuefan. Although she had transformed back to her original form yesterday, the words exchanged between Bai Mo Xian and her aunt lingered in her mind. The exorcising melody had no effect on the Qingqiu Fox clan, yet she had been ensnared by its influence. Observing her aunt's troubled expression, a sense of foreboding crept over her. Standing behind her aunt, Ying-ning pouted, "Aunt." Xuefan turned around, and at the sound of Ying-ning's voice, everyone emerged, watching her intently. Instantly, Xuefan felt an overwhelming pressure and sighed. "Ying-ning, you do not possess pure fox lineage." Ying-ning's face turned pale, and she murmured, "What are you talking about, aunt? I was born and raised in the Qingqiu kingdom, only recently venturing beyond its borders. What could possibly be wrong with my lineage? Speak up." Xuefan clasped her hands together anxiously. "You were not born in the Qingqiu kingdom. You were brought back 3 months after your birth. Have you ever glanced at the Qingqiu chronicles? Aside from the matters concerning your aunt Xuebin, did you not notice something else?" "Something else?" Ying-ning's expression was one of utter confusion. She bowed her head in contemplation for a considerable time before a tremor coursed through her. Suddenly, she lifted her head, exclaiming, "Am I that little fox?" Indeed, her mother fell in love with a man transformed by malevolent forces, even giving birth to a daughter. That man was ultimately subdued by a sage. And in order to secure her daughter's future, her mother forged a pact with the clan leader, resulting in her lifelong imprisonment within the cold wall. This arrangement allowed her daughter to dwell in the realm of Qingqiu. ensuring her safety for a lifetime, while harboring the hope that she would cultivate her path to enlightenment and eradicate the taint of evil that lingered within her. Over the years, her mother endured the harsh conditions of her prison, braving the biting winds and swirling snow, saying, "Ning, you are the embodiment of all my hopes. Your survival is my greatest wish. Even if my flesh suffers, I find solace in your existence. Yet, your progress in cultivation is painfully slow. I wonder when you will cleanse yourself of the malevolent aura. I have now conceived a new notion." Ning, however, paid no heed to the latter part of the statement. She realized she was an anomaly. No wonder the elders regarded her with such caution. No wonder she was always the last to be assigned, even the most seductive tasks aimed at capturing emotion. It was not due to a lack of beauty, but rather her impure lineage. Compared to emotion, she was indeed the outlier. How had they perceived her over the years? Two streams of tears rolled down Ning's cheeks as she tilted her head and asked, "What kind of person is my mother?" Unrestrained by nature, back then, everyone called her the wild girl. Xuefeng felt a pang in her heart, having once referred to her in the same manner, for she was indeed quite mischievous. Though playful, no one anticipated that she would one day commit acts of rebellion. She possessed such formidable courage. Yes, courage. Xuefeng had long refused to acknowledge that both Xuebin and Ning's mother were women of great bravery, while she herself remained a captive of convention, stagnant in place. As she thought of Gao Mingyuan, Xuefeng felt a tightening in her chest. How long had it been since he last visited the antique shop? Ning inquired, "How can I meet her?" All her life, everyone had told her that her parents had long since passed away, that she was an orphan. Yet she was not. All she had to do was look up to see the cold wall, where her mother awaited her. This was an impossibility. One of the initial conditions was that mother and daughter must not meet, an arrangement made for her own good. You are currently in the midst of your cultivation. Though the progress is slow, as long as you do not falter, there will come a day when you achieve enlightenment, and then the malevolent aura will be gone, and you will become a spirit fox. Xuefeng remarked, "I am under the influence of evil. I do not know why I tell you this, Ning. Anne has already been dragged into this mess because of you." Bai Mo Xian understood deeply the implications of his aunt's actions. It was tantamount to declaring war against the elders of the Qingqiu clan, including her own brother, his father, Jia Yin. Bai Mo Xian cleared his throat. "Ning, you must consider your aunt's position. Her divulging this information is already a breach of protocol." A fire ignited within Bai Mo Xian. The rules of Qingqiu were excessive. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed that the moment he took command of Qingqiu, he would dismantle all the old conventions and start anew. Ning is ultimately kind-hearted. She approaches Xuefeng, who treats her like a mother, which is one of the reasons she remains in the antique shop. Her head rests on Xuefeng's shoulder. "Aunt, I am grateful to have you." Xuefeng sighs. "Ning, remember your mother's name. She was called Xuexiang. You resemble her so much. I shall hold that in my heart," Ning replies, with Bai Mo Xian's hint. She understands the significance of this matter and expresses her gratitude for the chance to learn about her origins. Subai stands in a daze, pondering whether anything is truly perfect in this world. Ning possesses the purest heart, yet now it is shrouded in a veil of gloom. Perfection will forever remain a legend. Are there so many people here? Bai Yi and Tang Sansheng enter to find everyone gathered, and a smile graces their faces. "It seems we missed something. Dad, what brings you here?" Bai Mo Xian exclaims. "Is there news about the Nameless One?" "Indeed, come in and speak," Bai Yi responds. Assessing Xuefeng, "Are you well?" "I am fine. It will not affect my work," Xuefeng reassures, moving behind the counter, gazing at the sunlight streaming in, her heart heavy with melancholy. Ning sits beside her, and they share a knowing smile as Ning rests her head on Xuefeng's lap. Their hearts seemingly in sync at that moment. As the group moves to the office, Bai Yi immediately states, "Soon, Yirong will return to assist you. She is the senior sister of the Nameless One and understands his methods, capable of identifying the flaws in the masks he creates. Yirong is also a member of the Shadow Organization, as you should be aware." Tang Sansheng adds, "The Nameless One's real name is Yifeng. He has been away from his sect for 30 years, having shaved his eyebrows upon leaving. As for the reason, Yirong merely states it is a sect rule. What transpired in Yifeng's life over these 30 years remains unclear to her. She feels deeply about Yifeng now serving by Li Sang and has but one request, that we do not harm Yifeng's life. She will assist us wholeheartedly, and she is currently en route to the capital. We will not harm him," Rather, he is a fierce and fearsome figure, and his subordinates in black are formidable. Their knees unyielding yet agile, their origins unknown, Yu Qing remarks. These individuals are indeed suspicious, and we currently lack relevant information, Bai Yi replies. Regardless, the moment of decisive confrontation is approaching. Bai Li sang, as the old saying goes, the elder we see may not be his true form, yet we are drawing near. The phrase decisive confrontation straightens everyone's posture. In truth, they too sense the impending clash. Bai Yi states, before we have made sufficient preparations, we must ensure Su Bai's safety. Su Bai perceives an underlying meaning. So, once all tasks are completed, you plan to cast me aside? The body of Gong Shan has been found. Tang San's response was off-topic. We have returned it to Jiulong Mountain, entrusted to Gong Yan. His body was discarded in the woods by the shore, and his existence held value. He conveyed information to Yi Changqing, which was his sole reason for survival. Now that Bailey Sang has acquired that information, his life has become inconsequential. He could extinguish Gong Shan's life as easily as crushing an ant, which is also why Yi Feng intends to take Su Bo away. Bailey Sang has recognized Su Bo's worth. Su Bo was already aware of this and maintained a calm demeanor. Cui Ying inquired, so, after all the preparations, do you plan to confront Bailey Sang head-on? Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. Knowing there are tigers on the mountain, one still ventures towards it. Do not forget, this is not merely your mission. It is also a task assigned by Third Uncle. Chapter 326, The Divination Boss Bai. What preparations should we undertake? Yu Qing asked. Well, that is still under arrangement. I believe it will be completed within a week, Bai Yi replied with a smirk, glancing at Su Bo. How do you feel about this? Not a problem, Su Bo chuckled, regarding Yi Changqing. I think I am still holding my own. Caution might just be excessive confidence, Bai Mashwan cautioned. The gravest issue is that you currently cannot access the core position. Your experience at the Ancestral Mountain illustrates this. If Bailey Sang forcibly allows you entry, the worst outcome could be your demise. Su Bo paused momentarily, and Tang San's expression grew somber. Ma Xuan is correct. I will mentally prepare myself for all eventualities, Su Bo responded. I trust my luck will not be so dire. Ever since I laid the groundwork on the dragon vein, my reverse scales have rarely manifested, and I feel no discomfort. Tang San lowered his head in silence. Su Bo still had one final hurdle to cross. This time, although it was a direct challenge to Bailey Sang, it was also a personal trial for Su Bo. Tang San suddenly produced several coins. Su Bo, I will offer you a divination for free. The number of the Great Cycle is 50. Its application is 49, divided into 2. Symbolizing 2, drawing 1 symbolizes 3. Casting at 4 symbolizes the 4 seasons. This is the most primitive method of discerning fortune and misfortune. In ancient times, yarrow stalks were used for divination, later adapted by the immortal Giguzi who replaced yarrow with coins. Though Tang San dared not compare himself to the immortal, his father, Xianjing, was once a disciple of Giguzi, blessed with exceptional talents, and taught him much in divination. Tang San scattered the coins on the table, and a peculiar scene unfolded. One coin spun continuously in place, accelerating with each rotation. The sound of the coin rubbing against the table left Su Bo parched. All eyes were fixed upon the perpetually spinning coin, and after an indeterminate time, it finally ceased, standing upright without falling. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Just as he hesitated, the coin finally toppled back into place, allowing him to exhale. San Chong. What do you make of it? Bai Yi asked. What does the divination indicate? Cui Ying looked at Yu Qing, who stared at the arrangement of coins on the table, completely perplexed. He could not decipher the current divination. After a brief contemplation, Tang San proclaimed, Death followed by rebirth. These 4 words sent a chill down Su Bo's spine. Tang San suddenly swept his hand, gathering the coins on the table. The divination has been cast, Su Bo. You need not dwell on it too much. Su Bai maintained a calm exterior, yet within, he was consumed by turmoil. The ominous portent of death and rebirth suggested that he must face death once more. Was the divination accurate? He fervently hoped to avoid demise, yet felt the weight of uncertainty. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi had already departed, leaving the others to gather at the rear club after 8 in the evening. Trapped by the foreboding omen, Su Bai spent the day in a daze, only awakening to clarity upon seeing Ying Ning. She stole a kiss from his lips, and he resolved to feign ignorance. Cui Ying and Yu Qing also refrained from mentioning it, yet Su Bai could not deceive himself. The mere sight of Ning rendered him uneasy, causing him to stumble over his words. Ning sat at the threshold between the store and the antique shop, gazing vacantly at the passers-by. This street was quite secluded, with only the occasional person strolling by. She extended her finger, counting the pedestrians, a pastime that Su-bai deemed rather childish. He approached nonchalantly, arms crossed. You truly are quite bored. Ning appeared despondent, a stark contrast to her usual exuberance. She rested her chin on her hands and sighed. If it is boring, then so be it. Are you feeling downcast? Su-bai inquired. I am uncertain, she admitted. I feel a mix of joy, shock, disappointment, and sorrow. She lifted her dark eyes to meet his. I am joyful that I still have family. Shocked by the revelation of my impure lineage, disappointed that my father is deceased, and sorrowful for my mother, who languishes in torment. Su-bai was taken aback by her ability to articulate her feelings so precisely. He had assumed her to be an innocent child. Does that mean there is no hope? He asked. Hope? Ning echoed. What hope remains? You and your mother still have the chance to reunite, Su-bai replied. To desire to care for one's parents, yet find them absent, is the most painful ordeal. You should feel fortunate that your mother still walks this earth. Thus, you still have hope. Therefore, you must gather your spirits and look forward to that day. Ning's face clouded with confusion before she finally found clarity. I understand now. My mother wishes for me to cultivate the way, enabling me to escape this unfortunate life. Hence, I must dedicate myself to my training, so her sacrifices are not in vain. That is wise, Su-bai remarked. Thus, do not linger in the antique shop any longer. Return to Qingqiu and devote yourself to your cultivation. Ning felt a pang of hurt. Having believed he came to comfort her, yet he merely sought to send her away. The sensation of heartache was foreign to her, and she struggled to articulate it. With a grim smile, she said, I understand now. You wish for me to leave. Very well, I shall go. Su-bai retorted with irritation. What do you know? The days ahead will be perilous. Staying here could put you in danger. Although those who practiced ghost fox summoning are dead, and the record of strange spirits has been burned, the adversary still possesses other means. Qingqiu is the safest sanctuary. Little girl, did you truly believe I wanted to dismiss you? Having her thoughts laid bare, Ning let out a frustrated hum, refusing to respond. Su-bai sighed. You little girl. Do not call me girl. I have a name. I am Ning, she declared, her large eyes sparkling. Ning is not your true name, is it? Su-bai inquired. With a slight pout, Ning replied, no one has given me a name. Even Aunt Schwefan simply refers to me as girl. I chose the name Ning for myself. The Ning in stories always smiles and is clever. I aspire to be like her. A pang of emotion struck Su-bai, and he gently patted her small head, saying, you are not foolish at all, truly. What are you all discussing today? Ning remarked, you seem troubled. Rebirth, Su-bai responded. Boss Tang had my fortune told, and these 4 characters were revealed. The outcome is life, is it not? Ning observed. In that case, the result is indeed favorable. Yes, Su-bai acknowledged. When Su passed away, I genuinely contemplated leaving this world with her. However, that would be irresponsible. I have my parents and friends. Departing like that would be selfish. Therefore, I followed Su's advice to eat well, sleep well, and live earnestly. If rebirth is truly possible, experiencing death's taste would not be so bad. Why are you crying, little girl? Ning, feeling aggrieved, replied, you must come back to life. Come on, I am not dead yet, Su-bai retorted, somewhat irritated. Why are you crying? It is quite inauspicious. Ning had no intention of leaving the antique shop. Cultivation did not necessitate being solely in Qingqiu. She merely wished to stay by Su-bai's side. Moreover, if she were to return to Qingqiu now, she feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, she might storm into Hanbai, rendering her mother's efforts entirely futile. Schwefan was acutely aware of this, having sown the seeds of trouble herself. She did not wish for them to come to light immediately, so she allowed Ning to remain there. As night fell, upon arriving at the gathering of the Inrin organization, the 4 entered and were immediately taken aback by the impressive scene. Over a dozen individuals were present, each composed, holding wine glasses filled with liquids of various hues. Both men and women were present, but they shared a common trait. They were all older. As the 4 youthful figures stepped in, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward them. Even Bai Mo Xian felt a twinge of discomfort, swallowing hard. Chapter 327. The corpse speaker Bai stood beside the 4, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, These four young individuals are well known to you: Su Bai, Yu Qing, Bai Mo Xian, and Shui Ying. Naturally, there was no thunderous applause. Only curious gazes met them. At last, a lady stood up and gracefully approached them. "Hello. I am Irong." Irong. This name was quite distinctive, a clear point of memory. She was a senior disciple of the no-eyebrow sect. Su Bai felt a stir in his heart, about to speak when another elder stood up. He appeared to be around 60. His voice still resonant and strong. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence with the main topic." The four instinctively took their seats in a corner, simultaneously curious about the elder's identity. Who was he? His stature was moderate, and his appearance bore a fixed symbol of composure. Every gesture he made seemed to inscribe the essence of the universe. Most strikingly, he resembled a current leader of Huaxia. Was this not a game of imitation? Third uncle. The situation has been pieced together by everyone intermittently, yet we kindly request you to recount it from the beginning. Bai called out the name of the individual, and the four finally grasped the reality. Third uncle was indeed the current leader of the aide organization, but his identity left them astounded. Third uncle smiled slightly, saying, "Bai Li's ambition to locate the convergence of the 12 dragon veins and establish a feng shui arrangement there signifies a drastic transformation of the world. He aspires to create a reality centered around himself." As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the room. Third uncle continued, "If one believes that such a transformation is a boon at this moment, we might as well let it unfold unhindered." "That cannot be." Someone immediately interjected. Third uncle added, "The aide organization adheres to a strict hierarchy. Today, we have four young individuals who, despite their recent induction and insufficient rank to participate in this meeting, are present due to their unique circumstances. You have already met them. Henceforth, we shall center our forthcoming plans around these four individuals." "Ren, how is the situation on your end?" An elderly man promptly stood up, his visage benevolent. Tang Sansheng murmured, "His ability allows him to stand before you and gaze into your past. Your histories are laid bare before his eyes." The four were somewhat astonished. Such a power existed in the world. Observing the others, each bore a unique skill. What abilities might they possess? Su Bai glanced at his own abdomen, pondering that if he had X-ray vision, his internal organs would be fully exposed. The elder, known as Irun, stated, "I can now ascertain that those whose knee joints cannot bend have undergone a peculiar surgical procedure. I have obtained the X-rays." He presented the images, revealing a straight steel pin positioned through the knee joints, standing erect within the bones. "What is the purpose of this?" Third uncle inquired, puzzled. The elder replied candidly, "The inability to bend the knees severely impairs one's mobility, which is entirely counterintuitive. We remain perplexed by Li's intentions." The elder's transparency did not alter the atmosphere. The attendees remained solemn, with no sign of discontent. The tension was palpable, yet not uncomfortable. A curious ambience that left Su Bai in awe as the original bones had been removed. Someone in the crowd remarked, "Replaced with steel pins, rendering the knees immobile. Their only option is to move in a straight manner." 40 years ago, a similar incident occurred in Yunnan. The room stirred, perhaps relieved by the coincidence. The gentleman continued, 30 years ago, in a small town in Yunnan, a corpse was discovered. During the autopsy, it was unexpectedly found that the knees had undergone surgery, with the patella removed and replaced with steel pins. Yet further investigation revealed the individual had never consulted an orthopedic specialist nor had any injury history. They had willingly sacrificed part of their bodily function while in perfect health. Regrettably, the case remains unsolved to this day, and the reason behind this self-mutilation remains a mystery. "Who is this person?" Bai Mashwan inquired softly. Bai remarked, "He is a forensic expert who, after retiring, joined the organization of the deceased, a title we also refer to as the Corpse Whisperer." The mention of the Corpse Whisperer startled Su Bo, prompting Bai to reassure him, "Do not worry. He possesses no supernatural abilities. Rather, he engages in dialogue with the deceased through his profound knowledge. He can trace back every detail of the corpse, even cellular changes, assisting the police in uncovering vital clues. Since childhood, he has been exceptionally sensitive to corpses, always able to discern details that elude ordinary individuals. Upon entering the profession, his peers affectionately dubbed him the Corpse Whisperer. His real name is Su Qiuxing, and he is 68 years old this year." "Old Su, have you heard of this through others, or have you experienced it yourself?" someone inquired. Su Qiuxing let out a disgruntled sigh. "I regret not having experienced it firsthand." For every corpse that has passed through my hands, I must extract something. It cannot simply be left unresolved. I have only seen the autopsy report from that time and have not encountered the body. 30 years ago, Su Qiuxing was 38 years old. At the peak of his career, during a conference with colleagues, he fortuitously learned of this case. Driven by curiosity, he took the initiative to investigate the corpse. Unfortunately, it had already been buried, and the relatives were adamant about not reopening the grave. Su Qiuxing could only obtain the relevant reports to satisfy his curiosity, making it a matter of regret. Su Bo exclaimed, "It was a burial?" Su Qiuxing glanced at the somewhat reckless young man. Indeed, it was a burial. Suddenly, Su Qiuxing's body trembled slightly, and he pointed at Su Bo. "You do not mean to imply." Su Bo chuckled mischievously and nodded vigorously. "Although I entertained such a thought, it has been 30 years, and finding the burial site will not be easy." To Su Bo's surprise, Sin Shu expressed agreement with Su Bo's notion. As the corpse whisperer, even if only bones remain, he should be able to discern something, right? Su Qiuxing nodded confidently. "Naturally." "Very well, since that is the case, let us add this task. We must locate the remains from that time, digging 3 feet into the earth if necessary." Sin Shu spoke solemnly. "Time is of the essence." Immediately, a pair of men and women rose, eagerly accepting the task. Su Bo found it intriguing that these individuals seemed acutely aware of their roles. Upon the assignment of suitable tasks, they took the initiative to volunteer, displaying a remarkable level of autonomy. San Shu nodded, and the pair promptly sat back down, resuming their drinks with an air of leisure. After arranging the task, San Shu inquired, "Yirong, do you have any insights to share about your disciple?" Yirong sighed deeply, then retrieved a small box from her bag. Approaching the center to unveil a set of tools. "These are my regular work tools, but this is what my disciple employs." She produced a head mold, commonly seen in wig shops, adorned with numerous silver needles. Yirong explained, "Each needle is inserted at specific acupuncture points on the face to facilitate skin removal. He generally selects a facial skin from someone with a similar appearance, treating it with chemicals for meticulous detailing, thus crafting a mask indistinguishable from reality. To avoid revealing any flaws, even the skin on the neck is meticulously refined." The thought of Yifeng inserting silver needles into a face and then peeling away the skin made Su Bo's scalp tingle, causing him to instinctively hunch his shoulders. Yirong remarked, "Even the act of removing a complete facial disguise requires considerable skill. If there is even the slightest tear, the disguise, once removed, becomes utterly useless. It is truly unfortunate for the one whose disguise has been stripped, as restoring their original appearance is a daunting task, given that one can so convincingly impersonate another. How might we discern the flaws?" Bai Moshuan replied solemnly, "Last time, had we not been familiar with Gong Yan's character, we would have been unable to make judgments based solely on appearances." In chapter 328, The Shroud of the Coffin, Yirong continued, "The juncture at the neck is the only opportunity for you to discern the truth when the other person tilts their head. Pay close attention to whether their neck appears excessively dry. Even if it is an impeccable imitation, it cannot be part of their own skin. Moreover, it will lack moisture. Even genuine skin will become parched. Thus, the contrast at the junction will be much more pronounced." The 4 of them suddenly grasped the essence of his words. Yirong pointed to his own set of makeup tools, stating, "My technique primarily involves modifying the original features, whereas Yifeng's method is a complete replication, which is far more challenging. Furthermore, using real skin complicates matters significantly, making preservation exceedingly difficult and driving up his costs. Therefore, he cannot employ it en masse, reserving it only for critical moments." The 4 nodded in understanding, but Yirong's expression suddenly turned troubled. "Gentlemen, should you encounter my junior apprentice, I hope you will show him mercy. He is merely overly obsessed with his craft, having succumbed to a state of madness." Sin Shu chuckled, "That is only natural. If he can find his way back to reason, it will be for the best. Presently, he is the closest person to Bailey Sang." Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Sin Shu added, "From this point forward, our people will protect you. Of course, when necessary. We will choose to step back and allow Bailey Sang's men to take Su Bai. Trust me, that will be the moment we are fully prepared." Everyone turned their attention to Su Bai, who had moved beyond the stage of inner turmoil and merely smiled faintly. The meeting then proceeded to allocate various tasks, running exceedingly smoothly. However, after 40 minutes, the meeting officially concluded. Su Bai, who had initially been somewhat anxious, now felt entirely at ease as the crowd gradually dispersed. Sen Shu, however, departed through a special passage, drawing attention due to his status. His presiding over the meeting underscored the importance of the matter at hand. Unbeknownst to them, aside from acquaintances, there remained a middle-aged man who was chatting amiably with Bai. Tang Sanqing introduced him, saying, "This man is Wang Suo, whom we affectionately call Lock King." It turned out that this was Lock King, a wiry figure akin to a telephone pole, with a sharp, angular face. Despite being only in his 40s, his fingers were remarkably long, and as he spoke, they danced about incessantly, as if he were playing the piano. Subai found him fascinating. Are his fingers always in motion? Tang Sanqing explained. This is a habit he has cultivated over many years. It is said that he practices lock-picking based on the impressions locked in his mind. Aside from sleeping and eating, he is constantly in motion. Many intricate problems have been solved through such activities. There is truly no other person in the world quite like him. At long last, the king of locks took his leave, having bid farewell to the others. Bai exchanged a glance with Tang San before turning back to observe Lei Zi, who was already nestled in a corner, soundly asleep. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan were busily pouring drinks for themselves, while Fu Yu and Xiao Ning engaged in hushed whispers. Bai chuckled. How does it feel? The discipline is stringent and orderly. I suddenly feel a surge of confidence. The other three wholeheartedly concurred with Yu Qing's sentiments. Indeed, this is the spirit we need. Bai Yi laughed heartily, adding, "Now, it's time for you to shine." However, the four friends had a slight misunderstanding regarding Bai Yi's remark. Just 3 days later, the Shadow Organization assigned them a new task, instructing them to travel to a certain graveyard in a town in Yunnan to retrieve a corpse that had steel nails embedded in its knees. Fortunately, the location was nearly pinpointed. The term nearly would soon become clear to the four upon their arrival at the graveyard, which was a quintessential rural burial site, featuring a haphazard arrangement of graves, both old and new. Some grave mounds had been worn smooth, overgrown with unnamed vegetation. Wow! Subai exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Chuiying couldn't help but smile wryly. I counted. There are over 70 grave mounds. Fortunately, most of them are new graves, while the older ones are concentrated on the other side. Still, there are over 30 grave mounds to consider. Excluding those with headstones, we still have 11 grave mounds left, and the corpse we seek lies among them. Yu Qing and Bai Mo Xian exchanged a glance, realizing this meant they would need to examine 11 skeletons. If any coffin contained steel nails, they could ascertain their find. To mitigate potential discovery, the two devised an illusion, ensuring that passers-by would inadvertently overlook their presence, particularly 4 individuals digging graves under the cover of night. This was a remote area, and should the locals become incensed, the consequences could be dire. The 4 decided to split into 2 groups. One would move from east to west, while the other would traverse from west to east. Bai Mo Xian teamed up with Su Bai, naturally pairing the couple together. The grave was an old one, lacking embellishments, and the soil was relatively loose. They worked swiftly, and in no time at all, they unearthed the first grave. The coffin was black, its lid already damaged. Su Bai, quick on the uptake, lifted one section of the lid, only to be met with a nauseating stench of decay. Ugh! Su Bai exclaimed, promptly spitting onto the ground. How could I forget to wear a mask? Bai Mo Xian scoffed lightly, producing 2 masks from his pocket. One tossed to Su Bai while he leisurely donned the other, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Su Bai rolled her eyes, but complied, fastening the mask. In the meantime, Bai Mo Xian had fully removed the coffin lid, revealing the skeletal remains within. The flesh had long since decayed, and the burial garments were filthy, tightly entwined with the bones. Without hesitation, Bai Mo Xian seized a corner of the shroud and tugged forcefully, producing a muffled sound as he discarded the tattered garment and continued his endeavor. Watching Bai Mo Xian work with fervor, Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction and chose to stand aside, allowing him to finish. At last, with the skeleton exposed, Bai Mo Xian inspected the knees under the beam of his headlamp. Nothing here. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Let us move on to the next one. The matter stands thus. Disturbing someone's ancestral grave demands restoration. After much toil, the two managed to refill the disturbance, deliberately placing the topmost layer of soil to conceal any trace of their actions, before proceeding to explore further. Bai Moshuan gradually sensed something amiss and could not help but shout at Su Bai, "Hey, genius! What is going on?" Su Bai, engrossed in his excavation, was momentarily irked by the outburst. "What? I was about to inform you that there's a snake beneath your feet." Bai Moshuan let out a grunt. And I have another piece of news for you. It's venomous, so it would be prudent not to tread on its head and let it slither away. The snake, awakening from its winter slumber, bore a pattern of earthy yellow interwoven with black. Su Bai had inadvertently stepped on its head, causing it to stir. And as Su Bai jumped back, the serpent awakened fully, writhing away. Bai Moshuan cast a quick glance, his expression shifting. This is no ordinary snake. Upon awakening, the serpent flipped, revealing its belly adorned with speckles of red. Bai Moshuan breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding being deceived. And seizing the opportunity while the snake had yet to flee, he stepped firmly on its 7-inch mark, gripping its head tightly to verify the red markings up close. He then grunted, Su Bai, you can call Yu Qing and Shuiying over. We have located our target. Are you so certain? Su Bai remained skeptical. We have yet to open the coffin lid. Such snakes do not appear without reason. The red on their bellies is derived from their consumption of lifeblood. This lifeblood refers to the blood that ceases its normal circulation upon death. However, mere consumption of blood is insufficient. Another element is required. Bai Moshuan focused on the ground beneath, where only a final thin layer of soil remained, the coffin lying just below. Malice. Malice? Su Bai inquired, curiosity piqued. Isn't it resentment? Resentment is the grievance felt by the deceased, but malice differs. It embodies the murderous intent of the living, manifesting even after death. Once the body undergoes transformation or rigidity, it becomes a formidable adversary. Bai Moshuan urged, enough chatter. Quickly summon Yu Qing and Shuiying. Chapter 329. Black Sorcery 1. Su Bai promptly abandoned his tools, staggering towards Yu Qing's location. The four gathered, their eyes fixed upon the earth beneath. Yu Qing remarked, the coffin appears somewhat deformed. It is not decayed, but rather bulging upwards. Indeed, if the deformation were due to underground moisture, it would have directly rotted or caved in. The current bulging of the coffin has altered the soil layer, an unusual occurrence. Su Bai felt an unsettling premonition, while Shuiying swiftly pulled him aside, positioning him behind the other two. Yu Qing unsheathed the bloodlight blade, arranging it in a thunderpool formation along the coffin's orientation. Once the formation was set, Bai Moshuan commenced the removal of the final thin layer of soil, revealing a coffin beneath that was startlingly white. This white was not a pure hue, but rather the natural color of the wood. Su Bai blurted out, the occupant of this coffin either committed suicide or met an untimely death, and they belong to the Zhuang ethnic group. How can you ascertain that? Yu Qing pressed. Time is of the essence. Enlighten us swiftly. Indeed, the coffin was shrouded in winding cloth. Su Bai pointed to the ragged black cloth crumpled beside the coffin, which was meant to cover it, in accordance with the funeral customs of the Zhuang people. It is only the coffins of those who have committed suicide or met an untimely death that are draped in black and natural colors. During the funeral, young men of the same surname carry the coffin, elevating it onto their shoulders, while engaging in a contest of strength, advancing and retreating, twisting and turning, accompanied by shouts of lament. During the rites, several women hold a white cloth, approximately 7 or 8 city feet in length, above their heads as a guiding bridge, colloquially known as the river crossing cloth, symbolizing the passage of the deceased to eternal rest. Years after burial, there is a custom of bone collecting and reburial, referred to as a secondary burial. Su Bai remarked, if a secondary burial has taken place, the remains may have been relocated. Let us hope that beneath lies some remnants. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Moshuan suddenly lifted the coffin lid, revealing a scene that left them astounded. The skeleton did not recline within the coffin but stood upright beneath the earth, its skull tilted to one side, with traces of a broken neck. More alarming was the structure of the coffin itself. Though covered with a lid, it rested directly atop the skull, leaving the body standing in this compacted grave. The base of the skeleton was obscured by 7 protruding objects buried in the soil. Yu Qing crouched down, while Shuiying, anxious, urged caution. Yu Qing began to clear the dirt, and 7 glimmering blades emerged before them. Stunned, Yu Qing felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body as he scrutinized the patterns on the 7 blades. At a loss for words, it was Bai Moshuan who solemnly declared, the 7-star soul-locking formation. Su Bai and Shuiying exchanged glances. The 7-star soul-locking formation was a technique previously employed by Yao Guang, known to diminish one's lifespan. This formation, if unanticipated, belonged to the arcane arts described in the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts, understood by few. The individual was trapped by the formation, their flesh having decayed. Yet their spirit remained ensnared within the bones. Reflecting on the disturbed coffin lid, Yuqing began to comprehend. The person's spirit was still present, initially attempting to break free. But alas, the lid was too heavy, buried too deep, failing to attract the attention of those above. As time elapsed, the efficacy of the formation deepened, extinguishing any hope of escape. Bai Mashwan bit his finger, drawing a talisman of true energy upon the ground. Heaven and earth coexist, sweep away impurities and wrongdoings. Refine the 9 paths, restore the true form. Upon uttering the incantation, the skeleton jolted, colliding with the coffin lid, producing a sound that echoed hauntingly through the still night. Su Bai instinctively grasped Cui Ying's garment, to which she shot him an incredulous glance. Have we not already witnessed this? The skeleton merely twitched once before reverting to its previous position, head tilted and motionless. Bai Mashwan withdrew his true energy. Turning to Yuqing, I fear it will rise together. Yuqing, following Bai Mashwan's lead, used his own true yang blood to inscribe a talisman upon the ground. And together they recited the incantation. Heaven and earth coexist, sweep away impurities and wrongdoings, refine the 9 paths, restore the true form. At this moment, Cui Ying and Su Bo finally witnessed a familiar scene. From the skeleton emerged a faint, cloud-like substance, seeping out from the ribcage, gradually taking on a human form. Uncertain whether this spirit was friend or foe, Yuqing promptly retrieved a piece of jade from his possession, directing it towards the white mist, and uttered, "Enter." As the mist was drawn in, Wei Jie immediately burst forth. Heavens! What on earth have you brought in? For heaven's sake, do not soil my garments. Noticing the dirt beneath him, Wei Jie disdainfully leaped upward and, with an air of grievance, sat on the ground. You are stingy with offerings and seldom provide me with incense, and now you have brought such a rude fellow to share my space. This is unacceptable. Who do you think you are? Just being given a place to stay is already a favor, Su Bo retorted. You, lazy creature. Hardly make an appearance for days on end, offering us no assistance. Besides the initial favor owed to you, you have only caused trouble since. Be quiet, and do not disturb us while we attend to important matters. Wei Jie gazed skyward, remaining silent, seemingly unwilling to return to the jade. Yuqing glanced inside the jade, noticing the white mist continuing to swirl and was on the verge of taking shape. An idea struck him. He produced an ancient bronze coin, drew it across his hand to draw blood, and threaded it onto the red cord of the jade pendant, sealing it closely. He chanted softly, casting a binding spell. Temporarily seal it within, we shall discuss it later. At this, Wei Jie panicked. What am I to do then? You? Yuqing chuckled. By day, you can hide in the suitcase, and at night, you may come and go freely. Once we return, I will find you a bell or a jade ornament, and it will be resolved. Wei Jie turned away in a huff. Reminiscent of a pouting child. This is how you treat me? One day, you shall regret it. The others chose to ignore his sulking and focused on examining the kneecap of the skeleton. Upon discovering steel nails, they let out a sigh of relief. It was then that Su Bo remarked, "Strange, this skeleton bears no foul odor or stench. Not only that, but the skeleton lacked a burial garment and decayed flesh. It was remarkably clean." This evoked thoughts of the chitin, particularly Yi Chongqing's design of the Yel Hong, the 7-star soul-locking array. The pristine skeleton weighed heavily on Bai Mashwan's mind, raising questions about the snake. If there were no flesh, whose blood had it consumed? A troubling thought flashed through Bai Mashwan's mind. This is bad. Without hesitation, he hoisted the skeleton onto his shoulder. We must leave quickly. There is something amiss with that snake. Wei Jie let out a startled cry. Oh my. The 4 of them looked up to see Su Bo nearly biting his tongue in shock. A large snake loomed overhead, flicking its tongue ominously. Its belly exposed to the 4. Su Bo recognized the red spots on its belly. This was the very snake he had stepped on earlier. And in the span of a moment, it had grown to the thickness of an adult's thigh. What on earth was happening? Su Bai took a step back, colliding with the earthen wall, only to discover that Bai Mashwan had shouldered the skeleton. Are you really planning to carry that thing? He exclaimed. If you wish, I could hand it over to you. Bai Mashwan pretended to place the skeleton on Su Bai's back, prompting Su Bai to spit in disdain. Save your breath. If you don't want me to hinder your progress later, you'd better handle it yourself. But what is the story with this giant serpent? You've seen it before. It's the guardian beast of the tomb, Yuqing replied. However, I have not encountered the guardian spirit. It seems the malevolence of this corpse has not solidified. By Moshwan. Utilize your Een symbol scripture. We must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. No wonder By Moshwan had already hoisted the skeleton onto his back. It turned out he had no intention of engaging in combat. Yu Qing nodded in understanding, clasped his hands together, and began to chant, to the utmost joy, the utmost foolishness, to the utmost tranquility, the utmost integrity. The private nature of heaven, applied to the public good. The essence of creatures lies in their spirit. The living are the root of the dead, and the dead are the root of the living. Chapter 330. The Dark Arts 2. The crimson lotus gradually ascended, enveloping the massive serpent within its embrace. Yu Qing, more confident than before, observed as the red spots on the serpent's belly vanished almost instantly under the lotus's influence. The serpent slowly diminished in size, reverting to the form Su Bai first encountered, lazily gliding as if the earlier events had not pertained to it at all. Su Bai marveled, "Young man, you seem to be growing increasingly formidable. The Millennium Ginseng from last time has indeed proven its worth. I feel my vitality flowing freely, allowing me to wield my spells with great finesse. I owe my gratitude to Boss Tang and Bai Moshwan for providing me this opportunity." While Yu Qing remained modest, Bai Moshwan had already leaped off, carrying the skeleton, while Su Bai and the others scrambled to follow, using hands and feet to ascend. The sky was already dimly lit. The four dared not linger, hastily restoring the grave site, removing the obfuscation, and vanishing into the dawn. Transporting a skeleton back to the imperial capital was no small feat. However, the organization had anticipated this and provided the four with a set of credentials, a certificate from a certain medical university in the imperial capital, which would withstand scrutiny. With this, they successfully brought the skeleton back to the capital. Unbeknownst to them, the handsome Wei Jian had vanished, with his territory usurped and temporarily homeless. He slipped away into the night. The four sensed his absence but had no time to contemplate it, allowing him to sulk. He would inevitably return. Upon returning the skeleton to the tea house, Su Qiuxing immediately approached, equipped with his tools. Although only bones remained, he remained confident. Anything left behind by the deceased must possess value. Give me a little time, and I shall organize all the information. Su Qiuxing locked himself in a separate room, forbidding anyone from entering, and refrained from eating or drinking for a full 3 hours. The closed door heightened the anxiety of the four, but Yu Qing was more concerned about the ghost confined within the jade. Now that the spirit had taken form, it could be released for dialogue. However, without any leads, it would be challenging to gain the initiative. They remained completely in the dark regarding the relationship between this ghost and Bai Lisong, and releasing it now would serve no purpose. As Su Qiuxing pushed open the grand door, his expression was somewhat peculiar, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Upon witnessing this smile, the gathered assembly sensed the unfolding of a captivating tale. Yu Qing swiftly stepped forward, inquiring, "Mr. Su, what were the results?" Su Qiuxing gestured for the four individuals to take their seats before leisurely settling into his own. Su Bai promptly presented a steaming cup of tea. With a muffled chuckle, Su Qiuxing remarked, "This young man is quite astute." He took a sip of tea and seamlessly transitioned into the matter at hand. Firstly, the flesh of the deceased has undergone normal decomposition, evidenced by the olfactory remnants of decay upon the bones, alongside a distinct scent of formaldehyde. Su Bai paused in surprise. Could it be that someone deliberately cleansed the decaying corpse? That seems likely, Su Qiuxing replied. Anything that has existed will invariably leave traces. This individual exercised caution in their cleansing, yet formaldehyde is corrosive. Any contact with the skeletal remains would inevitably alter them. Thus, I observed certain peculiar color discrepancies. Su Bai remained silent, recognizing the extensive applications of formaldehyde in medicine, particularly for preserving cadavers prior to dissection. "Mr. Su, is there anything else?" Secondly, the individual's kneecaps have been removed and replaced with 2 steel pins, which support the lower leg and thigh. I have been pondering why this would render someone's movements swifter rather than slower. Consequently, I examined the kneecaps, and these 2 steel pins possess some peculiarities. Observe. Su Qiuxing placed the extracted steel pins upon the table. Both were identical in length and had been treated in such a manner that intricate patterns were clearly visible. "What is this?" Cui Ying tilted her head, scrutinizing the pins until a moment of realization dawned upon her. She turned one pin over, exclaiming, "Now this pattern appears more coherent. But what exactly is it?" "Black witchcraft. Yu Qing responded. These are designs historically inscribed by practitioners of dark magic on their headscarves. The pattern features two serpents facing each other, with a human figure in between, gripping one serpent in each hand. Su Bai had never encountered such imagery before. Although the pins were coarse, etching such intricate designs upon them was no trivial task. Yet, in relation to witchcraft, it seemingly elucidates how individuals could maintain agility despite the absence of their kneecaps. What distinguishes witchcraft from sorcery? Chueying pondered, perplexed. Sorcery is enacted according to the practitioner's own cultivation, while witchcraft typically employs intermediaries, be it poison or curses. It is, in essence, a form of witchcraft that is divided into black and white categories. Black witchcraft is employed to wrongfully accuse others, whereas white witchcraft is utilized for blessings and good fortune. Also known as benevolent witchcraft, Yu Qing explained. The association of these steel pins with witchcraft undoubtedly points to black magic. Oh, it seems you have uncovered an explanation. Su Qiuxing remarked. There is yet another matter that I am sure will pique your interest. Mr. Su, please refrain from prolonging the suspense, Su Bai implored, eager for further revelations. Su Qiuxing said with irritation, I was about to continue, but you interrupted me and labeled me as someone who plays coy. Fine. I shall speak plainly. Based on the height and weight of the skeleton, I deduced that this individual stood at approximately 1.76 meters, weighed around 70 kilograms, wore size 42 shoes, and was male. Furthermore, this person had 6 fingers. The room buzzed with excitement, but with a mere glance. Su Qiuxing quickly quelled their enthusiasm and continued. This individual was likely 34 years old at the time of death, as indicated by the skeletal structure. From the color of the coffin you discovered, we can infer that he belonged to the Zhuang ethnic group, and it appears he died from poisoning. How you proceed with the investigation from here is no longer my concern. I have relayed all the information that the skeleton has provided. After bidding farewell to Su Qiuxing, the 4 of them sat at the tea table, momentarily at a loss for words. Time passed, and finally, Chueying broke the silence, asking, So, Yu Qing, can you summon that spirit now? No, it is not yet the right time. I have not yet organized my thoughts, Yu Qing replied. This individual was Zhuang male, 34 years old, had 6 fingers, and succumbed to poison. After death, someone must have attended to the decaying flesh, employing the 7 stars soul-locking formation to bind his spirit. No, it is more accurate to say that the soul was bound first before the decay was addressed. Additionally, a snake was placed in his grave, nurtured to become the guardian of this corpse. We can now eliminate any connection between him and the chronicles of strange ghosts, as his flesh was not removed posthumously. Moreover, the removal of the flesh was a trap set by Yi Chongqing. The information is misleading. While these scattered details may seem abundant, where is the correlation? You have overlooked the steel nails, which connect him to Bai Li Song. This individual died 30 years ago. If he were still alive, he would be 64 this year. Similar in age to Bai Li Song. Could there be a connection between them? Chueying remarked. Only someone of great significance to him would have taken the effort to clean his decaying flesh and place a snake to guard his remains. If it were Bai Li Song. Why? The 4 fell silent, grappling with this conundrum. They could not decipher the link, and even if the spirit were released, they would be at a loss for how to proceed, especially in relation to Bai Li Song. Suddenly, Su Bo slapped the table, but his expression quickly turned despondent. Bai Moshuan interjected, Speak your mind, don't hold back. Consider this. Those implanted with steel nails have not appeared for years, save for this solitary case 30 years ago. Now, 3 decades later, such individuals are emerging collectively. Could it be that this man was a test subject? Su Bo mused. Perhaps we could refer to him as a semi-finished product. Yu Qing struck the table forcefully, an unusual display of agitation that startled the others. Chueying shot him an admonishing glance. Speak plainly. No need for theatrics. If we had heart conditions, you would frighten us to death. Chapter 331. The Kingdom of Wuxian. The reason this man received special attention from Bai Li Song was that he sacrificed himself for Bai Li Song, willingly testing the waters of the law. As for why he remained upright after death, I suspect it may also be due to sorcery's influence, rendering him of great importance to Bai Li Song. Yu Qing inquired, What are your thoughts? Shall we release him and test him? Bai Moshuan remarked, He is in our grasp. We hold the reins. Chueying hesitated slightly, to which Bai Moshuan added, What are you afraid of? Do you fear he might escape? This prompted Yu Qing to take action. He retrieved the bloodlight blade from his bosom and first set up the thunderpool array. placing a jade pendant in the center of the formation. The spirit was trapped within, rendered immobile and unable to see or hear anything. Yu Qing tore off the outer yellow talisman and with a flick of his finger commanded, "Release." The spirit felt itself ensnared in darkness, deprived of sight and sound. Suddenly perceiving a glimmer of light, it eagerly lunged towards it. Gradually, it rose to its feet, and upon seeing the figure before him, Subo couldn't help but murmur, "The old man is truly formidable. He matches my predictions perfectly." The figure wore the garments of his life, adorned in the attire of the Zhuang ethnic group, his stature aligning closely with that of Lord Su, appearing to be in his mid-30s. Though he was a spirit, his presence remained imposing as he bellowed, "Who dares to meddle?" At such a moment, it was Bai Moshuan's time to shine. The three onlookers turned their gaze towards him, but Bai Moshuan remained unhurried, leisurely shifting his position closer to the spirit, remarking, "The black sorcery is indeed remarkable." The Zhuang man's expression hardened. "What did you say?" "The 7-star soul locking array confines your soul within your body for 30 years, Bai Moshuan continued. "Alas, had your corpse not decayed, perhaps you could have been revived." Bai Moshuan grinned. "Pray tell. Do not tell me you are still unaware of your own demise." Yu Qing felt a stir within. Bai Moshuan's mention of the 7-star soul locking array indicated that while the soul could not depart the body, it did not necessarily imply that the deceased could be resurrected. Otherwise, why had Qinglian and Zhu Yunwen not been revived? These were fundamentally different concepts, and he seemed to conflate them to test the man's knowledge of sorcery. The Zhuang man clenched his fists, his brow furrowing, but then relaxed. "I have died?" "So it is." His calmness made Bai Moshuan anxious. The more composed the opponent was, the harder it became to discern his true nature. Thus, Bai Moshuan boldly stated, "You are indeed unwavering in your devotion to Bailey Sang." Upon hearing Bailey Sang's name, the Zhuang man showed undeniable agitation, yet he refrained from responding. He appeared robust. But if his intellect was equally sharp, he would not divulge a word before grasping the situation. Bai Moshuan, feeling uncertain, pressed on with more information: black sorcery, dragon veins. Bailey Sang's ambitions. Ambitions? The Zhuang man reacted at last. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will impose punishment. If one is indeed capable, why not seize the world? Bai Moshuan was overjoyed. The man had finally spoken again. With a cold smile, he replied, "Capability is not merely a self-proclamation. The attainment of a kingdom cannot be measured by the cunning of one's strategies or the lives lost. It is compassion that wins the hearts of the people, a truth that remains timeless." The stout man closed his mouth, causing a tightness in Bai Moshuan's heart. At that moment, Su Bai let out a muffled groan. "There is a mathematical problem I once encountered. The number of individuals indirectly harmed by Bailey Sang has already exceeded 10, just from what we know. Among them are the 7 deaf mutes, Dai Jieli, the 3rd brother, Yi Chongqing, and the 3 who perished in the tomb of the rebel king, along with Dai Jieli's parents and sisters." The stout man's eyes widened in shock, as if he had just been confronted with a staggering truth. His shadowy essence began to tremble, revealing the intensity of his emotions. Su Bai silently praised the moment and continued, "It appears you hold Bailey Sang in high esteem. However, it is evident that he does possess some loyalty towards you." "We are sworn brothers," the stout man declared, unveiling the truth. "He would not deceive me. He is driven by a grand ambition. No, he is not merely talented. He is a genius of imperial caliber. Were it him, the world would be transformed." 30 years have passed, and the changes in this world are monumental, Cui Ying remarked. "What you believed 3 decades ago has been completely overturned. Your previous understanding and the individuals you once knew have all undergone transformation. While we may not know how Bailey Sang treated you in the past, we are well aware of his methods now." The stout man replied, "I cannot merely heed your one-sided accounts. But you may first listen to our tale," Yu Qing interjected. "We shall not sway your judgment." Yu Qing felt fortunate that this man was straightforward and of pure character, evident from his words and actions. After some contemplation, the stout man conceded, "I shall grant you the opportunity to speak." The 4 rejoiced, for storytelling was the forte of novelist Cui Ying, who took the lead in recounting the events. The stout man listened attentively, yet after the narrative concluded, he remained silent, suddenly slipping into the jade artifacts. Yu Qing felt helpless. As long as the jade artifacts were temporarily left within the Thunderpool array, it was clear that the stout man would still be entangled in his thoughts for a while longer. "Youth, Can this dark sorcery truly be so potent as to alter human physiology? Su Bai inquired, gazing at the skeleton still resting in the room. That is indeed a steel nail. It has truly extracted the patella. Many individuals were studying dark sorcery, even abroad. Sorcery shares certain commonalities with Maoshan techniques. For instance, it is generally divided into two types: imitative sorcery and contact sorcery. Imitative sorcery employs a similar object as a substitute to inflict harm, such as the practice of creating effigies, which has appeared numerous times in historical palace conflicts. Yu Qing elaborated. Su Bai nodded. I am aware of this. For example, during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, there was a notable sorcery rebellion, specifically the witchcraft incident. In his later years, Empress Wei began to lose favor, and Jiang Chong gained the emperor's trust. Fearing that the crown prince would execute him upon ascension due to his discord with both the prince and the empress, Jiang Chong devised a conspiracy using the then ongoing witchcraft incidents. At that time, Emperor Wu, having grown old, became increasingly suspicious, believing those around him practiced witchcraft and curses, leading him to investigate thoroughly, which resulted in many deaths. Jiang Chong, responsible for handling cases related to witchcraft, claimed that there was witchcraft present in the palace, prompting the emperor to assign other officials to assist in the investigation. Jiang Chong then excavated witchcraft artifacts from the crown prince's palace, unearthing effigies made of tung wood. At that time, the Emperor Wu had gone elsewhere to escape the summer heat. The crown prince summoned the grand tutor, Shi De, who, fearing for his own life, advised the prince to act beyond his authority by apprehending Jiang Chong and others and investigating their conspiracies. In a moment of desperation, the prince acquiesced to Shi De's counsel, leading to the calamity that befell both the Empress Wei and the crown prince, as history has revealed. Indeed, ordinary people shun the art of sorcery, for mimicking witchcraft is not solely intended for harm. There are instances where it proves beneficial. For example, when children frequently fall into wells to avert disaster, a figure may be made to represent the child and cast into the well. This act is known as breaking calamity. In ancient agricultural customs, during the blooming of rice flowers, men and women would meet in the fields to encourage the ripening of the grain. If a person developed sores, drawing on a plant leaf or yellow paper could transfer the ailment, also referred to as mimetic sorcery. The morality of sorcery, whether good or evil, ultimately rests with the practitioner. Yu Qing lamented that if one were to hastily condemn it, even the art of Maoshan would be ensnared by the shadow of malevolence. What of contact with sorcery? Inquired Chuaying. This type of sorcery, merely requiring contact with a part of someone's body or their belongings, could achieve its aims. For instance, if someone fell ill, placing a coin or a valuable object at the site of their pain and then discarding it in a public space was believed to transfer the affliction to whoever picked it up. Historically, malevolent black sorcery often involved collecting the hair, beard, nails, and cherished items of those one wished to harm. Children's names were to be disclosed only with caution, lest they fall under someone else's control. Chuaying gasped in shock, while Yu Qing recounted that among the people of Liangshan, when a slave owner discovered their slave had fled, they would not only send out search parties, but also consult a sorcerer. The method involved using a rag left behind by the slave, grinding it in a stone mill, since the cloth was difficult to grind. It was believed the slave would endlessly wander the mountains, unable to find their escape. To evade capture, slaves would also employ sorcery, often carrying a small stone mill on their backs, believing that this would cause the cloth to fall away swiftly, allowing them to successfully flee. Chapter 332. Aura. Such is the wonder of sorcery that one might ponder if it could indeed achieve any desired outcome. Subo queried, is there no way to counteract it? There is no free lunch in this world, Yu Qing replied, citing Yi Chongqing as an example. One must give to gain, and the ultimate outcome requires the test of time. Those who wield black sorcery must pay an equivalent price. Misuse could lead to backlash from malevolent spirits. Understanding the source of sorcery is key to its unraveling. Su Bo exhaled in relief, recalling the men clad in black Zhongshan suits, each of them exuding an intimidating presence, clearly not individuals to be trifled with. Regrettably, he was still unaware of what type of sorcery was in play. Perhaps my mother might have insights, Bai Moshuan suggested. She possesses all the memories of our ancestor, Qing Wan, and should have some knowledge of ancient black sorcery. Without delay, Bai Moshuan made a phone call to summon Fuyu. Fuyu arrived with composure, listening to the recounting of events before examining the two steel nails. exclaiming upon seeing the designs, Wuxian Kingdom. Even Su Bo was left bewildered, feeling a sudden gap in his knowledge, which left him somewhat disheartened. What kingdom is Wuxian? From which dynasty does it hail? To be precise, it is merely a legendary realm. Yet the memories of our ancestors convey to me that it once existed in all its authenticity. Its origins trace back to a figure named Wu Xian, who lived during the reign of Emperor Yao and was renowned for his divination skills, possessing the ability to discern the life and death of individuals with an almost divine foresight. Emperor Yao revered him as a shaman and appointed him as a distinguished minister. In life, he was honored atop this mountain, and in death, he was laid to rest within its embrace, with the place he inhabited designated as the Kingdom of Wu Xian. Naturally, Wu Xian's son ascended as the king of this land, situated to the north of the infamous female corpse. The inhabitants of this realm are characterized by their right hand clutching a green serpent and their left hand holding a red serpent. Upon Mount Dongbao, there exists a path frequented by the sorcerers. Fuyu remarked. Su Bo suddenly comprehended and pointed at the iron nail, exclaiming, "This individual bears two serpents, one in each hand. This is indeed a distinctive trait of the people of Wu Xian." Wu Xian Yueqing inquired, "Could this person be the fabled leader of the 10 sorcerers?" Indeed, Yueqing is quite astute. The kingdom of Wu Xian comprises a collective of sorcerers, the most renowned among them being Wu Xian, Wu Ji, Wu Peng, Wu Gu, Wu Li, Wu Di, and Wu Luo, among others. Wu Xian stands as the foremost among these 10 sorcerers, wielding a red serpent in his left hand and a green serpent in his right, frequently ascending Mount Dongbao, while also collecting rare herbs along the way to heal the common folk. Fuyu lamented, "Regrettably, this unique kingdom was later annexed by the Ba Kingdom. It sounds like a myth, yet it undeniably exists within the Shanhai Jing." Su Bo harbored doubts regarding the veracity of Wu Xian's existence. Fuyu chuckled, "If you believe, then it must indeed be true, and presently, such motifs do exist upon the iron nail, having become totems revered by the sorcerers. We can certainly interpret Wu Xian as the progenitor of sorcery, deserving of reverence from future generations. To put it more succinctly, it pertains to Bai Lisong's utilization of sorcery to transform the human body, which not only enhances physical aggression, but potentially serves other purposes as well. This is a query for that individual." Cui Ying remarked, "That fellow is tight-lipped about his identity. However, it matters not, for we possess ample information. With a modicum of patience and collective effort, we shall uncover who he truly is." Fuyu observed the 4 with interest. Their growth had exceeded expectations. While their abilities may not be the most formidable within the organization, their camaraderie has endured its share of trials, largely due to Bai Moshuan's uncontrollable arrogance and aloofness. Nonetheless, they now appear capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Fuyu rose and declared, "There are others tasked with uncovering information. Your present focus must shift to more pressing matters. The utmost priority is the entity within the jade, which has retreated deep inside for 4 small increments." The 4 gathered around the jade, perceiving this spirit as an unbearable burden, too hot to dispose of, yet too painful to hold. Su Bo felt more than just discomfort. He was also hungry. Damn. How long will this fellow hide? I am famished. Suddenly, Xiao Shan leaped out from behind the counter, astonishing everyone with the delicacies he held, intended for pairing with tea. They were utterly unaware of when he had arrived. Upon seeing the food, Su Bai, disregarding its origin, snatched it and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao Shan, where have you been lately?" "I just returned from a trip with Qi Xie," Xiao Shan replied, "but it has nothing to do with your current affairs. It was a separate mission. Upon my return, I found you all staring vacantly at a piece of jade, and upon hearing your stomachs rumble, I recognized precisely what you needed. The tea house may lack many things, but it certainly has snacks." Qi Xie emerged with freshly brewed tea. The arrival of snacks and tea at such a hungry moment was nothing short of divine nourishment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Shan and Qi Xie, the situation had drastically changed since their last meeting. As they enjoyed the tea and snacks, they briefly recounted the current circumstances. Qi Xie remarked, "The most arduous hurdle in this world is emotion. It can either be an obstacle or a breakthrough." Su Bai appeared to grasp this notion, stating, "This emotion encompasses not only love, but also friendship and familial bonds. As long as there are people or matters that one cherishes, it can serve as a breakthrough, potentially becoming the strongest force." Qi Xie continued, "Yi Chongqing has committed numerous wrongs, Yet the persistence he has shown is, in fact, a manifestation of love that has birthed strength. Thus, your point of breakthrough remains Bai Li saying. You have already laid bare the reality, and he must be in turmoil at this moment. If left unchecked, Bai Li Sang will continue on his obstinate path. If intervened, his outcome remains uncertain, and he must be suffering greatly. 7 hours passed without any sign of movement from the spirit within the jade. Bai Mo Xian, known for his impatience, attempted several times to forcibly expel the spirit, only to be restrained by Yu Qing, who advised, do not rush. This person possesses a remarkably upright demeanor. He is not a villain. I have a premonition that once he makes a decision, it will be monumental for us. Let us afford him a bit more patience. No sooner had Yu Qing spoken than the voice from within the jade responded. You seem convinced that I will stand with you. Yu Qing had not sealed the jade, allowing him to hear their conversation entirely. Every mention of Bai Li Sang felt like a resounding echo within his heart. As Qi Xia had asserted, if you truly care for your sworn brothers, you will make the right choice, assuming you remain clear-headed. Yu Qing remarked, Bai Li Sang is driving himself into a corner. The so-called strongest dragon vein is inaccessible to him. If he attempts to force his way in, he will find only a dead end. At last, the spirit of the man emerged from the jade pendant, appearing despondent, with his brow furrowed. You have won. I care for my brother. I cannot bear to witness his self-destruction. However, it seems you have misunderstood something. What is it? Su Bai inquired. Identity, the Zhuang man replied with a bitter smile. Is the Bai Li Sang you know truly Bai Li Sang? You have been oblivious to the true nature of your adversary. Upon hearing this, the 6 were momentarily stunned. Even the typically composed Qi Xia could not help but ask, are you implying that Bai Li Sang is not Bai Li Sang? Is he merely assuming his identity? The perceptive gentleman remarked, indeed, I am Bai Li Sang. Su Bai felt his response lacked elegance, and refraining from expletives seemed inadequate to express his emotions. If he were Bai Li Sang, then who was that other individual? I am acutely aware of my identity. I am indeed Bai Li Sang. Observing the incredulous expressions of those around him, the man chuckled. It is undeniably astonishing. His talents and personal abilities are rare in this world. It was his charismatic persona that initially captivated me. He truly is an extraordinary being, possessing foresight and a strategic vision that perpetually places him ahead of others. Chapter 333. The vital point: they had already experienced his cunning, utilizing a scheme laid decades in advance. Whose mind could conceive such a strategy? Just when they believed they had grasped the essence, he would unveil new surprises, perhaps even shocks. Are you certain that your bond is one of brotherhood and not merely a utilitarian relationship? I mean, that fellow has exploited you, leveraged your family's secrets to acquire information about the dragon vein, and subsequently led you to willingly make sacrifices? Bai Mo Xian replied coldly, such endeavors are indeed his forte. Impossible, Bai Li Sang countered. My perceptiveness is exceptional. If he can evade my scrutiny, then I must concede. Su Bai was taken aback. You possess extraordinary abilities as well? Indeed, I can sense the aura of individuals. For instance, your aura is the most distinctive among this assembly. Has no one ever informed you that you exude an imperial presence? Bai Li Sang continued. And you, too, carry an imperial aura. Yet you are not the dragon among men, which is rather perplexing. If Su Bai exhibits an imperial aura, the reason is evident. He is a descendant of the dragon lineage, imbued with dragon energy, and only he has the opportunity to access the most potent dragon vein. Bai Mo Xian has long been designated as the successor of Qing Qiu, and his ascension to the Lord of Qing Qiu is inevitable. Although he possesses an imperial aura, he is not human, thus not a dragon among men. This observation is remarkably astute. The spirit then turned its gaze upon Xiao Shan. Your aura is compelling, devoid of any base desires, a rarity in this world. Xiao Shan's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately turned to Qi Xia, pointing at him and inquiring, what about him? He embodies a spirit of loyalty and valor. Had he lived in ancient times, he would surely be akin to Yu Fei. Qi Xia exchanged glances with Bai Mo Xian. The notion that individuals possess distinct auras is an age-old belief, yet to perceive another's aura at first glance is truly unprecedented. If the Yin organization could recruit spirits, this one would be a worthy addition. If he is indeed a descendant of Bai Li Shi, it would suggest that the Bai lineage is extraordinary. It appears you are convinced, he remarked. However, you do not believe I am Bai Li Sang. It seems I must present more compelling evidence. You must be aware of our ancestor Bai Li Shi. Do you know that his tomb contains only an empty coffin? Silence enveloped the room, and he smiled wryly. Our ancestor by Li Shi chose cremation, hence no remains exist. Yet, he left behind something special. Entrusted to a dear friend, an ox bone, preserved within his tomb. Yu Qing drew a deep breath. The identity of this individual could essentially be confirmed. Yet, was this truly another scheme devised by that man? With the lessons of the past, the four dared not place their trust lightly. You still harbor doubts. The ghost, perceptive to the expressions of the four, discerned their lingering skepticism and continued. There are 37 pieces of cow bone in total. Regrettably, one was lost during the burial. Thus, there should be 36 pieces within the coffin. Our ancestor established protection within the tomb to uphold his promise. The lost piece serendipitously ended up in the possession of the ancestor of the earth rat. Indeed, this fragment is now likely in the hands of that man. Since the ghost claims to be Bailey Sang, who then is that individual? For the time being, let us refer to him as that man. This promise is intertwined with Gong Jiqi. Bailey Sang proclaimed. The Gong clan and the Bailey clan reached a consensus to eternally safeguard this secret. Only the two clans are privy to this matter, and it shall never be disclosed. I broke the ironclad rule by divulging this information to individuals outside of the Bailey and Gong clans, namely, the Bailey Sang you speak of. What lies upon the dragon bone? Su Bai's mind raced, quickly arriving at a realization. No one knew the contents inscribed upon the cow bone, not even that man, who had only recently taken an interest in it. If Bailey Sang were privy to the mysteries of the cow bone, then his identity would be beyond question, provided that he had not disclosed this to that man. Bailey Sang's expression wavered slightly, while Bai Moshuan let out a muffled grunt. You have already shared this with outsiders. We are no exception. The cow bone bears the carving of the dragon coffin, serving as a key, Bailey Sang elucidated. It is the key to unlocking the most formidable dragon vein. Entering is merely the first step. The final passage must be opened with the key. By gathering all 37 pieces of cow bone, one can obtain the key. The ancestor was granted the utmost trust, and Gong Jiqi entrusted the most significant item to him. I had not relayed this to him, not for lack of desire, but due to the lack of time. I had already passed before I could do so. Finally, Bailey Sang perceived belief in their eyes. It seemed even a ghost could sigh. With a breath of resignation, he spoke. Have you ever heard of reincarnation? I am not unfamiliar with it, Yu Qing replied. His body is entirely new, yet the soul remains singular. His soul has undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. But his consciousness affirms that he is always that person, the illustrious Wu Xian, the foremost among the 10 witches. Bailey Sang continued. His name is Wu Xian. After he departed this world as Wu Xian, he has reincarnated time and again. Curiously, he has always retained the knowledge of being Wu Xian. Though he can seamlessly assume the life of another, he remains loyal to the truth of his identity as Wu Xian. Bai Moshuan was somewhat taken aback. This situation was not foreign to him. The reincarnation gu of Fu Yu could accomplish such feats. In simpler terms, it marked the soul. Both Lei Zi and Xiao Ning had been subjected to the reincarnation gu, and when they were reborn as Song Yang and Shin Bing, they were awakened by Fu Yu, reclaiming their past memories while continuing to exist as Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, simultaneously confronting the reality of being Song Yang and Shin Bing. However, Wu Xian's circumstances should differ. No one had awakened him, yet he existed in this manner. He distinctly remembered the existence of his first life. Could it be that something was amiss in the underworld? I now believe you are indeed good brothers, Bai Li Sang remarked. Such secrets, given our understanding of this adversary, he would never divulge easily. His identity is his lifeblood. Cui Ying sighed. Now, you have handed his lifeblood into our hands. It is not about his destruction, but rather his salvation, though this is not merely our unilateral desire. You have finally come to believe. Bai Li Sang continued. I became acquainted with Wu Xian 40 years ago, a particularly tumultuous era when suspicion and hostility among people surged. Back then, he was known as Chun Liang, a rather unremarkable name, merely a designation for his existence in this world. As a descendant of the Bailey clan, I harbored deep-seated secrets akin to his. Perhaps this commonality fostered our immediate rapport. I still vividly recall the night he confided in me. Such is the nature of human relationships. When one is capable of bearing the weight of another's profound trust, they feel immensely fortunate. In that moment, Bai Li Sang experienced such a feeling. Due to his own identity, he had no doubts about Wu Xian's words. His unwavering belief in Wu Xian earned him the latter's trust, and he would forever remember Wu Xian's declaration. After countless cycles of reincarnation, I have finally found someone truly worthy of my trust. The word finally stirred an inexplicable excitement within Bai Li Sang. From that point onwards, their bond deepened. In that era, the most terrifying aspect was not the scarcity of material resources, but rather the indifference of the human heart. Finding a kindred spirit is no trivial matter. From the moment I learned his secret, I resolved to guard it. Should he ever be in need, I would spare no effort. Did Wu Xian learn of the dragon vein at that time? Su Bai felt a stir within. If during that era, Wu Xian sought to utilize the dragon vein to alter the course of the world, to alleviate the suffering of the masses, it seemed plausible. Indeed, they both expressed their indignation simultaneously. I can sense the aura surrounding him. I trust in his abilities and admire his character. Despite my internal turmoil, I ultimately revealed everything to him, and he was indeed deeply concerned. He informed me that this was a long-term plan, that he would embark on his journey, and no matter how much time it consumed, he would achieve his goals. In due time, we could construct a world of our own, entirely according to our vision. Using witchcraft. Chapter 334. The 9 lotus flowers won those steel nails within you? Su Bai came to a realization. You are his first experiment. Indeed, I am not versed in sorcery. My understanding lies solely in the realm of energy. However, he once confided in me that sorcery is an extraordinary phenomenon, capable of altering the very fabric of human anatomy. He required my participation for an experiment that spanned a decade. Bai Li Sang lamented. Little did I anticipate that this endeavor would yield unforeseen complications, leading to my untimely demise. Everything transpired so swiftly that I scarcely had the chance to react before succumbing to death. The events that followed remain a mystery to me until you liberated me. It appears this situation exceeded his expectations. After your death, he ensnared your soul. I pondered whether he had contemplated preserving your corporeal form, but alas, he failed. Your remains lingered, prompting him to cleanse your body, retaining only the intact skeleton, and subsequently, he established protective wards. Yet, one aspect perplexes me. Why do you remain upright beneath the earth? Yu Qing inquired. Is this also a consequence of sorcery? No, the experiment faltered. Whenever I recline, my body convulses in pain. Thus, the most effective remedy is to remain standing. Bai Li Sang suddenly comprehended. Could it be that he feared I would suffer if I lay still after death? The dichotomy between the Bai Li Sang they knew and the one he described was stark. One a sentimental, compassionate warrior, the other a relentless, cold-hearted individual. Which one truly represented the essence of Bai Li Sang? Su Bo exhaled deeply. I have an idea. I comprehend. Bai Mo Xian interjected. This jade pendant, worn upon you, ensures that Bai Li Sang's spirit remains in your vicinity. At present, it is he who offers you protection, not us. Ah, thank you, Su Bo replied. I shall not be remiss. Bai Mo Xian, suddenly agitated, reflected that had this individual not divulged such matters to Bai Li Sang, subsequent events might have unfolded quite differently. Well-intentioned actions can, at times, lead to astonishing repercussions. Bai Li Sang remarked, I do not grasp the identity of the he you speak of. He is utterly unfamiliar to me. It seems only confrontation will clarify matters. Yu Qing stated, Mr. Bai Li, may we address you as such? Bai Li Sang is now striving to access the dragon vein. He is aware that only the descendants of dragons bearing reverse scales can enter. Thus, Su Bo is his primary target. As for the ox bones, he remains oblivious to their secrets, yet he possesses the 37th bone. Frankly speaking, we are now evenly matched against him. I understand. You wish for me to accompany this young man named Su Bo, allowing me to meet him. Perhaps I can persuade him to reconsider, resolving this matter without any conflict. Bai Li Sang was filled with excitement. Let us hope it comes to pass. Su Bo internally mused that such an outcome was unlikely. Suddenly, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan rose to their feet. It seems the situation has progressed significantly. We must report to the organization. You should remain here and await further instructions. Remember, do not act independently until you receive formal notice. Su Bo and the others dared not stir. Bai Li Sang's identity was now clear. If he were indeed the foremost among the 10 witches, even the most formidable adversary might struggle to contend with him. After all, he was a predecessor of Qing Wan. Bai Mo Xian smiled wryly, recognizing that this development was far from fortuitous. Their opponent was formidable, possessing both insight into human nature and mastery over sorcery. Upon returning to Yuli, Beilasang found himself draped over by Su Bai. Yu Qing, ever cautious, had initially intended to attach a bloodlight blade to the jade, but was thwarted by Su Bai, who insisted on trust. One must either believe entirely or not at all. With Su Bai and Bai Moshuan present, there was no fear of Beilasang fleeing. Yet, Beilasang did not attempt to escape. Instead, when Su Bai was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly spoke. The friendship between our ancestors and Gong Zhiqi is remarkable. Encountering Wu Xian, I believed I could forge a bond akin to that of my forebears, steadfast as a rock. Then surely you still hold that belief? Su Bai inquired. Are you feeling uneasy now? After all, 30 years have passed, and I am now but a ghost. If he has forgotten his initial intentions, then matters will not remain on course. Beilasang sighed, remarking, your energies are remarkably aligned. By the way, that young man named Yu Qing possesses an aura of serene detachment, along with a curious, subtle energy. A curious energy? Su Bai echoed. What do you mean by that? I cannot quite articulate it. But such phenomena generally relate to one's lineage, Beilasang explained. Every member of the Bailey clan possesses the ability to discern energies in others. According to the wisdom of our ancestors, bloodlines can indeed alter one's aura. Your friend, surnamed Yu, is destined for remarkable adventures, while that girl, Cui Ying, has an innate grandeur. If she were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be Hua Mulan. As they conversed in the room, Yu Qing and Cui Ying were absent. Intrigued, Su Bai could not help but indulge in some gossip. So, do you think Yu Qing and Cui Ying's auras are compatible? It is difficult to say, Beilasang replied. I do not possess the gift of divination. I merely assess based on their energies. The subtle aura surrounding the young man named Yu is ambiguous, making it hard for me to form a judgment. Lineage, you say? Su Bai suddenly recalled his understanding of Jieyu, whose origins seemed perpetually shrouded in mystery by his uncle. What secrets could possibly lie therein? What lineage could that rascal Yu Qing possess? To Su Bai's surprise, he found himself engaged in a lengthy conversation with Beilasang. They exchanged inquiries about the tragic deeds of Wu Xian, which had indeed claimed many lives. Beilasang fell silent, and despite Su Bai calling out to him several times, he received no response. With a quiet murmur, Su Bai turned over and drifted into deep slumber once more. When he awoke again, he found Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan seated like statues at the foot of his bed. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, Why is it so early? Early? The sun is nearly upon your backside, Bai Moshuan retorted with irritation. You have 10 minutes to get yourself ready. If time permits, you may have some breakfast. Startled, Su Bai sprang upright. Are we starting now? Yu Qing replied. Cui Ying is preparing breakfast for you. These two fellows, why do they respond so oddly? Su Bai threw off the covers, hurriedly washed up, and made his way to the dining table, where Cui Ying, seemingly preoccupied, was arranging bowls and chopsticks with a furrowed brow. Su Bai teased, Be careful not to break the Youtiao sister. I am headed out on a mission, you know. Really? A mission? It's not like I'm going to my doom. Why are you acting this way? Didn't Boss Tang say I would die and then be reborn? I will live. Do you understand? Cui Ying, filled with anger, trembled as she struck Su Bai's forehead, exclaiming, You heartless scoundrel. Do you have any idea how worried we are? What might transpire during your absence is beyond what Boss Tang can foresee. Can we truly trust the results of divination? Fine. You may not wish to question Boss Tang's authority, but what if you perish and cannot return? Death is irreversible, that much I know. As she gazed into Cui Ying's reddened eyes, Su Bai was taken aback. Surely my mother is unaware, right? Though she is a member of the organization. She was not informed during the last meeting. Given your relationship, they likely decided it would be best if she remained in the dark. Cui Ying felt a pang of sympathy. Su Bai was still thinking about his parents at a time like this. It seemed he was merely putting on a brave front. Well, in that case, I must return in good health to stand before my mother. Su Bai lifted the bowl of kanji and drank it in one go, seizing a youtiao and swallowing it in a few bites. Once I finish eating, I'll be on my way. His choice of words elicited an eye roll from Cui Ying. What do you mean by on the road? It set off? I can't believe you have an IQ of 180, you cheeky brat. Fine, I retract that statement, Su Bai replied. It seems you've received your orders. Tell me, where am I headed now? To Dangbao Mountain, Yu Qing responded. You will go alone. Isn't that the lair of Wuxian? That mountain lies within the borders of Wuxian's territory, Su Bai remarked, surprised. Is that mountain real? After discussions among the other members, it was confirmed that Dangbao Mountain is now known as Ling Mountain, a natural astronomical observatory situated precisely atop the Dragon Vein. Bai Mashwan looked into Subai's eyes. I know you have a mental map. Just tell me, is Ling Mountain one of the 12 dragon veins? Subai's lips twitched as he silently nodded. Cui Ying's expression grew even more tense, while Subai nonchalantly stated, and if it is? This outcome is quite favorable. We are all returning to our origins. Now, have you prepared my belongings? Bring them forth. Are you certain I will be captured the moment I appear there? Good heavens, I feel like a delectable lamb, meekly walking into the wide-open jaws of a ravenous wolf. That's hardly amusing, Cui Ying retorted, shoving the backpack into Subai's hands. Everything is inside. Yu Qing approached and slipped a small device into Subai's pocket, the tiny clip fastening securely to his clothing. This is a locator provided by the Bu family. With it, we can accurately track your position. Do not lose it. Enough already, Subai chuckled incredulously at the couple. Should I start calling you mom and dad now? Go to hell. Cui Ying shot back, immediately slapping her mouth in disbelief before spitting in dismissal. Nonsense, nonsense, that doesn't count. It doesn't count. Subai was on the verge of succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere around him, with his backpack slung over his shoulder. He intended to make his exit when he unexpectedly encountered Ying Ning. The young girl appeared to have been crying, evident from the tear stains on her face. Pouting and gazing down at her shoes, she seemed lost in her thoughts. As Subai walked past her, he noticed her lips parting to speak, and he quickly interjected. No, you needn't say anything. I can guess what's on your mind. I've received your message, little one. Take care of yourself. I must be on my way. Ying Ning's lips quivered, her eyes brimming with tears once more. Subai turned back and gently pinched her cheek. What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. There's no need for mourning. You're such a cad, Ying Ning replied, her voice tinged with grievance. I merely wish to see you off. Then let this suffice. I must take my leave. Subai feigned a carefree demeanor, tossing his backpack over his shoulder. Farewell. As he stepped out of the antique shop, a moment of dizziness washed over him. Where was Ling Shan, and how could he reach it? Reflecting on past journeys, he realized that apart from the time he was taken away by Yi Changqing, he had always traveled in the company of 3 others. Now, alone in his endeavor, the world felt remarkably different. After a brief period of confusion, Subai finally discerned his direction upon discovering a plane ticket nestled within his backpack. Goodness, did these people not think to inform me about their flight arrangements? What if I miss my flight? You still have me. On the plane, Bai Li Sang's voice resonated. The sensation of losing companions is quite distinct. I assenti it. Subai let out a muted grunt, hesitant to respond. To an outsider, he must have seemed neurotic. Conversing with himself, the only reply he could muster was a soft cough. After a series of arduous travels, Subai finally approached Lingshan. From a distance, he beheld 9 majestic peaks, their summits seamlessly interlinked, presenting a grandiose spectacle. Among these mountains, 2 larger ones stood prominently in front, while the remaining 7 extended southward, forming a continuous, winding chain. Engrossed in the view, a local nearby commented, "Young man, it's clear you're a visitor. This is the famous 9 Lotus Peaks and the 9 Iron Hairpin Lotus Gorge. Have you heard of it?" "No," Subai replied honestly. "I am familiar with lotus flowers. But what is the Lotus Gorge?" "Ah, the Lotus Gorge is well known, but beware. It is said that a monster lurks at the bottom, its reputation rivaling that of the Lake Tianqi monster," the local boasted. If exploited properly, tourism could thrive here. Subai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If the monster's notoriety was indeed comparable to that of Tianqi's, why had he never heard of it? He scanned his surroundings, noting that it was springtime and many people were out enjoying the weather, bustling about. Yet, did any suspicious individuals lurk among them? At least, he had not yet identified any. Navigating through the throng, Subai sought a more secluded area, realizing he was edging toward danger. If he were to engage, he ought to do so thoroughly. In a crowd, it would be difficult for anyone to act. He stepped into a patch of newly sprouted grass, suddenly aware of the folly of his actions, and couldn't help but chuckle. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a beaming face. "Sir, do you require a guide? I am certified and a legitimate tour guide." "No, thank you," Subai replied curtly. "Do you not comprehend the principle of scaring someone? If you cause a fatal incident, will you take responsibility?" The visage before him appeared remarkably youthful, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. "It has been a long time." A chill ran down Subai's spine as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Your eyebrows are quite impressive," the man retorted with a cold chuckle. Follow me. In that moment, Subai recognized him. He was Yifeng. Subai obediently trailed behind, while Bai Li Sang, concealed within the jade, observed everything intently and suddenly cautioned, Subai. This man harbors many schemes. He is not easily dismissed. Exercise caution. With a subtle smile, Subai thought to himself that no matter how convoluted Yifeng's schemes, they ultimately aimed to ensnare him in the hands of Wu Xian. He quickened his pace, following Yifeng to a more secluded area. The art of disguise possessed by Yifeng was indeed extraordinary, transforming his apparent age from the 40s to that of a sprightly young man in his 20s. Today, he was alone. As the path grew increasingly treacherous, Subai asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To Lianhua Stream," Yifeng replied with a grunt, suddenly tearing away the mask from his face. "Indeed, this does not suit me." "Of course not. Your age does not match," Subai remarked with exasperation. "Where is your boss?" "You will find out when you arrive," Yifeng responded. "Patience, young man, the best is yet to come." Upon reaching Lianhua Stream, Subai finally understood the origin of its name. It was undoubtedly a deep ravine, yet when gazed upon, its contours resembled a lotus flower, with the water inside reflecting an inky green, serene as an ancient jade. Turning back, Subai asked, "Where's your boss?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Before he could voice his concern, Yifeng unexpectedly collided with him, and both men plunged into the ravine. Subai's heart raced with disbelief. Had this man lost his mind? With a resounding splash, they fell into the depths of the stream. Subai felt the forceful current battering against him, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. A delicate sound filled his ears, reminiscent of a chorus of glass bottles clinking together, as if they were recounting joyous tales. Subai felt as though a great weight pressed upon him, rendering him unable to stand, his eyelids heavy. Finally, after gathering his strength, he managed to crack open his eyes. In the dim light, a figure stood with his back to Subai, who seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. "You awaken rather swiftly," it said. It was Yifeng. As Subai attempted to speak, he noticed something was amiss. His limbs were shackled in iron chains, and he lay sprawled on a board in an awkward position. "I demand to see you," Subai exclaimed. "You will, indeed," Yifeng replied. "But before that, I need to perform some minor alterations on you." Finally, Yifeng turned to face him, holding a box filled with silver needles. An unsettling realization dawned upon Subai. He understood Yifeng's intentions. The art of disguise had mentioned that Yifeng would peel away the skin of others for transformation, and this process would invariably involve inserting silver needles into the facial acupoints. "Well, what are you planning to do?" Subai stammered. "Are you going to remove my face to impersonate me? You must be insane. The person you wish to see is me, and if you are discovered, you will be doomed. Then I shall ensure he does not uncover the truth." "I have faith in my skills," Yifeng asserted with unwavering confidence. Yifeng coldly remarked, "That old man, I have long desired to rid myself of him. He has exploited me for so many years without ever uncovering the core secret. Why should I, Yifeng, allow myself to be manipulated by such a person? I shall seek the answers in my own way. If he is so anxious about you, I wonder, if I were to assume your guise, would I be able to extract his secrets?" Chapter 336. Preservative Subai was tightly bound, his mind still in disarray after the recent deluge. He quickly began to ponder his situation. After plunging into the Lotus Gorge, he found himself here, surrounded by an array of test tubes and various solutions, resembling a laboratory. As he moved slightly, the chains rattled ominously. Glancing down, he spotted Yifeng's shadow, stirring a realization within him. "No, you cannot completely become me. Do not forget, we have a height difference." Yifeng stood at approximately 175 centimeters, while Subai towered at 180. A cold smirk crept across Yifeng's lips as he retorted, "Should I call you naive? Height can certainly be compensated for. If you are shorter than I can disguise it with makeup. If you are taller, that is even simpler. I can use height-increasing insoles." Cursing under his breath, Subai nearly bit his lip in frustration. His delicate visage was at stake. If he were to peel off his skin, it would surely be a gruesome sight. Riddled with scars, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Clenching his fists, he pondered how to break free from the iron chains, summoning the power of his hidden strength. As Subai wrestled with his thoughts, a plume of smoke erupted from the jade, and Bai Li Sang appeared beside him. Indeed, Bai Li Sang was still present. The man approached Yifeng, extending his hand toward Yifeng's forehead. A flash of white light illuminated the space, leaving Yifeng frozen, grasping a silver needle motionless. Su Bai tilted his head, releasing a sigh of relief. I did not expect you possessed such abilities. Bai Li Sang examined his palm. Astonishment etched on his face. I merely wanted to test. Please, help me unlock these chains, Su Bai implored, recalling the near horror of losing his skin. Sweat trickling down his back. Raising his gaze, he observed Bai Li Sang glaring at Yifeng. What are you doing? Hurry up and find a solution. Bai Li Sang replied. He is disloyal to Wu Xian. Are all those around Wugan such individuals now? What is he worth? If you had encountered Yi Chongqing, you would not harbor such sentiments. Search him for a key, Su Bai urged. Bai Li Sang's hand reached toward Yifeng's body but encountered resistance, unlike before. Though he could see a key at Yifeng's waist, he was unable to retrieve it, causing Su Bai to sweat profusely in his anxiety. Can you make him move? I cannot, Bai Li Sang lamented, having just released his spirit and still grasping the extent of his abilities. He is completely still. I have no means to connect with his body. How I managed to do so earlier remains a mystery to me. This is truly uncanny, Su Bai sighed deeply. If only Wei Jia were here, that fellow could possess someone. If he could inhabit Yifeng, he could assist in unlocking the bracelet and anklet. That guy, when not needed, always retreats into the jade to slumber. Yet now that the moment has come for him to act, he is nowhere to be found. Damn that fellow. Su Bai struggled fiercely, sensing the bedboard shift slightly. With renewed vigor, he exerted himself further, his body growing increasingly warm, the scales on his back beginning to itch. With a roar, Su Bai was astonished to discover that he had managed to unlock the bracelet and anklet using his own energy. Su Bai felt an intense heat in his throat, but he set that aside as he focused on Yifeng before him, who still bore the appearance of a youth. Lowering his gaze to Yifeng's neck, Su Bai recalled the words of the disguise. No matter how similar the likeness, it could never be identical. Upon closer inspection, there was a slight difference between the skin of the neck and the edges of the mask. Without hesitation, Su Bai seized the edge and yanked it off, revealing Yifeng's true visage, marked by the absence of eyebrows. The mask was incredibly light, as thin as paper, and once detached from the face, it immediately curled up. Su Bai's eyes fell upon a row of glass jars, each containing a mask submerged in a light almond-colored liquid, the very essence that nourished the masks. Once removed, they had to be promptly affixed back onto the face. If detached, they should also be stored in such liquid. As Su Bai circled the jars, he quickly recognized a familiar mask, an elderly man from a passport photo. It was indeed merely an illusion. A shiver ran through Su Bai as he pulled out a rope, binding Yifeng tightly. He was unsure where Bai Li Sang had inadvertently stumbled upon, for that fellow remained utterly motionless. Bai Li Sang remarked, I never expected to become a ghost, and yet possess some magical power. Now is not the time for such musings, Su Bai retorted. Things have exceeded our expectations. I initially believed this fellow would deliver me directly to Wu Xian, yet unexpectedly, he has turned against us, attempting to impersonate me to extract Wu Xian's secrets. Wu Xian likely remains unaware of this place. It is his hidden lair, quite fortuitously built upon a dragon vein. We must be underwater now, Bai Li Sang inquired. Do you hear the sound of water? The delicate sound of water was almost imperceptible, yet felt as if it were right before them. Su Bai approached the rock wall and pressed his ear against it. The sound grew clearer. Observing the surroundings, he noted the space was not large, approximately 20 square meters. Aside from the vials, there was only the bedboard. Su Bai had caught a whiff of a foul, putrid odor earlier. Pondering how many innocent souls had lain upon this bed, helplessly bound, subjected to silver needles piercing their faces as their masks were meticulously stripped away. A chill ran down Su Bai's spine. He shook his head to dispel the haunting imagery. At that moment, Yifeng finally regained mobility, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth, appearing somewhat dazed. Yet he quickly collected himself, exclaiming, How did I end up here? Su Bai, untie me. If it weren't for your senior sister's instructions, I would have tossed you into the ravine to drown. Su Bai replied, How many lives have you taken here? How many have you caused to lose their true selves? What does this have to do with you? Yifeng let out a low grunt. Senior sister? I was unaware that I had a senior sister in this world. I was expelled from the sect long ago, left without a clan, fighting alone. Yet, I can still become the most exceptional facial artist in this world. Su Bai slapped Yifeng's forehead. Setting up such a ghastly place underwater has likely muddled your mind. Humans experience reincarnation. The evils you commit in this life will surely bring retribution in the next. The purpose of disguise is to help people transform their appearances. The means to achieve this are another matter. Your senior sister employs makeup techniques that do not require harming anyone to reach her goals. But what about you? Even if you have harmed others, have you truly found the best method? Yifeng replied, it can be nearly indistinguishable. Nonsense. Subai retorted. These masks you create do not last long. Once deprived of moisture, they become worthless. Do you see this mask in my hand? Lacking moisture, it will dry up immediately. Do you have a way to restore it? Subai's words only served to infuriate Yifeng, yet they inadvertently struck at his deepest vulnerability. Indeed, the masks crafted from real skin are vividly lifelike, but they are far from perfect. Their preservation conditions are exceedingly stringent. The liquid in the bottle comprises 317 herbal concoctions, some of which are on the brink of extinction. After being removed, they must be soaked in the solution within 10 minutes. Otherwise, they will fail to adhere to the face, rendering the mask useless. Subai keenly observed the fleeting change in Yifeng's expression and continued, you have exhausted yourself, squandering the hopes of your master and senior sister. And what have you gained? Merely these useless trinkets. Yifeng, you truly are foolish. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a profound sadness, chastised by a mere youth. He was already half buried in the ground, and he roared, who do you think you are to criticize the lives of others? I am no one, Subai replied solemnly. I merely speak on behalf of those who have suffered under your hands. If they perish, their souls will not spare you. It would be better if you never die. However, on the day of your death, when your soul departs, there will undoubtedly be someone to settle accounts with you. Before you reach the day of reincarnation, you shall be reduced to ashes. Chapter 337. The true self. I have never harmed anyone. I take their skin, but I have never taken their lives, Yifeng stated. What is wrong with pursuing technical excellence? Since I have begun, why not strive for perfection? Why not reach the pinnacle? I do not wish to waste words with you at present. This is not a debate. I ask you, where is your present? Subai inquired. According to your plan, you were supposed to bring me before him, yet you have altered the plan at the last moment, have you not? Also, how did you know I had arrived at Ling Mountain? Indeed, my task was to bring you before him. As for the source of information, someone must have revealed your whereabouts. However, I find it quite curious that, by chance, it is Ling Mountain. This is indeed my stronghold. Yet my curiosity lies with Bai Li. What exactly is he doing, and why does he care so much about your existence? On a whim, I have altered the entire plan. Yifeng chuckled. I am aware of his capabilities. Whenever circumstances change, he can conceive an alternative strategy in the shortest time without any hesitation. Are you suggesting we have now missed our opportunity to meet with him? Upon hearing Bai Li's words, Yifeng glanced around with a look of suspicion, only then realizing that he was invisible to Yifeng. He turned to Su Bo for assistance. Su Bo inquired, what time did you agree to meet? 4 hours ago, at the summit of the third peak, Yifeng replied. If I fail to appear as promised, he will undoubtedly sense a shift in plans and depart immediately. Where must I go to find him now? Su Bo asked urgently, unaware of the glint of cunning in Yifeng's eyes. Why is it that he has been searching for you while you have been safeguarding yourself? Now you suddenly assume the upper hand. What schemes are you concocting? Yifeng smiled mysteriously. What trump card do you possess? You might as well divulge it to me. For I am aware that there exists a place in Lingshan that he holds in great esteem. Exchanging glances with Bai Li, Su Bo's expression as he tilted his head toward the air sent a chill down Yifeng's spine. What are you doing? What lies there? Su Bo remained silent, causing Yifeng's hair to stand on end. He gazed intently towards Su Bo's right, where he could only see the mask submerged in nutrient solution. Yifeng growled, are you attempting to frighten me deliberately? Of course not. Su Bo suddenly pivoted, approaching the row of vessels. These masks must have taken considerable effort to create. I wonder how easy it was to concoct the nutrient solution. As he spoke, he placed his hand on one of the vessels, causing Yifeng's complexion to turn pale. What are you attempting to do? Nothing much. Since I can no longer attend the rendezvous, I might as well have a delightful encounter with you, Su Bo remarked. Why not share some tales about you and your employer? I might consider preserving these items in that case. Yifeng never anticipated this towering figure would be so devious. Do not touch them. I have spent decades perfecting the formulation of these nutrient solutions. Please, do not disturb them. Su Bo's hand slipped, and the glass vessel nearly tumbled to the ground. He swiftly caught it, exclaiming, goodness, that was close. Yifeng's heart plummeted and then soared again. The shock nearly caused him to spit blood. You, One should not let anger take hold in old age. Also, you would do well to soften your voice. Should I be startled, I might inadvertently loosen my grip, with consequences that would be all too evident. Su Bo shook the glass vessel in his hand, causing the masks within to rise and fall with the liquid's motion. The thin skin of the masks transformed, displaying a myriad of expressions. Bai Li's spirit, witnessing this, stood there, utterly dumbfounded, with Su Bo having seized Yifeng's vital point, and his cherished possessions under Su Bo's control. Yifeng's demeanor finally softened. What is it you wish to know? How did you come to know your employer? Su Bo inquired. 15 years ago, a divergence of opinions arose between my senior sister and myself, leading to a furious outburst from my master, who unceremoniously discarded the meticulously cultivated nutrient solutions I had devoted myself to. This act galvanized my resolve to sever ties with my sect and pursue my own techniques. That peculiar individual seemed to sense my intentions. He assured me that if I served him, he would provide me with all the funding necessary for my research, a prospect I had longed for. Lacking financial resources, I was unable to procure essential research equipment, so I began to heed his commands. Periodically, he would instruct me to alter his appearance, yet he never divulged the nature of his endeavors. Only recently did he assign me a group of individuals and instruct me to locate someone named Su Bai and bring him before him. Yifeng offered a melancholic smile, remarking, "This is all I know." Su Bai, convinced of the truth in his words, pondered why he would resort to impersonation otherwise. "Tell me, over these 15 years, how many lives have you harmed? How many skins have you peeled away?" "I have never kept count," Yifeng replied hoarsely. "I merely unveil faces. I never take lives." "Nonsense. By stripping away a person's visage, you render them neither human nor ghost, a fate more dreadful than death." Su Bai shouted. "How could a master of disguise have such a wretched apprentice? She has pleaded for your life countless times, and yet you are nothing but a scoundrel. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions." Bai Li Sang interjected, "Do you intend to kill him?" "I do not kill," Su Bai responded. "There are numerous ways to punish a person. Death is a mere reprieve." Su Bai surveyed their surroundings. How did we arrive here? The surface of Lianhua Gorge appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the waters lay secrets. A barrier existed, with the water flowing only above the rocky partition. Upon leaping into the gorge, one would discover that the currents below were ever surging. Following the flow, one could reach this concealed location. I spent 3 years transforming this place into a laboratory, ensuring it was sufficiently clandestine that even if a few individuals went missing above, they would not uncover this refuge. Despite being restrained, Yifeng maintained a certain pride in his tone. "You indeed possess talent, yet it is lamentable that you squander it inappropriately." Su Bai inquired, "So how shall we exit?" "Entering is simple. Exiting, however, risks detection," Yifeng replied. "I have narrowly escaped discovery several times." Su Bai recalled the earlier mention of a monster at the bottom of the gorge, evidently stemming from Yifeng. His underwater movements had led those outside to believe a beast resided here, thus giving rise to rumors. "Do you see those 2 stones? Move them. Beneath lies an exit passage that leads directly into the mountains." Feeling weary, Yifeng reclined back. "What do you intend to do with me?" Su Bai regarded the iron bed. "I shall allow you to experience the sensation of being bound to it." With the iron chains broken, Su Bai used ropes to secure Yifeng, wrapping layer upon layer. "Do not worry, someone will arrive shortly." Su Bai retrieved his phone, only to find no signal. Realizing he would have to wait until they were outside to notify Yuqing and others. After dealing with Yifeng, Su Bai glanced at Bai Li Sang. His expression tinged with melancholy. "Are you all right?" "I don't know why, but I have a very ominous premonition," Bai Li Sang replied. "I share that sentiment." Su Bo remarked, "I fear our plans may come to naught." Yifeng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. "Who are you speaking to? Besides yourself?" Su Bo smirked mischievously. "Perhaps it is the soul of the one who has flayed your skin. They have yet to find peace and have come seeking you. Have you heard of vengeful spirits demanding retribution?" Yifeng was rendered speechless. Su Bo continued with a low hum. "In this world, there exists the realm of the afterlife, what you refer to as the underworld. One's deeds in life determine their fate after death. You may have evaded death today, but there will be an accounting to settle in the afterlife. You will face choices between ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a cauldron of oil. The decision will be yours." Chapter 338. The only one aware of the existence of the afterlife, Su Bo spoke with conviction, and his fervor began to influence Yifeng, who found himself unable to articulate a single word as a lump formed in his throat. Ignoring him, Su Bo shifted 2 stones aside, revealing a passage that allowed only one to crawl through. He immediately entered, bending low to progress forward, while Bai Li Sang followed suit. The two fell silent, unaware of how long they had been crawling. Just when Su Bo felt he might faint from exhaustion, he finally emerged from the ground, collapsing onto the earth. Gasping for breath, Bai Li Sang declared, "I sense he is near." By this time, it was already midnight, the moon shining brightly among the stars. Su Bo's mind raced, and he quickly rose to gather firewood. Bai Li Sang urged, "What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you be searching for him?" "How should I search? The 9 lotus peaks encompass 9 mountains. Since he is not at the agreed location, where else am I to look? Let us first eat and drink well, and wait for him to come to us." Su Bo lowered his head to ignite a fire, blowing vigorously until the flames finally flared, smoke rising slowly. Those at a height would surely see it. Without hesitation, Su Bo retrieved provisions to roast, while Bai Li Sang watched the young man with concern. "I apologize. They did not prepare offerings, causing you to go hungry." "It's of no consequence," Bai Li Sang replied. "I am merely a bit disheartened. After 30 years, he has indeed changed more than a little. Indeed, he has changed considerably." Su Bo bit into his ration, swallowing almost without chewing. "It is astonishing that you would sacrifice yourself for his ideals, even to the point of losing your life. Had you been born in that era, your perspective might have been different. In those times, ideals were magnified. Notions of good and evil, right and wrong, seemed devoid of standards. In the blink of an eye, everything could be overturned, and all would need to start anew. Many circumstances evoke a sense of despair. We are like cocoons, yearning to break free." Bai Li Sang gazed up at the sky, where, illuminated by the moonlight, he cast no shadow, and the forms of ghosts appeared somewhat insubstantial. Su Bo paused, shaking his head. "I truly find it beyond my comprehension. Yet, from our perspective, it seems quite normal. Kindred spirits are few, and those one can trust are even rarer. In ancient times, there were Boya and Ziqi. We consider ourselves to be akin to them in this era." Bai Li Sang stated, "I have been forthright with him, even sharing ancestral secrets, yet now I am uncertain if such transparency is wise." Su Bo took out his phone and sent the location of Yifeng to Yu Qing, urging them to clean up the mess. They, too, had their day, he chuckled. Just as Su Bo basked in his triumph, Bai Li Sang's figure suddenly quivered, and he exclaimed with excitement, "He must be here." Su Bo dropped the pastry in his hand, hastily rising. "Where?" In the chilly night, the only sound was the howling wind, which stirred the leaves to rustle. Su Bo, like a startled bird, scanned the surroundings with vigilance, but found nothing. He sat back down with irritation. "You're being overly sensitive. There's no one here." Bai Li Sang apologized. "I'm sorry, perhaps my senses are not as sharp." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound emerged from the surroundings, and those creatures, unable to bend their knees, emerged from the thicket. Su Bo swallowed hard. They had finally arrived. Standing up, he suddenly grasped the essence of the windswept, cold waters of the Yi River, and his heart trembled as he called out, "Where is Wu Xian?" His loud cry startled Wu Xian, who was shaken. It was impossible for anyone to know this secret. An elderly man with silvery white hair stepped forward. He was not tall, with a red birthmark on his forehead, drooping eyes, and hair that fell to just below his ears. His clean-shaven face was smooth, and his murky eyes and hunched back betrayed his age. He lifted his head, gazing at Su Bo. "At last, I see you." Was this face genuine or a mere illusion? Su Bo glanced at Bai Li Sang, who was staring intently at Wu Xian, murmuring, "Can you truly not see me?" It seemed this was indeed Wu Xian's true form. After 30 years, Bai Li Sang recognized his old friend despite the significant changes in appearance. However, Wu Xian was oblivious to Bai Li Sang's presence, his focus solely on Su Bo. Su Bo never anticipated that the man who had led everyone by the nose, Bai Li Sang, was merely an unremarkable old man possessing Wu Xian's memories. And he was far from the capable figure one might imagine, appearing as if he had half of himself buried in the earth, lacking vitality. With matters reaching this point, Su Bo decided to confront the situation boldly. "Wu Xian, I presume I should address you as such. You've certainly harmed many under Bai Li Sang's name." Wu Xian's head lifted slightly. "Now that you are aware, let us be straightforward. I require you and 36 pieces of ox bones." The mention of ox bones sent a tremor through Su Bo. Cursed by Mo Xian, he had not packed 36 pieces of ox bones in his backpack. But then he thought, the ox bones were his last bargaining chip. How could he reveal them now? Su Bo chuckled, old man. You're quite the dreamer if you think I would deliver myself along with the ox bones. Besides, even if they were handed to you, would you know how to use them? I do not know. I only need you to be clear on that. Wu Xian waved his hand, and two men in black approached him, effortlessly lifting the tall Su Bo. One of them went to retrieve Su Bo's backpack. Su Bo's heart raced at the thought of the positioning device hidden in his shoe. He wondered if it had been compromised at Lianhua Jian's. Did Yu Qing and the others still know where he was? The phone was also confiscated, and Su Bai grumbled, Do you want to strip down for a thorough check? We can do that if we wish. Wu Xian commanded, Take him away. Su Bai's eyes were blindfolded, and he could hear Bai Li Sang's anxious voice, Su Bai. Quickly tell him I'm here. Feeling himself hoisted onto someone's shoulder, Su Bai, at the height of 180 centimeters, was thoroughly dissatisfied with his predicament. As an adult, being taken away in such a humiliating manner was an unbearable memory. Noticing that Su Bai was ignoring him, Bai Li Sang had no choice but to retreat into the jade, preparing for action. Su Bai felt his body rising continuously, losing track of time, until he was unceremoniously flung onto the ground. Not merely thrown, but cast, akin to a flying dagger, with precision and efficiency. He found himself sinking into a soft mound of grass, as someone crouched down to remove his blindfold. Upon opening his eyes, he had to correct his earlier assumption. The individual was not crouching but bending at the waist, their knees standing upright, making a crouching position impossible. You will meet Mr. Bai Li at dawn. The man in black spoke in a robotic tone, seemingly unaffected by the mention of Wu Xian. Hey, there's no need to wait until dawn. I want to see him now, Su Bai insisted. Isn't he eager to meet me? The man in black, like a deaf person, completely disregarded Su Bai, exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. The house was not entirely sealed. A small window had been opened in the wall over 3 meters high. Su Bai jumped, but reaching the window was merely a dream. Such absurdities could only be accomplished by the peculiar Bai Mo Xian, whose legs seemed equipped with springs. Bai Li Sang emerged from the jade. Why didn't you tell him I was here earlier? I'm struggling to keep myself safe. You should fend for yourself. Su Bai replied, If he truly remembers you, and their SA bond from our past lives, how could he fail to see you? Yu Qing mentioned there are 3 methods to perceive a ghost. One involves external force, like dripping cow tears, which compels sight. The second is if the ghost possesses magical power, allowing them to be seen. And the third is a profound bond between the person and the ghost during their lifetime. Logically, you and Wu Xian should fall under the third category. However, exceptions exist, and now one has arisen. Su Bai refrained from continuing. For Bai Li Sang's ghostly shadow was flickering violently, a common occurrence when a spirit is agitated. Chapter 339. The cliff, Bai Li Sang said with a bitter smile. Has he truly forgotten me? Though Su Bai felt a pang of sympathy, he responded, He has already considered himself Bai Li Sang. Even when I called his name, Wu Xian, just now, he exhibited little reaction. Generally, when such a significant secret is unveiled, one should be quite agitated, shouldn't they? Bai Li Sang fell silent. And Su Bai added, I have a very bad feeling. I don't want to admit it, but I share that sentiment, Bai Li Sang confessed. What do you plan to do next? Su Bai replied, I originally had cow tears with me, but they're in my backpack, which is now in their possession. Moreover, how can I compel Wu Xian to use cow tears? For now, we can only take it one step at a time. As the dawn broke, the light streamed through the small window, revealing a brilliant blue sky. The day was not only bright, but also clear. Such splendid weather in early spring was perfect for a leisurely outing. Poor Su Bai sat on the ground, enduring the chill from a long night. Now both hungry and fatigued, he approached the door and knocked vigorously. Hey, Wu Xian, Wu Xian. The door swung open, and Su Bai stepped back as Wu Xian entered, carrying a steaming bowl of rice. The enticing aroma of the rice made Su Bai swallow involuntarily. Wu Xian chuckled, Are you hungry? Have something to eat. Warming your stomach will alleviate your fears. Ridiculous. When have I ever been afraid? Su Bai retorted, somewhat annoyed. You claim to see through people's hearts. I do not believe it. Human emotions are ever-changing and cannot be fully grasped. If you can see into the hearts of others, why can you not perceive the one person most significant to you? At that moment, Bai Li Sang darted in from the jade, aligning himself closely with Wu Xian. Were he still able to breathe, his exhalation would be palpable to Wu Xian. Bai Li Sang waved his hands before Wu Xian. Wu Xian, it is I, Bai Li. Useless. He cannot see you, Su Bai interjected. A person who claims to understand others' hearts cannot even comprehend his own. Are you willing to shed tears of an ox to see who stands before you, aside from me? No, I cannot call him a person now. He is merely a specter. Wu Xian's expression shifted significantly. He glanced back, and immediately someone retreated without making a sound. The ox tears were promptly retrieved, and without hesitation. Wu Xian let them fall. I trust you do not dare to play any tricks. The world before them turned white, and as clarity returned, Wu Xian distinctly saw Bai Li Sang. Bai Li Sang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Xian, it is I. Bai Li, it is truly I. Su Bai finally noticed a considerable change in Wu Xian's expression, his eyes reflecting disbelief mingled with a hint of restrained anger. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked figures behind him dispersed. Wu Xian's reaction astonished Bai Li Sang, who looked at him in confusion. Wu Xian, I had originally confined your soul. How did you escape? Wu Xian's tone was frigid. Bai Li Sang felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. I am free. Do you not rejoice? We brothers have reunited after a long separation, though divided by realms. But, Wu Xian, why do you treat me so coldly? There can only be one Bai Li Sang in this world. That is I, Wu Xian stated. Su Bai observed the two, noting the profound chasm that separated them beyond the divide of life and death. He quietly retreated to the side, watching the unfolding drama. Bai Li Sang, taken aback, asked, What do you mean by that? On the day of your demise, I resolve to live on in the name of both of us. I shall strive to achieve the unfinished endeavors we once shared, dedicating my utmost efforts to reach our goals. I have adopted the name Bai Li Sang, which bears dual significance. Firstly, as a descendant of the Bai family, I am more than qualified to seek the mightiest dragon vein and inherit its unparalleled essence. Secondly, I stand as the sole Bai Li Sang in this world. Since you have departed from this realm, I shall continue your legacy, living with even greater brilliance. Upon perceiving the murderous intent in Wu Xian's gaze, Bai Li Sang instinctively felt a surge of caution and retreated several paces. Su Bai, equally alarmed, hastily retrieved the jade pendant. If that is the case, why did you imprison my spirit? Bai Li Sang remained skeptical of the truth. I have heard them speak of the 7 stars soul-locking array, capable of binding a soul within its corporeal form. Indeed, it seems you have acquired some understanding. I harbor no wish for you to reincarnate. There exists but one precedent like mine in this world, and I cannot guarantee it will be the last. Should you reincarnate and, like me, eternally remember the life of Bai Li Sang, the situation would become exceedingly convoluted. I desire no one else to uncover my secrets. 30 years ago, my thoughts were far less meticulous than they are now. I confess I once held hope of resurrecting you, but after your body decayed, my perspective shifted. Bai Li Sang retorted, I am already dead, yet you still regard me as an obstacle. I have entrusted you with the most vital secrets of the Bai family, and this is how you repay me? My trust in you during your lifetime is the greatest recompense I could offer, Wu Xian replied, his palm facing downward, glowing crimson. Only those with ambition are worthy of knowing secrets. Rest assured, I shall continue to live in the name of Bai Li Sang until the world transforms. And the vision we shared 30 years ago shall undoubtedly come to fruition. On that day, I shall ignite incense at your grave to honor your spirit in the heavens. Su Bai, detecting the deadly intent in Wu Xian's eyes, hurled the jade pendant. Bai Li Sang, swiftly enter. Bai Li Sang stood resolute, allowing the pendant to fall to the ground as Wu Xian's palm struck him, scattering his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, Bai Li Sang, devoid of any attachment to his spectral form, embraced his fate with a heart rendered desolate, permitting Wu Xian to obliterate him into ashes. Enraged, Su Bai witnessed Bai Li Sang dissolve into the air and bellowed, Wu Xian, you scoundrel! Bai Li Sang's departure was as swift as his arrival. He accepted his fate with a profound sense of sorrow, betrayed by the very companion entrusted with his life. Though his heart ceased to beat, all hope of rebirth was irrevocably extinguished. Furiously, Su Bai lunged at Wu Xian. You wretch, I shall end your life. Wu Xian, appearing as an old man, effortlessly grasped Su Bai's hands and delivered a kick to his calf, causing the 6-foot-tall youth to kneel. Do you truly believe you can kill me, the chief of the 10 witches? You are no longer Bai Li Sang, nor are you Wu Xian. Your current predicament is merely an accident. You are but an ordinary old man, truly weighing yourself against the scales of fate. Su Bai's acerbic nature was fully unleashed. You scoundrel! How dare you live in the name of Bai Li Sang? By what right do you presume to do so? By my audacity, he retorted. A person capable of slaying even his closest brother will face no obstacles. Wu Xian's eyes glinted with malevolence. This is the essence of realizing one's desires, complete disregard for kin. Su Bo's heart trembled. The vital weakness they believed they had discovered in Wu Xian was his only brother, Bai Li sang. Yet they had underestimated Wu Xian, who had already transformed himself into a beast. At last, Wu Xian released Su Bo. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. The cow bone is not in your possession. That is of no consequence. With you present, your companions will surely present it to me. Such is the absurdity of camaraderie. Once I obtain the cow bone, you must lead me to the underworld. I am determined to reach the strongest dragon vein, and my wish is on the brink of realization. What was originally yours has now become entirely yours, you treacherous wretch. Su Bo spat, you madman. Every ambitious soul is indeed a lunatic. Indeed, I am a madman, destined to become an extraordinary ambitious figure, Wu Xian declared. What camaraderie? It will only hinder my progress. Bai Li sang is my Achilles heel. If you intend to use him to threaten me, I would rather end his life myself. That would be the best outcome for him. Chapter 340. Soul Harvest 1. Su Bo's fury simmered within him, yet he lacked the strength to vent it. This man had truly changed. Once, they had shared the same ideals, vowing to alter the world. Su Bo had buried Bai Li sang with genuine brotherly affection, even setting up the 7-star soul lock array and the guardian spirit serpent for him. However, time can indeed transform all. Wu Xian regarded himself as Bai Li sang, as a descendant of Bai Li Shi, allowing no one to disrupt his plans, not even the genuine Bai Li sang. Bai Li sang had been reduced to ashes, and Su Bo realized he would have to fight alone. No, that was not entirely true. This man had likely discerned the significance of the cow bone. He possessed one piece of the earth rat, and with 36 more, he could obtain the key to the dragon vein realm. He had to lure Yu Qing and the others into his trap, presenting himself as the enticing bait. Well, the meal has grown cold. It seems you need not eat. Wu Xian sneered. Stay here and await your companions. The iron door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Su Bo spat on the ground, a growl of hunger reverberating in his throat, yet he refrained from voicing it. One must not abandon their principles over a mere bowl of rice. Su Bo, you are not hungry. You are not hungry. His stomach protested with insistent growls. He clutched his belly and sat down. If only someone could present him with a soft bun, even if it were cold, anything would suffice. Perhaps the heavens had heard Su Bo's silent plea. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the 3-meter-high window. Someone was knocking. Su Bo looked up to see a small head attempting to wriggle through. It was the earth rat. Su Bo sprang to his feet, ready to call out, but remembering the guards outside, he bit his tongue. Watching eagerly as the earth rat squeezed its entire body through and secured a rope, descending leisurely to the ground. The earth rat chuckled. I didn't expect to find you here. How did you manage to come? Su Bo's stomach rumbled audibly. The field mouse produced a large pancake and said, You must be famished. Here, take this. How did you end up trapped here? It's a long story, Su Bo replied. And how did you arrive? Have you forgotten? We share a telepathic connection. I followed the same instinct that led me to you last time, sensing you were in danger. However, I was quite startled to find a cliff before me. The field mouse plopped down onto the ground, expressing relief. I thought perhaps my instincts had failed me. A cliff? Su Bo, still chewing on the pancake, nearly choked. Is there really a cliff just behind the house? Indeed. Fortunately, I climbed up along the cliff without hesitation and discovered this house. Such trivial tricks are no match for me. Su Bo cast a glance, and the field mouse quickly concealed its hands behind its back. Su Bo yanked them forward, revealing deep indentations and abrasions on the palms, blood seeping from the wounds. You truly followed me into the wolf's den. Bai Li sang is just outside. No, his true name is Wu Xian. You must leave at once. Or if he captures you, neither of us will escape unscathed. As they spoke, footsteps echoed outside. The field mouse, ever astute, climbed swiftly upwards without needing Su Bo's prompting. Pulling up the rope and pressing its body against the wall outside the window, remaining utterly still, straining to hear the commotion within. Su Bo sensed trouble upon Wu Xian's return. This man would not squander time on trivial matters. Sure enough, Wu Xian entered and seized Su Bo, exclaiming, Your companions have entered the mountains. It seems they care for you after all. Now let us fetch the ox bones. Su Bo grunted in protest as a figure in black approached from behind Wu Xian, delivering a blow to the back of Su Bo's head. He collapsed limp. and was hoisted over the black-clad figure's shoulder, following Wu Xian outside. The field mouse, upon hearing the muffled grunt and the sound of the door closing, felt a surge of anxiety. After finally locating Su Bo, he had now been taken away again. Peering down at the cliff, the field mouse pondered whether it would need to descend again. Taking a deep breath, it resolved against further risk. This was the territory of that man, and what traps lay in wait were unknown. Its life was still needed to carry news. The field mouse secured the rope and began its descent along the cliff. The climb had been arduous, yet the descent proved far easier. With each few meters slid down, it kicked against the cliff to propel itself further. The field mouse, agile and quick, soon reached the ground. As it busied itself with the rope at its waist, a hand clapped on its shoulder, startling it nearly out of its wits. Turning around, it was relieved to see Yu Qing. "How curious that you arrived so swiftly," the field mouse exclaimed. "We were puzzled as well," Yu Qing replied, gesturing upwards. They had spotted someone descending the cliff from afar, prompting them to rush over. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, they felt a sense of relief. Su Bo was imprisoned above, just taken away by Wu Xian. The field mouse glanced at the time, precisely 20 minutes ago. He exhaled deeply as he descended from the cliff, surprisingly taking 20 minutes. With a wry smile, he thought to himself, 20 minutes, and I have no idea where Su Bo has been taken. It matters not, for we know. Cui Ying held a monitor displaying a red dot in motion. This kid is rather clever. The locator is still on him and hasn't been discovered by Wu Xian. Di Lao Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is the situation with Bai Li Sang and Wu Xian? Let us move while we discuss. Bai Mo Xian glanced at the screen. Su Bo was currently positioned at Misty Mountain, part of the 9 Lotus Peaks, which comprised 9 summits. With Phoenix Mountain to the south, followed by Group Mountain, Temple Mountain, Green Mountain, Iron Mountain, Steel Mountain, Cloud Mountain, Misty Mountain, and finally Chai Mountain. With Misty Mountain located to the north, the 9 Lotus Peaks have produced high officials for generations. Yu Qing suddenly remarked, "These 9 Lotus Peaks are also renowned as a sacred site for geomancy, truly deserving of their status as a holy mountain from the Wu Xian era." "What does geomancy matter now?" Cui Ying replied impatiently. "You too. Didn't you place the ox bone in the backpack? Why is it still in your hands?" Bai Mo Xian explained. "It is unwise to deliver both items to Wu Xian simultaneously. Su Bo cannot access the deepest part of the dragon vein at present. If Wu Xian obtains the oxbone key and forces Su Bo to enter, he will perish. As long as the oxbone remains in our possession, Wu Xian is rendered helpless. Through this maneuvering, we may be able to subdue Wu Xian, allowing Su Bo to avoid peril. We are merely mitigating risks." Di Lao Shu nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, that makes sense." Cui Ying, feeling helpless, and Yu Qing, siding with Bai Mo Xian, could only sigh. Given the circumstances, we can only hope Su Bo acts wisely and prioritizes his own safety, avoiding foolishness. His value for life will surely compel him to take care of himself. Now Wu Xian seeks to leverage Su Bo to have us deliver the 36 ox bones directly to him. He waits for us at Misty Mountain. Yu Qing inquired, "I wonder how the others are preparing." Yi Rong has gone to the valley's bottom. Yi Feng, his junior disciple, will handle that. The others are already ready, and there is a mysterious guest visiting as well. A slight smile tugged at Bai Mo Xian's lips. Today promises a splendid spectacle. Misty Mountain earned its name due to the thick fog enveloping its 9 peaks. Once the fog clears, the peaks appear like a blooming lotus with 1,000 petals, with Misty Mountain being the most shrouded in mist. Now, the fog has dissipated from the other 8 peaks, leaving only Misty Mountain still cloaked in mist. When Su Bo awakened, he saw the mist at the mountain's summit. Fortunately, he could still fully utilize his knowledge of physics. He found it strange. During the autumn and winter mornings, temperatures are at their lowest, coinciding with the densest fog. It was early spring now, and morning fog was quite ordinary. However, the timing was peculiar, as it was already approaching noon, and the sun was shining from the southeast, gazing at him. The formation of fog is predicated upon 2 primary elements, temperature and humidity. When the moisture content reaches a certain threshold, the atmosphere condenses the suspended water vapor, resulting in the emergence of fog, which drastically reduces visibility. Yet, at this moment, it is midday, and the sunlight pierces through, only to vanish behind the mountain peaks, leaving no trace. Other mountains are already distinctly visible, their summits clear against the sky. In Chapter 341, Soul Retrieval 2, Su Bo finds himself cast upon the ground. his hands and feet bound, gazing up at the sky. Following Yi foam, he is once again in such a predicament. He exhales a heavy sigh, contemplating the nefarious individuals who have ensnared him, urging them to come forth without delay. Wu Xian sits cross-legged on the ground, clutching a small cauldron in which a living creature has been peering at Su Bo since earlier. A fleeting glance reveals it to be an unfamiliar entity, yet its eyes evoke a profound discomfort, akin to countless needles pricking at his skin. He clears his throat. "Hey, old wretch, how long must we wait?" "They will not come." "They will indeed arrive," Wu Xian retorts. "From my observations, a bond has formed between you. Severing it swiftly, as I did, is no simple task." Wu Xian grunts in response. "I trust in your feelings. It is best that you do as well. Should I fail to fulfill my desires? Do you believe you will survive?" Su Bo scoffs. "Without me, you shall never access the dragon vein. Do you think you can threaten me?" Wu Xian replies coldly. "Even if you cannot enter the dragon vein, it is you who will perish, not I. I stand to lose nothing." His tone is devoid of emotion, mirroring the expressions of the black-clad figures surrounding him. They appear almost mask-like, either with impassive faces or simmering anger, speaking little. Having lost many of his allies, Wu Xian is left with only these dark figures. Suddenly, Su Bo trembles slightly, perhaps due to his proximity to the ground, as he hears the distinct sound of hurried footsteps. The voice of Chueying breaks through. "Su Bo?" Finally, they have arrived. Wu Xian abruptly approaches Su Bo, crouching before him. "You should be grateful. I have never removed anyone's shoes before. You're the first." Su Bo's expression shifts as Wu Xian retrieves a positioning device from the sole of his shoe. A surge of alarm courses through Su Bo. It appears Wu Xian had known all along, biding his time until this device attracted Yu Qing and the others. This cunning old rogue is truly astute. Wu Xian discards the device onto the ground, where it shatters into countless pieces. Bai Moshuan witnesses this with a jolt of realization, and he strides forward alongside Yu Qing, a cloth bag in hand. "Wu Xian, here is what you seek. The person is already in your grasp, yet you lack the key. The 36 pieces of cow bone are right here." A thought suddenly dawns on Su Bo. When did Wu Xian come to understand the intricacies of these cow bones? Considering that Wu Xian has spent 30 years scheming, Su Bo finds an unexpected clarity. Wu Xian must have his own methods to uncover the mysteries of the cow bones. How he came to know them is irrelevant now. The crucial matter is whether he can secure this individual. Su Bo was acutely aware that although he possessed a reverse scale, his current predicament was merely a precarious existence, with the power of the reverse scale yet to recoil upon himself. He had only managed to cling to life, and the thought of wielding the power of the reverse scale with ease brought forth a bitter smile. Forcing himself into the dragon vein realm was nothing short of a path to demise. Wu Xian observed the bag of ox bones with a cold gaze, his posture suddenly straightening. "You seem alert. What of the others who accompanied you?" "Others? What others?" Bai Moshuan, though cognizant of the futility of concealing the truth from this cunning old fox, feigned innocence. "We only wish for Su Bo's safety." Falsity. Su Bo could discern the nonchalance in Bai Moshuan's words. "You deceitful fox spirit, my life is still in Wu Xian's grip. Your acting is commendable. Yet could you not at least feign concern, brotherly affection, or fear of death?" However, the youth's eyes betrayed genuine anxiety, his worry starkly evident. Wu Xian narrowed his eyes into slits, his face etched with deep lines. The ground rat murmured, "Is this truly his real face? It contrasts sharply with what I observed before." Yu Qing's hands trembled. Su Bo lay bound like a dumpling on the ground, reduced in Yu Qing's eyes to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Was the moment finally upon him? He yearned to glance upwards, but Chueying promptly grasped his hand, allowing Yu Qing to relax his heart and patiently await the opportune moment. Bai Moshuan's gaze turned steely as he suddenly hurled the cloth bag aside, scattering the ox bones within. Wu Xian's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he immediately lunged forward. At that moment, Su Bo heard a loud bang and caught sight of a flash of light on a nearby hill. The faces of the black-clad figures were now marked with astonishment as they rushed out. One among them moved the swiftest, leaping forth to catch Wu Xian's body. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing dashed away. Su Bo felt a sudden pang in his heart. Witnessing their fervent urgency stirred unexpected emotions within him. He sniffled, intending to express his gratitude, but the words that escaped him were, "Aren't you going to untie me?" Without a hint of courtesy, Bai Moshuan smacked Su Bo's forehead. "I'm in the process of untying." Save your breath. As soon as Su Bo's hands were freed, he turned to observe Wu Xian, whose body lay in a pool of blood. The ding he had been holding fell away, rolling to the side. The black-clad figure who had caught Wu Xian immediately relinquished him, allowing his body to crash to the ground, then bent to retrieve the ding. Upon discovering the living creature still inside, he broke into laughter. The other black-clad figures bypassed Wu Xian's body, encircling the one with the ding, their faces alight with delight. None paying heed to the fallen Wu Xian. Just as Su Bo had his bindings removed, he stood with the support of Yu Qing and by Ma Xuan, bewildered. What is happening here? The outcome was evident. A swift death. Have you heard of long-range shooting? Yu Qing remarked, this is Boss Tang's idea. Although Wu Xian retains the memories of his past, he possesses only the abilities of a shaman, and his body is merely that of an ordinary human. Thus, we can simplify the matter and resolve his life with a single bullet. However, this is merely the beginning. Su Bo was taken aback. What does this mean? You will know as you continue to observe, Yu Qing replied, his expression growing increasingly serious. Unsure of where to direct his gaze, Su Bo followed Yu Qing's focus, which was fixed upon Wu Xian's body. After about 15 minutes, Wu Xian finally exhaled his last breath. A white mist began to emanate from within him. Su Bo exclaimed, is that his soul? Yu Qing nodded gravely. Approaching Wu Xian's corpse, he searched diligently until he finally unearthed the 37th piece of cattle bone. Su Bo glanced at the ground, where only ordinary animal bones lay scattered. Now, the soul has finally emerged, Yu Qing observed, gazing at the fully dispersed white mist with a sense of relief. What are you all waiting for? Why not strike him down? He urged. Before Su Bo could finish his sentence, his mouth fell agape as he beheld Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan held a blue porcelain vial. As Wu Xian's ghost began to emerge, still not fully formed, Bai Zhan channeled her energy, and a white light radiated from her. Under the sunlight, it was not particularly conspicuous from a distance. It merely appeared as a faint glow. The white mist escaping Wu Xian surged towards the light and was subsequently drawn into the blue porcelain vial. Grandmother. Su Bo managed to approach on trembling legs. What brings you here? It seems you are still unaware. Perhaps you should inquire with your companions. Bai Zhan replied with a smile. I was summoned by you all. I have come to subdue this fellow. Before Bai Zhan could elaborate further, a group of men in black approached, carrying a cauldron. Su Bo promptly positioned himself behind his grandmother. Your comrades have perished. What do you intend to do now? The leader, the very man who had charged out earlier, appeared flustered. I apologize for our previous offenses. I hope you can forgive us. We are merely ordinary martial artists who were deceived into becoming bodyguards several years ago. Little did we know what calamity awaited us. We were knocked unconscious that very day, and upon waking, we found ourselves in our current predicament. Our kneecaps have been removed and replaced with steel pins. Most tragically, Chapter 342, the strange doctor, the man's face contorted in pain, and another nearby interjected, alas, you cannot articulate it, so allow me to explain. We cannot sit or lie down. We can only stand, unless Mr. Bailey provides us with an antidote. He mentioned that the antidote consists of a secretion from this little creature, which, when mixed with water and consumed, can temporarily alleviate our symptoms. However, due to its limited quantity, to fully rid ourselves of this affliction, we must remain close to him. Otherwise, we shall never find peace in our lives. Another spoke, stating that while standing during the day might be bearable, by nightfall, even lying in bed becomes impossible. We are left with no choice but to sleep on our feet. A most uncomfortable predicament. The most humiliating moment arrives when nature calls, and he can no longer contain himself. He merely gestures with his hand, and the leader remarks that due to this, we must heed his commands. However, over the years, his only request has been for us to gather information on his behalf. We have traversed various locales tirelessly, and only recently has he summoned us all to his side, claiming a special mission awaits us. After this task, he promises to grant us our freedom and relieve us of our afflictions. I observe that a few among us are not ordinary individuals, and now only this matter remains. I wonder if this man, despite being a male, might lend us assistance. With a resolute expression, he declares that if we could kneel, he would willingly bow his head in apology, accepting any punishment for past grievances. Yu Qing whispered a few words into Bai Mo Xian's ear. At first, Bai Mo Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before responding. Chuiying, you and Yu Qing take them to find my mother. Let her devise a solution. Is Auntie also here? Su Bo inquired. only to receive a scornful glance from Bai Xian. Behind them, the sound of steady footsteps approached. Upon turning, Su Bo beheld a man clad in military attire, approximately 35 or 36 years old, exuding an air of righteousness and carrying a rectangular box. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Bo, this man is a sniper. The imposing figure approached with a stoic expression, shouldering the corpse of Wu Xian as he stated, "I shall take my leave first." With that, he departed, leaving Su Bo curious about his identity, as he had not been present at the last meeting. Not all members are permitted to attend the meetings of the aide organization. One must attain a certain internal rank to participate. The four of us had been granted special permission to attend last time, thanks to the approval of Uncle San. Bai Xian remarked, "We must now proceed to rendezvous with the main forces." Bai Chong, gazing at the bottle in her hand, wore a grave expression. "I will go ahead and transfer Wu Xian's soul to the netherworld. Su Bo, I shall return to find you." The urgency of my grandmother perplexed me, prompting a question to Bai Xian. Is this grand invitation of the aide officials solely to capture Wu Xian's soul? Of course, the matter is far more intricate. Bai Xian explained, the aide officials are merely fulfilling specific tasks. Ordinary souls do not warrant their intervention. Unfortunately, while the netherworld collaborates with us, it refuses to divulge the full truth. Yet, I harbor certain suspicions. Regardless of how many times Wu Xian's spirit reincarnates, it invariably retains the memory of its identity. Once the reincarnation curse is removed, there remains but one explanation. This individual has exploited a loophole in the netherworld, which is now merely rectifying its oversight. Su Bo's understanding of the netherworld is limited to its existence within the realm of yin and yang, and that hand beckoning to him. He shook his head, pondering. If the netherworld can err, does that not herald chaos in the realm of yin and yang? Indeed, Bai Xian abruptly expressed his impatience. "Have you finished your inquiries? Shall we not hasten our journey?" "Yes, we must," was the unequivocal reply. Su Bai spoke with irritation. "You can barely say a few words without gasping for breath. I truly cannot tolerate you. Furthermore, your performance just now was abysmally poor." Bai Moshuan let out a soft grunt, completely ignoring Su Bai, and had already advanced a considerable distance ahead. With no other choice, Su Bai hastened to follow. The major forces Bai Moshuan mentioned were located near Lianhua Stream. In addition to the members of the Inrin organization, those men in black from earlier were now surrounding Fu Yu, casting pitiful glances at her while maintaining a significant distance from others. The sniper was also present, meticulously attending to a corpse, his expression grave. Su Bai found himself curious whether the heart of that individual still beat. Bai Yi and Tang Sin looked upon him as one would a triumphant child returning home, while Lei Zi leaped directly in front of them. "Well done, young lad. You've performed admirably." Su Bai smiled wryly. "Master Lei, please refrain from mocking me. Aside from being thrown to the ground several times, I hardly feel I have accomplished anything of note." "Not so. Yifeng's misdeeds are indeed your merit, and no one can take that from you." Lei Zi chuckled. "If that fellow could truly reform, we wouldn't have needed to send him to prison." In truth, it was exceedingly difficult. Bai Yi approached. "Finding evidence of his crimes is an arduous task. We struggle even to locate the victims. The best outcome we can hope for is his enlightenment. Otherwise what?" Su Bai sensed an ominous premonition upon seeing Bai Yi's expression. To prevent him from causing further chaos, the only solution was to sever his hands. Bai Yi smiled slightly. "It's merely sacrificing his hands. This is also a rule of the disguised sect." Su Bai stuck out his tongue, recalling the masks he had seen submerged in the nutrient solution, and promptly inquired, "What became of those masks soaked in the nutrient solution?" The disguised sect was furious. All of them had been discarded. Without the nutrient solution, the masks would desiccate, ultimately becoming mere dead skin. Yifeng remained in a state of rage, refusing to admit his faults. It seemed he could not escape the fate of having his hands severed. No sooner had Bai Yi finished speaking than a scream pierced the air, followed by a figure rushing into the cave with a first aid kit. Su Bai was horrified. The source of that voice was none other than Yifeng. Momentarily stunned, he ventured into the cave, where Yifeng writhed on the ground, his body contorted in agony, blood splattering against the walls, the metallic scent overwhelming. The disguised sect held a machete in her hand, her expression scarcely better. Her eyes were reddened, tears threatening to spill forth. A young man burst in, swiftly tending to Yifeng's wounds. If left unchecked, Yifeng would undoubtedly bleed to death. The young man worked with remarkable speed, retrieving medication from the kit with precision, halting the blood flow in a short span, and securely bandaging Yifeng's wounds. There, the bleeding has stopped. The wound will require some time to heal. Yifeng, enduring immense pain, gazed at the disguised sect. Sister, you are so ruthless. The machete slipped from her grasp, and her tears cascaded down. Junior brother, I do this for your own good. If you remain obstinate, you will lose not only your hands, but also your life. Our master passed away without a glance back at you. The one he cared for most in his final moments was you. If I were to perish, what would become of you? Yifeng lay on the ground, surprisingly quiet, his eyes wide as he gazed at the rock wall above, not uttering a word. Yirong continued, Junior brother, you may blame me for my cruelty, but I shall take good care of your future. Whether you wish it or not, I will remain by your side. I, Yirong, vow today that I shall never marry, dedicating my remaining years to your care. You need not worry. By the way, Subai, you are here too, so you shall be my witness. Subai could only nod in response. Yifeng smiled and turned to Yirong. This is what you said, sister. I detest you for this. I feel quite satisfied holding you back for the rest of your life. Yirong paused momentarily before laughing. Continue to hate me and continue to hold me back. Just make sure you don't die before me. You must live well. Yifeng replied fiercely. Observing the hands still moving on the ground, Subai felt a wave of nausea overcome him. Hearing the exchange between Yifeng and Yirong sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to retreat swiftly. The doctor, carrying a box, hurried after him and seized Subai's hand without hesitation. Surprised, Subai exclaimed, What are you doing? Chapter 343. Fatal Destiny, I heard you are quite special. I merely wish to see, the doctor said with a mischievous grin. Can I refuse? You've already grabbed my hand. Please hurry, if anyone sees us. They might think we're up to something, Subai replied decisively. The doctor grunted and released Subai's hand. Indeed, your pulse is quite unique. Though he did not need to say it, Subai already knew. His mother had been aware of it long ago. Is there anything else? I shall take my leave. Hey, remember my name. I am Lu Shangxing, the doctor pointed to himself. When you die, be sure to inform me. I must perform your autopsy. Is that how you speak? Subai thought to curse, but Lu Shangxing had already slipped away, seemingly anticipating Subai's reaction. Xiaoning approached, laughing. Now you've witnessed Lu's prowess. Remember, he once said similar things to Tang Sanqing. Don't take it seriously. I believe he is the only one capable of rivaling Mo Xian's sharp tongue. Indeed, he seemed formidable. Why wouldn't he provoke Bai Mo Xian? Subai felt a surge of frustration. He wished to confront him, but Bai Mo Xian had never acknowledged him. Suddenly, Xiao Ning's eyes widened. Oh. Today he seems eager to try. Subai rushed over, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He saw Lu Shangxing approach Bai Mo Xian, first touching his nose, then speaking. I want to reiterate, if you die, you must get lost. Bai Mo Xian replied, smiling at Lu Shangxing. Otherwise, I shall personally rip out your tongue. Not cut or sever, but rip it out with my hands, more effective than your scalpel. Lu Shangxing's face turned pale, and he left in a huff. Subai burst into laughter, suddenly feeling that Bai Mo Xian was impressively formidable. He mused that Lu Shangxing must be someone of significance. For those who infiltrated the shadowy organizations were never ordinary individuals. Xiao Ning, noticing Subai's keen interest in Lu Shangxing, promptly introduced. That fellow is the most renowned surgeon in Asia, a medical maverick who firmly believes in the existence of extraterrestrial life. He harbors a profound fascination for unique human anatomies, so it is quite normal for him to utter such statements. Subai stood in awe, and at that moment, he observed the black-clad individuals surrounding Fu Yu collapsing to the ground, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Fu Yu cradled a ding in his hands, the live worms within it having vanished, leaving the vessel empty. It appeared that Fu Yu had successfully unraveled Wu Xian's trickery. The black-clad figures dispersed, and Fu Yu approached with a smile, even boasting about the ding he held. This is quite an antique. Bai Yi, consider yourself fortunate. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Refraining from reaching out, are you certain there are no issues? The creatures within were juvenile boa constrictors, which would not grow larger. Wu Xian claimed that the mucus secretions of the boa could alleviate the symptoms of these individuals, but in truth, the opposite was accurate. The secretions would render their bodies rigid. However, there existed a counteracting substance, the blood of the boa itself. Fu Yu remarked, just now, I had them drink the boa's blood. Although their knees may be beyond repair, it will be easy for them to lie down and rest afterward. Truly impressive, Fu Yu, Tang Sancheng sighed. Fu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Here you go again. Is it a sin to speak the truth? Tang Sancheng helplessly glanced at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, do speak a word of fairness. Bai Yi turned instead to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, do keep your Tang Sancheng in check. Xiao Ning chuckled as he took Tang Sancheng's hand, leading him aside. The interaction among these individuals deeply moved Su Bai. What a heartwarming scene. He wondered when the four of them might share such camaraderie. However, upon seeing Bai Mo Xian, he immediately abandoned that thought. Could they truly experience affection with that fellow around? Su Bai found himself at a loss for words to describe him. At that moment, the crowd began to disperse, and Dr. Liu hastily departed with his medical kit. Yirong carried Yifeng on his back as they exited the cave. Seeing this, Su Bai felt a pang of sorrow. Yirong, must you leave now? Yirong replied, in truth, I have not been of much assistance. I came solely to take my junior brother away. He is injured and requires proper recuperation. I will take him to a quieter place. He will no longer trouble you in the future, I assure you, Yirong added. Bai Yi interjected, should anything arise, remember to reach out to us. I know, Yirong smiled. After all, we are old friends, and you are my only option. As they bid farewell to the pair of senior and junior disciples, others began to leave as well, including the sharpshooter and the mole, who was carrying Wu Xian's corpse. Su Bai immediately inquired, where is he taking the body? Naturally, it must be dealt with. Let us not forget that Wu Xian lived under the guise of the explorer by Li Sang. Regardless of how discreetly he operated, disappearing is an entirely different matter. We need to provide the outside world with a satisfactory explanation, Bai Yi elucidated. The sharpshooter is not only adept at sniping, but can also expertly handle and even alter wounds. It is time for us to depart as well. Yu Qing and Chuang approached. As Su Bai turned around, he immediately beheld the misty mountains, where the fog still lingered. He couldn't help but ponder. How curious it is that the mist atop the mountain persists. Tang Sancheng replied, this is due to the abundant water sources present there. The mountaintop is indeed an unusual phenomenon, as we discovered upon our ascent. Su Bai remained somewhat unclear about the organization's plans. On the return journey, the others provided him with a detailed explanation. As for Su Bai, his primary objective was to deliver himself into Wu Xian's hands. The others were not idle. They employed a positioning device to track Su Bai's location while simultaneously orchestrating their own preparations. Among the members of the organization, the sharpshooter was tasked with the principal mission, having stealthily followed the group while seeking the ideal vantage point, aiming for a single, decisive shot. Equally crucial were the members skilled in disguise, who possessed diving licenses. Upon receiving Su Bai's message, they ventured deep into the Lotus Gorge to retrieve Yifeng. Su Bai was already aware of the subsequent events. As for Yu Qing and the others, they diligently pursued Su Bai's whereabouts. The cow bone they carried was merely ordinary animal bone, serving to stall for time during Wu Xian's conversation. When the sharpshooter reached the optimal shooting position, a signal was promptly dispatched, prompting Bai Mo Xian to cast aside the bone. The sharpshooter succeeded, and amidst this, an unexpected presence emerged, an agile little mouse, whose nimble nature fortunately did not disrupt their meticulous arrangement. Lu Shangsheng was responsible for the care of the group. However, he felt somewhat disheartened, as he was needed by no one except for Yifeng. In his boredom, he began to tease Su Bai and Bai Mo Xian. Bai Yi and the others played the role of strategic masterminds, overseeing everything from behind the scenes. Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. So, I am the one charging into battle? Indeed, you should consider it an honor. Never before has such a young individual held such a significant role, Bai Yi chuckled. How does it feel? To escape death? Now that I have entered the Dragon Vein realm, my demise seems inevitable. Though reluctant, I find myself powerless to alter my fate. By the way, what shall I do about the key? Su Bai inquired. My mother instructed me to visit the antique shop, intending to ensure my survival. Clearly, the current situation has exceeded her expectations. With Wu Xian now deceased, can I not embrace a new beginning? Su Bai contemplated. If only Su were still here. If she were an ordinary girl, this would be the moment for the brightest future together. Alas, with Wu Xian dead, it seemed the story was far from over. Tang Sancheng remarked, as for you, upon your return, I shall need to calculate your fate and determine your path. Should your destiny prove stable, you need not tread the Dragon Vein realm again, for with the Gong family's protection, you may find your liberation. Chapter 344. Meng Pasup Su Bai felt a mix of joy and curiosity. With Wu Xian dead, could there be more to this? Tang Sancheng merely shook his head. It is indeed rare for the underworld to propose cooperation so swiftly. They dispatched a messenger to escort his soul away urgently right after Wu Xian's demise. There must be some intrigue surrounding Wu Xian's spirit. Reflecting on the hasty departure of his grandmother, Su Bai felt a twinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, matters had finally reached a conclusion, and he joyfully returned to the antique shop. Tang Sancheng offered a glimpse into Su Bai's fate, revealing both joy and concern. The uplifting news was that Su Bai's destiny had been altered. Yet the troubling aspect was the presence of an impending calamity. An impending calamity? Su Bai mused. This time, Boss Tang, you mentioned I would experience death before rebirth. However, I have yet to encounter a moment of near death. Suddenly, Su Bai shook his head. No, I must correct myself. There was such a moment at Lianhua Gorge. Had it not been for the fortuitous mischief of Bai Li Sang's spirit, I might have already had my skin flayed by Yi Feng. At this point, I would not know whether I was alive or dead. Bai Li Sang's spirit, unable to control its own powers, acted entirely by chance. As this realization struck him, Su Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of peril. Tang Sancheng chuckled softly. The calamity you are destined to face will soon arrive. Within a month, a grave illness or a significant disaster. Shui Ying inquired, noticing Su Bai's face turning an amusing shade of purple. The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. Tang Sancheng replied, glancing at the time. Su Bai, having passed this trial, you ought to share the news with Bai Ling. We must also find Gong Yin to inform him of this outcome. They should be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Regrettably, we have yet to discover a remedy for their condition, preventing them from seeing the light of day once more. The mention of Bai Ling filled Su Bai with excitement. Having sidestepped danger, he promptly exited the antique shop, hurrying home. As he approached the intersection, he instinctively glanced around, fearful of inadvertently stepping into the realm of yin and yang. Fortunately, as dusk fell and the crowd surged, Su Bai chuckled at his own growing timidity. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Upon entering the house, Su Bai grasped this truth, for Bai Ling immediately sprang before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, examining him thoroughly. Once assured of his vitality, Bai Ling burst into laughter. Truly, you are my son, returned safe and sound. If it were Bai Mo Xian, you would be even happier, wouldn't you? Su Bai teased intentionally. Of course, I would be more delighted if you entered with Bai Mo Xian. Bai Ling beamed at the thought, her joy evident. Yet, I was the last to learn of your mission. What are these people thinking? Do they believe I would weep? One can shed tears even during a melodrama. Mother, you are truly remarkable, Su Bai thought, lamenting the absence of his father, who was away on a training assignment for a month, leaving him disappointed. Does this mean I cannot savor the soup made by Dad? Fear not, your father has made arrangements. We need not worry about our daily meals. Bai Ling exclaimed with excitement, leading Su Bai to the kitchen and opening the refrigerator. This is our dinner for tonight. I did not anticipate your return today, so the selection is a bit sparse. We can make do, and the hotel will send new supplies tomorrow. Su Bai was left speechless. Did his mother ever cook? Had she ever washed dishes? Well, perhaps there were a few instances in the span of his memory over the past decade, but he could surely count them on his fingers and toes. Did you anticipate my arrival? Baizhong suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. What drama are you performing now? Her unexpected presence startled Balan, who exclaimed, Mother, you didn't climb through the window again, did you? No, your front door was ajar. You should be grateful it wasn't a thief who walked in, Baizhong replied with a hint of sarcasm. Without my foolish son-in-law, how would you manage? Balan sighed in resignation. Mother, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Please don't start criticizing me right away. Why do you have to stand beside that silly giant? He is not silly, he is kind-hearted. What man, faced with our entire family, could remain so composed? Baizhong lightly tapped Balan's forehead, as if she were still the young girl of yesteryears. I, too, am feeling famished. The dishes may be few, but there is plenty of rice. Balan hurried to prepare the meal, casting a glance at her mother and son in the living room, wistfully thinking how wonderful it would be if Soda Hong were here as well. Grandma, Su Bai called out, prompting Baizhong to say, You must be wondering why I am so eager to take away Wu Xian's spirit, right? I am here on official business. The underworld has formally extended an invitation to you, as they require your assistance. Why? Su Bai asked, perplexed. Is it related to Wu Xian? This is a long story. Baizhong replied, but I have decided to finish my meal first. Immediately, Su Bai's expression fell. Baizhong added, I simply want your mother to hear this as well. Subai had no choice but to be patient. Once the dishes were served, he did not rush to grab his chopsticks as usual, but instead looked at Baizhong with a pitiful expression. Baizhong took a bite of her food, nodded, and then leisurely remarked, "Have you heard of Meng Po's soup in the underworld? All spirits sent here to prepare for reincarnation are first brought to a place governed by Meng Po, where they drink a forgetfulness soup that erases their memories of past lives. Meng Po oversees this soup, which is concocted from herbs gathered from the mortal realm, resulting in a brew that is neither entirely alcoholic nor non-alcoholic, encompassing the 5 flavors of sweet, bitter, spicy, sour, and salty. All spirits who are escorted there must partake of this brew. If any cunning spirit refuses to drink, sharp blades will emerge from beneath their feet, ensnaring their limbs, and a steel pipe will be thrust into their throat, compelling them to consume the soup. After drinking the soup, all spirits are then pushed onto a bitter bamboo floating bridge, embarking on the path of reincarnation." As Baizhong finished her explanation, Subai furrowed his brow. "Is there a problem at this stage?" Indeed, Baizhong confirmed. There was an error with the soup consumed by Wu Xian. Mengpa has already faced consequences for this matter. After his reincarnation, Wu Xian has retained the knowledge of his past identity, and surprisingly, he still remembers those sorceries. Baizhong sighed. The ghost messengers are not infallible. They can make mistakes. Meng Po was actually a Buddhist during the Western Han Dynasty. She lived her life as a vegetarian and taught others not to kill, preserving her chastity. After her passing, the underworld recognized her and appointed her as a ghost messenger, a role she has fulfilled for thousands of years. The issue with Wu Xian is unrelated to her. It was, in fact, a mistake made by her predecessor in brewing the soup. However, that predecessor has long since reincarnated, leaving this mess for her to resolve. The task given by the underworld is quite simple. She must rectify the error. Meng Po, a person of unwavering integrity and honesty, despite the fact that the origins of her burdens were not of her own making, believed that one must fulfill their duties in their position. Hence, she resolutely took on the responsibility, determined to make amends, awaiting the demise of Wu Xian to put her plans into action. However, the current Meng Po's soup had lost its efficacy on Wu Xian. Upon his subsequent reincarnation, the underworld soon discovered that Wu Xian retained the memories of all his past lives, innately aware that he was indeed the foremost among the 10 sorcerers. Bailing commented, "This Meng Po is quite persistent. Had she delegated some of the responsibility, she would not be shouldering this burden for so many years. The essence of one's character remains unchanged in life and death, a fundamental truth that cannot be altered." Bai remarked, "Meng Po's tenacity in life persists even after death, which is why she endeavored to improve her soup. The enhanced version proved to be even more effective. Souls consuming it had no recollection of their past affairs." "Grandmother, what distinguishes the improved Meng Po soup?" Subai inquired. Previously, the soup was merely a concoction of various forgetfulness-inducing herbs from the mortal realm. But Meng Po discovered that its effects were not significant. Therefore, she incorporated tears into the mixture, Bai explained. "Everyone has wept during their lifetime, whether from joy or sorrow, pain or hate, or from longing and love. These tears are the very essence of wanting a fresh start." Meng Po ventured into the mortal realm to collect various tears, blending them into the original concoction, resulting in a notably superior effect, though regrettably, it brought no change to Wu Xian. Chapter 345. The Pearl of the Underworld. Bai further elaborated. After the soup proved ineffective on Wu Xian, the underworld found itself in a quandary. Some ghostly officials suggested that Wu Xian be retained in the underworld as a ghostly envoy, never to reincarnate again. This would resolve the issue before any severe consequences arose. However, Wu Xian adamantly refused, asserting that he had committed no wrongs in life and would adhere to the underworld's regulations, fulfilling his posthumous obligations. The underworld's proposition was a blatant abuse of power, and with such a label affixed to them, they had no choice but to abandon the idea. Although some had proposed forcibly shattering Wu Xian's soul, the king of hell deemed that such an act, if publicized, would symbolize the incompetence of the underworld. Moreover, such actions before Wu Xian had caused any turmoil would only serve as ammunition for criticism. Subai nearly spat out his mouthful of rice, exclaiming, "Goodness! The underworld is truly entangled, mirroring the mortal realm in every way." Bai Ling nodded. "The only difference lies in the form of existence. Otherwise, there is little distinction. Conflicts arise, differing viewpoints emerge, and contradictions are inevitable. So, Does that mean Wu Xian is allowed to reincarnate? Bai Ling queried, as he savored a lion's head meatball. He is indeed allowed to reincarnate, but not without oversight. There are always ghostly officials monitoring his activities, ready to summon his soul back to the underworld upon his death, while also ensuring he does not disrupt the balance between the realms. Fortunately, he reincarnated repeatedly without causing significant disturbances until this lifetime, when he encountered Bai Li Sang. Su Bo let out a soft exclamation and promptly set down his chopsticks. Considering the passage of time, it became evident that Wu Xian had experienced numerous cycles of reincarnation, many of which unfolded amidst chaos. His heart brimmed with resentment, and it was clear he was aware of the scrutiny from the underworld, hence his reluctance to act recklessly. We, too, have come to this conclusion. Bai Yin remarked that the more cycles he endured, the greater his repression grew, ultimately reaching a critical point upon encountering Bai Li Sang. From Bai Li Sang, he discovered the existence of places steeped in dragon veins, historically revered by various dynasties. Should he reach such a realm, he could undoubtedly ascend to dominion over the world, allowing him to orchestrate it according to his vision. Su Bo stated that his eruption commenced in this life, bolstered by memories of sorcery. His purported ability to perceive the depths of human hearts was not a manifestation of supernatural prowess, but rather a recollection of past experiences. Having observed the vicissitudes of human existence, thus grasping the essence of humanity, Bai Ling let out a sound of surprise, gazing at his son. I must say, young man, your time spent with Yu Qing and others has seemingly matured you significantly. You appear to embody the essence of adulthood now, which is commendable. Mother, could you please be a bit more serious? Su Bo retorted with a scoff. I have long since reached adulthood. Your son merely prefers not to overshadow others with his intellect. If I were to assert my presence too strongly, it would diminish the enjoyment of those around me. Would it not? Go away, Bai Ling playfully chided, then turned to his mother, asking, Mother, does that mean the underworld has been aware of Wu Xian's plans all along? Why have they permitted him to act with impunity for these 30 years? This is something I only recently discovered. It turns out the underworld's emissaries overseeing Wu Xian have been rotating roles, each possessing different pieces of information. Due to a lack of communication, the information has never been presented cohesively. Moreover, Wu Xian is no ordinary individual. He has discerned that the underworld comprises different regions. In broad terms, the overseers of the Western underworld differ from those of the East. Once he learned this, he immediately ventured abroad, leaving the underworld powerless to intervene. Operating outside his designated area was unfeasible, yet this allowed him to evade capture, with the underworld left waiting for his natural demise. Su Bo and Bai Ling were taken aback by this revelation. A thought suddenly crossed Su Bo's mind, and he blurted out, Could it be that the one governing the Western underworld is that individual? I know what you are thinking. Indeed, it is him, Bai Yin replied with a knowing smile. Su Bo could not help but curse. Darn, the division of regions is indeed quite clear. If my elder sister... I mustn't speak carelessly about that. Let us not dwell on this. I can roughly deduce the subsequent developments. Bai Li Sang, in an effort to evade the underworld's gaze, has ceased to act personally, instead opting to cultivate a variety of allies to serve his interests. He has also strived to consolidate all available power within the nation, such as the Skeleton Society. With Wu Xian's foundation, entering the Skeleton Society this lifetime would be effortless for him. Its members are either affluent or of noble descent, allowing him to exploit their resources and operate freely under Bai Li Sang's name. Bai Ling exchanged a glance with Bai Cheng, acknowledging the child's remarkable cognitive abilities. Could it be that he truly wished to articulate his thoughts, yet hesitated to do so? Su Bai continued, throughout this process, he has leveraged the connections he established domestically with the local informants, particularly the more significant role played by Lao San, whom he directly brought abroad. Adding to this was Dai Jieli, who became his staunch ally. Yet, his ambitions did not cease there. He periodically returned to scout for new candidates. From the distant Yifeng to the nearby Yi Chongqing, as well as those shadowy figures in black. The entanglement with Dai Jieli is a tale in itself, extending from one generation to the next. In summary, the Dai family has encountered sheer misfortune, having fallen victim to Wu Xian, resulting in their demise, not by fate, but by insatiable curiosity. Bai Ling nodded. Curiosity killed the cat. Su Bai, pondering Dai Jieli, inquired, What has become of her spirit? She has already reincarnated, Bai Cheng replied. This unfortunate girl fulfilled her last wish before her death, confessing her feelings to Bai Mashwan. Although she received no response, one could say she departed without regrets. Su Bai remarked, "Our eventual encounter with Wu Xian marks a conclusion to this chapter. It is a pity for Bai Li Sang, a man of true integrity, who met such a tragic fate. Had he not revealed the secret of the Bai and Gong families' shared governance, many subsequent events might have been avoided. Yet, he too breached his promises, making this outcome somewhat expected." Bai Cheng reflected, "Despite recently learning these truths, I still find life's uncertainties overwhelming. The fickleness of fate is astonishing, influenced by myriad factors." Bai Ling interjected, "Man can triumph over destiny. Mother, you have always taught me not to be overly pessimistic. There's no need to persuade me further. Now, Su Bai, my purpose in returning is to invite you to the underworld." Bai Cheng explained, "Given our relationship, it is deemed most appropriate for me to extend this invitation." "Me? What role could I possibly play?" Su Bai questioned. "Currently, Wu Xian's spirit is imprisoned in the underworld. We have reached a consensus. He must not be allowed to reincarnate. However, he is exceedingly arrogant, threatening that if he cannot reincarnate, he will shatter into oblivion, refusing to submit otherwise. His obstinacy suggests he possesses some assurance. Despite our efforts, we have been unable to extinguish his spirit. What relevance does this have to me?" Su Bai remained perplexed. "The underworld seeks to harness your unique power," Bai Cheng clarified. "They wish to temporarily unleash your strength to ensure Wu Xian's obliteration and bring an end to this calamity. Will this have any repercussions for Su Bai?" Bai Ling asked. "There was Qing Lian, who tragically perished due to her inability to control her power. Mother, it's not selfishness. I cannot bear the thought of Su Bai taking risks. He is my only son and your sole grandson." "I understand." Bai Zhaohua smiled slyly. "Of course, I would never recklessly send my grandson into danger. Instead, I have procured something splendid for Su Bai." Curiosity sparked within Su Bai. "Grandma, have you negotiated with the underworld?" Chapter 346. The Underworld Pearl. "Too, though I can be considered a denizen of the underworld, they cannot compare to my dear grandson," Bai Zhaohua declared proudly. "Do you know that the underworld possesses several treasures that ordinary individuals cannot obtain? This time, they sought your assistance and, without hesitation, presented one of their prized possessions. Come, let me show you." Bai Zhaohua retrieved a small box, opening it to reveal a diminutive pearl, the size of a pinky finger, with a luster reminiscent of a pearl. Just as Bai Ling reached out to grasp it, Bai Zhaohua swiftly struck his hand away, saying, "You are still clumsy. This is not something you can handle. Su Bai, you should take it." Bai Ling rolled his eyes. "Not only do you look down on me, but you make it glaringly obvious." Su Bai, his curiosity piqued, immediately reached out as his grandmother commanded. The moment his fingers brushed the pearl, it emitted a soft white glow, adhering to Su Bai's fingertip. As he lifted his hand, the pearl felt remarkably smooth against his skin. "What is the purpose of this pearl?" Su Bai inquired. "Swallow it," Bai Zhaohua instructed. "It will protect your heart's pulse." For ordinary individuals, ingesting it would result in bloating, akin to swallowing gold, leading only to demise. However, you are different. It can aid in resisting the power of the reverse scales. Am I not even allowed to touch it? Bai Ling protested slightly. Bai Zhaohua extended her right hand, revealing burn marks on her thumb and index finger. "Fortunately, my grip was loose. Otherwise, these fingers would have been scorched." Bai Ling gasped, realizing that the seemingly ordinary pearl possessed an intense heat. Meanwhile, Su Bai felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of swallowing the pearl. Bai Zhaohua urged him, "Would I harm you, dear? Hurry and swallow it." Resolute, Su Bai placed the pearl in his mouth, swallowing it forcefully without water. He could even sense the pearl sliding down his throat. As it reached the end of his esophagus, he likened it to swallowing a large pill. It felt slightly constricted, yet nothing unusual occurred. Just as he was about to speak, a warm current began to spread throughout his body, bringing immense comfort. Observing Su Bai's reaction, Bai Zhaohua knew the effect had commenced and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the underworld possesses remarkable treasures. "What is the name of this item?" Bai Ling inquired. "The Underworld Pearl," Bai Zhaohua replied. "It is known as such, though some refer to it as the patterned white pearl. For instance, Meng Pa often claims that the Underworld Pearl is the purest of treasures, and only those with the purest hearts can truly digest it." Bai Zhaohua remarked. "Who would have thought my grandson is the very embodiment of purity she speaks of?" Reflecting on Xiao Shan, Su Bai shook his head. "I am not worthy. Regardless of worthiness, You have successfully digested it. Now, it is time to assist the underworld. You cannot refuse this request from your grandmother. With a grandmother in need, I, as her grandson, must undoubtedly oblige. However, may I truly venture into the underworld? I hope they won't say no entry and compel me to drink the nectar of the other shore flowers. Subo recalled what his grandmother had once said. If a living person inadvertently enters the realm of the underworld, they would be forcibly fed the nectar of the other shore flower, a substance that could inflict damage upon the brain, causing one to lose fragments of their previous memories. Child, fret not, for I am here. Come midnight, I shall guide you across, she assured him. Baija stretched lazily, casting a glance at the remnants of their meal on the table before shifting her gaze toward Bai Ling. What? Do you still require my assistance in tidying up? Bai Ling waved his hand dismissively. No need, someone will take it away tomorrow. Naturally, someone will wash it. Baija sighed in resignation. You are truly fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable man as Su Dahong, even accepting that your wife is a descendant of the dragon lineage. It is he who is fortunate, Bai Ling retorted. Mother, why do you always protect him? He is no longer a new son-in-law. We are merely an old married couple now. Bai Ling, undeterred, expressed, initially, I wed him for his honesty. A man need not be extraordinarily exceptional. He abruptly ceased his words, realizing he had been carried away by pride and spoken out of turn. Baija's brow furrowed with a hint of melancholy. Mother, my apologies. I have inadvertently touched upon your sentiments. Now that you have articulated it, you have indeed pricked my heart, Baija replied. How is the Taoist priest? He is currently on the mountain. I visit him periodically. His spirits are quite well. 20 years ago, he sacrificed his cultivation to save Su Bo, and in these 2 decades, he has nearly recovered. He is truly a benefactor to our family, Bai Ling remarked. I often feel that we owe him, Bai Ling added. It is I who owe him, Baija replied. One misstep leads to another, Bai Ling said. Mother, do you not wish to let go? We must begin anew. I refuse to concede. Do you find it easy to let go? Baija countered. If I were to relinquish my efforts, would those decades of hard work not be in vain? Bai Ling exchanged a glance with Su Bo, and upon receiving a nod, Su Bo retreated to the study to retrieve a painting. This artwork, created by Ying Ning, depicted the profile of the man that Xuefan had once seen. As the painting unfurled, Baija's countenance shifted dramatically. Where did this painting come from? Only then did Su Bo recount the events surrounding Xuebin, choosing his words with utmost delicacy. Yet, Baija's face turned ashen, her silver teeth nearly grinding in frustration. This fellow has dealings with a woman of the Fox clan? Is this charade of being lifeless merely a ruse for that fox named Xuebin? Grandmother, it is premature to draw conclusions. After all, Xuebin's untimely demise has yet to reveal the hand that struck her down. She intended to elope with a man, but the outcome was unforeseen. And there must be deeper intricacies at play, Su Bo interjected. Perhaps grandfather's relationship with her was merely platonic. Xuebin may have harbored unreciprocated feelings, he suggested. I believe it is you who now indulges in such notions, Baija asserted, her hand striking the painting. Who knows what he has become now? In his youth, he was indeed a striking figure, easily capturing the attention of women, she lamented. Observing his mother's emotions fluctuate with regard to his father, Bai Ling quickly interjected, Mother, perhaps he has long since perished. I do not wish for his demise. He must provide an explanation to both of us. Should he meet his end, it must be at my hands. Bai Zhao's words resonated with authority, yet Su Bai remained unconvinced. If her grandfather truly stood before her, she would find herself unable to act. Such profound love inevitably breeds equally profound resentment. With a light-hearted chuckle, Su Bai remarked, Oh dear, this is my first venture into the underworld, and I feel rather anxious. Grandmother, is there anything I need to prepare? Nothing at all, Bai Zhao replied. Just stay close to me. Su Bai glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still 2.5 hours until midnight. What, she wondered, would the fabled underworld be like? At last, the clock struck 12. Su Bai followed closely behind Bai Zhao, her heart fluttering with unease. Grandmother, shoo. Bai Zhao placed a finger to her lips. Do not speak. I will guide us. Ahead lay the nearest intersection to their home. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but Su Bai noticed an unusual scarcity of pedestrians on this night. This was the capital, after all, where people were never in short supply. Yet, only a few solitary figures passed by, their features obscured in the dim light. Moreover, why did the streetlights appear so faint tonight? Bai Zhao stood at the intersection, not idly but purposefully. She cast a glance at the ground beneath her feet before taking her stance and pulling Subai closer. From this moment on, remain silent until I permit you to speak. We are living beings, and any disturbance may alert the spirits of the underworld. Just as Subai was about to protest, she recalled Bai Zhao's instructions and swiftly sealed her lips. In that moment, a fog began to rise, enveloping them completely. When the mist dissipated, Subai opened her eyes to a disconcerting familiarity. The buildings on either side of the intersection remained unchanged, yet the atmosphere had transformed. The number of pedestrians had increased, but their expressions were frigid, and they paid no heed to her. Chapter 347. The River of Forgetfulness by Zhao urged Subai onward. As Subai glanced toward the windows of a nearby building, she caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering, seemingly lacking a head. Rolling her eyes, she thought, "Not a single good fortune ever falls to me. It's always me who faces danger head-on, risking my life for these endeavors." Subai was uncertain of their destination. The only thing she knew was that they inhabited the realm between life and death, yet the path to the underworld remained elusive. While she was engulfed in a cloud of confusion, Bai Zhao swiftly moved to her right and led her to the entrance of a residential courtyard. Subai's home boasted decent living conditions, situated in the heart of the city, yet she had never encountered a door so grand, adorned with bronze rings, in her vicinity. Bai Zhao extended her hands, grasping the door rings, and a white light emanated from her palms. With a creak, the door swung open. For a brief moment, Subai was lost in thought, her mind blank. Beyond the door lay a blinding expanse of white, obscuring her vision. She could hear her grandmother greeting someone, followed by a coarse voice. "Well, if it isn't Bai Zhao, a rare sight indeed." I haven't lived a millennium," Bai Zhao retorted. "I've made a rare visit, and you choose to jest at my expense." Bai Heng tugged at Subai, who finally adjusted to the light before him and immediately spotted two individuals clad in modern attire. Shouldn't they be dressed in traditional garb? Both of them were of average height, adorned in impeccably tailored black garments. Their complexions darkened as if they had steeped in a coal pit. Subai stifled a laugh, observing them jesting with his grandmother, who clearly exhibited little patience. "Gentlemen, do take your time. The gates of the underworld rely on your guardianship. I must take my leave." The two grim-faced men glanced at Subai with a keen interest and merely nodded, "Safe travels." At last, Subai comprehended that they had formally entered the underworld. This grand portal was indeed the entrance to that realm, and these coal-stained men were the gatekeepers, which explained their familiarity with his grandmother. Bai Heng, pleased with Subai's compliance and silence throughout their journey, noted his commendable self-control. Upon entering the underworld, Subai beheld 10 narrow paths stretching forth. He tugged at his grandmother's sleeve, and Bai Heng whispered, "Here lies the 10 halls of Yama. Upon entering this realm, souls are assigned to one of the 10 halls based on the circumstances of their earthly lives. They will be judged in their respective chambers. The saying goes, what goes around comes around. The divine has its designs. However, this is of no concern to us, for we are to meet Mengpa. On each path, a myriad of souls shuffled along, both young and old, male and female. Some had their tongues protruding, a clear sign of having met their end by hanging, while others bore gaping wounds on their chests, still stained with blood, indicating violent deaths. There were also sickly spirits, and the most heart-wrenching were the young children, some still crawling along the path to the 10 halls, mere infants yet. Among these, there were also serene-faced elders, those who had lived long lives and succumbed to natural causes, their expressions tranquil as they were destined for a different hall, likely spared from the tortures of the underworld. Each path was overseen by a grim official wielding a peculiar iron chain, which Subai later learned was known as a soul lock chain, adorned with spikes. Should a spirit resist or attempt to flee, a mere flick of the chain would ensnare them, rendering escape impossible. The presence of the living caused the officials to tense, for their agitation could provoke the souls. All eyes turned to Bai Heng, who understood their plight. These officials were true spirits, while she and Subai were vibrant beings, exhaling life itself. A few souls had already turned to gaze upon them, igniting a small commotion. Bai Heng quickly pulled Subai aside until the spirit settled, then guided him to a more secluded area. Though they sought Mengpa, the path lay not within these 10 trails. Bai Heng led Subai down the outermost path, stating, "We are pressed for time. Let us take a shortcut through Mount Luofu." Mount Luofu is situated to the south of the Netherworld, with a suspension bridge spanning the mountain's expanse. Crossing this bridge leads one to the River of Forgetfulness, where Mengpa resides. However, The bridge sways precariously without the slightest breeze, and the wooden planks appear to be in a state of decay. Subai cast a glance at it, and inwardly cursed, wondering if one could not attempt something simpler. Bai Hong, agile and adept, had already begun her passage across the bridge, nimbly stepping on each plank. Not hearing any movement behind her, she turned and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Subai remained tight-lipped, and Bai Hong chuckled, "No spirits venture here. You may speak freely now." With a deep breath, Subai finally exhaled, exclaiming, "It is astonishing how many spirits arrive in the netherworld each day." Standing at the edge, he gazed down at the myriad paths below, densely populated with wandering souls. Bai Hong remarked, "These are merely the souls who willingly journey to the netherworld. Yet, there are many lingering spirits who refuse to depart from the realm of the living. This is the very reason for the existence of the officials. Now, cease your observations. Mengpo waits us." As Subai stepped onto the bridge, the seemingly rotting planks felt surprisingly sturdy beneath his feet, dispelling his doubts. He quickened his pace to match Bai Hong's rhythm. As they traversed 2/3 of the bridge, Subai caught sight of a vivid crimson hue shimmering beneath them. "Are those the flowers of the other shore?" he murmured. "Such a beautiful color." "Beautiful, indeed, yet also poisonous," Bai Hong replied. "However, this is likely the most striking scenery that all souls witness before their reincarnation. The sap of the other shore flower is also a crucial ingredient in Mengpo's soup." Though engaged in conversation, their pace remained unbroken. After crossing Mount Luofu, they finally arrived at the River of Forgetfulness. Below, a female official anxiously scanned the surroundings and, upon seeing Bai Hong, hurried forward to greet them. "Bai Hong, you have finally arrived. Is this Subai?" Upon seeing Mengpo, Subai's jaw nearly dropped. Wasn't Mengpo supposed to be an old crone? Yet, how could one find such a beautiful elderly woman? She indeed had silvery hair, but her skin was so smooth it seemed one could draw water from it, and her features exuded a gentle, compassionate grace akin to that of Guanyin. "What has transpired?" Bai Hong inquired. In recent days, Wu Xian has been shouting incessantly, demanding soup. He knows full well that the current brew holds no benefit for him. This is merely provocation. Mengpo sighed. "After thousands of years, I am truly weary." "I understand," Bai Hong replied, their bond evident in their familiarity. "Now that Subai is here, how shall we proceed?" "The King of Hell has decreed that Wu Xian must be rendered powerless. You have mentioned that Subai's reverse scale power requires external stimulation to manifest. I have been contemplating how to provoke Subai." Mengpo glanced at Subai, then suddenly reached out, yanking the necklace from around his neck. "I believe this is the only way." Bai Hong immediately comprehended. "You, Subai, I apologize. I know how significant this blood amber is to you, but whether it can be reclaimed now rests solely upon you." In Mengpo's grasp lay the blood amber, and upon seeing the pain reflected in Bai Chong's eyes, a sense of remorse welled up within her, causing her to waver. "It is all right. I shall surely retrieve it," she reassured herself. Subai, witnessing Bai Chong's anguished expression, felt a surge of determination rise within him. "Grandmother, I will reclaim the blood amber." Bai Chong took a deep breath, resolute. "Very well, I trust you." Mengpo led the way, clutching the blood amber, guiding the two towards a house by the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, once her place for brewing soup. As they approached, Subai could hear someone inside shouting, "Mengpo, bring the soup. Bring the soup. If you do not bring the soup, I shall perish. I demand to see Yin Wang. I demand to see Yin Wang." Chapter 348. Dragons roar. This individual, even in such dire circumstances, remained imperious. Mengpo sighed deeply as she pushed the door open, first laying eyes on a steaming cauldron bubbling away within, the broth at a rolling boil. Yet no spirits had arrived. Clearly, the underworld had been well prepared. It seemed that after today, Mengpo would be overwhelmed, as the spirits awaited their broth eagerly. Wu Xian was bound to a pillar beside the cauldron, his entire being ensnared by soul-binding chains, the material of which was unknown. Yet it pierced directly into his ghostly form. Consequently, Subai noticed numerous puncture wounds covering Wu Xian's body. He must have been in agony, as his teeth clenched in fury, yet he still managed to hurl insults. "Mengpo, cursed Yin Wang, why have you imprisoned me here? Are you afraid I might reveal to other spirits that your soup is ineffective? Huh, who would have thought the underworld would become the butt of such a joke? What now? Do you intend to summon this lad to assist you in brewing the soup?" Mengpo replied, "You have undergone reincarnation countless times, each time passing through effortlessly. Had you chosen to endure, You need not have fallen to this plight. Wu Xian, should you reconsider, I will plead with Yin Wang on your behalf. Perhaps you could be granted a chance at redemption. Me, Wu Xian, to compromise with you? I have endured long enough. In this life, to evade you. I even fled abroad. If you possess the power, extinguish me. Otherwise, I shall disseminate your farcical tales. Should I be reincarnated once more, I shall still fulfill my unfinished business. Wu Xian's laughter echoed. If you wish to extinguish me, come forth. Seeing his obstinacy, Meng Po inquired. I am curious about just one thing. What did you, as Wu Xian, do to yourself before your death? I shall not disclose that to you, Wu Xian retorted. Indeed, as the foremost among the 10 sorcerers, I set a curse upon myself before I perished. It is not that your soup lacks efficacy, but rather my sorcery is too formidable. The ghostly messengers of the underworld are but trifles, huh? Bai Chong and Su Bai exchanged a glance, recognizing that this individual, as the leader of the 10 sorcerers, was indeed deserving of his reputation, rendering the underworld powerless against him. Meng Po regarded Bai Chong and revealed the blood amber she held. Do you know what this is? Blood amber, Meng Po. Do you presume I am so ignorant as to not recognize blood amber? Wu Xian grunted in disdain. Meng Po shook her head. No, this is not merely blood amber. This is the key to your escape from the underworld. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Wu Xian was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a laugh. You, Meng Po, would engage in such antics? Meng Po, our dealings are not a novel occurrence. Since I assumed my role here, every time you reincarnate, we have crossed paths. Are you truly unaware of my identity? Meng Po replied. I never speak falsehoods. This piece of blood amber can grant you access to the gates of Mount Luofu, allowing your departure. You possess sorcery and must understand how to inhabit another's form. There is no need for reincarnation. You may continue your unfinished endeavors. Oh, this young man is your gift to me? Wu Xian, ever the skeptic, retorted. I find that hard to believe. Su Bai interjected. There is nothing untrustworthy about this. Soon, I will accompany you out of this place. I entered here covertly, and time is of the essence. If you wish to escape, it must be now. Miss this opportunity, and it shall never arise again. By what means would you assist me? Wu Xian responded, I am not a mere child. Out of consideration for Meng Po, Su Bai replied, my willingness to help you leave does not equate to my desire to escort you into the Dragon Vein realm. You should discern the gravity of the situation. Currently, the underworld cannot obliterate you, but they can engage in a protracted battle, confining you indefinitely. Consider this carefully. Would you prefer eternal imprisonment or liberation? Su Bai's words caused a subtle shift in Wu Xian's expression. He closed his eyes slightly, internal voices clashing within him. Observing his hesitation, Su Bai resolved to apply further pressure. Meng Po, you summoned me here, leveraging my name to rescue him, yet he seems ungrateful. I shall take my leave with my grandmother now. Meng Po looked at Bai Chong helplessly. You are my dearest friend. Do you truly intend to abandon this endeavor? Bai Chong sighed. This decision is beyond our control. Meng Po, I recognize your benevolence. You were kind in life and remain so in death as a messenger of the dead. Yet, not all can be saved. Given the circumstances, we must depart. Wu Xian's eyes flickered with realization. Wait, do you truly intend to release me? Meng Po's heart trembled as she stepped forward, unfastening the soul-binding chains from Wu Xian. As a messenger of the dead, she felt no fear of the chains. Wu Xian was liberated, though his expression remained inscrutable. The earlier confusion seemed to dissipate. He accepted the blood amber from Meng Po's hand. Am I to go to Mount Luofu? Indeed, Meng Po affirmed. There exists a bridge within Mount Luofu, and in the opposite direction lies a passage to the mortal realm. Only this blood amber can unlock the door to that passage. Su Bai will accompany you. He already knows the way. Su Bai's gaze fixated on the blood amber in Wu Xian's grasp, his heart racing. This piece was a token of love bestowed upon Meng Po by his grandfather, and should it be taken or destroyed by Wu Xian, it would undoubtedly cause Meng Po great sorrow. Do not dawdle. Let us depart, Su Bai urged. Do you not find it peculiar? The spirits coming for soup today are remarkably few. Meng Po silently commended Su Bai's astuteness. Wu Xian, having lingered here, should have noticed the unusual tranquility of the river of forgetfulness today. By voicing this concern, Su Bai preemptively addressed what Wu Xian might later question, thus averting potential complications. Today, I reported to the King of Hell that there was a slight issue with the soup, rendering it temporarily undrinkable. The delay will not be long, so you should depart swiftly. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Pa gave a gentle push. This time, Wu Xian and Su Bai finally dashed out of the small dwelling, heading straight for Mount Luofu. Observing their retreating figures, Bai Zhuang trembled slightly and took a few steps back. Meng Pa steadied her. Bai Zhuang, my heart is in turmoil. Meng Pa, is Su Bai truly capable? Bai Zhuang questioned anxiously. Meng Pa sighed. Your concerns extend beyond Su Bai. You are also troubled about retrieving the blood amber. You are well aware of your grandson's condition. The power of the reverse scale is something even the king of hell must fear. To speak frankly, if your status holds significant weight in your grandson's heart, this action will undoubtedly awaken his reverse scale power. Bai Zhuang, let us wait here. With Wu Xian's cleverness, he can only deceive him momentarily. I believe that soon, the conflict will arise. Meng Pa continued. In all my years in the underworld, I have never spoken a falsehood. Yet today, I find myself smiling wryly and shaking my head. My cultivation has been utterly shattered. Bai Zhuang understood Meng Pa's high standards and set her own worries aside, softly reassuring her. Meng Pa, neither in life nor in death can one attain perfection. I still recall when I stumbled into the underworld and nearly fell victim to the forced consumption of the nectar of the other shore. Were it not for your intercession, I would have become a fool, living without understanding the purpose of existence. Your character is indeed rare in this world. Do not be too hard on yourself. It is my fortune to have you as a confidant in exchange for my plea, Meng Pa replied, observing that Bai Zhuang's mood had lightened somewhat. She assisted Bai Zhuang in sitting by the cauldron, listening to the bubbling broth, and glanced out the door. Su Bai will undoubtedly be fine. Meanwhile, as Su Bai led Wu Xian onward, he solely focused on reaching Mount Luofu. Noticing Wu Xian's incessant glances, he discerned that the latter's suspicions remained unallayed. This individual was exceptionally skilled at manipulating human psychology. Thus, he could not conceal the truth for long. Su Bai quickened his pace. The more urgent he appeared, the more likely he would dispel Wu Xian's doubts and find an opportunity to reclaim the blood amber. The summit of Mount Luofu was shrouded in a dense black mist, oppressive and thick, weighing heavily upon the heart. As they approached the foot of the mountain, Wu Xian narrowed his eyes. Let us hasten into the mountain. There are no Yin officials guarding Mount Luofu, and we risk being discovered at any moment. Chapter 349. The Spirit of Rebellion. All right, Su Bai responded. As the two stepped into the mountain, Wu Xian suddenly grunted. What trickery are you playing? His voice was chilling, and Su Bai anticipated that this man was not one to be trifled with. He turned to face him. Release what you have. And then, Wu Xian retorted. To have you return to my possession, fulfilling my desires? Su Bai fixed his gaze on the blood amber in Wu Xian's hand. It is time to return what belongs to me. Hand over the blood amber. Your belongings? Wu Xian grunted again. The world has indeed changed. Even Meng Pa speaks falsehoods. I once believed her to be the last genuine soul in the underworld. It seems I have overestimated her. Wu Xian clenched the blood amber in his hand, gradually lifting it with an expression of fury. Su Bai understood that they had successfully provoked him, and now the blood amber was in peril. Ordinary spirits could not grasp tangible objects. Only those endowed with magical power could. Wu Xian, being the foremost among the 10 sorcerers, possessed formidable abilities. Su Bai's heart tightened, accompanied by a familiar sensation. He raised his gaze, and Wu Xian was taken aback as Su Bai's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of the color of the other shore flower. A silvery light emanated from Su Bai's neck, and he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if engulfed in flames. Scales began to sprout gradually upon his skin, slicing through his flesh in their eager haste to emerge, each scale blazing like it had just been forged in fire. The sizzling sound was akin to meat being cast onto a searing grill, hissing as it made contact. This time, Su Bai's sensations were vividly acute. He understood what he desired. He aimed to reclaim the blood amber. Wu Xian murmured, "Is this the reverse scale?" Su Bai knelt on one knee, lifting his head to unleash a long howl, a dragon's roar that reverberated through the underworld, causing tremors throughout. Sensing this upheaval, Bai Wei and Meng Pa exchanged glances. In the distant 10 halls, the 10 Yama kings were equally astonished. A man of jade-like countenance remarked, "The dragon's reverse scale is indeed not to be underestimated. We can only befriend this Su Bai, lest we position ourselves as his adversaries. He has been granted the underworld pearl, so this bond must be considered established," said another man with a dark complexion. The jade-faced man smiled slightly. Friendship can take the form of both trade and genuine connection. This collaboration is merely transactional. Let us see if he can withstand Wuxian. Wuxian gazed incredulously at Su Bai, who had plunged his hand into his own body. The heart that should have resided within Ghost Wuxian's chest was now Su Bai's fist. He even extended his hand within his own chest, gradually tugging at his own form. The searing heat emanating from Su Bai spread into Wuxian's body, a warmth far more intense than the boiling oil of the underworld. With a slight exertion, the blood amber slipped from Wuxian's grasp, and fearing that his strength might affect the amber, Su Bai kicked it far away. He then raised his head and taunted, "Wuxian, is it hot for you? Stop this at once. Have you lost your mind?" Wuxian, in excruciating pain, contorted his face. "You cannot control the power of the reverse scale. You are playing with fire. Even if I am playing with fire, I shall drag you into the inferno alongside me. Do you remember the entire Dai Jili family? You annihilated them. Do you recall those you imprisoned in your bone-binding book? Their femurs bore holes, and those whom you cursed could only stand for eternity. Do you remember your dear brother, Bailey Sang? He perished by your hand, you treacherous wretch. You must never be allowed to reincarnate." Su Bai's form passed through Wuxian's body, and he turned back, breathless. Wuxian stared in disbelief at his own body. Impossible. Even the 10 Yama kings cannot achieve this. Yet, his body was ablaze, the pain overwhelming. Wuxian could hardly comprehend. How could this happen? How could this be? Su Bai remarked, "That is the wrath I have sown, Wuxian. You are perishing by your own hand. Even if you evade the Mengpa soup, you cannot escape the karmic retribution you have wrought." Wuxian stood momentarily stunned as the flames licked at his chest, still unwilling to concede. It cannot be. It cannot be. Su Bai, feeling a flicker of strength, picked up the blood amber from the ground and approached Wuxian step by step, declaring, "Let this be the end. Your millennia of reincarnation concludes here." Wuxian, filled with resentment, let out a furious roar, but soon fell silent, locking his gaze onto Su Bai's eyes. "Do you know why the Mengpa soup has no effect on me?" he asked. "Is it not because you cast a spell upon yourself?" Su Bai retorted. As the fire engulfed Wu Xian's head, in mere moments, he was reduced to ashes. Wu Xian parted his lips to utter 3 words, and Su Bai, taken aback, wished to inquire further, but Wu Xian had vanished in an instant. Su Bai reached out, only to feel a breeze slip through his fingers. "Has it all come to an end?" Su Bai murmured, feeling fatigued, yet significantly better than before. At least he could still walk. He gazed joyfully at the blood amber in his hand, relieved that his grandmother would not be saddened, for he had completed his task. Turning towards the direction of the river of forgetfulness, the house was now in sight. A smile crept across Su Bai's lips as he exclaimed, "Grandmother, I have returned." Bai Chong and Meng Po awaited him at the door. With a grin, Su Bai placed the blood amber into Bai Chong's hands, saying, "I brought it back. Grandmother, look." Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut and head hanging low. Bai Chong gasped, "Su Bai?" Meng Po knelt beside him and, upon inspecting, sighed in relief. "It's nothing serious. He merely exhausted himself to sleep." Bai Chong lifted Su Bai's garment, noticing his skin had regained its smoothness, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Meng Po, the matter is resolved. I shall take Su Bai home to rest. Then I shall not see you off. The soup has been paused for a while, and we must restore order in the underworld," Meng Po said earnestly. "Thank you." Bai Chong, disregarding everything else, hoisted Su Bai onto her back and strode forth. The path had already been cleared by the spectral officials, and Bai Chong continued straight until reaching the gates of the underworld. Noticing Bai Chong's urgency, the 2 gatekeepers refrained from jesting and quickly opened the gates for her. Not far away, a man with a jade-like countenance emerged, hands clasped behind his back. A natural reverse scale. "This fellow is rather intriguing," he mused. As Bai Chong carried Su Bai along the boundary of yin and yang, her anxious thoughts caused her to overlook a hand that extended from a nearby building, resting on Su Bai's shoulder. Su Bai shivered slightly, prompting Bai Chong to notice his unusual reaction. She turned her head, asking, "Su Bai, have you awakened?" Su Bai did not respond, and Bai Zhuang quietly chuckled at her own nervousness. She had heard Bai Ling mention that last time, in order to confront Yao Guang. Su Bai had also activated the reverse scale power, only to faint immediately afterward. This time, things had gone relatively well, as she did not notice the dark energy swirling around Su Bai's back, which after a few circles completely melded into his body. Bai Ling had spent a sleepless night, pacing the living room, as the clock's hands pointed to 5 o'clock and dawn was about to break. Why hadn't Su Bai returned yet? When she finally heard the doorbell, Bai Ling nearly leaped to the door, opening it with agility. Upon seeing her mother carrying Su Bai, she immediately lent a hand, exclaiming, "You have finally returned." Su Bai was unharmed but somewhat weak. They should help him inside to rest. Given his size, Bai Zhuang was exhausted and plopped down onto the sofa. After settling Su Bai, Bai Ling sat beside her mother, urgently asking, "How is he?" "It has been resolved. This child truly tugs at the heartstrings," Bai Zhuang replied. "You don't blame me, do you? If it allows him to grow, a little heartache is worth it." Bai Ling responded, "But, Mom, why were you so proactive in pushing Su Bai out this time?" Chapter 350, Rebellion 2. Firstly, it was for Meng Pe. She helped me in the past and is also my confidant. Secondly, it was for the Yomi Pearl, which possesses remarkable efficacy in protecting one's heart pulse. Even under severe blows, it can safeguard and preserve the last remnants of life for its master, Bai Zhuang explained. Su Bai frequently finds himself in peril. Although he has the 3 companions you mentioned, one can always find themselves isolated. Having personal safety measures is the most reliable. Mother speaks wisely, Bai Ling acknowledged. "Are you leaving now?" Seeing Bai Zhuang preparing to depart, Bai Ling implored, "Can't you stay for a day?" Bai Zhuang smiled wryly. "Once one becomes an officer, there is little time left for oneself. Xiaoling, you must take good care of Su Bai and protect yourself as well. Please also look after the Taoist priest." "I understand," Bai Ling replied. "You can rest assured, in my heart, the Taoist priest is like a father to me. I even wish he were my biological father." Both mother and daughter shared a stubbornness, but thankfully, Su Bai was not like them. Bai Zhuang gently waved her hand. "All right, I truly must be going now." After seeing her mother off, Bai Ling approached Su Bai's bedside. He was deeply asleep, but beads of sweat continued to form on his forehead. Bai Ling took a towel and carefully wiped his son's brow, saying, "You, every time you activate the reverse scale, end up in this state, truly worrying." Su Bai murmured something in his dream. Bai Ling leaned down to listen, but he fell silent again. She tapped his forehead lightly, "Talking in your sleep again, son. Sleep well." As Bai Ling opened the door and stepped outside, she did not notice that Su Bai, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. When Bai Ling awoke, the sun had already streamed onto the bed, and she was startled, quickly realizing she had missed something important. Su Bai was still recuperating. She felt like a truly inadequate mother. Stumbling into Su Bai's room, she found the bed empty. Touching the blanket, it was still warm. He must have just gotten up. Bai Ling called out, "Su Bai." No one responded when the doorbell rang. Bai Ling, filled with excitement, opened the door, only to find a delivery person standing outside. "Oh, Mrs. Master, this is the lunch that the master instructed me to deliver." "Oh." Bai Ling quickly took the meal and inquired, "Xiao Wu, did you see Su Bai on your way up?" "Yes." He hurried down the stairs. Oddly enough, he didn't use the elevator. Xiao Wu scratched his head. Perhaps he was in such a rush that he didn't even greet me. Otherwise, why would he look at me as if he didn't recognize me? "What did you say?" Bai Ling asked. "Did your eyes meet?" "They did," Xiao Wu replied. "Which is why I found it strange. He seemed utterly indifferent, unlike Su Bai of old." Xiao Wu felt a bit aggrieved, but before he could finish his complaint, the door slammed shut, leaving him bewildered. What was going on today? Bai Ling's mind was in turmoil as she stood in the living room, contemplating a phone call. Sunlight streamed through the balcony, and suddenly, a plume of black smoke rose from the floor. Bai Ling's heart raced. She dashed into her bedroom, retrieved a pouch of powdered mineral, and evenly sprinkled it over the area where the sunlight had touched. To her dismay, a row of footprints emerged, size 43, precisely matching Su Bai's large feet, something she could never mistake. However, the appearance of these footprints in the powdered mineral was far from a good omen. Frustrated, she slammed her palm onto the table. "Damn it, Su Bai has been possessed, and neither my mother nor I noticed." Without further hesitation, Bai Ling dialed Yu Qing's number. "Yu Qing, Su Bai has been possessed." "What?" "I don't know. He has already left the house." "All right, let's split up. We must find him as swiftly as possible." After hanging up, Bai Ling realized that being possessed and still daring to venture out during the day indicated a formidable spirit. She couldn't afford to be careless. She took out a peachwood nail to carry with her and packed another pouch of powdered mineral before leaving her home. Bai Ling possessed the ability to heal, but her offensive capabilities were weak. Meanwhile, although Su Bai was possessed, his consciousness remained clear. 2 souls resided within one body, capable of communicating with one another. Though Su Bai wished to expel the intruder from his body, he had just used his reverse scale technique, leaving him severely weakened. Allowing the other entity to occupy his body and lead him to this eerie place, an imminent graveyard. Unable to contain himself, Subai shouted, "Hey, where are you taking my body? Be quiet." Under the sunlight, the possessing spirit remained unharmed. "This body is rather impressive. Haha. I didn't expect you to deliver it to me. I shall not be polite." Realizing he had essentially offered himself up, Subai's mind raced back to the hand from the realm of yin and yang. "Damn it. So it's you, Wei Yan, the one with a natural rebellious spirit." In his first inadvertent encounter with the realm of yin and yang, Su Bo beheld the enigmatic hand. His grandmother speculated that his arrival was not a mere accident, but rather an enticement orchestrated by this very hand. In life, this individual had been a formidable warrior, refusing to reincarnate after death, thus remaining in the underworld as a spectral enforcer. Due to his ambitions of insurrection within the nether realm, he was imprisoned in the yin-yang domain. Just yesterday, after exhausting his reverse scale powers, Su Bo found himself vulnerable. It was during this moment of weakness that the specter seized the opportunity. His grandmother, preoccupied and frantic, unwittingly provided the perfect opening for this entity. What a predicament! How was he to expel this unwelcome presence? I did not anticipate my reputation to precede me. Even you recognize me, Wei Yin, the specter declared, having taken control of Su Bo's body with an air of arrogance. "Given this, I find your form quite appealing. You should consider yourself fortunate. How brazen can you be?" Su Bo retorted defiantly. "I advise you to vacate my body at once, or you shall face dire consequences." "Consequences? Where are these so-called people?" Wei Yin scoffed. "Look around you." Su Bo recalled the earth rat. Surely, it would sense his peril. Yet what could it do? It could not banish spirits. Yu Qing, he suddenly thought. "Yes, Yu Qing and Bai Mo Xian. Where are you? I miss you dearly. Please hurry." In broad daylight, the audacity was palpable. Such a resounding declaration seemed to descend from the heavens. As Su Bo gazed around, a tall man, adorned with a low-brimmed hat, appeared before him. Seated upon a stone and surrounded by an array of food, he clapped his hands and, looking up at the sun, reiterated, "In broad daylight, the audacity is palpable." Wei Yin, equally astonished, pondered the emergence of this figure. As a renowned general, why should he not seize power? He could not resign himself to servitude. This man's body was the perfect vessel. Within it, he could achieve greatness. Suddenly, the man strode towards Su Bo, revealing a copper bell in his hand. He shook the bell thrice, causing Wei Yan's spirit to stir, only to feel an irresistible force attempting to extract him. Su Bo noticed an unusual engraving on the bell. Before he could discern it further, Wei Yan's spirit was swiftly sucked into the bell, where a hissing sound emerged, accompanied by Wei Yan's agonized cries. "It's burning. It's burning me alive." "Humph," the man remarked coolly. "By noon, you shall be reduced to ashes." Su Bo intended to express gratitude, but the man, head bowed, began to depart. In a moment of impulse, Su Bo grasped him, glancing at his face. This fleeting glance sent a jolt through Su Bo's heart. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the painting by Ying Ning. Just as Su Bo grappled with his thoughts, the man abruptly broke free, moving like a shooting star, inadvertently dropping a cylindrical object that rolled away. Su Bo bent down to retrieve it, murmuring, "Hey, you dropped something." Yet, the figure had vanished from sight. Clutching the jade tube, he whispered to himself, "Your possession has fallen." Chapter 351. The young girl as Su Bai strolled back to the antique shop. Bai Ling and 3 others had already been searching for several hours, scouring every conceivable place where Su Bai might have gone. Gripping a peachwood nail, Bai Ling was restless, while Chuang offered gentle reassurances. At that moment, Su Bai appeared, causing Bai Ling's eyes to widen in surprise. Clutching the nail tightly, Bai Ling swiftly approached Su Bai. "Leave my son's body at once." Su Bai, caught between laughter and tears, raised her hands defensively. "Mom, if you stab me with that, your son will no longer exist. Trust me, I know your strength." The tone and expression were unmistakably Su Bai's. Bai Ling seized her son's collar. "Speak. How did you manage to return? What happened?" Bai Ling's expression changed rapidly. Moments ago, she had been on the verge of despair, but now she resembled a fierce mother tiger. Bai Mo Xian and Yu Qing surrounded Su Bai, confirming there were no abnormalities, and nodded in unison. Bai Ling released her son's collar. "Indeed, you are my son. Now, tell me, what possessed you, and how did you escape?" After recounting the entire story, Bai Ling frowned. "You truly are fortunate. A stranger saved you without employing a talisman, merely with a bell. However, we must inform your grandmother about Wei Yan's situation. It's a significant matter that a prisoner is missing from the underworld. Let them handle it. I have no desire to return to either the realm of Yin or the underworld again, Su Bai replied, somewhat irritated. By the way, I did retrieve something from that person, a jade tube. And what else? Bai Ling prompted, noticing her son's hesitation. I caught a glimpse of that person's face. It resembled grandfather's. Su Bai admitted, I can't say for certain, as I didn't see clearly. He left too quickly, but from the side. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait Ying Ning painted. By the way, where's Ying Ning? Surprisingly, you still remember her, Cui Ying remarked. She returned to Qingqiu long ago. After you took on your assignment, that girl left. Are you missing her? Not at all. I just want her to paint that person's profile again. A comparison would clarify everything, Su Bai explained. Of course, I might be jumping to conclusions. If she is not here, then so be it. What are the odds of such a coincidence? He should be around 65 years old this year based on your description. And yet the person you encountered appeared to be no more than 40. Moreover, his agility is extraordinary. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Though Bai Ling verbally dismissed the notion. She was deeply concerned about the stranger's height. Her father was tall, aligning with this individual's stature. However, it seemed implausible, after all. Her mother had spent years searching for him without success. How could he appear so effortlessly? It felt profoundly unfair. Su Bai contemplated using her grandmother's age and appearance to counter this argument, but found it pointless. Why add salt to her mother's wounds? Perhaps I simply misjudged. Su Bai chuckled softly. There are too many similar people in the world. Suddenly, Yu Qing recalled something and hurried into the antique shop, emerging with a newspaper which she thrust into Su Bai's hands. Take a look. This is a newspaper article in Chinese containing a brief piece of information. Explorer by Li Song unexpectedly fell off a cliff, and a sharp stone pierced his heart, resulting in instant death. Su Bo exclaimed, incredible. One could transform a gunshot wound into an accidental injury. This news is likely to convince many. The original wound was enlarged and recreated, leading to the current outcome. Cui Ying remarked, moreover, the incident occurred in the country, and my friends there informed me that this news has caused a stir in the exploration community. How his vineyard in Europe will be handled has also become a focal point. It is well known that Bai Li Song had no relatives. The final outcome may involve auctioning his assets for charity. He has directly or indirectly caused the demise of many, and his wealth could be utilized for a noble cause. This outcome is commendable. Su Bo added, it can be considered an act of atonement. And using Bai Li Song's name for this is perhaps the best thing he has done in his lifetime. By the way, Wu Xian revealed his last secret to me before disappearing. Bai Mo Xian, impatient, interjected, speak quickly, don't hold back. Do you know why he was not afraid of Meng Po's soup after his death? Facing Bai Mo Xian's intimidating gaze, Su Bo could no longer keep it a secret and delved into the topic. He managed to obtain the other shore flower before he died. This flower is also a key ingredient in Meng Po's soup. The juice of the other shore flower may counteract the effects of Meng Po's soup. The last 3 words Wu Xian uttered before vanishing were other shore flower. It is truly unexpected that something from the underworld has created such a significant embarrassment for the realm of the dead. Yu Qing commented, nevertheless, this matter has finally passed. Su Bo, is your health all right? Although it triggered the power of the reverse scale, the after effects have considerably lessened. Had it not been for Wei Yan's sudden appearance, I would have reported to the antique shop as usual. Su Bo replied, that guy is truly infuriating. He's already deceased. There's no need to dwell on it. Cui Ying interjected. Now we can finally take a proper rest. As soon as Cui Ying finished speaking, Su Bo turned to Yu Qing. It seems someone is destined to make a trip to the country. Yu Qing smiled innocently, and Su Bo patted his shoulder. The road ahead is long and arduous. Young man, take care. Yu Qing's face flushed crimson, and Cui Ying punched Su Bo's chest. You rascal, stop scaring him. You know he is shy. Yu Qing quickly clarified. I'm not shy. I just speak less. Bai Ling was gazing dreamily at Bai Mo Xian. Honestly, no matter how one looks at it, Bai Mo Xian is the most handsome. Alas, why wasn't I blessed with such a son? Su Bo turned around sharply. I'm standing right here. My ears are wide open. If you keep saying such things, do you believe I will bang my head against a wall to give you a chance to have a new one? Bai Ling hurriedly grabbed Su Bo, feigning tears. No, I don't want to be left alone. What will I do if you abandon me? Su Bo was drenched in sweat, wondering if his mother was possessed by Qiong Yao or infected by Ying Ning. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. I concede. Fine, let us stop playing. Bai Ling immediately straightened up and cleared his throat. You cannot possibly compete with me. Well, since you are fine, I shall take my leave now. I am absolutely famished. Cui Ying, filled with envy, remarked, parents like Auntie are becoming increasingly rare. Su Bai, you are truly fortunate. Su Bai felt a shiver run down his spine. Cui Ying certainly had no inkling of the tumultuous journey he and his father had endured. Throughout his life, Bai Ling had reigned like a queen in their household, occasionally embodying a princess or a lovesick girl. Since meeting Bai Mo Xian, her infatuation had indeed become a commonplace occurrence. The four of them entered the antique shop, chattering merrily, only to discover an additional presence in the courtyard, a man of striking beauty. Upon seeing this man, Bai Mo Xian's rare smile immediately froze. Xuefan hastily exclaimed, Mo Xian, your father has arrived. Why aren't you going over? Is it necessary? Bai Mo Xian replied coldly, we are standing in the same place now. The other three suddenly understood that this man was indeed Bai Mo Xian's biological father, named Jia Yin, hailing from the Qingqiu kingdom. They politely exchanged greetings and stood quietly to the side, as the current atmosphere was rather tense. What was even more astonishing was Bai Mo Xian's tone, which was as frigid as ice, while Jia Yin appeared utterly indifferent. Unperturbed by Bai Mo Xian's reluctance, he stepped forward and embraced him. Son, it has been a long time. Not that long. Bai Mo Xian allowed his father to hold him without any response. What brings you here? Only then did Jia Yin release Bai Mo Xian and exchange a knowing glance with Xuefan. I came to discuss matters concerning Ying Ning with your aunt. Chapter 352. The Nine-Hole Broadsword. What is wrong with that girl? Su Bai blurted out. She ventured into the cold prison without permission. Jia Yin's expression darkened. Her actions have angered the elders of our clan. Xuefan interjected. Your father does not wish for Ying Ning to be punished. However, the only chance she has is if you return to plead on her behalf. Mo Xian, you need to go back. Bai Mo Xian's heart sank. If Ying Ning were to be punished, it would be utterly cruel. She was merely a naive little fox, gluttonous and fond of theatrics, with a cultivation so shallow that she had barely managed to assume her current human form. If punishment were to befall her in the cold prison, with her level of cultivation, it could spell disaster. Bai Mo Xian hesitated. When shall we depart? Now, Xuefan replied. I shall accompany you back. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly raised his hand. May I go too? Bai Mo Xian's gaze turned sharp, locking onto Su Bai's eyes. On what grounds? Simply because I am her friend, just as we all are. Su Bai nearly stumbled over his words. He had to admit that the mere thought of Ying Ning trembling in fear touched a sensitive spot within him. He vividly remembered when Ying Ning had been captured by Yi Chongqing. She had been utterly terrified. Cui Ying and Yu Qing quickly reached a consensus. We wish to go as well. As Su Bai said, we are all friends of Ying Ning. Bai Mo Xian grunted discontentedly. The Qingqiu kingdom is not a place you can simply visit. Prior approval is required. You must wait here while I lead the charge and return to inform you. With a swift departure, Bai Mo Xuan and the others vanished, leaving Su Bai in a state of melancholy as he plopped down on the threshold. Has Ying Ning lost her mind? She must long to see her mother. Cui Ying remarked, I can empathize with her feelings. She is a little one who has been overlooked since birth, lacking even her own name. Ying Ning is a name she has chosen for herself. If her mother were present, she would undoubtedly bestow upon her a beautiful and endearing name. Su Bai gazed upward at the sky. In truth, the name Ying Ning suits her quite well. He lamented, it's all my fault. Had I not played the exorcising melody in her presence, she would never have discovered her peculiarities, nor her lineage, and would not have recklessly ventured into the forbidden zone. But is it of any use to dwell on this now? Yu Qing admonished, what is done is done. I am contemplating that if Bai Mo Xuan and Xuefan's plea fails, we must seek alternative methods. Cui Ying winked. Indeed, since Qingqiu deems Ying Ning's bloodline impure, why must they confine her within the realm? She could live with us. At worst, Su Bai could take care of her. You two truly share a remarkable understanding. Su Bai scoffed, but why must it be me to shoulder this responsibility? Because you are the one who caused this trouble, Yu Qing retorted. By the way, I am quite intrigued by the copper bell held by the one who saved you. Do you remember Xiao Tonghui? That detective from the Republic era, who was reduced to ashes by Bai Mo Xuan after leaving behind a confounding photograph. He mentioned encountering a bell made of brass, which turned him into a zombie. The bell that man possessed could capture spirits, and I heard the anguished cries of Wei Yan within it, screaming of the heat. as if being burned by fire. Subai pondered, retrieving a jade tube from his pocket. Take a look at this. The tube, crafted from yellow jade, bore unique patterns that diverged from traditional motifs of phoenixes and dragons, instead featuring geometric designs. Having spent considerable time in an antique shop, Subai understood the significance of the jade's luster. If it were a fabrication, this tube would likely be a mere imitation, at best a high-quality replica. However, if the luster were genuine, the design warranted further investigation. You see, if this jade is ancient, it surely does not belong to the Han people, Subai mused. This pattern is unlike anything I have encountered before, likely of a minority ethnicity. My thoughts are somewhat muddled at the moment, and I cannot deduce anything right now. We are also novices in this matter. Let's seek an opportunity for Boss Bai to examine it, Cui Ying said, glancing at her watch with annoyance. Who knows when Bai Moshuan will return? Can we even go to Qingqiu? Bai Moshuan reappeared a quarter of an hour later. The illusionary prowess of the nine-tailed fox clan astonishing, as he nearly collided with Subai, startling him considerably. Upon recognizing the visitor, Subai immediately inquired, "What has become of Ying Ning?" "Not good," Bai Moshuan grunted. "She has landed herself in a significant predicament, trespassing into the forbidden grounds and assaulting an elder. She faces not only punishment at Hanbai, but also the severing of a tail. Her cultivation was already inadequate, and if she loses a tail, her powers will be severely diminished, rendering her incapable of maintaining her human form. My aunt and father are currently pleading on her behalf, but I detest my second mother, who keeps inciting trouble, spouting nonsense about excluding those not of our clan. If she intends to come at me, then let her." At the outset, Subai comprehended the earlier discourse. However, the latter references to Nyang and confronting him remained perplexing. Yet, this was not the moment for delving into the intricacies of such matters. His sole concern was whether they could journey to Qingqiu. Bai Moshuan cast a glance at Subai and stated, "The elders have only permitted your attendance." Cui Ying, disheartened, exclaimed, "How could this be? The kingdom of Qingqiu has long maintained stringent isolation from outsiders, allowing only my parents to enter recently. Given that Subai shares some commonality with my fox clan." The elders reluctantly acquiesced. Bai Moshuan added, "Very well, make haste and return swiftly. Ensure you tend to the shop." Gripping Subai by the neck, Bai Moshuan commanded, "Let us go." At his shout, Subai felt himself lifted off the ground, the wind rushing past his ears. Cui Ying and Yuqing vanished from sight, and squinting, he managed to glimpse the surrounding landscape, awash in vast expanses of green. The gentle sound of flowing water caressed his ears. Suddenly, Bai Moshuan released his hold, causing Subai to descend abruptly, his feet finally touching the ground, and the vista around him became clearer. The beauty of the kingdom of Qingqiu was astounding. Not far away, wisps of white smoke ascended, forming a circle in the air before gracefully dispersing, intertwining with the clouds above, a sight of unparalleled splendor. Nearby, a lush expanse of greenery enveloped the area, adorned with a myriad of blossoms and vibrant fruits dangling from numerous shrubs. As Subai reached out to pluck a fruit, Bai Moshuan slapped his hand away, admonishing, "Do not touch. Many of these are highly toxic. You wouldn't wish to perish here, would you? You should have mentioned that sooner." Subai retorted, retracting his hand and attributing the oversight to Bai Moshuan. "As an outsider, you must ensure my safety and forewarn me of any dangers." Bai Moshuan grunted in response, "If you delay any further, Ying Ning's tail will be severed." Bai Moshuan then led Subai along a narrow path that directly accessed the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. Although the kingdom of Qingqiu is predominantly governed by the nine-tailed foxes, it is home to other clans as well. Nonetheless, the nine-tailed fox clan stands as the preeminent authority, the true rulers of this realm. The architecture of the nine-tailed fox clan resembles that of traditional tribes, low wooden houses with expansive interiors, now crowded with people. In the center stood a device reminiscent of a guillotine, featuring 9 apertures. Upon sighting this instrument, Subai instantly grasped its grim purpose. The 9 slots were intended for the tails of nine-tailed foxes. Once the tails were inserted, pulling a lever would cause the blade to descend with a swift, fatal motion, undoubtedly severing the 9 tails. The history of penal law in the human realm is antiquated, with instruments of punishment conceived as early as the Xia dynasty. According to Zheng Xian's annotations on the rites of Zhou, the most severe punishment, known as dabai, was death, with various other brutal forms of punishment detailed, including mutilations and disfigurements. The Xia dynasty's penal system was characterized not only by its diversity, but also its cruelty, underscoring the harsh realities of ancient justice. Chapter 353. The whip Su Bo had encountered a 7-hole jade knife in an antique shop, resembling this tool, both being elongated trapezoidal forms with symmetrical serrations on either side, adorned with interwoven linear patterns that created a mesh of geometric designs. To wield such a knife for murder, its length surely exceeded that of a human cranium. During an execution, the jade knife could be hoisted with a movable rope, providing temporary stability to press a person beneath it, ultimately fulfilling the grim purpose of capital punishment. Now, however, it was intended to sever the tail of Ying Ning. Kneeling before this instrument of torture, Ying Ning trembled visibly. Su Bo caught a glimpse of her through the gaps in the crowd, his heart aching at the sight. At this moment, they were still some distance from the throng, when Bai Moshuan pulled Su Bo aside. "Do you realize no one invited you here?" "What do you mean?" Su Bo blurted, taken aback. "Did you not consult the elders?" The so-called elders must refer to the 3 aged men standing on the platform, all clad in white robes, while the crowd below, resembling ordinary folk, bore no distinction in attire from those outside, save for a touch of elegance. On a day like this, the elders would never permit outsiders to enter. Bai Moshuan declared, "I brought you in so that amidst the chaos, you could seize Ying Ning and escape unnoticed. You can traverse the Han Bai. She knows the way, doesn't she? Haven't you both already ventured through once?" "What are you talking about?" Su Bo retorted angrily. "Isn't the Han Bai a forbidden zone? You are leading me and Ying Ning to our demise. Trust me, it's the right choice." Bai Moshuan shouted, and realizing his voice had risen, he softened his tone. "I once stealthily explored the Han Bai. Its terminus connects to the outside world. Once you breach that point, you can escape. They are a group clinging to antiquated rules, and they would never think to consider the Han Bai first, thus granting you time to flee. We must focus on the present. The future can be dealt with later." "Damn, this fellow has already trespassed into the forbidden zone." Su Bo swallowed hard, raising his gaze to Ying Ning. He had to save her. It was imperative. This girl had endured far too much suffering. How could these people be so cruel? All she wished was to see her mother. Clenching his fists, he asked, "All right, what shall we do?" Yet Bai Moshuan remained silent, striding forward with determination. Meanwhile, Xuefan looked helplessly at Ying Ning, having implored the father-son duo for a considerable time. The elders appeared to be wavering, but unexpectedly, her sister-in-law had spoken up, casting accusations at Imo Xian regarding the purity of his bloodline. "It is indeed a matter of reproach towards my elder brother, who, despite having a wife at home, deceitfully claimed to be unmarried. This led to the unfortunate entrapment of the maiden from the Tushan clan, resulting in her becoming pregnant. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. News of my brother's marital status in Qingqiu soon reached her ears. In a fit of rage, she journeyed to Tianshan with her children, where she gave birth to several offspring, among whom Imo Xian was the frailest. Upon his birth, his eyes remained tightly shut. Later, Bai Yi and his companions unexpectedly encountered the Tushan clan in Tianshan. The Tushan maiden entrusted her smallest child to Bai Yi and Fu Yu. Strangely, at the moment Fu Yu cradled the previously unseeing Bai Imo Xian, his eyes opened, locking gazes with Fu Yu, a testament to fate's design. Subsequently, as my sister-in-law faced challenges with fertility, this became a significant matter for the Qingqiu nation. My brother, Jia Yin, set his sights on the Tushan maiden. Upon learning of Bai Imo Xian's existence in the outside world, his first thought was to bring the child back, as he was indeed his bloodline. Naturally, this was done in secrecy from his wife, only revealing to her that he had a sister. When Jia Yin encountered Bai Imo Xian, the child was already afflicted by malevolent energy, perilously close to succumbing to darkness. To save his son, Jia Yin did not hesitate to pilfer the treasured Qian Kuan mirror from Qingqiu, which led to chaos as it set the courtyard ablaze, prompting a furious uproar from his wife, nearly spiraling the situation out of control. Ultimately, the outcome was one of collective joy. The Qian Kuan mirror was stored in an antique shop. Due to his own unique constitution, Bai Imo Xian required the Qian Kuan realm, leading him to become a reclusive shop assistant. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law, perhaps spurred by the tumult of events, unexpectedly found herself with child. Nevertheless, the clan harbored the greatest hopes for Bai Imo Xian, who had the esteemed Minter Tang San and exhibited remarkable talent, quickly emerging as the most promising candidate among their ranks to attain the Tao of Heaven as a nine-tailed fox woman. Women are inherently prone to jealousy. And my sister-in-law bore a son, albeit with mediocre aptitude. Observing Bai Mo Xian basking in the affection of the clan. Even her icy demeanor could not deter Jia Yin from seeking her favor, harboring feelings of discontent. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the troubles surrounding Ying Ning, she unleashed her scorn, proclaiming that Qingqiu would inevitably fall into the hands of others due to impure bloodlines and ulterior motives. This rhetoric persuaded the elders to act without hesitation, leading to the immediate decree to sever Ying Ning's tail. Xue Fun, having spent considerable time with Ying Ning, recognized her kind-hearted nature, evident from her selfless act of saving Su Bai. In her defense of Ying Ning, witnessing the impending execution filled her with anguish, prompting her to close her eyes in despair. Clan members approached Ying Ning, preparing to thrust one of her tails into a 9-hole blade. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust and causing everyone to shield their eyes. Before the dust could settle, a thick fog began to rise from the ground. Su Bai, observing the scene clearly, recognized these were the machinations of Bai Mo Xian. He had been vigilantly watching over Ying Ning and, seizing the opportunity, dashed forward like an arrow, instinctively lifting Ying Ning onto his shoulder and sprinting away. He heard voices calling out, "There is someone here. Someone has infiltrated." This was dire. Ying Ning had vanished. We must find her quickly. Where did this fog come from? Su Bai felt a surge of pride, yet dared not slacken his pace, urging, "Quickly, girl, where's Han Bai?" The individual upon his shoulder appeared either startled or utterly dazed, remaining utterly silent, which left Su Bai in a state of exasperation. "Please, speak up. Why you? You are Su Bai?" Ying Ning's voice trembled with a hint of tears. "How did you arrive here? Enough of the trivialities. Where's Han Bai?" Su Bai pressed on. "Proceed left, continue straight ahead. There is a mountain path. Follow that path upward, and you shall behold a narrow passage. Only by crossing it will you reach Han Bai." Ying Ning's directions were remarkably clear. With great urgency, Su Bai ascended the mountain path. Indeed, this path was evidently designed for foxes, narrow as it was. Su Bai, being tall with large feet, found himself precariously balanced upon it. Though Ying Ning was not heavy, she still weighed several dozen pounds. Gritting his teeth, Su Bai persevered up the path. The fog below was gradually dissipating, and those below could easily spot him. Despite his exhaustion, he dared not pause until he reached the narrow passage, where he finally crouched down to release Ying Ning from his shoulder. Her face was flushed and warm from the recent humiliation. Her eyes were still tinged with red. Upon seeing the beads of sweat on Su Bai's forehead, she felt a bittersweet urge to laugh, yet the sting in her nose brought tears to her eyes. Her lips trembled continuously, and she had to bite down on them, drawing blood in the process. Su Bai brushed his fingers across her lips and then inhaled deeply. "So this is the taste of blood. What else could it be?" Ying Ning's voice still held a quaver. "The sin of a fox, perhaps? Oddly, I do not detect it," Su Bai panted, his gaze fixed upon the narrow passage ahead. "Tell me, how does one traverse this place?" The so-called narrow passage was merely a gap between two towering mountains, closely situated. In the slightly wider section, one could squeeze through, while the narrower parts barely allowed a hand to reach in. Despite Ying Ning labeling it as a narrow passage, the gap was likely around 4 meters wide. Was it true that foxes perceive the world differently from humans? Did it require a leap to cross? Su Bai's mind conjured the image of both of them plummeting straight to the ground due to gravity. Ying Ning swallowed hard, awkwardly pointing at her legs. "My legs lack strength." Chapter 354. The Royal Descendant 1. "It seems I must carry you," Su Bai remarked. "I have a proposal." "What is it?" Ying Ning inquired, her pink eyes wide with curiosity. "You are indeed light at present, but, if I may suggest, should you be even lighter? It would ease my burden. Why not revert to your original form?" Ying Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Then you must turn your back." With a sigh of resignation, Su Bai covered his eyes and turned away. "Hurry, do not squander Bai Mo Xian's goodwill." Peeking through the gaps between his fingers, Su Bai observed the chaos below. People were scattering in small groups, seemingly searching for their whereabouts. Yet Bai Mo Xian had anticipated correctly. No one was seeking Han Bai, and no one approached their location. In every situation, one must be wary of the unforeseen, and Su Bai remained intent on departing swiftly from this place. "Are you ready yet?" Su Bai called out. Snapping back to reality, transformed back into her original form, Ying Ning nuzzled against Su Bai's leg. He glanced down to discover a small, snow-white fox resting on his shoe. Curiously, despite her fox-like appearance, her eyes unmistakably belonged to the girl Ning. Subai gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It will be over soon. Just bear with it." Ning obediently nodded. Subai removed his clothing and bound Ning to his chest, positioning her head to face him. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed some green vines hanging from the cliff below. He tugged at them, surprised by their sturdiness. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. Swiftly, he intertwined the vines and secured them to a large rock. With a firm pull, he leaned down to Ning and declared, "Whether we live or die, we must face this together. If we fail and meet our end, please do not hold it against me, for I shall accompany you in death." Ning blinked in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Subai spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, grasped the vine, and with a vigorous shake, propelled himself forward. His feet met the cliff face of the nearby mountain, but alas, there was no solid ground to support him, and he found himself precariously wedged. A sense of foreboding washed over him as the vine creaked ominously, serving as a haunting reminder that if he did not release his grip soon, it would snap. Ning, looking up, noticed the vine tightening ominously. As it reached a critical tension, it threatened to break with a loud snap. She nudged his chest repeatedly. "Be quiet, little one," Subai replied. "I am devising a plan. Otherwise, we shall both become mere flesh and bone." He shut his eyes momentarily, then reopened them. Time was of the essence. They were in a race against it. Delaying would be detrimental. Exhaling sharply, he decisively released one hand to grasp the nearest protruding rock, holding on tightly before letting go of the vine. With barely a pause, he raised his hands and began to inch upward. The vine recoiled, having transformed under the strain. Fortunately, Subai and Ning managed to reach the summit of the cold cliff safely. Subai collapsed onto the ground, inadvertently pressing Ning down, eliciting a yelp from her. He quickly rolled to the side, apologizing. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Ning blinked and wagged her tail, indicating she was unharmed. "Lead the way. Where is the cold wall?" Subai asked. Ning's expression faltered for a moment as he untied her bindings. Silently, she moved forward, turning left and disappearing from view. Subai hurriedly rose to follow, but a chilling breeze enveloped him, compelling him to tighten his clothing. Ning stood before the cold wall, lost in thought. Ahead lay the rock face, behind her the abyss, with barely enough room for a single person to stand. To traverse this narrow ledge required utmost caution. One misstep could lead to utter catastrophe. The cold wall truly lives up to its name. One cannot discern the origin of this chill, for there is neither frost nor wind, yet it induces a tremor in my legs, as if my heart itself has contracted in response to the frigid air. Subai's limbs have become stiff, and he incessantly stomps his feet, attempting to generate warmth. But to no avail, save for the numbing of his toes. Ning has reverted to her human form, murmuring softly, "What are we doing here? Your brother Mo Xian mentioned that the end of the cold wall leads to an exit. We must reach that point to have any chance of escape." Subai replied, "Do your legs possess strength now?" Ning nodded affirmatively. Subai, however, remained skeptical. He suddenly crouched down and hastily rolled up her pant leg. His swift action caught Ning off guard, revealing the bruises that marred her legs, a similar plight visible on her hands and arms. Subai recognized these marks as the remnants of her earlier exploration of the cold wall's prison. Ning pushed his hand away, asserting, "I am fine. I can manage." "Nonsense. Transform into a little fox at once. I shall carry you across. Do not dawdle, or I shall leap from this spot." Subai, in his urgency, feigned a jump, which caused Ning's lips to pale as she clung to his waist, exclaiming, "Do not." "Then will you obey?" Subai asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Ning bit her lip and nodded. "Then you." In an instant, Subai reacted, swiftly turning around, and upon facing her again, Ning had indeed transformed into a small fox. Subai chuckled, "You are much cuter this way." With Ning secured against his chest, he inhaled deeply and cautiously set foot upon the exceedingly narrow path. The moment his hand grazed the rock wall, he felt as if pricked by needles, causing his body to jolt, nearly sending him tumbling into the chasm behind him. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing, feeling as though he were encountering a living ghost. Facing the rock wall, Subai realized that turning around would be impossible, for the narrow path could scarcely accommodate his feet. Thus, he proceeded sideways, his heels hanging precariously in the air. At this moment, He relied solely on his sense of balance to maintain his stance, but the biting cold rendered his legs uncontrollable, making it all too easy for him to falter. He could scarcely fathom how members of the Fox clan could endure punishment in such conditions. And he marveled at the courage and determination it took for Ying-ning to reach her mother's cell from here. Considering this, Su-bai felt his own performance was lacking. He steeled himself and struck the rock wall once more. With a vigorous slap, he felt a surge of energy beneath his palms, leaving two distinct imprints upon the wall, his hands fitting perfectly within them. Su-bai was taken aback. What had just transpired? He glanced down at Ying-ning in his arms and asked, "Girl, what is happening?" Ying-ning could not articulate a response, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Suddenly, Su-bai recalled the Ying-ming pearl. Could it be its influence? The sharp, prickling pain had significantly diminished, and seizing this momentum, he pressed forward, utilizing his palms to create imprints on the rock wall, anchoring his form as he focused intently ahead, entirely oblivious to the abyss that loomed behind him. As Su-bai trudged along the icy wall, he lost track of time, pondering a singular question: where exactly does this frigid barrier lead? By Emotion, if you have misled me, I swear that even in death, I shall haunt you. The cold wall must have an end. A glimmer of light began to filter through, stirring Su-bai's heart with the hope that this might be the terminus of the icy expanse. Suddenly, Ying-ning lifted her gaze towards the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks, plummeting onto Su-bai's chest and soaking his garments. Her petite ears twitched, and despite her tears flowing profusely, they continued to well up in her eyes, an unending cascade. Su-bai felt a pang in his heart. Is this the place where your mother is imprisoned? Ying-ning nodded, her gaze pleading as she looked up at Su-bai. He understood that for Ying-ning, returning to Qingqiu would be an endeavor shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps not until a distant future. With determination, he declared, I shall take you up there. You shall see her once more. Chapter 355. The royal descendant. To Ying-ning's tears gushed forth like a torrential river. Su-bai exclaimed, My dear girl, please cease your weeping. Do you comprehend the chill of this place? My heart feels as though it is on the brink of freezing. Your tears are but adding to my woes. Taking a deep breath, Ying-ning stifled her sobs. Su-bai leapt upward, scaling the wall with urgency, almost employing all his limbs in the effort. Upon catching sight of a small wooden cabin, Ying-ning freed herself from her bindings, leaping towards the window, transforming into her human form, and softly calling out, Mother. The figure inside abruptly raised her head, glimpsing Ying-ning's charming visage through the narrow gap, and staggered forward. Ying-ning, is that truly you? Mother, I have come to see you. Ying-ning bit her lip, striving to contain her tears. I may be away from Qingqiu for a while. Please take good care of yourself. Shuexiang, well aware of Qingqiu's stringent rules, recalled that the last time Ying-ning had secretly visited her, she had violated a grave edict, and her kin would surely punish her. Now, her sudden appearance was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Su-bai could not help but be taken aback. Shuexiang was remarkably graceful, clad in white, with hair cascading down to her waist. Ying-ning's features mirrored her mother's, as if they were cast from the same mold, both possessing exquisite, picturesque eyes and delicate beauty. In contrast to the allure of Shuefun, Shuexiang embodied the essence of a refined lady, gentle and demure, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Child, what has transpired? It is nothing, mother. As long as you are well. Ying-ning replied, Su-bai and I cannot linger. We must depart at once. Shuexiang turned her attention to Su-bai. Is this the Su-bai you mentioned? Su-bai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this girl had spoken of him in front of Shuexiang. Ying-ning, feeling a touch of shyness, responded, Why bring this up now, mother? Su-bai is here to rescue me. I only wish that after I leave, they will not make things difficult for you. Mother, I truly regret my impulsiveness. I fear I may have caused you distress. Child, it is I who am at fault for you. Shuexiang lamented, Your father passed away too soon. I have inadvertently caused you to become an outcast in Qingqiu. Once you depart from here, please take care of yourself. Your heart is inherently kind. Yet, with a resolute bite of her lip, Shuexiang revealed the truth. You have inherited your father's sinister aura, and I genuinely fear that one day it may transform you into someone unrecognizable. You must remember, never consume raw meat or drink blood. She handed a piece of blood-colored jade through the crack of the window. This is the only relic your father left behind, and now I entrust it to you. Ying-ning, your father was not born a wicked soul. He was originally of royal lineage. Therefore, As long as you remain steadfast, you shall not succumb to corruption. Su-bai, I implore you to take good care of her. Please. The urgency in her voice was palpable. You must leave this place at once. Clutching the crimson jade, Ning felt a pang of reluctance. Shuexiang turned away, urging, hurry. Ning hung the jade around her neck and finally took Su-bai's hand, departing together. Only when the sounds of the outside world had faded did Shuexiang turn back, gripping the window frame, her gaze fixed outside. How many years had she spent in this cold prison? The passage of time had blurred her memories. Yet, her sole comfort lay in knowing that her daughter remained pure and kind, even in her absence. If you are watching from beyond, you must surely find solace in that. Shuexiang's thoughts drifted to her husband, recalling his words. One day, I will take you to witness the most beautiful sights this world has to offer, where the most splendid stars shine, not in the heavens nor reflected in rivers and seas, but deep underground. This vision will belong solely to our family. Shuexiang, when our child is born, we shall go together. In those days, she was with child, far from her homeland and defying conventions, yet enveloped in happiness as she awaited the arrival of their offspring and the chance to behold that wondrous sight. But then, he fell before her, breath leaving his body, leaving only this piece of crimson jade behind. Who had taken his life? Shuexiang was oblivious to the truth. All she knew was that it was poison. Were it not for the child within her, she would have sought to join him in death, for if they could not live together, they must at least remain united in death. Yet, how could she bear to forsake the child? The baby had already begun to interact with her, kicking and turning, gently prodding her belly. For the child's sake, she must suppress her grief and welcome its birth. A month later, her time to give birth arrived. The elders of Qingqiu, having caught wind of the event, came forth to seize the newborn, sensing the malevolent energy surrounding the infant. They intended to extinguish her life on the spot. It was she who struck a pact with the elders, agreeing to confine herself within the icy prison for life in exchange for her child's freedom. She had not even the chance to bestow a name upon her. Ning, she thought, what a beautiful name. Meanwhile, Su-bai led Ning towards the light. Breaking through into a vibrant amusement park, they had unwittingly traversed to a realm connected to the park, where children frolicked joyfully. In Su-bai's arms, Ning still bore the form of a fox, and soon a child exclaimed, look, a cute little cat. So white and adorable. A hand reached out to touch, startling Ning, whose ears twitched in response. Su-bai swiftly intercepted the eager hand, declaring, this is a unique pet. You cannot touch it indiscriminately. However, should you wish to pay, I might allow you a brief interaction. Ning protested by bumping her head against Su-bai's chest. He chuckled and was about to step away when a little girl, clad in a white dress and black leggings, obstructed his path, inquiring, how much? What? Su-bai was taken aback. The child appeared to be no more than 4 years old, yet she bore the elegance of a princess. Her black eyes resembled 2 deep purple grapes, her hair styled atop her head, adorned with a tiny butterfly clip embellished with rhinestones. Her little nose flared with excitement, and her cherry lips were tightly pressed together, revealing a stubborn disposition. The petite princess pointed at Ning in Su-bai's arms, asserting, I will pay. I want to touch her. How much? Su-bai felt the urge to scold. Were children truly regressing to such an extent? Must everything be resolved with money? The influence of adult thinking on children was evident. Although undeniably adorable, the little princess prompted Su-bai to frown. She is a priceless treasure. No amount of money can grant you that privilege. The princess huffed in response, then I will buy her. Su-bai chuckled, a priceless treasure is not for sale. My dear, now, I must return home. Until we meet again. 1 million. Is that acceptable? The princess boldly declared. Su-bai was astonished. Most children mistook this for a cat, yet she clearly recognized it as a fox. Furthermore, 1 million? What was her background? The way she spoke of such an amount was as if it were mere pocket change. Su-bai sensed she was not to be trifled with and, feeling a sense of urgency, smiled faintly before departing with Ning. He felt 2 intense gazes upon him and turned to see the little girl sporting a cryptic smile, sending a chill down his spine. He quickened his pace back to the antique shop. Upon entering the antique store, Su-bai encountered Tang Sancheng, who immediately reached for Ning, exclaiming, my heavens, what have you all done? Su-bai, temporarily entrusting Ning to me, I will hide her. You all need to consider how to resolve this situation. Tang Sancheng, cradling Ning, noticed the red jade around her neck, momentarily taken aback. But time was of the essence, and he hastily departed with her. Yu Qing approached, asking, "Where's Bai Mo Xian?" "I don't know. That fellow likely won't return anytime soon," Su Bai replied. "He instructed me to take Ning away amidst the chaos while he dealt with the situation himself." Chapter 356. The pressure mounts. Su Bai picked his nose, reluctant to admit that he was genuinely concerned about that fox spirit. Chuang glanced at Su Bai's hand and exclaimed, "Heavens, what happened to your hand?" He had just been cradling Ning, his hands concealed from view. Now, Chuang observed that Su Bai's hands were both red and purple, slightly swollen. Su Bai shook his hands, feeling a lack of sensation. "I require some warmth." Yet, more than warmth, Su Bai craved a blanket. He curled himself deeper within it, trembling incessantly. Although spring had arrived and temperatures were rising, he felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar. "Sister, is there still a hot water bottle?" Chuang rushed in, holding a hot water bottle, and pressed it into Su Bai's arms. "In this state, how can you not worry about Ning? Is she able to endure this?" After discarding the hot water bottle, Chuang immediately set about preparing another, not pausing for a moment. Yu Qing understood Su Bai's condition. He had been holding himself together with sheer willpower, relying on his remarkable constitution. However, once he relaxed, it was akin to a taut rubber band snapping, leading him to lose vitality and exposing the negative effects. Su Bai's lips had turned pale, his complexion was a sickly hue, resembling someone gravely ill, as if he were on the brink of demise. Yu Qing cleared his throat. "Are you all right? Young man, do you truly believe I appear well?" Su Bai retorted irritably. "Come sit here." Yu Qing plopped down beside him on the bed, and then Su Bai extended his feet into Yu Qing's lap. "Young man, warm them for me." What lay before him were not mere feet, but 2 ice pops. Reluctantly, Yu Qing warmed Su Bai's feet with his own body heat and suddenly began to comprehend. "I understand now why Bai Moshuan did not allow me and Chuang to assist. If we had gone, we would have ended up like you. With our ordinary constitutions, we would surely freeze to death." The star had yet to return, and there was no news from his aunt. The current state of Qing Qiu was uncertain. Su Bai slapped his thigh. "Oh no, I have become the sworn enemy of the Qing Qiu Fox clan. Only now do you grasp it?" Chuang tossed another hot water bottle over. "First, preserve your own life. By the way, how did you and Ning escape?" Su Bai recounted the circumstances of their departure from the Cold Wall, naturally mentioning Ning's mother, Shuexiang. Shuexiang possessed a serene disposition, while Ning was exceedingly vivacious. Chuang remarked, "Temperament can indeed be hereditary. It seems Ning takes after her father in spirit and her mother in appearance. However, if her father is also of royal lineage, how could he harbor any malevolent energy?" Thinking of Ning, Su Bai felt a pang of sorrow. She will likely never return to Qing Qiu again, nor see her mother. "You feel for her?" Chuang teased. "Is this a case of true feelings revealed in times of adversity?" "She has brought me a heap of trouble," Su Bai retorted angrily. "Does she not consider her own weight? How dare she venture into the Cold Wall? She should consider herself fortunate to have survived. Now Bai Moshuan has to take the blame for her. I swear, that little girl. I truly wish to give her a good slap." Yu Qing's expression sharpened. Someone is coming. The newcomers were 3 elders whom Su Bai recognized. They had presided over the execution on the platform. Behind them stood Bai Moshuan, who, despite the gravity of the situation, maintained an air of arrogance, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have already stated, Ning is not here. You have truly disappointed us," the leading elder remarked. "Where is Ning? And what of the one who took her away?" The mention of the one who abducted Ning caught Bai Moshuan off guard. How curious. He feigned surprise. Did the elder witness who it was that took her? In the chaos of that moment, Moshuan had not seen the person who had spirited Ning away, not even discerning their gender. The 3 individuals in the room exchanged knowing glances. Su Bai, ever the opportunist, reclined on the bed, covering himself with a quilt, while Chuang pushed a hot water bottle towards him and placed a warm towel on his forehead. Su Bai, quick-witted as always, curled up into a ball, feigning discomfort. As the 3 elders entered the room, they were greeted by the sight of Su Bai in a pitiful state. The leading elder remarked, "It seems these 3 are Su Bai, Yu Qing, and Chuang. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." "Bai Moshuan, who are these individuals?" Yu Qing inquired. "They are the 3 elders of the Qingxiu kingdom," Bai Moshuan replied dismissively. "Today, an incident occurred in Qingxiu, and the elders suspect that outsiders have infiltrated our territory. I brought them out to investigate." "What is wrong with Su Bai?" "He awoke this morning complaining of a headache. Most likely, he has caught a cold, Chuang chimed in. This boy, despite his size, refuses to go to the hospital. This morning? The elder questioned skeptically. You did not go anywhere? If he is this ill, we would have preferred to step out. What is it, elder? Chuang asked. Could it be? No. I merely spoke thoughtlessly, with no other intention. Nevertheless, the elder's gaze remained fixed on the ailing Su-bai. Su-bai pinched his leg and exclaimed, Oh dear, I'm feeling quite unwell. Sister, could you fetch me another warm towel? Certainly, I shall get it right away. Chuang stood, feigning exasperation. Elder, I sincerely apologize. We have not even offered you a cup of tea during this time. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. It is of no matter. We shall take our leave now. The elder nodded slightly, yet did not let Bai Moshuan off the hook. Moshuan, you will accompany us back. We have further inquiries for you. Bai Moshuan felt no fear. He had already prepared his defense. Indeed, he had initiated the chaos, but his sole intention was to postpone the execution, not to abducting Ning. Other matters were of no concern to him. If the second mistress intended to use this opportunity to expel him from Qingxiu, he would welcome it. The status of being a member of the Qingxiu clan held no significance for him. He only needed to fulfill his role as the son of Siyun and Bai. Before exiting, he raised a hand behind him, signaling victory to the three companions. They, having shared a long acquaintance with him, displayed commendable acting skills, seamlessly maintaining the ruse. Though Su-bai's exaggerated performance was somewhat overdone, it still managed to suffice. Upon returning to Qingxiu, a welcoming party awaited him. Jia Yin's wife, Wan Hong, cradled their son, who had just manifested his first tail, while relatives stood behind her, including uncles and aunts. Jia Yin sat solemnly in the main hall, his brow furrowed tightly, with Xuefan standing beside her brother, her expression equally grim. As the three elders entered, everyone rose to greet them. Bai Moshuan sighed inwardly. What a grand spectacle! Unfilial son, kneel down at once. With a commanding voice, Wan Hong's words echoed throughout the hall. Jia Yin was momentarily taken aback, wishing to speak. But upon meeting Wan Hong's icy gaze, he submissively lowered his head. Witnessing this scene, Bai Mo-Xian felt a chill in his heart and declared aloud, I can kneel. Indeed, but to whom shall I kneel? I, Bai Mo-Xian, kneel only to heaven and earth, to my parents, and at most, to those who possess loyalty and righteousness. You have employed sorcery to release Ying Ning, disrupting the ironclad rules of our clan, and you remain unaware of your transgression? Wan Hong retorted. And you still maintain this attitude? Are you intending to rebel? Suddenly, Bai Mo-Xian knelt before Jia Yin, bowing his head with a resounding thud. I honor my father. For my flesh and blood are derived from you. Yet I cannot respect a father who fails to discern the virtues and vices of the world, who does not understand the essence of loyalty and affection. With this bow, I immediately fulfill the wishes of my second mother and shall depart from Qingxiu, never to return. The three elders exchanged glances, while Jia Yin's heart trembled. What are you saying? Previously, his second mother had no children, and if he remained in Qingxiu, he would naturally uphold the family's reputation. Now that his second mother has a son of her own, one of pure Qingxiu blood, he deemed it preferable to the mixed lineage of Qingxiu and Tushan. In the future, the clan would have its own heirs. Bai Mo-Xian acknowledged that he had indeed acted inappropriately at an inopportune moment, disrupting the clan's discipline, and thus had no words to offer, willingly choosing to leave. Bai Mo-Xian stood up. The three elders surely have no objections? Chapter 357. The Fox's Essence. The three elders exchanged glances once more, their hearts stirred. Wan Hong perceived that today was fortuitous. After waiting so long, she had finally found the opportunity to expel this bothersome individual. Your sentiments are commendable. But do the three elders share the same perspective? The three elders remained silent, fully aware of the current state of the Qingxiu clan. For millennia, no one had attained the Tao of Heaven until they encountered Bai Mo-Xian, whose extraordinary talent and fortuitous experiences set him apart from his peers, most of whom were merely at the third tail, with only a select few reaching the fourth tail. Yet he had already achieved the sixth tail, displaying remarkable capability. Would they truly forfeit such a talent over a mere matter concerning Ying Ning? The three elders conferred quietly, ultimately refraining from making a decision. Instead, looking to Jia Yin. Jia Yin, you are the head of the family and the current clan leader. What is your stance? Before Jia Yin could respond, Wan Hong shot him a fierce glare. Xuefan, witnessing this, felt anxious for Bai Mo-Xian. Her brother, due to past misdeeds, felt diminished before his sister-in-law. often yielding even when justified. Over time, this had fostered numerous faults in her sister-in-law, and since giving birth, she had become increasingly overbearing, transforming a once charming young man into a henpecked husband. Shuefen shook her head helplessly. Jia-yin, seeking her support with his gaze, was taken aback to see her shake her head. Turning to Bai Mo Xian, he noticed a mocking smile on his son's lips, which pierced his heart, causing blood to rush to his head. He slammed his palm on the table. I am the clan leader. Mo Xian is a rare prodigy, and to expel him from Qingqiu over such trivial matters would be a loss for our clan. Trivial matters? Wan Hong was taken aback by Jia Yin's unexpected allegiance to that illegitimate child at such a critical moment. Her anger flaring. Yingning has committed a grave taboo within our clan. Yet, you, Bai Mo Xian, have used your sorcery to disrupt the execution. Furthermore, that individual who rescued Yingning might very well be the one you brought in. You dare to dismiss this as a trivial matter? Humph, do not forget. He is your son, but he bears the surname Bai. This statement struck a chord deep within Jia Yin, who retorted with fury, you know better than anyone that he carries the Bai name. What are you implying? What are you saying? Wan Hong, emboldened by the support of her family today, raised her voice several decibels. His affairs with the Bai couple have nothing to do with me. Do you truly believe I am ignorant of your actions? Jia Yin spoke in a low, measured tone. Shuefen, upon hearing this, was taken aback, and as she glanced at Wan Hong, who was clutching the child, she retreated a step, her lips trembling in a display of panic. Shuefen then solemnly inquired, Elder brother, what indeed transpired back then? It was you who forced my hand, Jia Yin replied. For years, I have endured in the hope of maintaining peace. Yet today, why must you push Mo Xian to the brink? I do not comprehend your words, Wan Hong said, her bravado faltering. Years ago, to preserve the lineage of the Qingqiu clan, I married you under the pressure of our kin. You know well the absence of affection between us. Your domineering nature and lack of reason added to our strife. You had people follow me, discovering my connection with Mo Xian's mother. This matter, I had no desire to revisit, Jia Yin continued. All along, others believed my marriage preceded my infidelity. Yet the reality is far from it. Shuefen was left speechless, but you have never denied it. I did not deny it, yet neither did I acknowledge it. Jia Yin clarified. I merely wished for the past to remain buried. However, Wan Hong's relentless targeting of Mo Xian leaves me no choice but to reveal the truth. Wan Hong's lips quivered. Years ago, when I visited Tushan to see a friend, I encountered Mo Xian's mother, and we were instantly drawn to one another. Truly a case of love at first sight. I had intended to return to Qingqiu and inform the elders of my intentions to propose to her, yet unexpectedly, I was arranged to marry you, Wan Hong, Jia Yin recounted. I initially sought to refuse, but for reasons unknown. Mo Xian's mother learned of my betrothal in Qingqiu and believed I had deceived her, leading her to leave in disgrace while pregnant. Despite my futile search for her, you compelled me into marriage under the elder's directive. Shuefen interjected. Elder brother, did you not pledge your lifetime to Mo Xian's mother before your marriage? Indeed. If anyone embodies the role of the third party in matters of the heart, it is Wan Hong, Jia Yin asserted. I found the situation suspicious. There has been little interaction between Qingqiu and Tushan, who leaked the details of my betrothal. Unable to find Mo Xian's mother, I began to investigate this matter. Jia Yin let out a low grunt. My dear brother-in-law, you are the one most familiar with this situation, are you not? It was you who masqueraded as a woodsman back then. The man standing behind Wan Hong trembled slightly, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. The three elders fell silent, retreating quietly to the side. It was they who had orchestrated the forced marriage of Jia Yin all those years ago. And what they were reluctant to confront was the fact that each of them had accepted favors from Wan Hong. Wan Hong murmured, I merely wish to marry you. Is it not splendid for Qingqiu to unite with Qingqiu? Yet why do you disdain me, fixating solely on that Tushan clan member? Jia Yin sighed. I was indeed coerced into this engagement, but to her ears, it seems I am already betrothed. The two scenarios may appear similar, yet they are fundamentally different. A slight distortion leads to a vastly different outcome. Wan Hong, I have traveled to Tianshan and laid everything bare to her. She told me that since the matter has transpired, she does not wish to disturb our lives further. Severely injured, she recuperates in Tianshan, while the other children refuse to acknowledge me. Your fear of having no heirs threatens to diminish our family's standing in Qingqiu, compelling me to bring Mo Xian back. Have you forgotten? You were the one who urged me to retrieve him, yet now you act otherwise. Must the arrival of your own child necessitate the expulsion of Xian from Qingqiu? Wan Hong was rendered speechless. Jia Yin declared, to spare your dignity. I have never exposed the truth, yet you mistake illusion for reality, pressing me relentlessly, interpreting my concessions as weakness. Today, I shall take a stand. Xian, I am your biological father, and Qingqiu is your home. No one can cast you out. Moreover, I shall officially pass the position of clan leader to you today. The three elders were taken aback. The succession to the next clan leader was still far off, and such a precedent had never been set before. Jia Yin continued. Though I have achieved no progress beyond 6 taels over the years, you, Xian, have attained the same at such a tender age. Your future is boundless. Elders, since the pupil surpasses the master, why must we cling to outdated customs? A fleeting smile graced the face of Bai Xian amidst the falling snow, and though it vanished quickly, a revelation dawned upon her. This Xian was indeed advancing through retreat, though he likely remained unaware of the true circumstances from years past. Observing the expressions of the three elders, it was clear that today, Xian could not refuse the position of clan leader. The elders finally nodded, recognizing that based on merit and innate talent, Xian was indeed the optimal choice. Since you, the current clan leader, are willing to abdicate early, we have no objections. Xian, do you accept? Wan Hong could hardly believe her ears. Today was supposed to be the day of this man's reckoning. Yet he not only escaped punishment, but had also gained the position of clan leader. How could this be? How could it be that her child, still so inexperienced, was robbed of what should have rightfully been his? Bai Xian cast a cold glance at Wan Hong and stated, I accept, but I have one condition. What is it? Jia Yin inquired promptly. Quite simple. Once my brother is capable of assuming the position of clan leader, you must allow me to leave. I cherish my freedom and do not wish to be perpetually bound, Bai Xian replied. Is this arrangement acceptable? Chapter 358. Chewing gum. Jia Yin glanced at Wan Hong, who had just moments ago resembled a combative rooster, now rendered speechless. Nodding, Jia Yin said, very well. This was a comfort to both parties. Subo had not anticipated that Bai Xian could extricate himself so effortlessly. After Bai Xian returned to the antique shop to relay everything, Subo's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. What? Not only did they refrain from holding you accountable, but they also appointed you as the clan leader? Goodness. Have they lost their minds to make such a decision? Bai Xian, what kind of spell did you cast on them? My abilities are my bargaining chip. Bai Xian replied. They are in dire need of capable individuals, and besides, who truly understood the situation at that time. What about Ning? How do you plan to handle her? Subo's concern remained focused on this matter, particularly regarding Ning's mother. Do not rush. I have just assumed office and cannot hastily disrupt established traditions. Ning cannot return to Qingqiu for the time being, but it is of no consequence. Opportunities will arise in the future, Bai Xian stated. As the new clan leader, there is a matter of oral tradition concerning Xuebin. Upon hearing Xuebin's name, Subo perked up. What is it? The records of Xuebin's departure from Qingqiu are incomplete in our historical texts, Bai Xian explained. Given the significance of this matter, only the clan elders and the clan leader are privy to it, and it is mandated to be passed down orally, never to be documented in any form. Wait, Yu Qing interjected. Are you certain you wish to disclose this now? Absolutely, Bai Xian affirmed. A smile unexpectedly crept upon Yu Qing's lips. Subo nudged him. What are you smiling about? I was contemplating how by sharing such information, he truly considers us companions. I recall Master Lei once saying that one day we would understand the meaning of companionship, and I am beginning to grasp it now, Yu Qing remarked. There is no concealment, only absolute trust. Bai Xian felt a tinge of awkwardness. I had not intended to speak of this. Yet Xuebin's story is tied to Subo's grandfather, and I thought we might uncover some clues from it. Subo chuckled mischievously. There is no need for modesty in your good deeds, Bai Xian. When will you outgrow this vanity? It is not a disgrace. Very well. I thank you on behalf of my grandmother. Can we commence? Bai Xian began. Xuebin's departure involved the taking of a particular item. If the Qianquan mirror is regarded as the family treasure of the Qingqiu clan, then this item is fundamental to the very foundation of the Qingqiu nation. It is known that those with cultivation, upon their passing, may obtain relics after cremation. You are familiar with this, I presume? Subo interjected, of course. It is known that individuals, after passing, leave behind crystallized remains, distinct from bones, which can take on various forms, round, oval, and even lotus-shaped relics. The colors and textures vary greatly, some resembling crystal, others agate, and even diamond-like in appearance. Generally, only accomplished monks or devout lay practitioners leave behind such relics, which are revered as sacred objects in Buddhism. In Qingqiu, we also have fox relics, by Mo Xian continued, due to the long lifespan of the nine-tailed fox clan. Obtaining fox relics requires waiting for thousands of years. Naturally, there are instances of untimely deaths, but those who die such a death cannot produce fox relics. Even though it is precious, why is it said to be related to the foundation of Qingqiu? Yu Qing inquired. Qingqiu is supported by these fox relics, by Ma Xuan replied. I have only just learned about this matter. The fox relics form the very basis of Qingqiu. Xuebin has taken one of them. Although it is merely a single piece, over time, it will inevitably affect the underground structure, and the consequences could be unimaginable. After this incident, a divergence arose regarding whether to record it in the history of Qingqiu. Ultimately, it was decided to only document Xuebin's elopement for love, omitting the fact that the fox relic was taken, to avoid causing unrest among our clansmen. It was also resolved that only the clan leader and elders would be informed. Now, as I assumed the role of clan leader, I am tasked with this thorny issue. Su Bai rolled his eyes, his tone somewhat ominous. Ah, the big star. So, you kindly informed us about this matter because it relates to my grandfather? Are you suggesting that he orchestrated Xuebin's theft of the fox relic? Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged glances, sensing an impending clash. They turned to Bai Ma Xuan, whose brow was furrowed. He shrugged. Think what you will. Yu Qing sighed inwardly. Knowing Bai Ma Xuan's character, he would never admit that he acted for Su Bai's sake. Fortunately, Su Bai suddenly broke into a grin, playfully punching Bai Ma Xuan's chest. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Come on, I realize you took on the role of clan leader to saving Ning. As for this matter, it was a fortunate accident, wasn't it? Bai Ma Xuan felt a sense of relief that Su Bai had come around. Although he maintained a stoic expression, his heart was elated. He replied, It seems you are not foolish. Su Bai beamed. You see, a person has a mouth for speaking, especially to express what's in their heart. When one articulates their thoughts, others can understand. Leaving it to guesswork is tedious and laborious. I say, big star, could you be more straightforward in your communication, so we don't have to guess? Then I shall be direct, Bai Ma Xuan said. Indeed. I know that second mother has finally seized my weakness and will undoubtedly try to drive me away. However, I cannot leave now. If I do, Ying Ning will have even less hope of seeing her mother again, which would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, there is nothing undesirable about being clan leader. I can freely visit the Book C Pavilion, and I can officially investigate Xuebin's affair. No one would dare to refuse cooperation. Thus, when the elders summoned me to the antique shop to find Ying Ning, I had already made up my mind. I intend to seize this opportunity to counterattack. The tighter second mother presses, the greater my chances of success. As I have stated, my abilities are my leverage. The three elders would not wish for me to depart. Qingqiu is not solely comprised of the Fox clan. There are other clans as well. To maintain our dominant position among them, it is essential to have more capable individuals within our ranks. Bai Ma Xuan let out a sigh, expressing his surprise at his father. He had always perceived him as a cowardly man, capable of infidelity, yet incapable of protecting his mistress and children, which led to his mother and brothers being cast adrift in the Tianshan Mountains. To his astonishment, the earlier events had been orchestrated by the second madam, and it was his mother's impulsive nature that had led her astray. Nevertheless, he still harbored resentment towards his father, had he clarified matters sooner. The second madam would not have mistaken illusion for reality and pressured him relentlessly. Fortunately, he did not often reside in Qingqiu. Otherwise, countless troubles would have arisen. This was the first time Bai Ma Xuan mentioned his lineage in front of others, and he felt a sense of catharsis. He had stated that once the second madam's son achieved success, he would return the position of clan leader, thereby granting himself freedom. However, he perceived that his younger brother was rather dull-witted, and it would take an eternity for him to usurp the leadership from Bai Ma Xuan. The last statement elicited forced smiles from the three listeners. Indeed, Bai Ma Xuan was as cunning as they come. A chill coursed through Su Bai as he observed Bai Ma Xuan. Feeling an overwhelming sense of coldness envelop him. Noticing Su Bai's pallor, Bai Ma Xuan produced a fiery red fruit from his bosom and tossed it into Su Bai's arms, insisting, consume it. The fruit resembled a Buddha's hand, but was a vibrant crimson. Su Bai hastily placed it in his mouth. Upon chewing, the juice burst forth, flooding his palate with an extraordinarily sweet flavor. As he swallowed, warmth radiated through his body. What a remarkable substance. I believe I have encountered it before, he mused. Oh, this fruit, which only grows in Qingqiu, has properties akin to ginger, providing warmth. I have another for Yingning. By Moshuan remarked, given your constitution, you can withstand the cold wall, which is within my expectations. Had it been Yu Qing and Cui Ying, they would likely have fallen from the cold wall, leaving nothing but remnants. Where's Yingning now? Su Bai inquired. My master is bringing her back. He has already healed her injuries, Bai Moshuan replied. This girl has ventured into the cold wall twice. It is a miracle she survived, truly resilient like wild grass. Wild grass. Su Bai's nose tinged with emotion. Yu Qing interjected. Even though we know Schweb stole the fox's spirit, we can only uncover the truth by locating Su Bai's grandfather. Currently, we still lack any leads. Now that Yingning has returned, she can illustrate the person who saved you that day, allowing your grandmother to identify whether he is indeed your grandfather. As they spoke, Yingning returned, her transformed figure almost ethereal as she entered, her complexion notably pale. Upon seeing Su Bai, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, resembling a torrential downpour. Su Bai's expression stiffened. Child, your eyes are like faucets, releasing tears at will. Let us consider this a moment of clearing skies after the storm. Please, smile for me. Will you? Yingning did indeed stifle her sobs and smiled, her laughter ringing like silver bells, lifting Su Bai's spirits considerably. Now that feels right. After consuming the fruit, Yingning's complexion brightened significantly, and she asked, Brother Moshuan, how is my mother? She is fine. I have already informed her that our kin will not trouble you. However, for the time being, you cannot return to Qingqiu. It is essential to avoid the storm for a while. Yingning, I cannot release her just yet, but I shall act according to the circumstances. In a while, it will be my father's grand birthday celebration, and I shall seize this opportunity to request a general amnesty. Bai Moshuan stated. The prospect of the Fox clan's amnesty filled Yingning with exuberance. How could she have forgotten this event? Once every millennium, and with less than a year remaining, it would be Jiayin's birthday. The thought of reuniting with her mother brought immense joy to Yingning, restoring her usual cheerful demeanor as she promptly sketched the likeness of the person who had saved Su Bai that day. The figure sprang vividly to life on the paper, and Su Bai could not shake the feeling that it bore an uncanny resemblance, especially the profile, as the curvature of the chin was strikingly identical. He carefully tucked the drawing away, intending to return home and show it to Bai Ling for her opinion. Yingning tugged at Su Bai's sleeve. Are you leaving already? Why? Do you want to come? Su Bai replied. Do you truly wish to be my little shadow now? Yes, Yingning said, her hands clasped together. Please take me with you. You're impossible. Su Bai retorted, exasperated. Let us go? Hand in hand, they departed the antique shop, only to encounter a traffic jam mere moments later. Buses and taxis alike were immobilized, with impatient honks echoing in the air. Su Bai wondered aloud, what on earth is happening today? Is the street closed? Look. Yingning pointed ahead. It's all that car's fault, blocking the way and preventing all the vehicles from moving. Su Bai glanced and exclaimed, oh, it's a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. In this day and age, do the wealthy not possess a shred of decency? Disrupting traffic in broad daylight and causing such chaos for so many. No one dares to collide with that vehicle. A crowd of frustrated individuals expressed their agitation, yet there stood a traffic officer beside the car, seemingly frozen in place. Feeling indignant, Su Bai approached the car, only to discover the driver had fainted. Eyes tightly shut and utterly unresponsive. The only other occupant in the vehicle was a little girl, the very princess from the amusement park who had once offered $1 million to buy Yingning. Her demeanor was remarkably calm, as if the driver's unconsciousness were of little concern, and a faint smile graced her lips. The sound of an ambulance approached, prompting Su Bai to turn away in annoyance. Let us hurry and leave. That little girl in the car is the one who wanted to pay $1 million for you last time. Her? Yingning remembered her well. Su Bai had claimed that she was his exclusive pet, a priceless treasure. With such a lavish vehicle, it was evident she hailed from a wealthy family. No wonder she spoke of $1 million as if it were pocket change. To sell you for $1 million? Huh. Su Bai's jest elicited a pout from Yingning. He quickly added, I was merely jesting. $1 million is out of the question, but for $10 million, I might consider it. Yingning stamped her foot. You are such a scoundrel. Su Bai grinned mischievously. Did you just realize I am a rogue? There is still time to regret it, you know. Are you certain you wish to return home with me? Yes, your mother is a good person, Yingning replied innocently. She carries the scent of my mother. Nonsense. She is my mother, so of course she carries the essence of motherhood. However, you are mistaken. She is far from being a virtuous person. Her thoughts are convoluted. If anyone were to betray you, it would undoubtedly be my mother. Subo brazenly intimidated Yingning. Yet, Yingning was not swayed. As soon as she stepped into Subo's home, Bai Ling sprang up from the sofa. For reasons unknown, she had an undeniable fondness for this girl. Bai Ling grasped Yingning's hand and bombarded her with questions. Subo, feeling like an extraneous presence, finally seized the moment when the two women paused their chatter to retrieve a drawing. "Mom, take a look at this," he said. The figure depicted in the drawing caused Bai Ling's expression to shift dramatically. "Is this the person who saved you last time?" she inquired. "Indeed," Subo replied. "This is the portrait Yingning just created." "Mom, do you think it resembles Grandpa?" Bai Ling pondered for a considerable time before responding, "Yes." Subo felt a surge of emotion, as though he had been ignited from beneath. "Yes, it is Grandpa. How could I have let him slip past me without asking his name? He is the man Grandma has sought for decades." He lamented, smiting his forehead in frustration. "How foolish, how utterly foolish." Bai Ling retrieved the previous drawing and laid both sketches neatly on the table, observing them closely. "Yingning, your artistry is truly remarkable. Although the subjects in both drawings are the same, their ages are distinctly discernible," she praised. Yingning shook her head. "It is Subo's description that is so vivid." Subo placed the jade tube into Bai Ling's hand. "This is something that fell from him. The jade's quality is still uncertain, but the design on the tube is not of the traditional dragon and phoenix. It is rather peculiar." "Mom, do you recall anything?" Bai Ling examined it and replied, "I have seen it. He possesses a garment adorned with such a pattern at the hem, which he has never worn. It has always been stored away. Could it truly be him?" This provided yet another substantial piece of evidence, causing Subo's complexion to pale. "I deeply regret this with all my heart," he mused. "I wonder if he saved you knowing your true identity, or if it was mere happenstance." Bai Ling remarked, "If he was aware of who you are when he intervened, yet chose not to acknowledge you, there must be a reason. If it was by chance, then it could only mean this world is exceedingly small." Bai Ling continued, "People who have not crossed paths for decades can suddenly collide within a matter of minutes." Her tone was somewhat ambiguous, and Subo, feeling displeased, responded, "Mother, are you not happy?" "For reasons I cannot fathom, I find it difficult to feel joy," Bai Ling admitted. "Every time I think of your grandmother and that Taoist, my resentment towards him intensifies. Perhaps your grandmother would be more excited. By the way, where is your blood amber?" Subo instinctively touched his neck, only to find it bare, a wave of alarm washing over him. The series of events had left him so frazzled that he had neglected to notice the absence of the blood amber necklace. Suddenly, he recalled retrieving the blood amber from Wu Xian in the underworld, placing it in his grandmother's palm before losing consciousness. Could it be in Grandma's possession? Bai Ling chuckled softly, carefully removing the blood amber from around her neck and placing it gently on Subai. "I intended to adorn you with this as soon as you awoke. But who could have foreseen that upon regaining consciousness, you would be possessed by a spirit, only to return home today?" Chapter 360. The child too, as Bai Ling draped the blood amber necklace around Subai's neck, she murmured, "Had you worn this pendant when he first encountered you, he would have recognized you as normal. However, your neck was bare, and I can only hope he did not identify you then." Yingning tilted her head curiously and asked, "Why not?" A shiver ran down Subai's spine, and beads of sweat formed in his palms. "If he had recognized me then, and my neck had been devoid of the blood amber, it would imply one thing. He has long been aware of my existence, lurking in our vicinity, watching us. Thus, the timing was too fortuitous. I happened to encounter trouble just as he made his appearance." Yingning's face lit up with understanding. "Then why did he not seek you out?" "Sweet child, if we knew the answer to that, would we still be here speculating?" Subai replied with a smile. "We understand the motive behind my grandmother's departure, but my grandfather remains a complete enigma." Yingning giggled. "I may not comprehend, but surely you can enlighten me, right?" Her innocent query elicited a hearty laugh from Bai Ling. "Yingning, today you are in for a treat. Your uncle has prepared a new dish for us. Let us dine at home this evening." Subai stretched, having only indulged in a brief nap since being possessed. "Just moments ago while warming up in the antique shop. Mother, I shall take a short rest. Please wake me when it's time for dinner." "Go ahead, rest easy. I shall look after Yingning." Bai Ling winked playfully. A sense of foreboding crept over Subai as he turned to stare at Yingning. "Yingning, you must behave. You understand." Yingning promptly nodded, her demeanor obedient. I understand. Bailing stifled a laugh. The interaction between the two children resembled that of a kindergarten teacher and her students. She playfully shoved Su-bai into the room. Enough of this. Hurry and sleep. Exhausted, Su-bai collapsed onto the bed, his eyelids growing heavy. As his fingers grazed the blood amber around his neck, he succumbed to slumber once more. In this dream, the sky above him was remarkably clear. A pure blue reminiscent of a sapphire suspended in the heavens. Within the dream, he seemed to possess his own thoughts and suddenly felt that something was amiss. The sky was devoid of clouds or sun, eerily tranquil, initially appearing beautiful, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a mere facade, lacking any vitality, which weighed heavily on his heart. With a turn, Su-bai mumbled a few sleep-laden words and drifted deeper into the realm of dreams. His form within the dream grew significantly taller, and as he reached out to touch the sky, it shattered upon contact. Startled, he instinctively opened his eyes, met by the sight of shimmering, bright eyes before him, leaving him astonished. Who are you? Ning blinked innocently. I am Ning. Upon recognizing the familiar ceiling above, Su-bai let out a sigh of relief. Goodness. It was merely a dream. You gave me quite a fright. At the moment the sky shattered, Su-bai felt utterly powerless to escape. Resigned to the inevitable embrace of death. He had never contemplated mortality until that fateful day when he realized his uniqueness. Since then, thoughts of death began to pervade his mind. Several times he had narrowly evaded the clutches of death, feeling a bittersweet blend of relief and regret. What might death feel like? Would the fleeting moment before death truly reveal the extraordinary beauty that scientists often speak of? Few possess the tranquility to confront death. Most are merely engulfed by terror. Su-bai sighed, experiencing a peculiar sensation. When Ning was by his side, he seemed to attain calmness more swiftly. He gazed at her and murmured, "You are quite the peculiar being." "What did you say?" Ning replied, playfully tapping his arm. Despite the barrier of the blanket, her touch was firm. "Hey, get up. It's time for breakfast." The scene was somewhat awkward, at least for Su-bai. He abruptly flung aside the covers and leaped onto the floor, dashing to the living room without even slipping on his slippers. The table was already laden with an array of dishes, while Bai Ling was engrossed in the television. Honestly, in this day and age, the wealthier people become, the more superstitious they are. Look, this is one of Asia's top 3 billionaires, and he actually believes in feng shui for wealth. Su-bai cast a glance at the screen, finding it curious. His mother often watched programs featuring Bai Xian. This had been a significant reason for his disinterest in television. Could it be that familiarity breeds contempt? Now that he was closer, had his mother grown weary of Bai Xian? The billionaire on the television, nearing 60, was eloquently discussing his business philosophy and life lessons. The camera panned to the audience, and Su-bai's mouth fell slightly agape. Is that her? In the audience, a young girl cradled a doll, her gaze wandering. She seemed indifferent to the happenings on stage, and even to the doll in her arms. There was an unsettling maturity about her that belied her age, which struck Su-bai as eerie. The camera quickly returned to the stage, and in those fleeting seconds, Su-bai felt a chill run down his spine. Ning waved her hand in front of him. Hey, big guy, aren't you going to eat? Only then did Su-bai return to the present. Ning, did you see that child just now? What child? It was just a few seconds. Ning had not noticed. Nothing. I might be overreacting, Su-bai chuckled. I really need a proper meal. In truth, Su-bai was not overreacting. He was deeply concerned about that child. Not solely because of their earlier conversation at the amusement park, but also due to the haunting gaze she had. After finishing their meal, Bai Ling insisted on having Ning stay the night, much to Ning's excitement. Su-bai felt helpless in the face of the two women's relentless enthusiasm. Oh dear, how long must this continue? If you don't come back, Mom will always be searching for someone to dote on. Retreating to the study, Su-bai opened his laptop and began to search for information on the little girl. It soon became evident that the camera's focus on her was no mere coincidence. She was indeed the daughter of the billionaire being interviewed on stage, and an only child. The billionaire, having dedicated his youth to his career, had married late and fathered a child even later, cherishing this daughter as his most prized possession. The affluent gentleman is surnamed Wang, his full name being Wang Deli, which intriguingly aligns with his persona. Su-bai couldn't help but chuckle softly. His daughter, possessing extraordinary beauty, had recently become the center of public attention following a media appearance. She is currently 4 years and 3 months old, learning to play the piano, and is reputed to possess remarkable talent. The little princess is named Wang Meiyu, where yu signifies exquisite jade, and the preceding character Mei underscores the parents' deep affection for their daughter. Subai rested his chin on his hands, perplexed. He had stumbled upon several photographs of this young lady online. The earlier images bore a naive innocence that starkly contrasted with her current demeanor, particularly her enchanting smile, which once radiated purity. In contrast, the present Wang Meiyu appeared somewhat somber. Exhausted from his research, Subai retrieved a book from his shelf, opening it to reveal his sketches. Among the few treasures left by Su Su, apart from the exorcising melodies and flute, this sketch was the most precious. He caressed it gently, inhaling its familiar scent, before carefully placing it back and retiring to his room for the night, which turned out to be a dreamless slumber until dawn. Subai was awakened not by Ying Ning, but by a phone call from Yuqing, who simply uttered 3 words, "Come back quickly." These words were more potent than any elixir. After hastily finishing breakfast, Subai took Ying Ning by the hand and rushed towards the antique shop. Bai Ling, observing Subai's grip on Ying Ning's hand, couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of reassurance as he closed the door. Upon returning to the antique shop, Subai was unexpectedly greeted by the Bu brothers and their wives, Liang Chun and Mei Jing. Ying Ning's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the couples, and she began circling around them, exclaiming, "Oh my, they look so alike." The encounter felt particularly warm as Liang Chun and Mei Jing found a kindred spirit in Ying Ning's innocent exuberance, leading to an animated conversation among the three. Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan exchanged knowing glances, their gazes filled with affection for their wives, before turning to the others, stating, "There is a matter we need to entrust to you." "What matter?" Subai inquired. Bu Yibin replied, "This does not pertain to organizational duties. It is a private request from the two of us. Of course, should you assist us, we will ensure you are duly compensated for your efforts." Bai Mashwan raised an eyebrow. "That sounds splendid." Yuqing felt a bit awkward, noticing the Bu brothers' nonchalant demeanor. Rejecting their request would seem improper. Leaving Bai Mashwan to take the lead. "Are you familiar with Wang Deli?" Bu Yifan asked. Subai's mind buzzed. The name was all too familiar. Having just engaged with him the previous night, he eagerly responded, "Yes, I watched his television interview last night. Mr. Wang is a crucial partner for our company." Bu Yibin explained, "Extremely important. Our next project requires his endorsement, and despite our efforts, we have yet to see results. However, an opportunity has arisen. If we can help him resolve a particular dilemma, I am confident our collaboration will flourish effortlessly." Bu Yifan and his brother harmonized effortlessly, as though they had previously rehearsed their lines. No sooner had Bu Yifan finished speaking than Bu Yibin immediately followed suit. "Mr. Wang has recently welcomed a daughter, a little gem named Wang Meiyu." Subai interjected, "She is 3 years and 4 months old." Both Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin gasped in unison. "How did you know?" Subai sighed with a hint of exasperation and recounted his recent interactions with the young Wang Meiyu, including the unsettling feelings he had experienced. This revelation sent a wave of excitement through the Bu brothers, as it aligned perfectly with the matter they wished to entrust to him. "Indeed, something feels amiss. She does not exhibit the demeanor of a typical 4-year-old. There is an unsettling heaviness about her. Not just I, but her parents have noticed it and are now deeply concerned," Bu Yifan remarked. "Mr. Wang is likely overwhelmed with worry, prompting him to seek assistance. And we are among those he has turned to." Yuqing took note of the word "among." Has he sought help from others as well? Naturally. Many aspire to collaborate with Mr. Wang, eager to seize this opportunity. However, I have faith in your capabilities. Before the matter could be clarified, the Bu brothers began to lavish praise upon their 4 companions. "Your quartet is unmatched in the world." "Oh wait, that might offend Bai Yi and Tang Sanchen Ha." Bai Mashwan, increasingly impatient, furrowed his brow. "Let us get to the point." Bu Yifan continued, "Mr. Wang and his wife suspect that their daughter may not be their own. It is said that she not only displays an unsettling gaze, but has also altered her preferences and often engages in sleep talking, uttering threats of violence that leave her parents horrified. They fear she may be possessed." Bu Yibin added, "Mr. Wang has always been a believer in spirits. Upon sensing something was amiss, he sought the counsel of a feng shui master who has advised him over the years. However, that elder is currently hospitalized." "What happened to him?" Yuqing inquired. "The diagnosis was a heart condition triggered by severe shock," Bu Yibin replied. "I visited this feng shui master, but he revealed nothing more than the existence of a ghost." "A ghost?" Chuang chuckled. With Bai Mashwan and Yuqing present, What manner of ghost could remain unfazed? Dear sister, perhaps a touch of humility would be prudent, Su Bai suggested calmly. Bu Yifan then proposed. I would like to enlist your help in visiting Wang Meiyu to ascertain whether she is indeed possessed. If so, I kindly ask you to expel the spirit from her. As long as Miss Wang returns to her former self, the subsequent matters will be understood. Bai Mashwan agreed. Since we have some free time, a visit would not hurt. Yingming leapt forward. I want to join too. Before Su Bai could respond, Chuiying had already grasped Yingming's hand. All right, let's go together. From now on, we shall be a quintet, shall we? Bu Yifan, noticing the sudden increase in their number to 5, felt a pang of hesitation. Well, it is acceptable to go together. But only 2 of us may enter Miss Wang's chamber. Chuiying replied, we can wait outside. I am far more intrigued by the dwelling of the affluent. The task of entering shall naturally fall to Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan. Having deliberated on these matters, the large entourage descended upon the Wang residence under the cover of night. This particular abode was merely one of many owned by Wang Deli. According to the Bu brothers, once night fell, Wang Meiyu never ventured beyond her door, securely shut. Wang Deli, possessing a modicum of experience, had taken advantage of the daytime absence of Wang Meiyu to install surveillance cameras in her room. Tonight, they would witness the peculiar behavior of Miss Wang. Wang Deli was not at home. Instead, they were greeted by Madame Wang. Upon seeing her, Su Bo couldn't help but reflect on the unfortunate juxtaposition of fine produce being ravaged by swine. Though it may have lacked decorum, it held a kernel of truth. Wang Deli was already in his 60s, while Madame Wang appeared to be no more than 30, with a statuesque figure, striking poise, and captivating features. Turning heads with every step she took in the street, Madame Wang, upon noticing Bai Mashwan, displayed a gentle demeanor as she spoke. Thank you for your presence. Please follow me to the surveillance room. I have prepared refreshments, and the meal will be served shortly. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries between the Bu couple and Madame Wang, they unexpectedly took their leave, informing the 5 that they would return to escort them the following day. Bai Mashwan, aware of their businesslike nature, recognized that with Wang Deli absent, there was little reason to linger. In the surveillance room, Su Bo assumed command, confidently examining the sophisticated equipment. Truly, what a magnate he was. For the cameras offered a panoramic view with no blind spots, enhanced by infrared capabilities, ensuring clarity even in darkness. At that moment, Wang Meiyu was seated at her desk. A doll placed before her. Indeed, the very same doll Su Bo had seen on television. The doll's attire appeared disheveled, indicating the young girl had not taken great care of it. Clutching a pen, she scrawled aimlessly across a sheet of paper, her grip reminiscent of a calligrapher's, yet improperly wielding a pencil. How peculiar, remarked Ning. Su Bo nodded in agreement, observing, indeed, a child of her age ought to be in kindergarten, beginning to grasp the art of writing. Reports suggest she attends an elite preschool. Surely, the instructors would not neglect teaching her the fundamentals. Shoo, she's moving, said Yu Qing anxiously. Suddenly, Wang Meiyu exhibited signs of distress, leaping from her chair to traverse the room in frantic circles. Abruptly, she plunged onto the soft bed, only to then collide her abdomen against the chair. Chuiying expressed concern. This child is not possessed. Rather, she seems to exhibit self-destructive tendencies. Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan exchanged knowing glances, smiling silently. With the 2 remaining quiet, the other 3 continued their observation. Wang Meiyu bore a striking resemblance to her mother, exuding a star-like quality, yet the shadow of turmoil obscured her features. Her gaze was fierce, and after a bout of emotional release, she remained agitated. Casting her eyes toward the doll on the desk, she seized it, first hurling it to the ground, then trampling it with her foot, repeatedly. Finally, lifting the doll again, she seethed, I want to kill her. These 5 words sent a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers, the sheer brutality of the statement leaving a profound impact. Su Bo turned to Yu Qing, questioning, has she been possessed? Yu Qing nodded slightly. However, it is rather peculiar that this spirit is currently bound to Wang Meiyu, unable to break free. Judging by her demeanor, the soul within her is desperately yearning to escape. For reasons unknown, it cannot detach from its host, hence its agitation. Bai Mashwan concurred with this conclusion. At the very least, it indicates that this spirit is of a lower rank, incapable of coming and going at will, likely remaining under the shadow's influence. Its incessant cries for vengeance suggest deep-seated enmity. Ning remarked, how terrifying it is to harbor such resentment even after death. Chapter 362. The amulet, it seems you have reached a conclusion. What do you think? Do you have a method to confront it? Chuang shrugged. It sounds rather straightforward. Yu Qing shook his head. No, that is not the issue at hand. The problem likely lies with Miss Wang herself. By Ma Xuan, what is your opinion? Indeed. Did not Mr. Wang invite other experts? I believe it is unnecessary for us to be the vanguard. Let us observe for now, By Ma Xuan replied, stroking his nose. Su Bo let out a scoff, thinking to himself that By Ma Xuan was indeed an exorcist. Such a trivial matter should be easy for him. Alas, he was not skilled in such arts and could only rely on the two of them. Throughout the night, the five took turns watching the monitors. Mrs. Wang was quite courteous, continuously instructing servants to bring tea and snacks. Su Bo thought this was all thanks to By Ma Xuan. Desire, too, is a blade that hangs over a woman's head. May it not fall and strike By Ma Xuan. As night passed, the Wang residence finally buzzed with activity. By Ma Xuan announced, "It appears the expert has arrived. Let us see the spectacle." The five stood in a corner on the upper floor, intently observing below. There stood Wang Meiyu, still dressed as a little princess in a pastel gown, her adorable princess hairstyle complementing her attire. Alas, the surrounding circumstances clashed starkly with her appearance. She sat on the sofa with a stern expression, while before her stood a middle-aged man clad in tattered monk robes, a worn monk's hat perched upon his head. Squinting as he scrutinized Wang Meiyu, By Ma Xuan snorted derisively, while Yu Qing looked down with an almost amused expression. The middle-aged man wielded a frayed fan, fanning it towards Wang Meiyu's head. What a chilling breeze, filled with malevolence. There must be something unclean about this young lady. Yingming burst into laughter. As if that needed stating. Su Bo furrowed his brow, wondering why she chose to speak at that moment. Sure enough, the middle-aged man immediately looked up, prompting the group to shrink back against the wall, while Yingming hastily covered her mouth. The middle-aged man resumed his scrutiny of Wang Meiyu, stating, "It seems that without my incantations, this grievance will not dissipate. I wonder if anyone present possesses virgin urine?" Su Bo could hardly contain his amusement. This fellow, dressed as Ji Gong, truly believed he was the reincarnation of the legendary monk? He stepped forward boldly. "I have some." Wang Delin was taken aback, glancing at his wife. "Who is this?" Mrs. Wang replied. "He was introduced by the Bu group and has been here with us throughout the night, a total of 5 individuals." The middle-aged man let out a muffled sound, asserting that the essence of magic does not lie in numbers, but rather in cultivation. The scattered immortal spoke wisely, and Wang Deli nodded in agreement, clearly convinced. A man, approximately in his 40s, who had been standing beside the scattered immortal, promptly interjected, stating that the immortal had been specially invited from Mount Wutai and seldom descended the mountain. "You are indeed thoughtful," Wang Deli remarked as he glanced at the 5 individuals descending the stairs, inwardly grumbling about their youthfulness, questioning the reliability of the Bu family group in employing such inexperienced youngsters. Meanwhile, Su Bai, determined to contribute his youthful essence, hurried to the restroom to collect a cup of urine, which he presented to the scattered immortal. The immortal, with a serious demeanor, took a whiff, causing Su Bai to beam with joy, recalling the heavy meat he had consumed the previous day, deeming this a rather potent offering. The scattered immortal, upon catching a whiff of the pungent scent, turned his head slightly with a furrowed brow, yet managed to maintain his composure. He cleared his throat lightly, and then produced a peachwood sword, which nearly provoked an exclamation of disbelief from Yu Qing. Clad in monk robes, the man wielded a peachwood sword. Was this a jest? When had one ever seen Ji Gong brandishing a peachwood sword? Observing him brandish the sword, tainted with youthful essence, while chanting incantations around Wang Meiyu, he muttered, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Pray, the distinction between Buddhism and Taoism is clear. When has a monk ever wielded a peachwood sword?" This man was undoubtedly a fraud. However, By Ma Xuan was astonished to find that Su Bai's essence had a significant effect on the invader within Wang Meiyu, who appeared to be in considerable distress. Her jaw clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If this impostor were to resolve the situation, it would indeed be a grand jest. With a swift thought, By Ma Xuan called out, "Scattered immortal?" Just as the self-proclaimed immortal was reveling in his own importance, he was startled by the call, instinctively turning to face By Ma Xuan. What met his gaze was not a human, but a white fox, towering at nearly human height, shaking its head while flaunting 6 snowy tails that swayed rhythmically. Its expression was one of bemusement, and the peachwood sword slipped from the immortal's grasp, drool escaping the corners of his mouth. "Monster, monster, demon. Bai Mashwan smiled slightly. Scattered immortal, I merely wish to remind you that monks do not wield peach-wood swords. What seems to be the matter? To the others, Bai Mashwan remained the same striking figure, but the scattered immortal collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly dazed. Monster, monster. Madame Wang furrowed her brow. Scattered immortal. Having resided in the mountains for so long, you must be unaware that Mr. Bai is a renowned figure in the entertainment industry. How could he possibly be a demon? Yu Qing understood the situation. The nine-tailed fox clan excels in illusions, and the scattered immortal had fallen into Bai Mashwan's trap. The immortal, now seated on the ground, caused great alarm among those who had brought him. Scattered immortal, what has happened to you? Monster, monster, dear heavens. The immortal abandoned the peach-wood sword and fled in a panic, vanishing from the Wang family estate in a matter of moments, leaving his companions hurriedly apologizing and departing in a flurry. Wang Deli's expression was far from pleasant, and Lady Wing gently consoled him. Perhaps the object on Meiyu is too potent. Even this wandering immortal is powerless against it. Moreover, did not Mr. Bai mention that since he is a monk, how could he wield a peach-wood sword? I suspect it is likely a counterfeit. It is indeed my fault for being momentarily confused. After believing in Buddhism and Taoism for so many years, how could I have been deceived? However, as Wang Deli gazed upon the 5 individuals before him, he noted their youthfulness. Yu Qing interjected, Mr. Wang, youth does not equate to lack of strength. We observed your esteemed daughter throughout the night and discovered that there is indeed something unusual about her. Our analysis suggests that it is not your daughter who is possessed. Rather, it is the contrary. She has attracted this spirit, and now this spirit yearns to emerge but cannot. The true distress lies with the spirit itself. What do you mean? Wang Deli replied sternly. How could my daughter attract something unclean? Yu Qing smiled faintly, retrieving a piece of vermilion paper and a brush dipped in the same. Let us verify this now. Yu Qing placed the brush and paper before Wang Meiyu, affixing a talisman to her forehead. The talisman, which could differentiate between yin and yang, was designed to shield the living from the sun's energy. Upon application, the spirit attached to Wang Meiyu felt significantly freer, capable of manipulating the body or utilizing its own negative energy. Yu Qing pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the brush, and inquired, I ask you, do you wish to emerge? Wang Meiyu did not take the brush, yet it stood upright on its own, swirling around the paper, and began to inscribe characters. Wang Deli and his wife gaped in astonishment, exchanging glances, initially suspecting some trickery with the brush and paper. They examined closely, finding no mechanism beneath the table nor surrounding them, their hands tightly clasped. This young man seemed to possess some genuine ability. The brush moved back and forth a dozen times, but the characters that emerged caused Yu Qing's expression to shift. He looked towards Su Bo for assistance, who remarked, strange. These are not Chinese characters. Could this spirit be non-Han? Chapter 363. Ineffective. Yu Qing inquired, if you are not Han, please draw a horizontal line on the paper. No sooner had he spoken than the brush began to move again, this time forming a neat horizontal line. Yu Qing rejoiced and continued, if you are male, please draw a vertical line. If female, draw a horizontal line. The brush responded with a vertical line. Not Han, then you must be from a minority group. May I ask if you are from ancient times or the modern era? If you are ancient, please draw a horizontal line. If not, a vertical line. Once more, the brush produced a vertical line. Yu Qing noted that although the spirit might not understand how to write in Chinese, it could comprehend speech. Su Bo encouraged him to persist in the dialogue, asking how it came to inhabit Miss Wang and why it could not leave. Yu Qing nodded, continuing to communicate with the spirit trapped within Wang Meiyu, employing the most rudimentary method of elimination, ultimately uncovering the root cause, a Buddhist amulet around Wang Meiyu's neck. This Buddhist amulet was sought by Wang Deli from Thailand. The year Wang Meiyu was born, Wang Deli was filled with joy and personally traveled to a temple in Thailand to acquire an amulet using Wang Meiyu's birth date. Dressed in a princess gown with a high collar, Wang Meiyu had not been seen with this amulet by the 5 individuals yesterday. Wang Deli remarked that the high monk had informed them that this amulet resonates with its owner and must be worn closely, without any clothing in between. Thus, Mrs. Wang understood immediately and unfastened Wang Meiyu's collar to retrieve the amulet. Yu Qing glanced at it and remarked, Mr. Wang, this amulet was indeed worth the effort. What do you mean? Inquired Wang Deli. Yu Qing explained that the amulet is a unique Buddhist ornament from Thailand, akin to the Tibetan satsa, but smaller in size. Moreover, it can only be crafted from clay. This amulet bears a seal inscribed with the auspicious birth date of your precious daughter, indicating she must have been born between the lunar months of March and May. How do you know this? Mrs. Wang exclaimed in surprise. Meiyu was born in the lunar month of May. Yu Qing elaborated that due to the variations in birth dates, the seals would indeed differ. The seals on this amulet consist of 3 distinct impressions, specifically the Zhong Nei Guhi, Zhongji Jie, and Qing Zhu Danfeng, which correspond to those born between March and May. Yu Qing continued, the presence of these seals explains why the spirit cannot escape. However, I am concerned about how this spirit managed to enter in the first place, for the amulet provides protection against such entities. Mrs. Wang's expression suddenly shifted. Her hands entwined in a gesture of distress. Wang Deli urged, what do you know? Speak up. Mrs. Wang confessed. It all began when Meiyu became somewhat peculiar after that incident. I feared you would blame me, and thus refrained from speaking out. Bai Moshuan asked, where did this happen? Last month, at the amusement park, the red cord holding the amulet suddenly snapped. Mrs. Wang replied, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. I understand your precious Meiyu. I dare not make a single mistake with her. I assure you, it was just this once. Cui Ying sighed internally, recognizing that every woman wishes to marry into a wealthy family, yet the trials are known only to herself, perhaps due to the presence of others. Wang Deli did not exhibit anger. The most pressing matter is to resolve Meiyu's predicament. What do you all plan to do now? Yu Qing proposed. We should remove the amulet and forcibly expel the spirit. This will inevitably leave the young lady weakened for a time, but with ample sunlight and proper rest, she will recover. Very well, I shall rely on you all, Wang Deli responded with a glance. Mrs. Wang promptly unfastened the amulet from Wang Meiyu and quietly stepped aside. Yu Qing first removed the talisman from Wang Meiyu's forehead, joining his hands together. The Northern Emperor grants me this paper. I inscribe a talisman to vanquish the malevolent spirit. Should any resist, return them to Fengdu City, as commanded. As the incantation was uttered, Wang Meiyu shook her head vigorously, her body trembling as if caught in a sieve. Wang Deli clenched his fists tightly, remarkably managing to maintain control over his body, preventing himself from rushing forward to uncover Yu Qing. At last, a cloud of white mist emerged from the crown of Wang Meiyu's head. The bond between Wang Deli and his wife and Wang Meiyu was one of blood and flesh, and they immediately beheld the swirling mist. Mrs. Wang, pale with fright, grasped Wang Deli's arm, exclaiming, "What is that?" Wang Deli, unfazed as a man of stature should be, calmly replied, "Is it not obvious? It is the unclean entity that has attached itself to Meiyu." The mist soon coalesced into a complete apparition, adorned in peculiar attire, a western hat perched atop its head, draped in a robe that flared at the hem, resembling a skirt. Suddenly, it fixated its menacing gaze upon Ying Ning's neck, but it vanished instantly, clearly wary of Yu Qing. Witnessing the ghost's disappearance, Su Bo remarked, "It seems all is well now. Let us check on Miss Wang." The moment the apparition appeared, Wang Meiyu lost consciousness. Mrs. Wang hastily placed the Buddhist amulet back around her neck, gently patting the child's cheeks. Her face flushed, the little one blinked, drowsily awake. Wang Deli swiftly lifted Mrs. Wang aside and cradled his daughter, asking, "Meiyu, how do you feel? Where am I?" Given her tender age, the ordeal had drained her energy. Her voice weak as she murmured, "Daddy, wasn't I at the amusement park?" At this moment, the child exhibited a delightful innocence befitting her age, contrasting sharply with her previous demeanor. Su Bo noted the absence of any hostility in her, rendering her even more endearing. Observing the tender exchange between father and daughter, Mrs. Wang's brow furrowed with a hint of sorrow. She stood aside, feeling somewhat out of place, her expression tinged with melancholy as she murmured, "Meiyu, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. Please be more careful in the future." Wang Deli coldly instructed, "This time, we owe a debt of gratitude to these young ones. By the way, Oldly, please arrange a meeting with the Bu brothers. I must express my thanks to them. And to you 5, if it isn't too much trouble. Would you care to stay for a meal?" Noticing the awkward atmosphere between the couple, the 5 were reluctant to linger, quickly finding an excuse to depart. Once outside the Wang residence, Cui Ying sighed. "I see Mrs. Wang living in luxury, yet she does not seem truly content. I wonder if you all have noticed that Mr. Wang shows more concern for his daughter than for his wife, treating her with indifference. It is truly tragic. A woman's happiness is paramount, without which what is the purpose of marriage?" Ying Ning nodded in agreement, it matters not what one eats, but rather the company one shares the meal with. Food is all you think about. Perhaps you should aspire to something greater, Su Bo retorted, exasperated. After dining at the Wang residence all night, are you still not satisfied? Yingming licked her lips. The pastries at the Wang house are simply delicious. Bai Moshuan chimed in, I had heard of your infamous appetite, and now I have witnessed it firsthand. The pastries at the Wang residence are nothing extraordinary. After all, they are merely crafted by human hands. Let us go. This morning has been quite disheartening, and that pretender imitating a monk is truly repugnant. It can be said that when Cao Cao is mentioned, Cao Cao arrives. The individual known as Sanxian has met with failure and has been chastised by his employer. Now, he stands alone at the bus station, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. He is still shaken by Moshuan's intimidating presence and has yet to regain his composure. Upon hearing a noise behind him, he turns around, his face as pale as snow. Bai Moshuan chuckles. Ah, is this not the esteemed Sanxian? Pray tell, are you planning to fly back to Wutai Mountain? Sanxian responds, in this world, one drifts merely to earn a living. I recognize you are true experts. But what method did you employ earlier? Bai Moshuan smirks. One cannot casually disclose the means of one's livelihood. Just then, a vehicle arrives, and the six of them board together. Sanxian feels quite awkward, but has no choice but to share the ride with the five others. Fortunately, the journey is brief. Once they arrive at their destination, Sanxian leaps off the bus, dashing away faster than a rabbit. Chapter 364. The 9 surnames of Zhao Wu. Su Bo remarks. Fortunately, he fled quickly. Otherwise, I would have kicked him off the bus. Heh. Let's not be childish, Chuaying interjects. By the way, I must return to the antique shop now. Remember to package my things for me later. What are you planning to do? Yu Qing inquires curiously. For some reason, inspiration strikes me particularly today, and I must thank my aunt for it. The story of Yel Shioka she shared last time has ignited my creativity. I have a blueprint for my writing in my mind, and I must put it down now. Ideas do not wait. With her creative fervor ignited, nothing can hold her back. Yu Qing says, in that case, I will accompany you back. We can organize our thoughts together. The two bid farewell to Su Bo and head back to the antique shop. Since Xuefen returned to Qingqiu, she has yet to come back. They have been sporadically monitoring the antique shop, and Bai Yi decided to let everyone rest for a week, closing the shop temporarily. When the two arrive at the antique shop's entrance, Gao Mingyuan is staring blankly at the sign stating, closed for business. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he quickly turns around, only to find it is Yu Qing and Chuaying. His expression dims. Oh, it's you. Who did you hope to see? Chuaying replies. The antique shop is closed for a week, and Xuefen is not here. Where has she gone? Gao Mingyuan asks, disappointment creeping into his tone. Mustering the courage to come here, he had convinced himself of his feelings for Xuefen, determined to pursue the woman he likes despite her aloofness. Rather than retreating like a timid turtle, the fervor that had driven Gao Mingyuan to the shop is extinguished by the sign's 4 characters. This is a rather difficult question to answer, Yu Qing says, glancing at Chuaying. Chuaying scratches her head. She went back home to visit relatives, and did not specify when she would return. Do you have her phone number? Gao Mingyuan inquires urgently. Chuaying internally laments. Goodness. Does Xuefen use a mobile phone in Qingqiu? Is there even a signal there? She shakes her head helplessly. She never uses a phone. She is not fond of modern conveniences. How peculiar. In the eyes of a lover, there exists a beauty akin to shishir, a notion that seems to reflect the uniqueness of modern individuals. Yet, in the mouth of Gao Mingyuan, it transforms into something extraordinary. He retrieves his business card from his pocket and presses it into Chuaying's hand, insisting, if she returns, you must deliver this card to her. Tell her I shall not give up. I will wait indefinitely. I possess but one virtue. I honor my words. Thank you. As Gao Mingyuan recedes into the distance, Chuaying glances down at the card in her hand, surprised to discover his recent promotion. She had not anticipated that such an honest man could ascend in his career. It astonished her to realize his deep affection. Indeed, this exemplifies the notion of a tough man harboring tender feelings. Chuaying, receiving no response from Yu Qing, playfully nudges him in irritation. I am speaking to you. Why are you silent? Yu Qing clears his throat, and upon her gaze lifting, she spots Xuefen standing at the corner, silently observing Gao Mingyuan's departing silhouette. Annoyed, Chuaying exclaims, Auntie, have you been here all along? I happened upon the scene as I returned. It was not intentional, Xuefen replies. The matters concerning Qianqiu are nearly resolved. and I have calmed my sister-in-law's emotions before returning, though it was perhaps unnecessary. Shui Ying falls silent, realizing that Shui Fan's presence here primarily revolves around the Qian Kuan mirror. However, with her ailment remedied, she can now bask in the sunlight. The antique shop holds no value for her now. So why has she come back? Shui Fan continues, among our kin, aside from Mo Xian and Ying Ning, no one is aware of my recovery. You truly cannot bear to part with Officer Gao, Shui Ying blurts out. Is that not so? Attraction does not guarantee the correctness of feelings, Shui Fan replies. Shui Xiang fell in love with a man possessed by malevolent energy, leading to her eternal confinement in the cold wall. Shui Bin sacrificed her life for a man of mysterious origins. Is such love right or wrong? I find myself unable to comprehend, and it terrifies me. Yu Qing stands contemplatively aside, and Shui Ying teases, what is this? Even you, a simpleton, are pondering the complexities of love. Had I not taken the initiative, would we even be here today? No, that's not it. Yu Qing shakes his head vigorously. Shui Ying lightly taps his forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? Was I not the one to approach first? No, I meant to say that my thoughts now diverge from what you suggest. I am considering whether the Qian Kuan mirror can absorb the malevolent energy afflicting Ying Ning as it does with you, Yu Qing states. If so, wouldn't that ensure her complete safety? Shui Fan nods in agreement. Indeed, Yu Qing possesses a meticulous mind. When Ying Ning returns enthusiastically with a bag of candied chestnuts, she is abruptly escorted into the chamber containing the Qian Kuan mirror. Puzzled as she sits down, still holding half a chestnut, she questions, what are you planning? Ying Ning. Attempt to make contact with the Qian Kuan mirror, Shui Fan instructs solemnly. Auntie, when did you return? Ying Ning begins, but Shui Fan interrupts. This is not the time for such inquiries. Ying Ning, we must see if the mirror can extract the malevolent energy from you. For only then can you return to Qianxiu and reunite with your mother. Once the mention of her mother arises, Ying Ning grows eager. Placing her hand upon the mirror's surface, is it done like this? Mo Xian, arms crossed, shakes his head. It appears to have no effect. The mirror remained quietly in place, indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Ying Ning blinked. Why is it ineffective for me? Could it be due to my lineage? Shui Fan replied. Ying Ning, there is no need for concern. Even if there is demonic energy within you, you are still perfectly fine. Ying Ning forced a smile. Indeed. My mother once said that as long as I refrain from drinking blood and consuming raw meat, I will remain myself and will not change. Why do you all look so troubled? Su Bai wiped his face, feigning indifference. What expression should we wear then? Should we pretend to be excited and cheer? You really lack enthusiasm. Ying Ning declared, since it's of no use, I'm going out for roasted chestnuts. Just as she was about to leave, a flash of white light appeared outside. Yu Qing exclaimed, a soul is attempting to force its way into the antique shop. Mo Xian remarked, truly overestimating oneself. This place is safeguarded by Master S' intricate formation. Even Yao Guang could not breach it. What fool seeks their own demise? The formation of the heavenly net is divided into 5 cardinal directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the center, with an internal division of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It connects heaven above and earth below, requiring the practitioner to infuse their own blood and true energy, complemented with talismans for activation. Once the formation is established, it erects a protective barrier around the antique shop. This formation was originally set in place by Tang Sen Chung upon discovering someone deliberately attempting to lure spirits into the shop, effectively restraining Yao Guang and forcing him to alter his course, demonstrating the formation's formidable power. Yu Qing stepped into the courtyard, gazing upward. A shadow was spiraling in the air, its rotation alarmingly rapid. He quickly discerned that the spirit was ensnared by the heavenly net formation. Its excessive velocity obscured its appearance. But if it continued, dire consequences seemed inevitable. Mo Xian shared the same thought, but acted more swiftly. He leaped over the wall, landing with precision, and with a flick of his tail, ensnared the hapless spirit, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact was significant, and after Mo Xian released his tail, the spirit rolled several feet before coming to a halt. Ying Ning was the second to land, her agility allowing for a silent descent. Su Bai, though tall, found his stature a hindrance, landing with an ungainly thud, promptly eliciting Ying Ning's mocking laughter. Su Bai, you truly resemble a clumsy bear. Chapter 365. The 9 clans of Zhao Wu Tu. As Su Bai rose, he quipped, have you ever seen such a slender bear? Yu Qing and Shui Ying approached the prostrate spirit, and upon closer inspection of its attire, they gasped in astonishment. How can it be him? Bayamo Shin grunted. What a remarkable coincidence. Yu Qing, quick to react, drew the bloodlight blade and encircled the spirit before it could regain its composure. This was the very spirit that had been expelled from Miss Wing earlier that day. Up close, its peculiar attire and strikingly deep features revealed a high nose bridge, hinting at mixed heritage, and it appeared to be in its 30s. At last, he let out a muffled groan, recovering from the earlier shock. Though his form still flickered, he managed to stand once more. Taking a step forward, he touched the blood-red blade and involuntarily yelped, retreating to his previous position. What have you done to me? He exclaimed. That is a question we should pose to you, Yu Qing interjected. Why did you force your way into the antique shop? The spirit cast a glance at the infant Ning behind Yu Qing, raising a hand to point at her. I desire the jade around her neck. Are you not intending to kill her? Ma Xuan inquired. When you were at the Wang family's house, you possessed that little girl and kept insisting you would kill her. When I refer to her, I do not mean her, the spirit exclaimed, agitated. Why will you not believe me? My intent to kill does not genuinely pertain to her. I merely worry for her. Confusion ensued, as the spirit's concern seemed utterly disconnected from the threat of murder. I am searching for the owner of the jade, but it is not her. I have lost contact with her, and I am merely concerned for her safety. I have been looking for her. Suddenly, Chuaying had a thought. How well do you understand the language of the Han people? I can listen and express myself, but I cannot write, the spirit replied. You already know this. Chuaying muttered. It seems he does not comprehend when the vocabulary becomes too profound. Is it that love necessitates killing? Yu Qing, what are you doing? Yu Qing was circling the spirit, then remarked, Your brow has turned pale in death. It appears your fate is light. You must have been quite unfortunate in life. How did you meet your end? What does a light fate mean? The spirit was bewildered by the term, but recounted the manner of its demise. During a fight, I was accidentally pushed off a cliff. I initially hung onto a tree and did not die, but I could not descend and ultimately starved to death. With a chuckle, Subai burst into laughter. Surviving a great calamity, only to perish from hunger. Good heavens, what a quintessentially unfortunate spirit. Tell me, young man, does this qualify as a light fate? Indeed, Yu Qing responded. A person's fate, or Bazi, is derived from their lunar birth date, transformed into a destiny chart composed of heavenly stems and earthly branches, which can forecast one's fortune. Since the total number of stems and branches is 8, it is called Bazi. In popular culture, it is referred to as the 8 characters of one's birth. A person's Bazi includes the year, month, day, and hour stems and branches, resembling 4 pillars. Hence, it is also known as the 4 pillars of destiny. The analysis of Bazi can also be termed as the 4 pillars of fate. So my fate is light, which is why I am unfortunate. The spirit asked innocently. Individuals with a light fate are prone to encounter unclean entities. When the yin energy becomes too heavy, it counteracts the yang, causing dizziness, lack of focus, and ultimately, misfortune. Did you find that nothing succeeded during your life? Subai queried. Indeed, the spirit replied, plopping down onto the ground. Thus, no one wishes to associate with me. I have no friends. She is my only companion. Ning's heart stirred. Are you referring to the owner of this red jade? Is she a woman? Ning wished to say more, but was nudged by Chuaying. This girl was too blunt, and they had yet to fully uncover the spirit's origins. It was best not to reveal everything. Ning stuck out her tongue and promptly ceased her discourse. Indeed, she is the most gentle woman I have ever encountered. A woman of the Yuezhi, unmatched by anyone else. As the specter began to speak, Su Bo's expression shifted. You mentioned Yuezhi. Are you a citizen of the Yuezhi kingdom? Yes, I am a Yuezhi, though that may not be entirely accurate. The spirit struggled to articulate. Have you heard of it? Among the illustrious 36 nations of the western regions, Yuezhi is undoubtedly the most renowned. The Yuezhi originated from the Hushi corridor in the 2nd century BCE. They were defeated by the Xiongnu and migrated westward to the Ili River and the Chu River region. Subsequently, they faced defeat by the Wusun, leading them to strike westward against Deyuan, seizing both banks of the Guishui River and establishing the Great Yuezhi Kingdom. As the Yuezhi moved west to the Ili and Chu rivers, they expelled the native Saka people, causing them to scatter, some migrating southward to Jibin, while others encroached upon the Greek kingdom of Bactria, establishing Deyuan. Later, the Yuezhi reclaimed Dian and descended into the Ganges basin, where they founded the Kushan Empire. The Han people became historically aware of the Yuezhi due to their significant mention in the annals of the Western Han dynasty. When the king of Yuezhi was slain during the reign of Emperor Wu, the emperor, upon hearing the news, immediately sought individuals capable of venturing to Yuezhi. As such an undertaking necessitated passage through the Xiongnu territory. Zhang Qian responded to the call, embarking westward with just over 100 men. Upon exiting Longxi, they encountered Xiongnu cavalry, and Zhang Qian and his companions were captured and brought before the Chanyu. Upon learning of Zhang Qian's mission to Yuezhi, the Chanyu furiously declared, "Yuezhi lies to my north. Do you Han wish to send envoys over my head? Would I be permitted to dispatch envoys to Nanyue?" Thus, the Chanyu detained Zhang Qian among the Xiongnu for a decade, coercing him into marriage and parenthood in hopes of eroding his resolve. Yet, Zhang Qian remained steadfast in his mission. Eventually, one day, seizing an opportunity when the guards were lax, he escaped, traversing mountains and valleys for dozens of days until he reached Deyuan. The king of Deyuan, upon hearing of his plight and the prosperity of the Central Plains, was delighted and eager to establish friendly relations with the Han, sending a guide to escort Zhang Qian to Kangju, from whence he could proceed to Yuezhi. However, by this time, Yuezhi had appointed a new queen as their ruler. Having conquered Deyuan, they no longer harbored a desire for vengeance against the Xiongnu. Moreover, they felt that the Han dynasty was too distant to offer meaningful assistance. Zhang Qian stayed in Yuezhi for a year, unable to fulfill his mission, and ultimately had to return home. The historical records of the Han clearly document this narrative, from which 3 points can be inferred. First, Yuezhi's fate is inextricably linked to migration. This nation appears to have perpetually shifted its territory, alternating between aggression and defense. Secondly, long before Wu Zetian's reign, women were permitted to ascend to the throne in Yuezhi. Thirdly, the Western Han repeatedly sought to cultivate amicable relations with Yuezhi, as both nations shared a common adversary in the Xiongnu. The eventual decline of Yuezhi's prosperity culminated in the rise of the Kushan Empire, which fell to the Yeda tribe in the 5th century. After Su Bo's historical exposition, Yingning shook her little head and queried, "So, did the people of this nation vanish thereafter?" Certainly not. The fall of a nation does not imply the demise of its entire populace. Subai remarked that by the Tang dynasty, there were still some records of the Yuezhi. During the Sui and Tang periods, the Zhao Wu 9 clans emerged, with Zhao Wu being the former capital of the Yuezhi. After the fall of the Kushan Empire, the surviving Yuezhi migrated westward and adopted surnames such as An, Chao, Shi, Mi, He, Huasun, Shi, and Wu Di, collectively referred to as the 9 clans, with Zhao Wu prefixed to their names. Subai questioned, "Are you perhaps one of the Zhao Wu 9 clans?" The apparition, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know?" It was no wonder he claimed to be a Yuezhi, yet could not truly identify as a citizen of the Yuezhi kingdom. By the Tang era, the concept of the Yuezhi state had faded, and they were merely referred to as Hu people. "Do you not recognize the historical accounts?" Subai sighed. "It appears you are truly uneducated." "No. I can write my name, and I do so in Han characters." The ghost glanced down and, to his astonishment, grasped a stone, etching 2 characters upon the ground. Though his writing was crooked, it was legible, and Shan. "So your name isn't Shan. Did you perish during the Tang dynasty?" Yu Qing inquired. "Yes," and Shan lamented. "I have not seen her, nor my elder brother Huasun." "Elder brother Huasun?" The weight of this revelation overwhelmed Cui Ying. "What does that mean?" Subai retorted, "You, a novelist, should remember the Zhao Wu 9 clans. Huasun is one of them." Cui Ying scoffed, but fell silent upon seeing Ying Ning's expression. Who was the master of Hongyu at that time? Ying Ning's heart trembled, her voice quivering. "Shuexiang," and Shan responded. She truly resembled a celestial being descending from the snow-capped mountains, so exquisite. She treated me kindly when others scorned me, deeming me unlucky. Only she and elder brother Huasun showed me kindness, particularly her. Every time I heard her voice, my heart would swell with joy, and even in my misfortunes, it felt inconsequential. Ying Ning's nose tinged with sorrow. Did she truly go by Shuexiang? Do you know the characters? If it were a homophone, her hopes would be dashed. If it were indeed true, she could scarce bear to think of it. She pinched Subai sharply, causing him pain, yet he remained silent. Understanding the significance of that moment for Ying Ning, Snow and Xiang, and Shan hesitated. "I cannot recall the Han characters. I have not received much education. Only Shuexiang taught me a few simple words." Yu Qing and Bai Mo Xian exchanged glances and nodded. with Yuqing collecting all the bloodlight blades. For now, we shall tentatively believe you. However, your earlier declaration of intent to kill her still weighs heavily upon our minds. Subai silently agreed, recalling the expression on the possessed Wang Meiyu's face. If not fueled by hatred for a certain individual, how could such rage be so profound? And Shan could not be entirely trusted. A sudden thought struck Subai. Could they both be contemplating the same thing? Yuqing had indeed allowed Anshan to enter the jade. Upon seeing the jade, Yuqing was reminded of Wei Jie, who had departed in a fit of anger and had since been completely unreachable, seemingly intent on severing all ties with them. It was understandable. He had gained little from their company and was often looked down upon. Yuqing instructed Anshan to remain within the jade, while Bai Moshuan swiftly returned to Qingqiu, leveraging his status as the clan leader to visit Shuexiang, hoping to uncover more truths from her. Meanwhile, as Anshan entered the antique shop, he initially behaved very modestly, speaking courteously. However, as midnight approached, the time when the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead was most active, he became increasingly lively. At that moment, he stealthily emerged from the jade and made his way toward the room where Ning was resting. Yuqing immediately opened his eyes and whispered, "Subai? He has moved." Subai replied softly, "I see." The two of them quietly slipped out of bed, trailing behind Anshan. With a sudden rush, Anshan darted into Ning's room. She was sound asleep on the bed, her nose gently twitching, and her tightly closed eyelids accentuated the length of her lashes, rendering her utterly endearing. Anshan gazed at her face, murmuring, "So much like her, truly, so remarkably alike." Subai noted Anshan's intense focus on Ning, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. This fellow harbored special feelings for Shuexiang, and given Ning's resemblance to her, would he not start to develop an affection for Ning as well? At that moment, Subai and Yuqing stood by the window, peering through the gaps. Anshan's thoughts were entirely consumed by Ning. Suddenly, his hand brushed against Ning's neck, his gaze greedily fixating on the red jade. Subai's heart sank. Was Anshan contemplating the red jade? As soon as Anshan's fingers touched the red jade, a puff of black smoke erupted from his fingertips, startling him into withdrawing his hand. A ghostly shadow flickered momentarily, exclaiming, "Remarkable! I shall spare you for today." Indeed, this fellow harbored ill intentions, yet he was not particularly formidable as a spirit. He was leagues beneath Yao Guang. Subai felt a surge of frustration and whispered to Yuqing, "Shall we not capture him? The time is not yet ripe. He still holds some utility," Yuqing replied, tugging at Subai. "Come, let us return quickly." The two of them hastily dove back under the covers. While Anshan re-entered the jade, that night appeared tranquil on the surface, yet currents of intrigue swirled beneath. By the following day, when Bai Moshuan returned, events took an even more astonishing turn. During the day, the myriad of ghosts concealed themselves in shadowy corners, with only Shiqing free to roam and attach to individuals at will. Anshan, ensconced beneath the black shadows, felt the sunlight streaming upon the jade, causing him to burn with discomfort. He cried out in agony, "It hurts. What are you doing to me?" Yuqing, placing the jade beneath the midday sun, chuckled, "Oh, nothing much. This jade has not seen the light for far too long. Today it simply needs to bask." Midday, the time of greatest yang energy, had become Anshan's moment of reckoning. He writhed in pain, exclaiming, "What do you truly intend?" "Nothing much, merely curiosity." "Why are you so fascinated by the red jade on Ning's neck?" Yuqing remarked, "You sneak into Ning's room even at midnight. Had you not failed to hold on to Hongyu, we might never have seen you today." "Hongyu, so that is what you call it. Huh. Truly a case of failing to recognize the towering presence." Upon uttering these words, Anshan realized that his current situation did not permit such bravado, and he quickly softened his tone. "Please do not treat me this way. I can inform you that it is not Hongyu. It is not a jade artifact at all. There is more we need to know." Bai Xian interjected with a low hum. "What we are more curious about is your brother Huasun and sister Shuexiang. Which one truly occupies your thoughts?" And Shan immediately fell silent, while Ning remained puzzled. "Brother Xian, what are you talking about? Human emotions are never deceptive. Your declaration of intent to kill her, expressed in anger and revealed in solitude, is the truest manifestation of your feelings. Thus, the person you seek is indeed someone you are concerned about, not one you love, but rather one you despise, the owner of Hongyu, Shuexiang." Bai Xian continued, "Surely you did not expect we could still locate Shuexiang?" "Nonsense. She has long since perished," and Shan cried out, only to quiet down immediately. realizing he had unmasked himself. With bitterness, he stated, "No one can live that long." "Some can," Bai Xian retorted with a cold chuckle. "Perhaps they are not even human." "How do you know she is dead?" Su Bai interjected with a mischievous grin. "The reality seems to diverge significantly from your assumptions. It is Huasun who has met his demise, not Shuexiang." Bai Xian, rarely impressed, gave Su Bai a thumbs up. This young man had returned from Qingqiu without divulging the information gleaned from Shuexiang, yet he appeared to have organized his thoughts quite effectively. Su Bai smiled with pride. "It's merely foundational skills." Bai Xian's expression darkened as he dropped his hands, grunting, "Now, you shall orchestrate the reconstruction of events," while also clarifying why Huasun is imbued with malevolent energy and how Ying Ning can rid herself of it. Ying Ning, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Brother Xian, are you saying there is a way to eliminate the malevolent energy from me?" "That is a question for Anshan. We must discover what method was employed to lead Huasun astray," Bai Xian replied. "I will give you a quarter of an hour, otherwise the Zhengyang talisman will be summoned. With the midday sun and the talisman combined, in mere seconds, you could be reduced to ashes. Such a game is trivial for us, and I lack the patience to prolong this. The timer begins now." And Shan felt a chill run down his spine. This man was not jesting, and his words dripped with menace. "Even if I divulge the information, you will not be able to find the antidote. That place has been consumed by the desert. You will not be able to locate it." Chapter 367. Blood Inkture. This is our affair and does not concern you. Bai Xian glanced at the time. A minute passes so swiftly. Anshan's body had long since become feverish, wisps of black smoke curling around him. And judging by the time, he would not last a quarter of an hour. In a moment of sheer terror, he exclaimed, "I will divulge everything to you. I am the sworn brother of Brother Huaxuan. In the Tang dynasty, the Hu people united to embark on a commercial journey. All of us look to Brother Huaxuan as our leader. He possesses a sharp mind and is exceedingly adept at dealing with the Han people. I was once a beggar by the roadside, and had it not been for Brother Huaxuan's rescue, I would have perished long ago. After taking me in, he discovered that I was also a descendant of the Yuezhi and accepted me as his sworn brother, keeping me by his side. That period was the most fulfilling and joyous time of my life. Due to his presence among Yuzhong, Su Bai, and others, they could not discern his face. Had they seen it, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. The satisfaction and joy reflected on his countenance were quite extraordinary, his lips pressed lightly together, eyes half closed. Entirely immersed in the moment, as if his thoughts had drifted back to that most beautiful time. The 9 clans of the Zhao Wu who were skilled in commerce and often held prominent military positions in the Tang dynasty. Huaxuan, merely a surname among the Hu, was known in full as Huaxuan Si. True to his name, he was meticulous and thorough in his endeavors. A leader among the Hu and a descendant of the Kushan dynasty. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a stir within. No wonder Shuexiang had said that Ying Ning's father was not inherently malevolent. He was, in fact, of royal lineage, a descendant of the Kushan dynasty. However, Bai Xian expressed some skepticism, asking, "How do you know that Huaxuan is a descendant of the Kushan dynasty?" Anshan fell silent, but Yu Qing understood immediately. He produced a talisman and affixed it to the jade pendant, saying, "This talisman can help you evade for a while, if you choose to remain silent. That is your prerogative. Otherwise, I shall remove it at once, and the midday sun will reduce you to ashes, without the searing rays of sunlight." Anshan finally exhaled in relief and continued, "Well, having fallen into your hands, I have nothing more to say. Only a descendant of the Kushan dynasty would bear the surname Huaxuan. This lineage has always commanded the respect of the Hu people throughout generations. The Huaxuan clan has been few in number. Their status among the descendants of the Yuezhi remains unassailable. From the moment Brother Huaxuan was born, he became the center of attention. Perhaps it is the royal blood of the Kushan dynasty that flows within him. It is said that he was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, possessing great compassion, particularly towards the descendants of the Yuezhi. Many say he embodies the spirit of a ruler." Ying Ning listened intently, not daring to blink, as if any distraction would cause her to miss all that was related to her father. This rare demeanor of hers was quite striking, and Su Bai found that the quietness of Ying Ning was rather pleasant. In addition to this, the Huaxuan clan possesses another token, the pendant around her neck. Anshan added, "That is no mere red jade. It is a unique artifact of the Kushan dynasty, a symbol of the dynasty, known by the melodious name of blood silk stone." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, Calling it red jade is not without merit. Though Anshan found it a stretch to insist on that name, he could only respond. To determine whether it is indeed blood silk stone is quite simple. Hold it up to the sunlight, and you will see within it strands resembling blood. Brother Huishuan once showed it to me, and it left a lasting impression. Yingming swiftly removed the blood-red pendant from her neck and held it up to the sun. To her astonishment, she discovered that it contained not only blood-like strands, but that these strands appeared to move as if alive, gliding about in the sunlight like miniature tadpoles. Each red thread illuminated by the sun, creating an ethereal glow around them. Strange yet exquisite, truly remarkable. She placed the blood pendant back around her neck, pondering whether it was indeed a symbol of the Kushan dynasty. In the language of the Han people, it could be considered a family heirloom. Anshan remarked that it had long since vanished before the Sui dynasty, with this being the only remaining piece, rendering it exceptionally rare. It was not merely a symbol of status, but also due to its scarcity. Yu Qing affirmed its rarity. Anshan's voice grew sharp with anguish. Indeed, such a precious blood pendant, yet he bestowed it upon that woman. How detestable! She appeared only once and stole the heart of Brother Huisun. Had it not been for her, everything would have proceeded as planned. If Brother Huisun had led us instead of in Lushan, everything would have been rewritten. Brother Huisun would have become the true sovereign, and I would have been his most loyal supporter. Her presence has disrupted it all. She deserves to die. She truly does. Su Bo felt a stirring in his heart. Are you conspiring? Not us, but rather the enduring plan of Brother Huisun. He seeks to re-establish the Kushan dynasty, to enable the descendants of the Yuezhi to reclaim their homeland. Thus, under his guidance, we have embarked on the path of commerce and governance, gradually grasping both wealth and power. What is in Lushan? Merely a mediocre among us. Were it not for Brother Huisun abandoning the plan, would he have had a chance? Su Bo was taken aback, and Lushan was indeed renowned, with historians suggesting that his biological father may have been of the Hu lineage. Though not one of the 9 surnames of Zhao Wu, he undeniably possessed Hu blood. Su Bo suddenly recalled that the 9 surnames were emphasized. Was it because the Hu beneath these 9 surnames had a nobler lineage, and was indeed one of the 9 surnames? Yet in Lushan originally belonged to the Kong surname, and Lushan's father had died early, and he had lived with his mother among the Turkic tribes. His mother later remarried to the brother of the Turkic general and Boizhu, Yin Yan. In the early years of the Kaiyuan era, his clan fell into disarray, and he escaped with the general's son, and Dao Mai, and Boizhu's son, and Shun, and Wenjun, thus adopting the Yin surname, becoming Lushan. The Kong surname was not among the 9 surnames, which explained Anshan's disdain for An Lushan. That being said, An Lushan's character was indeed questionable, cunning, and treacherous. He was a valiant warrior commanding a formidable army, using the pretext of clearing the court to instigate a rebellion, leading the once mighty Tang Empire into decline. After the rebellion, he declared himself emperor, reigning as a blind emperor for 2 years before being murdered by his own son. An Lushan, who had grown excessively corpulent, relied on his trusted eunuchs to dress him after losing his sight. Due to his favoritism towards his younger son, his elder son in Qingshu, feeling neglected, harbored resentment, and ultimately killed An Lushan by stabbing him in the abdomen while dressing him. You aspire to resurrect the Yuezhi? It is truly unfathomable that you harbor such delusions. Bai Moshuan remarked, the Tang dynasty is a flourishing era. If you wish to stir up trouble, it necessitates extensive preparation. Indeed, an exceedingly protracted period, 12 full years of preparation and dedication. Brother Huisun once stated that any endeavor, if met with effort, would not lead to regret, even in failure. Anshan added. He also mentioned that he could not fathom what could stand in his way. At that moment, I believed him wholeheartedly. I was convinced that Brother Huisun would surely succeed, and I would become his most trusted confidant. However, then came Shuexiang. Bai Moshuan continued, after meeting Shuexiang, Huisun's perspective shifted dramatically. It was that enigmatic woman whom Brother Huisun discovered while she lay unconscious beneath a tree. I deeply regret that I was the one who first encountered her. It seems my fate was cursed, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Anshan clenched his fists. If I had turned a blind eye, how many ifs would there be? Bai Moshuan rebuked, this is not the time for your musings. Focus on the essential points. After Huisun met Shuexiang, he transformed as if he were a different person. He had previously vowed not to marry or have children until his grand ambitions were realized. Yet suddenly he declared his intention to wed Shuexiang, proclaiming that no woman of the Yuezhi could compare to her, She was a rare gem among wives. Anshan still recalled the shock, disappointment, and a tinge of heartache he felt upon hearing that news. How had matters reached such a state? Chapter 368, The Fiery Birthmark. He said he would marry her, and none opposed, but he insisted on relinquishing everything to live as an ordinary man. How could this be? Had he forgotten his initial grand aspirations? Anshan lamented. Everyone was filled with hope, yet he claimed that our current lives were satisfactory. Those in commerce should continue in trade, and those in service should persist in their roles. Let us forget him, forget the Yuezhi, forget the Kushan dynasty. He let go, but Lushan did not. At that time, he had already ingratiated himself with the Tang emperor. Though portly, he danced the Huxian dance with remarkable grace, winning the favor of Yang Guifei. Subai commented, he must have seized the opportunity while Huasun considered withdrawal, subsequently orchestrating the Lushan rebellion. It is astonishing how events unfold in a chain, with truths often surprising us. Yet, how did Huasun meet his demise? Anshan fell silent. Do you believe in witchcraft? I once dismissed the existence of spirits, yet now they stand before us. Subai responded, brother, given your current state, you might as well be forthright. Anshan let out a wail. Brother Huasun was killed by Lushan. It is said that his mother was a witch, knowledgeable in sorcery. Who knows if it is true? He had heard tales of Huasun's lineage being afflicted by evil forces. If such malevolent energy intensified, it could lead to death. Bai Mashwan grunted. How do you know this? Such confidential matters. Would Lushan confide in you? This struck a chord with Anshan, who cried out once more, it was I? I overheard the conversation. I knew of this matter all along yet failed to inform brother Huasun. Alas, this fellow had the audacity to weep, incessantly calling out for Huasun Si, while vociferously cursing and vowing to kill Shuexiang. Yet, the most despicable person in this scenario is undoubtedly himself. He had a chance to save the brother he cherished most, yet succumbed to a fleeting thought, allowing his closest kin to perish. This man is not only light of character, but also lacks discernment. Ying Ning's countenance grew sorrowful as she absorbed the truth regarding her father's demise. Her eyes widened with disbelief, tears brimming in their wells, but she quickly stifled a sob, refusing to let them fall, and forced a smile. So, he is called Huasun Si. What a peculiar name. Subai shot her a glance. Girl, you are quite strange. Shouldn't you be wailing uncontrollably at a time like this? Ying Ning, with a playful smile tinged with tears, replied, Yet, I feel quite happy. She is not a child of mere circumstance. She has parents, a gentle and kind mother, and a father who is not only of noble lineage but also a man of true character. It is delightful to realize that this disposition is inherited from her father. Bai Xian coughed, interrupting their exchange, for the matter was far from resolved. He inquired further, since you overheard Lushan's plot against Huasun Si, do you know the method he intends to employ? I only heard them mention seeking a particular herb in the desert, and Shan replied. This herb grows beneath the sands and bears a unique name, Tong Xian. Once Huasun consumes it, the malevolent energy within him will spread throughout his being. Should he prove unable to endure it, death will ensue. Bai Xian remarked. No wonder it struck suddenly. Shuexiang witnessed her husband's death, and even casting you into the underworld's hellish depths would not suffice to quench her fury. A person like you is unworthy to exist in the realm of the living. Tell me, is there an antidote for Tong Xian? And Shan suddenly erupted into laughter, a cackling that incited Bai Xian's ire. He stepped forward and tore the Yin talisman from the jade pendant. Without the talisman's veil, sunlight immediately flooded the jade, and Shan cried out in anguish. Even if I knew, you would never find it. That place has long been buried by the desert. Whether you choose to speak or remain silent is your affair. Seeking it is ours, Bai Xian declared. Very well, you underestimate our capabilities. Knowing about Tong Xian is sufficient. Yu Qing, proceed. Yu Qing had long harbored resentment towards Shan. At Bai Xian's command, he produced a yang talisman he had prepared and affixed it to the jade pendant. Upon contact, the entire jade leapt asunder. Yu Qing would not allow him to stir. The bloodlight blade encircled them, and as the jade brushed against it, it rebounded violently. And Shan writhed in torment within the jade, ultimately succumbing. I don't know. I truly do not know. The response was disheartening. Bai Xian exchanged glances with Yu Qing, finally retrieving the jade and tearing off the yang talisman. Inside, and Shan was gravely injured, lacking the strength to emerge from the jade. You are quite formidable. How could I have encountered such as you? It was your own schemes that led you to this fate. Having seen the blood yin stone, you foolishly sought to settle accounts with Shui Xiang, or you would not have self-destructed and endured such suffering. Shui Ying scolded, You, this rascal, thinking of loving Shui Xiang, what concern is it of yours? You inexplicably harbor jealousy and yet stand idly by in the face of danger and still wish to seek vengeance on Shui Xiang? With such a light fate, you will amount to nothing in the afterlife. Su Bai glanced at Yu Qing, his lips barely parting to utter a single word, tiger. Yu Qing perceived it clearly, yet furrowed his brow and pretended not to notice. Just as Su Bai reveled in his moment of triumph, Shui Ying delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. Could you lower your voice when speaking ill of others? Goodness, how can you hear that? Are you some kind of keen-eared demon? Su Bai spat dismissively. I would dare to speak in your presence. That is the hallmark of a gentleman. Sister, you are the epitome of a cultured woman. How have you descended to such a state? It hasn't been long since you came down the mountain, and you've truly turned into a fierce tigress. Away with you. A dog cannot spit out ivory, Shui Ying retorted. Ask him again what transpired afterward. Yu Qing nodded. Yet he had his own thoughts. He is yet to inform us of the method to dissolve the Tongxin sword. Enshan, will you reveal it or not? The descendants of the Moon clan are aware of the Tongxin sword's origin. It lies north of the original capital of the Moon Kingdom, beneath the sands where numerous bodies rest, victims who perished while traversing the desert. Their corpses, buried deep underground, are gnawed upon by subterranean creatures, exposing their hearts. At this moment, the seeds that fall upon the corpses absorb their nutrients, gradually growing into what we call the Tongxin sword, or Tongxin sword grass. Enshan continued. It is said that if one mistakenly consumes the Tongxin sword, one must turn over the corpses that nurtured it to behold another type of plant beneath them, vibrant and red, in stark contrast to the properties of the Tongxin sword. This plant can counteract the poison of the Tongxin sword. That's not all. You mentioned earlier that the Huasun lineage has been tainted by malevolence. The Tongxin sword merely exacerbates the evil energy within him. Relying solely on that plant may not completely dispel the demonic aura. Do you know what kind of evil resides within the Huasun lineage? Bai Moshuan inquired. I do not know. I only know that on the back of Huasun's neck, there is a birthmark resembling a flame, Anshan replied. It is said that this birthmark has been passed down through generations, marking the ancestors of Huasun who exchanged their essence for sinister power. This mark is the symbol of that exchange. Ying Ning felt a stir in her heart, suddenly pressing her lips tightly together. Anshan continued. When Brother Huasun met his untimely demise, and Lu Shan took the opportunity to rise, you all know what happened next. He actually became emperor for 2 years, though his end was not favorable. As for me, without Brother Huasun, I had no desire to serve in Lu Shan. Henceforth, I wandered alone, relying on the specialties of the western regions to make a living. During one delivery, I encountered a brawl between 2 factions, and eventually, succumbing to my light fate, I perished from starvation. The matter at hand is one that Anshan appears reluctant to revisit. He spoke. After my demise, my soul wandered aimlessly. The more I contemplated, the greater my remorse and hatred grew. I loathed myself, and I harbored resentment towards Shui Xiang. Since then, I have shunned reincarnation, tirelessly seeking her whereabouts. I thought, if she were to have perished, it would be a relief. However, if she yet lived, I would ensure she accompanied Brother Hua in death. Yet, shortly after I began my search, I was drawn by an unseen force and found myself ensnared, unable to escape. I could hear the bustling world outside, only to gradually succumb to silence. I lost track of time until the outside world regained its vibrancy. Just then, the force that had constrained me vanished, and I rushed out, only to realize it was daytime. Caught off guard, I hastily entered the body of a young girl and became trapped within her. Initially, I was in a state of panic, but soon I discovered that this girl hailed from a wealthy family. I enjoyed a period of carefree existence within her form. However, as weariness set in, I yearned to depart. In chapter 369, it is revealed that you inadvertently occupied the body of Miss Wang, a stroke of fortune indeed. The talisman she bore unexpectedly broke, granting you an opportunity, yet once it was restored, you found yourself confined within her. Yu Qing remarked. A light fate can manifest even in the afterlife. You escaped from an amusement park, which I've heard was once a martyr's cemetery, marked by a stone tablet inscribed by a renowned Buddhist and Taoist master. You were likely suppressed by that very tablet. Subsequently, The cemetery was relocated to the outskirts, transformed into an amusement park, and the tablet was removed, granting you your freedom. When you were expelled from the Wang residence, you noticed the red jade pendant around Ying Ning's neck. Mo Xian interjected, it is not merely red jade. It is known as blood tassel stone. This revelation startled you, yet out of respect for Yu Qing, you feigned departure. However, by nightfall, your curiosity compelled you to infiltrate the antique shop, only to realize that such a place was beyond your reach. Indeed, it seems that even in death, one may possess a light fate, and Shan mused. I have shared all I know. What do you intend to do with me? To extinguish you would sully my hands. We shall summon the emissaries of the underworld to take you away. Your fate will be determined by them, replied Mo Xian with a grunt. The emissary dispatched from the underworld to retrieve Shan was none other than Bai Zhong. During this time apart, developments concerning her grandfather had transpired. Su Bai recounted the discoveries made in recent days, which took Bai Zhong by surprise. Upon seeing the figure in the painting, she recognized him as the heartless man who had departed. Su Bai felt an overwhelming sadness, regretting not having called out to him that day. Bai Zhong, however, perceived the truth. If he truly wished to save his own grandson and acknowledge him, why had he not done so? Having endured these years, what more was there to overcome? With a calm demeanor, Grandma offered Su Bai some solace, prompting her to show the jade tube she held. Yet, Grandma had never seen it before. This small episode was set aside for the moment, resting heavily upon Su Bai's heart. Returning to Ying Ning. The girl indeed bore a flame-shaped birthmark on the nape of her neck, as if it had sprouted directly from her flesh, a small protrusion, naturally formed. Xuefan recalled the day Ying Ning was brought back to Qingqiu. The elders had ventured out merely to retrieve Xuexiang, unaware that she had given birth. Upon seeing the demonic aura surrounding Ying Ning, the elders intended to eliminate her on the spot. Su Bai gasped in disbelief, anger swelling within him. What right did they have to take the life of another's child? Alas, it was a precaution. Had Ying Ning grown to harbor the evil within her, her existence would have been a living hell. Xuexiang, unwilling to let her child perish, struck a deal with the elders, who agreed to take Ying Ning back to Qingqiu for supervision, sparing her life while she herself was sent to the Hanbai prison. Xuefan remarked, in fact, Ying Ning was chronologically older than Mo Xian, having been born during the Tang dynasty. Regrettably, her cultivation lagged significantly behind. She had barely managed to achieve her current state, a circumstance closely tied to her origins. Her father was an ordinary man with a demonic aura, making the path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous. Ying Ning tilted her small head. So, what shall we do now? While they were aware of the Tongxin sword, it was not the solution they sought. Their true desire was to understand how to remove the birthmark from her body. Su Bai stated, I may not comprehend the ways of Tao, yet I grasp the importance of tracing back to the source. Suddenly, Xuefan interjected. If Sun Si were a completely ordinary person, she and he could not possibly have children. Ying Ning blinked in confusion. Why? Xuefan playfully tapped her little head. Because an ordinary man would not be able to endure this. Cui Ying promptly cleared her throat, interrupting Xuefan. Let me summarize. We need to understand the nature of this birthmark, correct? Indeed. Mo Xian nodded. I believe we should consult Master about this matter. Mention of Tang Sencheng brought a murmur of intrigue. Since the incident with Wu Xian, he and Bai Yi had seemingly vanished. Perhaps engaged in a long-term mission with the shadowy organization. Mo Xian suddenly recalled. By the way, Aunt Xuexiang mentioned that Sun Si had once promised her that one day he would take her and their child to witness the most beautiful starry sky in the world, which was not above in the heavens nor reflected in rivers and seas, but beneath the earth, a sight unique to their family. What do you think? A starry sky, solely beneath the earth, exclusive to the Hua family. With the child's birth, they should bear the surname Hua. Could it be that this sight is visible only to the Hua lineage? Cui Ying let her imagination soar. This place must be closely linked to the Hua family. Where could it possibly be? Aunt Xuexiang was unaware. Before Ying Ning's birth, Sun Si had been murdered, leaving her with no opportunity to visit that place, which became her regret. Mo Xian vividly remembered the expression on Xuexiang's face when Sun Si was mentioned. Indeed, the phenomenon of love at first sight exists, and the memory may linger throughout a lifetime. However, the life of a nine-tailed fox is exceedingly long, and Aunt Xuexiang's future would undoubtedly be marked by two poignant memories and reminiscences. Ying Ning remarked, in truth, it matters not. Even if everyone claims I am possessed by some malevolent spirit, I believe it is inconsequential. It has not affected me. Therefore, do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Do you not often say to go with the flow? Subai responded, do you not wish to discover the place your father wished to take you? It is a unique beauty that belongs solely to your family. Would you not long to behold it? Ning hesitated momentarily, then shook her head, murmuring, but I do not wish for you to take risks. Subai felt as if his heart had been struck, his vision blurred, his nose tinged with sorrow, and a dull ache persisted in his chest. We are destined for adventure. It is not just you. If it were anyone else, we would hold the same stance. Would we not, sister? Chuang shot him a disapproving glance and declared, Ning, it is of no concern. We have already embraced you as one of our own. If you were to encounter difficulties, we would not be at ease. Before any change befalls you, we shall certainly assist you in dispelling the crisis. To resolve the crisis, one must start with the birthmark. Bai Xian stated, with master absent, who else can we turn to? With Tang Sen not present. Subai thought of the enigmatic Taoist. The 5 of them ascended the mountain the following day to seek the Taoist, who still resided in the modest abode of Master Yubai. His lifestyle had become more austere, yet his spirits appeared quite buoyant. Naturally, Subai did not visit empty-handed and brought some vegetarian fare. The Taoist immediately furrowed his brow. What purpose do these serve? Subai chuckled, aside from these. I could think of nothing else, Taoist. The Taoist suddenly grasped Subai's hand, his fingers resting upon his pulse, his face twitching slightly. Your vitality seems depleted. Let me take a look. Odd. What has come to your pulse? Subai felt a surge of anxiety. It is quite normal, hence it is unusual, the Taoist mused. Your pulse usually beats faster than that of an average person, yet now it aligns with the norm. How could this be? Have you encountered any recent events? Subai realized it appears to be the influence of the nether pearl. He recounted to the Taoist the matter of ingesting the nether pearl. The Taoist sighed. Your grandmother is indeed astute. She managed to leverage this opportunity to procure a treasure from the nether realm. She remains as she always was. The blend of helplessness and affection on the Taoist's face stirred a sense of melancholy within Subai, lamenting that his grandmother's heart was solely occupied with his grandfather. Chuang pulled Ning closer, directly addressing the matter. Taoist, we come today with purpose. We kindly request your insight. Have you ever encountered such a birthmark? Ning gathered her long hair before her, allowing the Taoist a clearer view. He merely glanced from a distance, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Strange. How could you bear this birthmark? Are you not of the 9-tailed fox lineage? Chapter 370. Madness 2 by Mo Xian rejoiced. It seems the Taoist possesses some knowledge of the matter. Knowledge, I dare not claim, but during my travels, I have observed a similar mark on a child. The Taoist replied. It was merely a fleeting encounter. The child was quite extraordinary, slightly older than Subai, yet equally unique. Extraordinary? Upon hearing the Taoist priest compare the child to himself, Subo became quite attentive. Could he also be a practitioner of the Tao? No. He not only harbors disbelief in the Tao, but he also struggles to comprehend my travels. Though young, he speaks with remarkable candor and audacity. He has inquired about life and death, and my responses have failed to satisfy him. He does not believe in reincarnation, viewing it merely as a means to pacify those who fear death, a rather intriguing child indeed. The Taoist priest remarked, due to his stature and the nature of his hair, I noticed a flame-shaped birthmark on his neck. Is there truly a descendant of the Huasun clan in this world? Subo exchanged glances with Chuang, who chuckled. I wonder if this extraordinary child will one day take to the internet and read newspapers. What are you up to? Yu Qing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. A missing person notice, Subo retorted sarcastically, young man, you are quite out of touch. To search for someone whose name you do not know, one must resort to a missing person notice, casting a wide net. Yu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed, muttering, you know, I don't usually pay attention to other matters. I am rather a dull person. Take your time, Subo replied with a mischievous grin. Now that you can be with my sister, what barriers remain to be crossed? Chuang interjected, you rascal, you're still mocking me. The Taoist priest observed the young ones with a smile and sighed. Everyone possesses a youthful phase, filled with countless memories. I sincerely hope that as you grow older, you will not regret any of your past decisions. Subo, your circumstances are currently favorable. Perhaps, the reverse scale is not insurmountable. After using it once in the underworld recently, I feel much improved, Subo stated. If it were in the past, I would have felt utterly drained. This time, I merely felt tired. After a good rest, all will be well. There's no need for you to worry. By the way, has grandmother visited you? She has come by twice, the Taoist priest replied. She remains as she always was. Though I am truly unaccustomed to her calling me Taoist priest. Why don't you return to secular life, Taoist priest? Subo inquired. Return to secular life? The Taoist shook his head. Even if one day I were to do so, there must be ample reason. Now is not the time, especially considering Bai Xian. Feeling a bit sheepish, Subo scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, Taoist priest, it was thoughtless of me. It is not your fault. The Taoist priest reassured him. Now, let us not dwell on this matter any further. The vegetarian meal you brought is getting cold. With such a quantity, are you all here to join me for dinner? Subo nodded, while Cui Ying and Ying Ning busied themselves preparing the vegetarian feast. Though the Taoist priest generally leads a simple life, he found pleasure in the lively atmosphere today. The five of them, while still unaware of the origins of the flame-shaped birthmark, at least recognized that there are others in the world like Ying Ning, which felt like a small victory. After descending the mountain, Subo began organizing a search for the person, but first, he took a photograph of the birthmark on Ying Ning's nape. With such a distinctive mark, anyone aware of it would undoubtedly recognize that it pertains to them. There were 3 avenues for the search, one through television, another via newspapers, and the third online. Initially, the news did not create much of a stir, but the Bu brothers soon got involved. Due to the assistance of a few individuals in resolving Mr. Wang's dilemma, the Bu family successfully secured a partnership with Mr. Wang. The Bu brothers initially presented a check valued at 200,000 yuan. However, after enduring the scornful mockery of Bai Moshuan, they seized the opportunity presented by the search for a missing person and decided to contribute further by utilizing company resources for the search, even offering a bounty of 100,000 yuan for any leads. Once the Bu group became involved, the situation quickly escalated, garnering significant attention. In no time, a barrage of information flooded Su Bo's inbox, accompanied by an array of photographs depicting various shapes of birthmarks, overwhelming both Su Bo and Cui Ying, who were tasked with sorting through the information. They spent the entire day fielding phone calls and checking emails, even having to eat in front of their computers. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Look at these birthmarks. What do they resemble? They certainly don't look like flames. Cui Ying exclaimed angrily. Do these people have no sense of integrity? Calm down, Su Bo reassured her. Take a look at this one. It might bring you some solace. Cui Ying glanced at it, only to feel further exasperated. It's not that a birthmark resembling flames must be a vibrant red. How much red paint did this person apply to their nape? This individual hasn't even conducted basic research. Su Bo clasped his hands behind his head. They are being exceedingly careless. I fear the Bu family is inadvertently hindering our efforts. Indeed, Cui Ying replied. It's been several days, and we haven't received a single credible lead. By the way, where's Ying Ning? Ying Ning? Su Bo shook his head. I have no idea. She is probably with Aunt Xuefun. Upon mentioning Xuefun, Cui Ying suddenly sprang to her feet. Oh no. What is it? Su Bo asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Have I done something wrong? I forgot to give Aunt Xuefun the business card of Gao Mingyuan. Cui Ying lamented. I should have handed it to her that day. You stay here and keep watch. Cui Ying hurriedly rummaged through her clothing pockets. Fortunately, the card was in her coat pocket and had not yet been laundered. Holding the card, Cui Ying approached Xuefun, who was resting her chin on her hand, engaged in quiet conversation with Ying Ning, completely unaware of her presence. Clearing her throat, Cui Ying said, Aunt, this is Officer Gao's business card. Xuefun glanced at it, her heart racing at the sight of the prominent name Gao Mingyuan. I have kept this for several days. He mentioned that I must deliver it to you for you to contact him, urgently. Yet, I completely forgot. Officer Gao must be quite disappointed. Aunt, you? Suddenly, Xuefun stood up, appearing somewhat lost, her expression fraught with conflict. Ying Ning interjected. Aunt, my mother and father were in love. My father is human. Yet they had me. This indicates that interethnic marriage is not impossible. Moreover, now that Brother Moshuan is the clan leader, you are his dear aunt. With his support, what are you still hesitating for? Xuefun finally moved towards the door, while Ying Ning dejectedly lowered her head. Even aunt is making progress. Don't lose heart, Ying Ning. Cui Ying encouraged. Are you still upset about Su Bo's words from last time? He stated that even if it were someone else, he would still dare to take risks. Thus, his request for assistance in finding a solution to the malevolent aura was not solely due to my identity, as Ying Ning, with a sigh of disappointment. Ying Ning rested her small head upon the counter, her delicate face pressed against the cold glass, enviously watching Aunt Xuefan exit the antique shop. Unfamiliar with the city, Xuefan had only recently been exposed to sunlight. Clutching her business card, she stumbled through the streets, inquiring for directions until she finally arrived at her destination, where Gao Mingyuan held his office. Her beauty attracted the attention of countless men, yet Xuefan remained indifferent. She was accustomed to such gazes. Steadily, she made her way toward the hall. Upon entering, someone accidentally dropped their belongings, and Xuefan called out clearly, "I am looking for Gao Mingyuan." The atmosphere in the hall immediately became bustling, and someone pointed upstairs, indicating, "He is on the second floor." Xuefan hurried up the stairs just as Gao Mingyuan, looking dejected, was descending. Their eyes met, and he let out a low grunt. "I must be hallucinating." Xuefan chuckled at his words. "Am I even capable of speaking in a hallucination?" Startled, Gao Mingyuan dropped the documents he was holding, staring at her in disbelief. "Why you? How did you come here? Is it not permissible for me to visit?" Xuefan replied with a radiant smile, a rare expression she seldom directed at Gao Mingyuan. His earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a sense of bewilderment. He attempted to take her hand, but stumbled over the scattered papers. In a flustered state, he tugged at his own hair, exclaiming, "Heavens! I might lose my mind over you." Chapter 371. The Shadow. After ridding himself of his disheveled hair, Gao Mingyuan regained his composure. He first gathered the fallen documents and then grasped Xuefan's hand, leading her to the rooftop. Once there, he gazed at her in disbelief, even reaching out to poke her shoulder. "What are you doing? Do you think I am a ghost?" Xuefan inquired with a smile. No. Gao Mingyuan hastily waved his hands. "I am simply astonished. Why are you here? Where have you been all this time?" "I returned to my hometown," Xuefan replied, observing the transformation in his expression. When they first met, his face was shrouded in gloom, but now, that shadow had completely vanished. The joy radiating from him at the sight of her was genuinely touching. "Where is your hometown? May I accompany you next time?" Gao Mingyuan asked, only to feel his request was rather abrupt. He chuckled awkwardly. "I mean no offense. As friends, it is only natural to visit one's family. They are no longer in this world. I have only an elder brother," Xuefan explained. "However, he has been quite busy lately and does not have time for guests." Jia-in had been facing difficult times recently. His wife was still embroiled in a cold war with him, perhaps due to her own insecurities. Xuefan's words weighed heavily on Gao Mingyuan's heart. Had he misunderstood the situation? He quickly reassured himself that her willingness to seek him out was a significant step forward. A smile blossomed on his face. "No matter, there will surely be opportunities in the future, right?" Gao Mingyuan's face illuminated with a childlike expression of hope as Xuefan nodded in agreement. "There will be opportunities in the future, as long as you don't mind." "Mind?" Gao Mingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. "If your family is willing to meet me, I would be overjoyed. How could I possibly mind?" "Xuefan, your presence brings me immense happiness. My recent mood has been utterly dismal, yet seeing you seems to dissolve all my troubles. Does your visit imply that I still have a chance?" Gao Mingyuan, a quintessentially tough yet tender man, exuded righteousness during investigations, but remained a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. Xuefan's indifference instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After mustering his courage, he found himself confronted with a locked door. This series of misfortunes, coupled with the weight of a challenging case, left him feeling on the brink of despair. Thankfully, she had arrived. Gao Mingyuan's emotions were beyond verbal expression. He was filled with anticipation, yearning for more definitive words from Xuefan. Xuefan raised her delicate brows. "What do you think? It's not an easy task to draw me out of the antique shop. Yet today, I wish to meet you, hence my presence." In an instant, Gao Mingyuan sprang to his feet, instinctively reaching out to embrace Xuefan. As he drew near, shyness overtook him. Xuefan playfully pinched his palm. "Where has your gallantry gone?" Her words invigorated him, solidifying his resolve. He decisively enveloped her in his arms, inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped her. "Xuefan, I love you," he murmured. A current surged through Xuefan, revealing the power of those words. No wonder Xuexiang and Xuebin could act boldly for love. Tears welled in Xuefan's eyes as Gao Mingyuan noticed. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" "No, it's just the sand in my eyes," she replied. "The wind is quite strong today." Indeed, there was wind, though not particularly fierce. Yet Gao Mingyuan took her words to heart, preparing to shield her eyes. Just then, a raucous commotion erupted nearby. Fun, ever perceptive, instinctively stepped aside as the rooftop door burst open and several young individuals tumbled in. Gao Mingyuan, momentarily taken aback, forgot to conceal his bewilderment. You were eavesdropping? No, not at all, one of the young men, just rising to his feet, responded. Captain Gao, the chief is looking for you. By the way, Captain Gao, you're quite charming. Gao Mingyuan quickly cleared his throat, regaining his authoritative demeanor. You all go on ahead, I'll be there shortly. The group of young subordinates departed in a playful manner, and Gao Mingyuan's tone softened. Fun, I apologize, but I must leave now. As soon as I finish my work, I will come find you. Please wait for me. As the snowflakes danced in the air, Fun and Gao Mingyuan descended from the rooftop, hand in hand. Upon entering the building, Fun felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, prompting her to lower her head. Meanwhile, Gao Mingyuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly introduced her to his colleagues. This is my girlfriend. Her name is Fun. The title of girlfriend finally settled comfortably upon Fun, and she raised her head to smile, her enchanting smile evoking envy in men and jealousy in women alike. Unbeknownst to them, a small policewoman seated in the corner pressed her lips tightly together, her face etched with disappointment. Gao Mingyuan escorted Fun to the entrance, watching her silhouette vanish from his sight before he hurried off, for the director had summoned him urgently. Gao Mingyuan was indeed correct. Once he wrapped up his current tasks, he would rush back to Fun's side. However, upon arriving at the antique shop, he discovered that dinner had long since concluded. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Su Bo jested. Officer Gao, I hope I haven't mistaken you for someone else. Enough of that, Gao Mingyuan replied, his attention solely on Fun. I apologize for the delay. No worries. It's evident that the case you're handling is quite challenging, Fun remarked. Work comes first. Gao Mingyuan continued. This case carries an ominous aura. Do you recall the term narrow escape from death? Of course, we have a vivid memory of that case, Su Bo interjected. Have you encountered another sinister affair? Having just been appointed as the captain, they say a new official brings 3 fires. Now it seems that this fire has landed squarely on my shoulders, Gao Mingyuan lamented. This is precisely why the director has been pressuring me. He championed my appointment, and I cannot afford to bring him disgrace on my first assignment. Reflecting on the events of the day, Fun began to comprehend Gao Mingyuan's predicament. What exactly is this case about? My presence here is, in fact, at the director's behest, aiming to discreetly lend you a hand, Gao Mingyuan explained, removing his hat and raking his fingers through his hair. The director is aware of certain details from the previous case and understands that the resolution lies with you. He has placed his hopes in your hands. Perhaps you should share your insights, Fun suggested, noting that Bai Moshwan had been quite agitated recently. The Bu brothers had stirred the pot. Yet the individual marked with the fiery birthmark remained elusive, leaving a room full of people engaged in fruitless efforts. He was in desperate need of fresh developments to stimulate his mind. Do you know about Wangdeli? Gao Mingyuan inquired. He is a renowned magnate. Bai Moshwan grunted in acknowledgement. Not only do I know him, but I have also recently interacted with him. Gao Mingyuan, perplexed, asked, Are you clairvoyants? Why is it that you always seem to encounter the challenging cases I face before I do? It's merely a coincidence, Su Bo chuckled. Otherwise, how could we say you're fortunate? Fortunate? Gao Mingyuan glanced at Fun. What do they mean by that? They mean to offer their assistance, Fun clarified. Moreover, you came seeking help, did you not? You are all my lucky stars. Come, take a look. This is the case that transpired at the Wang residence 2 days ago. Wangdeli was attacked and remains in a coma, Gao Mingyuan stated. This news has not been made public. Wangdeli's connections are extensive, and should this information leak, it would certainly cause a seismic upheaval. The dossier contains photographs of the incident location, a copy of the medical report for Wangdeli from the hospital, and a disc that holds the surveillance footage from the scene. Su Bo remarked. The fact that even the Bu family is concerned about Wangdeli reflects this individual's influence in the economic realm. Your considerations are quite thorough. Chapter 372. The Ghostly Child. This is largely thanks to Madame Wang's reminder. Gao Mingyuan noted, wealthy individuals often have a younger wife, though typically not the original spouse. However, this pair is quite intriguing, as Madame Wang is indeed Mr. Wang's first wife. Oh, Shuiying responded, that is rather unexpected. There is at least a 20-year age difference. Isn't there? Su Bo inquired. Precisely 30 years, Gao Mingyuan replied. Mr. Wang is exactly 60 this year, while Mrs. Wang is precisely 30. They even share the same birthday. What a coincidence. Yu Qing's sensitive instincts were aroused. During our last visit to the Wang residence, we all noticed that Mr. Wang prioritizes his daughter above all else, whereas he often exhibits impatience towards his lovely wife, even in front of outsiders. Is that woman not virtuous? Subo immediately considered the situation in the most conventional manner. In cases of older men with younger wives, if something were to happen to the man, it is likely that the woman has taken a lover, leading her to turn against him. After all, many women are quite fickle. Chueying, Shuefun, and Yingning shot disapproving glances at Subo, who quickly raised his hands in defense. I only meant a very small number of women, not all. You three certainly do not fall into that category. Bai Moshuan looked on with disdain. What does it matter if one possesses a high IQ if one's words are so nonsensical? Feeling somewhat at fault, Subo hesitated to argue with Bai Moshuan and swiftly turned to Gao Mingyuan. Is this related to that matter? Actually, it is not. We conducted a very thorough investigation into Madame Wang. Her lifestyle is exceedingly regular. She spends her time tending to the flowers and plants in her garden. And when her daughter returns from school, she is at home to accompany her, rarely venturing out. Madame Wang was previously a student at an art school, and no one knows how she unexpectedly married a wealthy man. Those in the neighborhood who are aware of the situation say she is a classic example of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Gao Mingyuan said, "Would you like to view the surveillance footage first?" The footage revealed a dimly lit scene, with a luxury car parked in that area for a full 5 minutes, unmoving. Eventually, the driver exited the vehicle, looking around with evident confusion. After the driver re-entered the car, Wang Deli stepped out, and everyone widened their eyes. As soon as Wang Deli alighted from the vehicle, a shadowy figure appeared on his shoulder. Although it was merely a faint silhouette, its shape resembled that of a child. Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The ghostly child, a spirit that is nurtured? Subo questioned, perplexed. Nurtured spirits and ghostly children are two entirely different matters. Yu Qing remarked, the ghostly child is indeed a spirit. They were once 7 or 8-year-old children who, in ancient times, were cruelly interred alive within graves, succumbing to starvation or asphyxiation. It is said that the weak young energy of children, upon their untimely demise, accumulates into vengeful spirits, thus transforming them into ghostly children, ideal for guarding tombs. Consequently, many powerful figures would bury children of that age alongside them. Yingning timidly inquired, they were left to perish in the tombs? Such wrongful deaths generate immense resentment, making them a peril to any tomb raider who dares to intrude, resulting in certain doom. Yu Qing replied, fortunately, this was a practice of the past. Ghostly children only target those who trespass into their graves. Could Wang Deli have delved into antiquities? Unlikely. Subai added, he is a public figure, constantly under the scrutiny of the masses. When would he have had the opportunity to encounter ancient tombs? Moreover, he would have no chance to access unexcavated graves. Gao Mingyuan listened quietly, sensing that the conversation was taking an astonishing turn, yet refraining from interjecting, he absorbed their analysis. There exists another possibility. Someone may have subdued the ghostly child, employing it to target Wang Deli. This individual appears to be a kindred spirit. Bai Moshuan suggested. The resentment clinging to the ghostly child would seep into Wang Deli, causing his mind to unravel, ultimately leading to his demise. Is there any remedy for this? Yingning asked. We cannot simply allow this individual to perish, can we? Certainly. There is a solution, albeit a complicated one, Yu Qing explained. Generally, one must destroy the ghostly child's remains, but where can we find such a corpse? Thus, we must resort to the Infu Jing. Bai Moshuan continued. The Zhengyang talisman and bloodlight blade are ineffective against ghostly children. Yet the Infu Jing can cleanse the resentment inhabiting the ghostly child. If necessary, given Yu Qing's current prowess, it may be feasible to eliminate the ghostly child. It seems we need to make a trip to the hospital. If we delay, Wang Deli may not survive. Though the group harbored doubts, they recognized the urgency of the situation and proceeded to the hospital. On the way, Bai Moshuan elucidated that a connection had been forged between the ghostly child and Wang Deli. The individual commanding the ghostly child must have taken a lock of Wang Deli's hair for offerings, allowing the spirit to recognize his scent and seek him out, thus placing him in a state of limbo. Countless individuals could have obtained Wang Deli's hair, his family, chauffeur, gardener, employees, and even business partners. Suddenly, Chueying proposed, could it be Mrs. Wang? After a lengthy deliberation, suspicions circled back to her. Subai grunted. It appears you are quite astute now. As they spoke, the hospital loomed closer. Gao Mingyuan had already coordinated with his subordinates, and, with the director's covert instructions, the group smoothly entered Wang Deli's hospital room. True to his affluence, the room resembled a suite, equipped with every conceivable convenience. Mrs. Wang, her eyes reddened, sat by the bedside. Upon seeing the visitors, she gasped. You have come? Subo suddenly let out a groan, for in the corner of the ward stood a child of about 7 years, blood dripping from his nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. His eyeballs bulging grotesquely, his tattered clothing hung limply on his frail frame, and he gazed intently at the figure lying on the bed of Wang Delin. Ing Ning, belonging to the Fox clan and possessing some cultivation, was not frightened. Rather, she felt a deep pity for this ghostly child. She tugged at Bai Moshuan's sleeve and asked, Is it him? Bai Moshuan merely curled his lips in a dismissive smirk, regarding both the ghostly child and Ing Ning as inconsequential. He turned directly to Madame Wang, stating, Your husband has not treated you well. It is remarkable that you still remain by his bedside, feeling sorrow for him. He does not treat me poorly. Madame Wang retorted instinctively, There are merely special circumstances. Gao Mingyuan interjected, This is something we have not heard from Madame Wang. We are unaware of the reasons. Yu Qing exchanged a glance with Gao Mingyuan, who, unable to see the ghostly child in the corner, could not grasp the situation. Yu Qing then remarked, You should inquire with Madame Wang. It seems inappropriate to discuss it here. Finally understanding, he escorted Madame Wang outside and discreetly closed the door behind them. Before departing, Gao Mingyuan scrutinized the room once more, but alas, he saw nothing amiss. He could only chuckle foolishly. We shall step out. You may continue your endeavors. Once the door to the ward was firmly shut, Yu Qing hastily retrieved 5 yellow flags from his bag, each adorned with distinct symbols representing a hill, a river, a tree, lightning, and flames. Remarkably, as he planted the flags around Wang Delin's bed, the smooth wooden floor seemed to respond, the moment the flagpoles touched the ground. Yu Qing exclaimed, and the 5 flags stood erect, unwavering. These 5 flags, even without Yu Qing's explanation, were evidently related to the 5 elements: hill representing earth, river for water, tree symbolizing wood, lightning for metal, and flames for fire. This constituted the formation of the 5 elements. Bai Moshuan inquired, Do you intend to use the 5-element formation to shield Wang Delin from the influence of the ghostly child? For now, this is the only option, Yu Qing replied. Turning to glance at the ghostly child in the corner, who suddenly appeared agitated, his body trembling violently. As he convulsed, Wang Delin on the bed writhed in discomfort. Bai Moshuan placed his hand upon Wang Delin's temple, a surge of white energy emanating forth, finally bringing him some peace. Chapter 373. Confrontation. The ghostly child, thwarted and seething with rage, rolled into a ball and lunged toward Yu Qing. Yu Qing joined his index and middle fingers, the utmost joy in ignorance, the utmost tranquility in purity, the utmost selfishness of heaven, utilized in utmost fairness. The restraint of creatures lies in the energy. For the living, it is the root of death. For the dead, it is the root of life. A crimson lotus blossomed between Yu Qing's fingers, ensnaring the ghostly child within its grasp. The child emitted anguished wails, his body writhing in despair, while the lotus flourished ever more brilliantly. In a moment of helplessness, the ghostly child let out a final cry, abruptly closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground. Just as Yu Qing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the ghostly child suddenly reopened his eyes. Now a fiery crimson, stark against the blood that adorned his visage, an utterly chilling sight. Yu Qing was taken aback. In that moment of distraction, the red lotus unexpectedly opened a gap. The ghost boy reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to attempt an escape through the opening. Bai Moshuan almost instantaneously retrieved a silver needle from Yu Qing's bag, thrusting it toward the crown of Yu Qing's head. The needle, akin in length to a middle finger, embedded itself directly into Yu Qing's scalp. Shui Ying gasped and covered her mouth, yet upon observing that Yu Qing did not cry out in pain, she slightly shook her head. Remarkably, the red lotus promptly closed, ensnaring the ghost boy firmly within its grasp until he could finally struggle no more. Only then did Yu Qing withdraw, sweat cascading down his forehead. Shui Ying quickly wiped the sweat away and shouted at Bai Moshuan, Hurry and remove the needle. The ferocity of her voice was indeed formidable. Even Bai Moshuan trembled slightly as he extracted the silver needle, explaining, I did not intend to harm him. The red lotus left a flaw, which is not easily repaired. Among the Maoshan practitioners, there exists a technique for emergencies that can instantaneously elevate the practitioner's cultivation to its zenith, although it cannot be frequently employed. I merely aim to activate Yu Qing's abilities. Let this be a one-time occurrence. Yu Qing accepted the silver needle, returning it to the bag, and remarked gratefully, "Thanks to your timely intervention. Otherwise my true energy would have been depleted, allowing the ghost boy to escape, which would have been a loss." Cui Ying, initially anxious for Yu Qing, now realized her reaction had been excessive. Feeling remorseful as she said, "I apologize, Bai Moshuan. I was too loud just now." "As long as you understand," Bai Moshuan shrugged. "Let us not disturb the patients next door." Cui Ying had grown accustomed to this. If Bai Moshuan expressed that it was no trouble, it was akin to the sun rising from the west, or perhaps the man before her was not truly Bai Moshuan at all. The ghost boy lay unconscious on the ground as Bai Moshuan approached, lifting him effortlessly. "He won't cause chaos for now. I'll take care of him and destroy his physical form. Yu Qing, keep a vigilant eye on this area. Once those performing the spell realize the ghost boy is uncontrollable, they will surely take further action." "How will you find his corpse?" Cui Ying inquired. "Simply ask him," Bai Moshuan replied. "Moreover, do not forget, I am unlike you. I have easier access to certain places." With that, Bai Moshuan pressed down with both hands, compressing the ghost boy to the size of a book and stuffing him into his pocket before swaggering out the door. Now, they awaited Bai Moshuan to incinerate the ghost boy's corpse, and when Deli would awaken, the group remained in the hospital room, hesitant to leave. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan could no longer withstand Madame Wen's persistent pleas and brought her back inside. Upon entering, she rushed to the bedside, carefully scrutinizing Deli's face to ensure he was still breathing, visibly relieved. Cui Ying, relying on her feminine intuition, wagered that Madame Wen was not fainting. If she could deceive her instincts, this woman should pursue a career in the entertainment industry, as no actress could rival her. "It's a relief to see he's all right." Madame Wen stood up, gazing at Yu Qing. "Mr. Yu, I am aware of your capabilities. You can assist Mei Yu, and you must be able to help my husband as well. He is not merely ill, is he? Rest assured, Madame Wen, Mr. Wen will surely be fine." Yu Qing replied, uncomfortable in dealings with women, especially as Madame Wen's penetrating gaze bore into him, prompting him to avert his eyes. Upon witnessing Yu Qing's demeanor, Su Bai promptly stepped forward. "Madame Wang, has anyone recently taken away Mr. Wang's hair, specifically within the confines of the Wang residence?" "Hair?" Madame Wang replied. "I do not recall, but you may find it surprising that my husband is quite meticulous about collecting his fallen hair while grooming. I once inquired why he does this, but he asked me not to concern myself with it." As she spoke of this matter, a look of hurt crossed her face. Ying Ning sensed the depth of her pain. To pour one's heart into caring for another only to be met with rejection or even hurt must surely sting. Madame Wang seemed accustomed to her husband's treatment. "Since then, I have refrained from asking, but whenever he loses hair and does not notice, I collect it for him." "You collect it? Where do you usually keep it?" Gao Mingyuan finally grasped the crux of the matter. "In my husband's study. In the second drawer to the right of his writing desk, contained within a red wooden box." Gao Mingyuan immediately dispatched someone to the Wang residence. Half an hour later, news arrived. The red wooden box was nowhere to be found. Madame Wang's expression shifted slightly. "That is impossible. My husband's study is off limits to outsiders. It is only accessible to him and me." Madame Wang shook her head. "Impossible? Are you doubting me? What would I want with my husband's hair?" "There are many possibilities, but one thing I am certain of is that Mr. Wang will awaken shortly," Yu Qing remarked. "Congratulations, Madame Wang," she added, her gaze fixed intently on Madame Wang's eyes, glimmering with delight. "Is it true? Does she truly not harbor any ill intentions?" Yu Qing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The four sat quietly outside the hospital room, awaiting Bai Moshuan's return. Gao Mingyuan plopped down beside Yu Qing and quietly inquired, "What were you all discussing in there?" "You wouldn't understand even if I told you," Yu Qing replied. "What will your report entail if this case is solved? Perhaps you should start pondering that now. The concepts of ghost children and the Infu Sutra could never appear in official documentation." Yu Qing felt a twinge of sympathy for Gao Mingyuan. "Couldn't a supernatural task force be established?" Gao Mingyuan straightened up immediately. "Write a report? Let's first locate the perpetrator and the evidence." Madame Wang's voice resonated from within the room. "Deli, you are awake?" Gao Mingyuan rushed into the room with surprising speed, a testament to his professional training. His abruptness caused Madame Wang to furrow her brows. Officer Gao, I hope you could at least knock before entering. This is a hospital room. A quiet environment is necessary. Yes, my apologies. I was simply too anxious, Gao Mingyuan said, embarrassment evident as sweat trickled down his brow. Yu Qing and the others understood that Bai Moshuan had successfully located the body of the ghost child, and now that the body had been dealt with Wang Dali's awakening, the truth was one step closer to being unveiled. Subo took a moment to pull out his phone and check his email. In the brief span of just 2 hours, his inbox had once again been inundated with a deluge of messages. As soon as his phone powered on, the multitude of text messages and missed calls left him feeling overwhelmed. A vibration in his hand signaled yet another call from an unfamiliar number. Drawing scornful glances from the nurse nearby, flustered, Subo hastily silenced his phone and raised his hand in a gesture of apology, murmuring, "My apologies." Chuang remarked with irritation, "It's just a bunch of useless messages. Whether you listen or not, whether you read or not, it hardly matters. I wonder how Gao Mingyuan is faring." Gao Mingyuan was currently taking a statement from Mr. Wang, who had requested silence. Thus, Subo and his companions were left waiting outside. When Bai Moshuan returned, he found Subo resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. With a swift motion, he slapped Subo's shoulder, exclaiming, "What is going on? You're just sitting here in a daze?" You returned quite swiftly. "What is the background of that ghostly child?" Yu Qing inquired softly. Chapter 374, Please Taishui 1 Bai Moshuan replied. In a Ming Dynasty tomb located in the outskirts, the tomb owner was a fourth-rank official. There is not just one ghostly child. There are 3 pairs of male and female ghostly attendants. There was a theft tunnel, and someone had already trespassed. Fearing further disturbances, I decided to incinerate all 3 pairs of ghostly attendants, but they certainly put me through some trials. He extended his hand to reveal a scratch, emanating a dark aura. It will take some time to heal. Besides the restrained, ghostly child, there were 5 others. Despite my abilities, I was caught off guard by their swift movements, and one managed to seize my hand, resulting in a surge of dark energy. My blood turned black. Had I been an ordinary person, I would have perished on the spot. I temporarily sealed my blood flow, dealt with the 5 ghostly children, and removed the 6 skeletons from the tomb, incinerating them completely before returning to the hospital. The theft tunnel was well-crafted and recent, Bai Moshuan continued. This individual can control ghostly children and possesses considerable skill. I am certain it has not been more than a month since they began. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Boss Tang has mentioned that there are always greater heights beyond our own, and we must never underestimate our adversaries. From this moment forth, we have indeed established ourselves a formidable opponent. Just as Bai Moshuan was about to elaborate further, the door to the ward swung open, revealing Gao Mingyuan with a smug expression, clearly having made some progress. Bai Moshuan grunted, "With that pleased demeanor of yours, what new developments do we have?" The hair was not stolen but was taken by Mr. Wang himself, Gao Mingyuan stated, handing Bai Moshuan a note. He entrusted it to this person, claiming to be a recently acquainted expert who can shield him from the calamities he is currently facing. The address on the note was quite familiar. Situated near the antique shop, Mrs. Wang remarked, "I have heard my husband mention that our home has been afflicted recently, particularly by the snake calamity from the north. It is imperative we find a solution, or neither humans nor livestock will find peace. Both my husband and I belong to the year of the snake, which is why he is particularly anxious to seek assistance. However, since that incident, he has not broached the subject with me again." "When did this occur?" Yu Qing inquired. "This narrative unfolds after Mei Yu's return to normalcy. My husband, who has always held a firm belief in feng shui and destiny, has become even more convinced due to Mei Yu's experiences." Madame Wang expressed her concern, stating, "He has become too engrossed. I truly worry." "What is a?" Gao Mingyuan gently inquired. "Refers to the clash of the earthly branches, such as Zi and Wu clashing, Yin and Shin clashing, or Mao and Yu clashing, among others. The 12 earthly branches correspond with the 12 zodiac signs: Zi, rat; Chou, ox; Yin, tiger; Mao, rabbit; Chun, dragon; Si, snake; Wu, horse; Wei, goat; Shun, monkey; Yu, rooster; Su, dog; and Hai, pig. Thus, on a Zi day, clashing with Wu signifies a clash with the horse. On a Yin day, clashing with Shin signifies a clash with the monkey. The day you selected was Su, clashing with Chun, which signifies a clash with the dragon. Generally, when consulting the almanac for auspicious dates, One avoids days that clash with their own zodiac sign. The sage Mr. Wang consulted mentioned a clash with the snake, which refers to a clash with sea. Yu Qing added, however, the yearly is far more formidable. Just how formidable is it? Gao Mingyuan pondered, scratching his head. Is it more severe than the 9 deaths and 9 calamities? The incidents of the 9 deaths and 9 calamities had left Gao Mingyuan deeply shaken, prompting his comparison. Yu Qing responded, those are man-made, yet is ordained by heaven. The yearly resides within the 4 seasons, embodying the malevolent energy of the seasons. It can traverse the heavens. And if one inadvertently clashes with it, the offspring and livestock in the household will suffer harm. The of the north indicates that matters associated with the north can lead to disaster or misfortune. Mr. Wang must be avoiding the northern direction of travel lately. That is something to inquire from the driver, Madame Wang said with a sorrowful gaze. I shall remain here with Cui Ying, Yu Qing declared. Bai Moshuan nodded in understanding. Then let us pay a visit to this sage. Gao Mingyuan naturally insisted on accompanying them, and Bai Moshuan led the group to the location, which was situated just behind the antique shop, separated by a narrow alley, a traditional courtyard with a series of siyuan. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Bai Moshuan's expression shifted slightly. The main gate stood ajar, revealing the hall within, where prominently displayed was a Tai Sui talisman. The family was in the midst of conducting a Tai Sui ceremony. The concepts of and conducting a Tai Sui ceremony are inextricably linked. Following one must perform the Tai Sui ceremony at home to ensure the household avoids misfortune and welcomes good fortune. Observing the meticulous craftsmanship of the Tai Sui talisman and the offerings on the table, Bai Moshuan surmised that this individual was indeed skilled. However, should this person employ a ghostly child to harm others, it would be a disgrace to Taoism. Gao Mingyuan had already stepped inside and called out, "Is anyone here?" His voice resonated, and a slender, diminutive middle-aged man with a shaved head emerged from the inner room, dressed in a blue cloth shirt. Upon seeing this man, Bai Moshuan gasped, "Master Uncle?" Su Bai also recognized him as Brother Jiang, the senior of Boss Tang. Upon seeing them, Brother Jiang appeared somewhat surprised. "Moshuan, what brings you here?" "That is a question I should pose to you," Bai Moshuan replied somewhat stiffly. "I heard from my master that you only practice for yourself and do not read fortunes for ordinary people. When did you begin to engage in such business?" Brother Jiang was not offended. He chuckled lightly. "You have misunderstood, a grave misunderstanding indeed. When have I ever engaged in business?" When Bai Moshuan mentioned the name of Wang Deli, Jiang Shibois, who had never heard of him before, immediately became enraged upon hearing about the matter of the ghostly child. "You rascal, you've stirred up quite a mess. I have only been residing here for 3 days, and this residence is already afflicted by malevolent forces. I am currently in the midst of appeasing the Tai Sui. How could I possibly engage in any dealings with ghostly children, let alone any malicious acts? Only 3 days." Su Bai was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, I initially ascended the mountain to recuperate, and just as my injuries were healing, I descended. To my surprise, the area near my original residence was undergoing road construction, and my house was requisitioned. I had no choice but to find a new place to stay. With the compensation funds, I sought a new home, just as the owner of this residence was distressed by the malevolent forces and was eager to relocate. As a practitioner of the Tao, I had no fear of such disturbances. The price was reasonable, so I purchased it." Jiang Shibois retorted angrily, "You cannot wrongfully accuse me." Gao Mingyuan, finally piecing together the situation, held the address in his hand and said, "But the address given by Wang Deli is indeed this one. Could it be that the previous owner was at fault?" "That is even less likely," Jiang Shibois responded. "Due to the malevolent forces, the elder passed away. The male head of the household suffered a car accident, and the child fell ill, with no improvement even after 3 months. If such individuals could summon ghostly children, it would indeed be a tremendous joke." Jiang Shibois' anger subsided slightly. "I suspect this address is most likely fabricated." Bai Moshuan inquired, "Master, have you discovered anything peculiar here?" "Not particularly," Jiang Shibois replied. "This family, aside from being afflicted by malevolent forces, shows no signs of having been wronged. Such disturbances are a natural occurrence. If one can resolve them, there will be no issue. If not, misfortune will continuously plague the household. Since moving in 2 days ago, I had a fall and bruised my knee. Yesterday, I hurriedly invited the Tai Sui back to commence worship." "Invite the Tai Sui?" Su Bai muttered. "Is that truly necessary?" "Absolutely," Bai Moshuan affirmed. "Do you recall how Yu Qing attempted to borrow ghostly soldiers from the underworld to appease the Tai Sui? One must respectfully invite the Tai Sui Star Lord. Only then can the worship commence. Otherwise, talismans are of no use. Only later did Su Bai learn of the specific incantation for inviting the Tai Sui Star Lord. I respectfully invoke the 3 stars illuminating talisman. May the sun and moon in the heavens shine upon us, as the southern and northern dipper guide the 5 elements. May the Buddha manifest and grant true decrees. I beseech the Tai Sui Star Lord for peace and safety, to protect the household and bring prosperity to all, ensuring safety and warding off evil. Urgent as the law commands. Following the invocation of the Tai Sui Star Lord, once the incense had burned halfway, 3 cups of water were sprinkled alternately on the ground, completing the ritual for inviting the Tai Sui. The talisman could then be utilized, with one's name inscribed on the lower left corner. It was essential to select an auspicious day for placement within the home for worship. Jiang Shibua, seizing the opportunity of yesterday being an auspicious day, promptly invited the Tai Sui talisman and began the worship. Chapter 375. Inviting the Tai Sui, Gao Mingyuan rushed over in high spirits, only to be met with disappointment. His expression downtrodden. This case is truly sinister. What on earth did Mr. Wing do with the hair? Hair. Jiang Shibua was taken aback. What about the hair? Have you recalled something, Jiang Shibua? As soon as Bai Moshuan finished speaking, Jiang Shibua promptly remarked, on the day I signed the contract for the house, I passed by the central garden and witnessed a man in his 60s handing something to a young man. Unfortunately, it was not received properly, and the box fell to the ground, breaking open to reveal it contained hair. Central garden? Gao Mingyuan finally became animated. It seems we have a new lead. Bai Moshuan, I shall take my leave. I am heading to the central garden. You all carry on. Watching Gao Mingyuan exuberantly exit, nearly tripping over the threshold, Bai Moshuan felt a chill. Could this fellow potentially become his uncle-in-law? The 3 of them settled down with Jiang Shibua, who listened intently as they recounted the entire affair. He could not help but say, the matter of the ghostly child can be quite serious or trivial. How so? Su Bo inquired, bewildered. The one who can manipulate the ghostly child is certainly not an ordinary practitioner of Taoism, Jiang Shibua replied. Even your master, Tang Sanqing, may not command the ghostly child. Moreover, the phenomenon of ghostly children has a long history. Do you have any idea how many young boys and girls exist underground? This individual could locate these 3 pairs and potentially find even more ghostly children. If this person harbors ill intentions, they could easily incite chaos with these ghostly children. This is no trifling matter. Moshuan, where has your master gone? I do not know, Bai Moshuan lamented. Ever since the last incident concluded, he and my father seem to have vanished. I asked my mother, but she would not tell me. Bai Moshuan expressed his frustration. Now, another issue is proving to be troublesome. I initially thought this case would merely be a diversion, yet it is becoming increasingly complex. That is not like you. Jiang Shibua remarked. The young are often fearless. When have you ever been afraid? This struck a chord with Bai Moshuan, who chuckled. True enough. Su Bo then interjected with amusement. You really have no shame, big star. You ought to focus on your acting career. If you continue to associate with us, your fleeting popularity will soon evaporate. Bai Moshuan understood that in this industry, stars are ever replenishing, with rapid turnover. With a stroke of luck, one might transition from an idol to a powerhouse. However, with misfortune, after a few glorious years, one may fall like a shooting star, losing all luster. The sensation of plummeting from the pinnacle can be particularly tormenting. Recently, he had indeed neglected his primary duties. His manager had urged him multiple times to take more initiative. Yet Bai Moshuan found himself lacking motivation. Now, upon Su Bo's remark, he realized he had scarcely heard from his manager lately. Bai Moshuan grumbled, I do not care. The group sat for a while longer before departing, returning to the hospital. Inside, Wang Deli had narrowly escaped death and now regarded Yu Qing as his lucky star. Yu Qing found it impossible to leave, as Wang Deli offered a substantial sum for his protection. Mrs. Wang was gently persuading Yu Qing, saying, Mr. Yu, my husband has just regained consciousness. What will happen next is uncertain. Please assist, even if only to bring him some peace of mind. Cui Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Qing, subtly indicating her agreement. Wang Deli, struggling to rise, requested that Madame Wang bring over a cash check, a detail that caught Cui Ying's attention. If Wang Deli truly held disdain for his wife, why would he allow her to wield such control over his finances? Granting her access to cash checks, Wang Deli swiftly wrote a sum of 200,000, unceremoniously thrusting the check into Yu Qing's hands. 1 week, just 1 week. Is that acceptable? All right then, Yu Qing replied, taking the check and promptly handing it to Cui Ying. Cui Ying, somewhat flustered, questioned, "What are you giving this to me for?" I cannot manage money." Stammering, Yu Qing concluded, prompting Madame Wang to chuckle, "For those in love, it is all the same." Bai Moshuan cleared his throat outside, and the two quickly stepped out. After a brief exchange, Yu Qing followed closely behind 5The, while the others returned to the antique shop to await news from Gao Mingyuan. Gao Mingyuan had a penchant for visiting the antique shop at night. The ambience there gave him a sense of home. Although he had come up empty-handed during the day, a significant discovery awaited him in the central garden. The surveillance footage revealed 5Deli's silhouette, and before him stood the individual who had taken his hair. He printed the photograph, revealing a slender figure. It was a woman. The enlarged image allowed him to glimpse her face. "So, we merely need to find this woman?" Xuefan inquired. Gao Mingyuan replied with enthusiasm, "Indeed. The brothers are currently cross-referencing the photos. If fortune smiles upon us, we may have results by tomorrow morning. I took some time off to come here, but I must return to work now. Xuefan, this is for you." He retrieved a hairpin from his coat pocket. "I find it quite lovely. It isn't of great value, but I wanted to gift it to you." The elegant hairpin suited Xuefan's grace perfectly. She held it in her hands, exclaiming, "It's beautiful. I'm glad you think so." Gao Mingyuan responded joyfully as he departed. Once he left, Xuefan promptly secured the hairpin in her hair and turned to Ying Ning, asking, "Auntie, do I look good?" "Of course you do. There are no unattractive girls in Qingqiu," Ying Ning replied wistfully. "But I feel I am not as beautiful as you or the other girls my age." "Nonsense," Cui Ying interjected. "With your character, you would be among the finest in Qingqiu. It is merely that those men do not know how to appreciate you. Fear not, Ying Ning. You will certainly encounter a man who cherishes you," leaving the blind ones in utter disbelief. The pointedness of her words struck Su Bo, causing a moment of unease. Yet he could not restrain his tongue. "Her? The men who like her must be blind." Cui Ying pretended to strike him, but Ying Ning quickly restrained her, and Cui Ying laughed. "I knew you were fond of him." Ying Ning smiled shyly, and the night passed in playful banter. The absence of Yu Qing in the antique shop left Cui Ying feeling somewhat unsettled. It was not until the next morning, when she went to rouse Yu Qing, that it dawned on her. Yu Qing was now resting on the soft, grand bed in the Wang family mansion. The mere thought of Yu Qing standing beside 5The as a bodyguard brought a discreet smile to Cui Ying's face. This fellow was notoriously inept at social interactions, and now he was to provide personal service. One could only imagine the awkwardness he would experience. As Cui Ying contemplated visiting the Wang residence to check on Yu Qing, Gao Mingyuan arrived, brimming with excitement, bearing news that was neither particularly good nor bad. "Has the case been solved?" Cui Ying inquired. Gao Mingyuan, unable to conceal his emotions, wore a smile that hinted at the outcome. "It's a 50-50 situation," he replied. "We finally have an explanation regarding the case. We have located the woman, but she is deceased, leaving behind only a suicide note." Bai Moshuan sensed that the matter was rather unusual. "She died just like that?" he asked. "Indeed," Gao Mingyuan confirmed. "We found her information last night and stormed into her apartment early this morning, only to discover her lying on the couch, hands clasped over her chest. On the coffee table was an empty bottle of sleeping pills and a suicide note, which the forensic department has confirmed to be in her handwriting, leaving no room for doubt." With a sigh, Xuefan pondered, what a young age. What could possibly drive her to harm 5The? As it happened, she was a former classmate of Madame Wang from their days at art school. Gao Mingyuan continued. In her letter, she revealed that the man 5The was meant to marry was her, but he ultimately fell in love with Madame Wang. While Madame Wang ascended to wealth, she was left despondent. After graduating, her career faltered, and she remained solitary for years. Witnessing 5Deli's success in his life with Madame Wang and their daughter filled her with resentment, prompting her to plot against him. He was her primary target, with Madame Wang as a secondary one. Gao Mingyuan sighed. "The thoughts of women are truly unfathomable." Bai Moshuan interjected. "But how could such a delicate woman manipulate a ghost child?" "Oh, that essay headache," Gao Mingyuan replied. "If that letter reaches the higher-ups, it will undoubtedly spark much controversy." She mentioned in her note that her father was a descendant of Zhang Tianshi. Bai Moshuan's interest piqued. However, she claimed she was unworthy of inheriting the title. He mused. Taoism was founded by Zhang Daoling during the Eastern Han Dynasty, and he is revered as Tianshi or Grandmaster. His son, Zhang Hong, is known as the successor, and his grandson, Zhang Lu, as the lineage master, forming the trio of masters. Anyone who dares to claim descent from Zhang Tianshi must possess genuine blood ties. If her father truly is a descendant, her assertion of unworthiness is valid. Tianshi would not pass on the legacy to those lacking blood relation, nor has there ever been a case of a woman inheriting it. The inheritance of Zhang Tianshi is particularly emphasized on lineage. It is not passed on to those outside the family. If there are no male heirs, a capable individual from among the brothers or nephews is chosen to continue the legacy. By Mashwan questioned, could she truly possess the strength to control a ghost child? What are you trying to imply by Mashwan? Subai interjected, sensing the underlying meaning in by Mashwan's words. What are you doubting? Nothing much. I simply did not anticipate a connection to the descendants of Zhang Tianshi, especially as she is a woman. It is rather unexpected, by Mashwan replied, his thoughts shifting as he turned to Gao Mingyuan. By the way, if that letter is submitted, how do you plan to explain it? I am currently suffering from a headache, which serves as evidence. I cannot afford to overlook a single word. Gao Mingyuan candidly stated. It seems I must present the facts as they are. How one interprets this is a matter for those above us. With surveillance footage, this letter, and Mr. Wang's testimony, resolving this case should prove quite straightforward. Mr. Wang's testimony? Subai inquired. Have you visited the Wang residence? I went there at dawn, Gao Mingyuan replied. Mr. Wang recognized the woman's photograph and claimed that she was the one who posed as a member of the Gao family to engage with him. Mrs. Wang corroborated this, stating she was indeed her classmate, although Mr. Wang does not recall her well. Cui Ying remarked, this woman is truly unworthy. She laments her lost opportunity to marry into wealth, only to find that others barely remember her face. She has harmed no one but herself. Bai Mashwan grunted softly. It would be splendid if this case were resolved, as we could then attend to other matters. Gao Mingyuan, why haven't you departed yet? Noticing Gao Mingyuan's foolish gaze fixed on Xue Fan, Bai Mashwan felt an unwelcome irritation. How could such a simpleton be worthy of his aunt? Yet, love is a matter of mutual willingness, and Bai Mashwan felt powerless in this regard. Furthermore, his aunt must first navigate the scrutiny of the Qingqiu people. Having recently assumed the role of clan leader, he was still in a transitional phase. The immediate priority was to rescue his aunt Shuexiang, and her predicament must remain concealed from the other clansmen. Once Gao Mingyuan left, Bai Mashwan turned to find Su Bai wearing a knowing expression. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? You do not accept this outcome, do you? Su Bai smirked. You, my friend, displayed your disdain quite overtly just now. Gao Mingyuan is too oblivious to notice, but I certainly did. My master once said that even he cannot control the spirit child. What of a woman? What difference does it make if she claims to be a descendant of Zhang Tianshi? She is one unworthy of inheritance, yet she can manipulate the spirit child? Bai Mashwan responded, for Gao Mingyuan, the case is indeed closed, but I cannot accept this conclusion. Subai added, there is another aspect that troubles me. Why did my master witness the exchange of hair? And why did the killer leave an address for Wang Deli that coincidentally happens to be where my master resides? Could it truly be mere coincidence? That seems remarkably sinister. Bai Mashwan raised an eyebrow. Well done. Your intellect has certainly shown today. I usually allow you more room to express yourselves. Too many clever minds tend to clash. Subai grinned. Nonetheless, if you say it is concluded, so be it. In that case, I believe Yu Qing can return now. Earning those 200,000 was far too effortless. Cui Ying declared, I shall go fetch Yu Qing immediately. We can now wholeheartedly pursue the man with the flame-shaped birthmark. Upon mentioning this matter, Subai felt a surge of headache. He had not checked his email in days, and his phone had remained off. Reluctant to power on his computer, he contemplated doing so. However, for the sake of Ying Ning's future, he steeled himself. Once Cui Ying departed, he hastily powered on his device, only to be taken aback by the absence of the previous fervor. Perhaps all those who sought excitement had already gathered. Su Bo meticulously reviewed all the emails and returned every missed call, enduring several hours of this endeavor, only to confirm that there was nothing. Throughout this process, there were hardly any emails or calls. It seemed everyone had lost patience with the bounty. The stepbrothers saved 200,000. Su Bo tossed the mouse aside, and then noticed Ying Ning propping her chin beside him. He impatiently remarked, All right, it seems there is no hope now. Ying Ning smiled cheerfully and replied, This is even better. No one has to take risks for me. Aren't our days quite pleasant now? Just as long as you refrain from playing any exorcism tunes that might expose my true form. However, This matter ultimately posed a hidden danger. Ning. It is akin to avoiding medical attention. Simply ignoring the issue does not mean you are free from ailment, Su Bo said earnestly. You silly girl, he continued. Isn't it foolish to think so far ahead? Presently, we are happy and at peace. Moreover, my mother has assured me that as long as I refrain from drinking blood or consuming raw meat, I shall be fine. Father was a victim of malice. Yet no one intends to harm me. Ning blinked her large eyes, asserting, being with you all makes me feel the safest. And now my mother has brother Mo Xian to look after her. Wait, you intend to call by Mo Xian brother? You were born in the Tang dynasty. Though his cultivation may be lacking, leading to a lower status, in terms of age, by Mo Xian ought to call you aunt. Ning grimaced, exclaiming, I refuse to be called aunt. It sounds dreadful, absolutely not. I was merely teasing you. I wouldn't be accustomed to that either, Su Bo laughed heartily. Well then, since there is no progress, we shall take it one step at a time. Silly girl, if one day you were to fall into darkness, what should we do? Should we sacrifice familial bonds for righteousness? Ning replied, that will never happen. If it were to come to that, I would end it myself. I would never put you in a difficult position. Su Bo felt a pang in his heart and covered Ning's mouth with his hand. Do not speak such nonsense. Just then, Cui Ying entered, witnessing Su Bo and Ning face to face, with Su Bo's hand still covering Ning's mouth. He quickly shielded his face with both hands, exclaiming, in broad daylight, are you not ashamed? Ning's face flushed, warm against Su Bo's hand. He swiftly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. Has Yu Qing returned? Yes. And he has some rather intriguing news. Would you care to listen? Yu Qing had spent merely a day and night at the Wang residence. Yet he had unraveled quite a few matters clearly. Wang-de and his wife were indeed in love, and Cui Ying's instincts were correct. He would entrust the economic power to his wife, demonstrating profound trust. Yet, Wang-de maintained a distance, even a cold demeanor towards her. And the reason behind this was linked to the half-G theory. It turned out that Wang's wife met Wang-de during their time in academia, where Wang-de had donated a library to her school. On the day of the inauguration, it was Wang's wife who presented flowers to him. Her grace and elegance leaving a lasting impression on Wang-de. A superstitious man, he disregarded the half-G theory and courageously pursued her. Unfortunately, after their union, they had no children for several years, causing Wang-de to once again believe in the half-G theory. What does the half-G theory mean? Su Bo inquired. 60 years constitutes 1G. Thus, half-G signifies 30 years. The age difference between the two is precisely half a G. Yu Qing remarked that both Mrs. Wang and Mr. Wang were born on the same day of the same month. Although it was merely a coincidence, Mr. Wang had encountered a fortune teller who ominously predicted that their bond would not flourish and would even jeopardize Mrs. Wang's health. Initially skeptical due to his superstitious nature, Mr. Wang gradually became convinced by a series of coincidences. After the couple had a child, he began to neglect Mrs. Wang, anticipating that she would soon file for divorce, which he believed would be a release for both. However, Mrs. Wang remained steadfastly loyal, regardless of his indifference, which deeply troubled Mr. Wang. Chapter 377, Dual Birth. Thus, could it be that Mr. Wang's harsh treatment was, in fact, a form of affection towards Mrs. Wang? Cui Ying was taken aback, exclaiming that the fortune teller was truly harmful. Although the fortune teller's words were nonsensical, upon examining Mrs. Wang's birth chart, I discerned the underlying reasons for the couple's misfortunes. Mrs. Wang was deficient in the fire element, and the Wang family home lacked any fire-related attributes, which, coupled with her being born during the Yin hour, contributed to her difficulties in conceiving due to her predominantly Yin constitution. Yu Qing continued, stating that he had rearranged the furnishings of the Wang household, believing that Mrs. Wang would soon perceive a difference. Having learned from this experience, Mr. Wang resolved to heed the advice of fortune tellers less frequently. Yet, I found myself in a predicament. Why? Asked the Na-Vi Ning. Because Mr. Wang claims that the only person he can trust now is me. Thus, I will be tasked with overseeing the feng shui of both the household and the company moving forward. Yu Qing lamented, I do not relish dealings with the wealthy. It is akin to walking with a tiger, yet I seem unable to extricate myself from him. Mr. Wang is as sticky as toffee. Yu Qing's lamentations incited laughter among the group. If only it were wealthy toffee, he added. By the way, are you not curious why Mrs. Wang would choose to marry Mr. Wang, who is 30 years her senior? If not for wealth, it must surely be for love, after all. The most cliché demotivations are often the most realistic. Chui Ying interjected, "It seems evident now that it was not for wealth. Love? Indeed, it is unexpected. Mrs. One came from humble beginnings and began receiving educational assistance in high school. At 18, she discovered that it was Mr. Wang who had provided her with aide, and from that moment, she developed profound feelings for him. Their fateful connection brought her great joy. Thus, regardless of Mr. Wang's treatment or the external criticisms she faced, she always believed it to be a destined union." Yu Qing concluded, "Such an outcome is truly unforeseen." Su Bo, unable to dwell on these thoughts, pondered one point. Did the murderer truly have any connection with Mr. Wang? Gao Ming had inquired, and Mr. Wang claimed he had little recollection, while Mrs. Wang confirmed he was a classmate, but the details remained elusive. Yu Qing stated, "This matter can only be set aside for now." Su Bo exchanged a glance with Bai Moshuan, their eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. After a peculiar disappearance of several days, Wang Deli had re-emerged into the public eye, accompanied by his wife, a woman who had previously maintained such a low profile that no photographs of her existed. With the utmost elegance, she enhanced Wang Deli's reputation significantly. The family appeared harmonious and content. However, the unfortunate fate of the late Mrs. Wang's former classmate weighed heavily on their hearts. Yu Qing sought the birth date of that unfortunate beauty from Gao Mingyuan. Alas, after a series of inquiries, her ethereal presence had vanished without a trace. Su Bo then discreetly consulted Bai Zhan, but found no record of her in the realm of the underworld. This woman, capable of controlling the ghostly children, had completely disappeared from this world. In response, Bai Moshuan merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Having exhausted all avenues regarding this matter, the group returned to their tranquil lives. Su Bo, now bearing the title of antique shop manager, began to delve into the study of various antiquities. In a remarkably short period, he made considerable progress, finding it quite manageable to comprehend the intricacies of antiques. Yingning gradually took over Xuefun's position as a shop assistant, attending to customers. Meanwhile, Xuefun, having adapted to the outside world, quickly rekindled her relationship with Gao Mingyuan. Enamored by the essence of love, Xuefun's usual aloofness softened, revealing a more feminine charm, and her outings became increasingly frequent. As for Yu Qing, she finally returned to the country with Chui Ying to meet their parents, suggesting that their relationship was on the verge of blossoming. Only Bai Moshuan sensed an unusual tension in the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder, emanating from the new recruits within the company. Upon his return, he detected a markedly different atmosphere. When his manager, with a tense expression, informed him of the newcomers, Bai Moshuan perceived the underlying competition. Though it was merely a newcomer, why the fuss? He remarked, "Furthermore, I have no intention of competing with anyone. If he rises to prominence, it would benefit me, allowing more time for other pursuits." His manager, drenched in sweat, replied, "Moshuan, why do you always maintain this demeanor? The boss is quite dissatisfied with your recent performance. You don't truly plan to withdraw from this industry, do you?" "Not necessarily," Bai Moshuan casually replied, causing his manager to immediately pull out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Just then, a young assistant entered, fanning herself. "Moshuan, the meeting is about to start." "A meeting?" Bai Moshuan was taken aback on his first day back at the company, as it was widely known that he had never attended any meetings, deeming them the most tedious and wasteful of time. Yet, an inexplicable allure compelled him, and he felt a strange premonition. Thus, he made his way to the conference room. Upon entering, Bai Moshuan paused momentarily, his gaze locking onto that man. Certainly, this is not a sensation of infatuation. Bai Moshuan confidently approached the man before him, eliciting a low chorus of sighs from the women in the conference room. They had intended to maintain composure. Yet the presence of two exceptionally rare male beauties standing side by side was an irresistible spectacle. The man standing before Bai Moshuan possessed strikingly deep features, his amber eyes surveying Bai with a discerning gaze. Surely, he must be of mixed heritage, Bai Moshuan mused, noting the man's prominent nose and a mouth that appeared perpetually poised to smile. Indeed, he was handsome, and their heights were comparable, making them equally matched when standing together. The amber-eyed man spoke with a soft voice. "I have long admired your reputation, senior. I look forward to your guidance in the future. My name is Chu Yan." All eyes turned toward Bai Moshuan, well aware that he despised small talk and pleasantries. True to form, he did not disappoint. This rebellious youth could not even be bothered to extend his hand in greeting, merely grunting before taking a seat. The manager sighed at the sight, and quickly sat beside Bai Mashwan. Chu Yan, undeterred by Bai Mashwan's indifference, simply smiled and took his own seat, which endeared him to several female staff members, exuding both charm and gentleness. Bai Mashwan's thoughts were far from the meeting. The voices around him were mere background noise. As the meeting concluded, he instinctively rose to leave, just as Chu Yan's gentle voice called out, "Senior Mashwan, I look forward to our collaboration." Collaboration? What collaboration? The manager hurriedly interjected, "Mashwan, didn't we just discuss this in the meeting? The company wishes for you both to endorse the game together, with the advertisement shoot scheduled for tomorrow." Chu Yan chuckled, one with an Eastern visage, the other with a hint of Western flair. The company seems to have calculated this well. Bai Mashwan locked eyes with Chu Yan's amber gaze, a smile unexpectedly tugging at his lips. Indeed, it is quite unique. The duality of our appearances is rather uncommon these days. See you tomorrow. The manager was elated. The earlier encounter had terrified him, fearing Bai Mashwan's lack of regard for the newcomer would generate scandalous headlines. Fortunately, this ending was rather favorable. Upon returning to his dressing room, Bai Mashwan inquired, "How did the newcomer come about? I heard he just returned from abroad. Our scouts discovered him on the street. It's quite recent, and the higher-ups are thrilled, intending to cultivate him as a second version of you. However, he is remarkably cooperative and enjoys smiling. His style is entirely different from yours." Sensing Bai Mashwan's frosty gaze, the manager quickly fell silent, then added, "I mean, everyone has their own merits." Chapter 378, The Tongue-Cutting Incident. No, that is not what I wish to hear. You say the company aims to mold him into a second version of me? Oh no, this little scion may not take kindly to that. The manager discreetly pinched his thigh, only to see Bai Mashwan smiling brightly. Indeed, with a second version of me, who needs the first? It appears that my retirement may be on the horizon. Your agent is about to burst into tears. You must not abandon us. If you're gone, how will we make a living? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a generous settlement, Bai Mashwan replied, his spirits lifted. Thus, you must be punctual for tomorrow's shoot. Seizing the opportunity, the agent playfully added, and be a tad gentler with the newcomers. At 40 years old, are you truly resorting to such antics? Bai Mashwan silently scoffed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Are you out of your mind, Bai Mashwan? Su Bo crossed his arms, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Or do you consider yourself a wealthy heir, thus indifferent to this job? Why must you elevate others at your own expense, allowing them to usurp your position within the company? Have you lost your senses? Is it your brain that has been kicked by a donkey? Are you planning a rebellion? Bai Mashwan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the notion. Brother Mashwan has recently become the leader of Qingqiu, frequently coming and going, balancing his responsibilities as a major star. In my opinion, it matters little whether he continues as a celebrity. He is already considered a star in the hearts of his people. Ying Ning rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily. However, I am quite curious about what an advertisement shoot entails. Then let us go together tomorrow, Bai Mashwan suggested. After all, you are both free. The term free stung Su Bo's heart. I would rather not be at leisure, but why has nothing been happening lately? It turns out, adventure can indeed be addictive. Ying Ning joyfully dashed out. I will ask my aunt if she has any appointments tomorrow. That fellow named Chu Yan is somewhat excessive, Bai Mashwan suddenly remarked. What offense has he committed against you? Perhaps it is merely that he is more handsome than you. Su Bo laughed heartily. Our illustrious star feels the pressure. A rival has emerged. Su Bo felt an inexplicable joy. A man like Bai Mashwan could overshadow even Bai Chao. And she herself was no exception. Before Bai Mashwan, she was rendered invisible, but now, someone had arrived who Bai Mashwan might perceive as a worthy competitor. She could hardly contain her eagerness to uncover the true nature of this newcomer. Bai Mashwan indeed arrived punctually at the shooting location. The advertisement for the online game appeared dazzling, yet all was reliant on post-production technology. The initial footage was rather unremarkable. Ying Ning's excitement quickly waned under the weight of the tedious preparations, which had already consumed an hour of wardrobe and makeup. The tall man seemed to have vanished, and unable to bear the monotony any longer, Ying Ning stepped out of the makeup room. Venturing into the back alley, she glanced around, pondering where the tall man might be. A figure flickered in the corner, resembling Su Bo, clad in a similar coat. Opposite him stood a somewhat shorter figure. Had this fellow already ingratiated himself with the crowd? Ying Ning lifted her foot, accidentally nudging a pile of wooden boards against the wall. As Su Bo was about to turn around, her playful spirit took over. She lunged forward, covering his eyes with her hands. Tall man. The man's body trembled slightly as he gently placed his hands upon Ning's. It was then she sensed something amiss. This was certainly not Subai's reaction. Had he heard her voice, he would have brusquely pushed her away. Instantly, Ning withdrew her hands, and as the man turned around, she nearly wished to sink into the ground. Indeed, he was not Subai. Yet, he possessed an exquisite beauty, particularly those amber eyes, resembling two embedded gems. Ning took 2 steps back. I apologize. Not at all. Chu Yan, captivated by the innocence displayed on Ning's face, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Just as he was about to inquire her name, a familiar voice echoed, "Girl, where are you?" It was Subai. Ning felt as if a savior had arrived. Only he could dissolve the awkwardness. She turned and dashed towards him, colliding into Subai's embrace. He pushed her away with irritation. "What brings you here?" Unfazed, Ning laughed. "I thought you would be here." "Stop running around," Subai admonished. "The shooting of Bai Mo Xian is about to commence. You wanted to see how the advertisement is filmed, right? Let us go?" Filled with joy, Ning followed closely beside Subai, a scene that struck Chu Yan with a different sentiment. The innocence radiating from the girl's face was a rarity he had never witnessed on a woman's visage before. The purity in her eyes was unprecedented. Chu Yan placed his hand over his lips, pondering whether she had called him girl. Subai glanced back at the man still standing in place. "Hey, silly girl. Do you know that man? Don't go chatting up handsome men just because they look good. Girls should be a bit more reserved, understand?" Subai said with irritation. "I did not," Ning replied, her cheeks still flushed. "I merely mistook him for you." "So what?" Subai turned back, catching sight of Ning's bashful demeanor. His heart fluttered. Then he said with a hint of exasperation, "All right, enough of this." As they returned, the filming of Bai Mo Xian was nearing its conclusion. Subai's expression darkened slightly. When he descended, he immediately teased, "Goodness, why do you look so glum today? And you're wearing makeup too." The guy had already completed his part. Bai Mo Xian grunted. "He even prepared snacks for me." "Newcomers cater to their seniors," Subai remarked. "Such attentiveness, politeness, and a handsome appearance. Is it not too perfect?" Bai Mo Xian replied solemnly. "Why do I feel no desire to associate with him at all?" "You are jealous." "The jealousy of men can be quite astounding," Subai noted, relishing Bai Mo Xian's darkening expression. "See, I was right. No, it's because he has arrived." Subai looked into Bai Mo Xian's gaze and was immediately taken aback. "Is that Chu Yan? Have you met him?" Bai Mo Xian inquired. With a timid voice, Ning confessed, "I just encountered him in the alley. I mistook him for Subai and even covered his eyes. He must not be angry." Bai Mo Xian scoffed coldly. Chu Yan, gazing at Bai Mo Xian, revealed a slight smile and walked directly to Ning. "Would you kindly share your name with me?" Ning, in her innocence, found herself somewhat flustered by a gentleman's initial advances. She immediately turned to Bai Mo Xuan, saying, "Brother Mo Xuan, this is Ning." Bai Mo Xuan, in a straightforward manner, replied, "The Ing from infant, and Ning from tranquility." Subo widened his eyes in disbelief. What was Bai Mo Xuan doing, so readily divulging Ning's name to this man? He coughed lightly and said, "Girl, let us not disturb their work. We should return." It was then that Chu Yan finally shifted his attention to Subo. "And who might this be?" he inquired. "My friend," Bai Mo Xuan stated. Just like that, Subo noted that Bai Mo Xuan had neglected to mention his name, which left him rather displeased, prompting him to introduce himself. "I am Subo. The relationship among the three of you is truly perplexing," Chu Yan remarked with a smile. "Nothing particularly special," Bai Mo Xuan replied with a hint of indifference, "simply acquaintances." Chu Yan appeared unfazed by Bai Mo Xuan's aloof demeanor, maintaining a warm smile, his gaze gentle. Perhaps it was the presence of others that made it appear as though the four were in harmony. Some observers noted that Bai Mo Xuan had indeed changed, seemingly ready to defend his position against a rival. Chapter 379. The fragrance of daughters. The two were soon ushered away for makeup, preparing for the upcoming scenes they would share. Ning was reluctant to return to the antique shop, and Su Bo, exasperated, led her to a corner. As soon as they settled, Ning tilted her head, saying, "Strange, there was clearly someone else just now." "What do you mean?" Subo rolled his eyes. "Haven't you had enough of handsome men today? Do you wish for another?" "I'm speaking seriously. When I saw him, there was definitely someone else in front of him. Just a bit shorter." Ning expressed her confusion. "But when I approached, he was the only one left." Subo yawned and gestured toward the bustling crowd. "Do you not see? There are lighting technicians, makeup artists, prop masters, and so forth. With so many people around, it's entirely possible that the one you mentioned was conversing with that peculiar-eyed fellow. Are you angry? Ning asked. Why are you taking it out on me? What have I done wrong? Are you feeling wrong now? Subo replied. If you truly feel wronged, why are you still sitting beside me? Shouldn't you have walked away? Ning bit her lip, staring blankly at Subo, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Silently, she rose to leave, but Subo merely lowered his head, remaining silent. Ning felt a pang in her heart. Her aunt had once said that shedding tears for a man indicated deep love. Taking a step back, she recalled that her aunt had never mentioned the deeper sorrow of unrequited feelings when that man was indifferent. Subo heard the sound of Ning's departing footsteps. He lifted his head, but could not see her figure. He immediately slapped his own mouth, muttering, "What a foolish tongue." By the time the shooting was completed, Ning had not returned. Bai Mashwan surmised that she must have been upset by Subo's words and, given her temperament, had likely gone off in search of something to eat. He remained calm and unhurried, while Subo, despite claiming indifference, felt an unsettling worry within him, pondering why he felt so out of sorts. He was utterly perplexed by his own feelings upon witnessing the gaze that the individual named Chu Yin directed towards Ning. A wave of agitation surged within him. Meanwhile, Ning, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, dashed out of the filming location, just as Bai Mashwan had indicated. Whenever she felt anger, her first instinct was to seek solace in food. Alone, she ventured to the snack street, indulging herself from one end to the other. Yet the frustration remained lodged in her chest, unexpressed. Eventually, she found herself seated on a park bench, unmindfully losing track of time until nightfall enveloped her. The evening breeze, cool and brisk, jolted Ning into the realization of the darkening sky. She instinctively huddled her shoulders, contemplating that perhaps it was time to return. The city at night resembled daylight, yet certain corners remained desolate and shrouded in darkness. As Ning traversed a dimly lit path, she glanced around, questioning the absence of an antique shop that should have been nearby. After walking approximately 10 meters, she came to the disheartening conclusion that this unfortunate day was culminating in yet another misadventure. She was lost, just as she resolved to retrace her steps. A murmuring voice caught her attention, but the words were indecipherable. As she prepared to turn back, a hand suddenly struck the back of her neck, causing her to crumple to the ground. A woman's voice echoed, "What bad luck, unexpectedly encountering a Cheng Yaojin. Did she see us? In this darkness, with no moon tonight?" "She surely did not," another woman replied. "Regardless, we must silence her. Do not act rashly. We have already made a blunder before. It is best to leave her here." The calmer woman suggested, "Let today come to a close. We shall deal with this another day." "Another day? That will only be next month," the first woman retorted, stamping her foot. "This woman is obstructing our plans. I shall first cut out her tongue to teach her a lesson." As she spoke, she drew a sharp knife from her waist and crouched down. Meanwhile, Subo's cup fell to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. Cursing under his breath, he bent down to collect the shards. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Bai Mashwan remarked coolly, "If you are concerned, why not go search for her?" "I am not worried," Subo replied defiantly. "Who knows where she is gorging herself in some corner, oblivious to the time." "Wait, Bai Mashwan. Are you planning to sleep here tonight? With Cui Ying and Yu Qing absent, I have a place to rest. Why should I not stay?" Bai Mashwan toyed with a piece of red bamboo stone in his hand. The bloodstone on Ning's neck bears a resemblance to the red bamboo stone. Both share a vermilion hue. Subo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the color and texture are quite similar. However, the red bamboo stone lacks the blood-like threads found in the bloodstone. Bloodstone is not transparent, yet when held to the light, those floating threads become visible, which I find utterly peculiar. The red bamboo stone is a rare gem produced in Nara, Japan. In that land, it is believed that the red bamboo stone only manifests its inherent spirituality when sealed with a certain inscription, typically performed by a practitioner of Amidi. The origins of the Inyang master can be traced back to the illustrious lands of Huaxia. During the tumultuous spring and autumn and warring states periods, a myriad of philosophical schools emerged, among which the Inyang sect distinguished itself by studying the principles of Inyang, the 5 elements, and feng shui. Regrettably, after the emergence of the 5 pecks of rice sect, the once prestigious Inyang masters fell into decline. Many of them, along with scholars from the East, ventured to Japan. where the yin-yang teachings flourished across the narrow waters. With Yuqing absent, Bai Moshuan suddenly realized that Yuqing had unknowingly become his invaluable partner. The two shared a remarkable synergy in their understanding of Taoist practices. Faced with Su Bai, who lacked any knowledge of the Tao, Bai Moshuan lost interest in continuing the conversation. Upon glancing up, he noticed Su Bai anxiously checking the time. Was he beginning to worry? No, it couldn't be. Even if the gluttonous Ying Ning lingered, surely she wouldn't be dining out at this hour. Su Bai could no longer contain himself. Bai, we must find her at once. Bai Moshuan too felt a twinge of concern. Although Yi Changqing had departed from this world, countless extraordinary individuals remained. If someone were to discern Ying Ning's fox lineage. The thought of Aunt Shuexiang tightened Bai Moshuan's chest, prompting both to hasten their departure. Bai Moshuan's nose twitched as he detected a familiar scent in the air. Su Bai inquired, "Are you catching Ying Ning's scent?" Bai Moshuan nodded. "She is not far from us." The bond among the nine-tailed fox clan runs deep, making them acutely sensitive to the scents of their kin. Indeed, Ying Ning was not far from the antique shop. She had slightly strayed off course and found herself in a narrow alley across the street. Su Bai trailed closely behind Bai Moshuan, who moved with a speed akin to that of a gliding roller. Su Bai, unable to keep pace, struggled to catch up. This alley was a dead end, devoid of habitation. From deep within, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Bai Moshuan inhaled deeply. It is the scent of incense. Su Bai caught sight of Ying Ning's feet, his hair standing on end. "Girl." He forcefully pushed Bai Moshuan aside, only to find Ying Ning lying sprawled on the ground. Her long hair cascading chaotically around her. Unconscious and reeking of a pungent metallic scent, Su Bai's spirit felt as though it had left his body. His tongue stumbling over words. Ying Ning. Bai Moshuan's throat tightened, and he swore under his breath before checking for Ying Ning's breath. A wave of relief washed over him. She was still alive. But from where had the blood come? Su Bai, regaining a semblance of composure, gently lifted Ying Ning's body to inspect her. The blood stained the front of her garment, yet as his hand explored, he found no wounds on her chest. Panic surged when he noticed blood at the corner of her mouth. It can't be, can it? Trembling, Su Bai pried open Ying Ning's lips, leaning down into the darkness to examine her mouth. Finding no injuries, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Bai Moshuan ventured further into the alley. Perhaps due to the night breeze, the incense scent had faded slightly, but a different fragrance lingered in the air, stirring something within Bai Moshuan's instincts. Chapter 380. The fragrance of a daughter too. Although he found no traces of burnt incense candles, there were yellowish powders on the wall. He dipped his fingers in it and inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. Su Bai immediately hoisted Ying Ning onto his back. "Take her to the hospital? Are you mad?" Bai Moshuan scolded. "I can treat her. There is no need for concern. We must first ascertain whether she has ingested any blood." Recalling Shuexiang's instructions, Su Bai's expression tightened as well. Under the cover of night, the two swiftly transported the bloodied Ying Ning back to the antique shop. Just as they laid her down, they noticed her jaw clenched tightly. After a muffled groan, she opened her eyes, but they appeared unfocused. Su Bai called out, "Girl, you're awake?" Ying Ning gazed at Su Bai in confusion, tilting her head slightly, a look of bewilderment gracing her features. Su Bai felt a sudden jolt in his heart, irritation bubbling within him. "Do you have any idea how frightened you made us? What on earth happened to you?" Bai Moshuan gave Su Bai a gentle nudge, whispering, "Something seems off." Her demeanor was indeed troubling. Still caught in his annoyance, Su Bai suddenly comprehended, bending down to peer into Ying Ning's eyes. "Girl, you don't not recognize me, do you?" Ying Ning felt a peculiar familiarity with the two men before her, yet her head throbbed. "I can't remember. What is my name?" "Is it girl?" "Silly girl. Your name is Ying Ning. Ying for infant and Ning for tranquility." Su Bai was utterly perplexed. "What has happened to you? Did someone strike your head?" Bai Moshuan examined the yellow powder on his fingers. "She truly has amnesia, albeit temporarily. What is this substance?" Su Bai inquired. "Incense ash." Bai Moshuan replied. "Even the most rudimentary of zombies cannot be classified as such. They are rigid and devoid of intelligence. However, if one ingests this ash, will it lead to death?" Su Bai speculated. "For an ordinary person, yes. Their mind becomes disordered, often resulting in fatal accidents." Bai Moshuan turned to Ying Ning. "But she is different. She is not an ordinary person. Her lineage has shielded her. She hasn't lost her sanity, but..." Bai Moshuan pointed to his head. "It seems there is an issue here. She has lost her memory. Ying Ning blinked, listening intently to their conversation. You know me well? Everything about you from the moment you were born until now, Subai replied. It appears that despite her memory loss, she remains as naive as before. Bai Xian. I believe we must keep a close watch on her, just in case. Who would dare to harm Ying Ning? Bai Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Incense. Ash. This must be the work of someone from the same circle, perhaps a female practitioner. A woman? Subai echoed. Are you certain? Indeed. Although the predominant scent is that of incense, it is laced with a faint trace of feminine fragrance, Bai Xian asserted. The one who targeted Ying Ning must be a woman. A woman? Why is it always a woman? Subai remarked. Not long ago. It was also a woman who attacked Wang Deli. Bai Xian paused, struck by the realization. How had he not considered this before? Bai Moshwan glanced outside, noting that dawn was still several hours away. Ying Ning, worn out from listening to their conversation, once again succumbed to slumber. As the first light of day began to break, the two entrusted Ying Ning to Xue Fen's care and returned to the scene. Upon entering the alley, they exchanged a knowing glance. The ground bore no traces of blood. Given the distribution of blood on Ying Ning's body, it was evident that it had been spattered. How could there be no blood on the ground whatsoever? Su Bo remarked, this defies the laws of physics. It appears someone has tampered with the scene. Bai Moshwan paid no heed and proceeded directly to the end of the alley. Where remnants of powder had been left the previous day, now, it was impeccably clean. Their adversary had acted swiftly. Bai Moshwan's nose twitched again. The faint scent from last night had intensified. Suddenly, Su Bo collapsed onto the ground. His tall frame sprawled out. Bai Moshwan frowned and asked, What on earth are you doing? If I were Ying Ning, having been attacked and fallen to the ground, I would observe that her blunt force trauma is located at the back of her head. Thus, she must have been struck from behind while attempting to turn away. Su Bo explained. The injury to the back of her head wouldn't typically result in blood spatter, but it would be sufficient to render her unconscious. Su Bo deduced that Ying Ning had turned to leave for a simple reason. This alley was a dead end. Upon approaching, she would have realized there was no exit, naturally prompting her to turn back. However, someone had attacked her from behind, indicating that she had encountered someone inside when she entered. Although the streetlight was broken, a figure could undoubtedly be seen in this area. Given Ying Ning's disposition, if her assailant had been friendly, she would have certainly engaged in conversation. Bai Moshwan pondered, yet, if the attacker struck without warning and Ying Ning had nothing of value, it suggests she may have witnessed something she should not have. Su Bo mused. The only unaccounted detail is the blood. Whose blood is it? We should first test to see if it is human. Bai Moshwan replied. It seems the matter is becoming quite intricate. Su Bo surveyed their surroundings. This area was part of the old city, devoid of surveillance cameras, making it clear they could not seek assistance from Gao Mingyuan. Ying Ning must have seen someone using the powder for some purpose. Bai Moshwan lamented. That girl has such terrible luck. How could she run into you? Su Bo had no retort. Indeed, if he had not inexplicably lost his temper and left Ying Ning, she would not have ventured out alone. Had she not gone out alone, she would not have been forced to ingest the powder and lost her memory. Lying on the ground, Su Bo sighed, and as he shifted to rise, his gaze was drawn to a glimmering object in the corner. He scrambled to his feet and approached it, exclaiming, Bai, come look at this. What do you think it is? Su Bo remarked. Doesn't it resemble a fragment of red bamboo stone? The sunlight had momentarily refracted, revealing the small piece to Su Bo Bai Moshwan, having recently studied red bamboo stone. Quickly concluded, indeed, it is a shard of red bamboo stone. What a coincidence. Spare us the suspense. What are you suspecting? The Yin-Yang sect, Bai Moshwan remarked. The red bamboo stone is the emblem of the Yin-Yang sect, accompanied by incense, powdered incense, deft movements, and meticulous finishing touches, all indicative of organized conduct. Su Bo clenched his fists, pondering their intentions. Suddenly, Bai Moshwan gazed in a particular direction, precisely towards the antique shop. Could their target be the antique store? He murmured. What arrangement are they concocting here? I believe we should summon Yu Qing and my sister back. Su Bo expressed. I have a foreboding feeling about this. That idea holds merit. At least he is superior to you in matters of formations, possessing ample knowledge, Bai Moshwan stated bluntly. You should just take care of Ying Ning. To his surprise, Su Bo did not retort. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ying Ning and willingly agreed to tend to her. Upon returning to the antique shop, Ying Ning sat docilely beside Xue Fen, occasionally inquiring about her origins. Xue Fen, her heart aching for the child, answered every question. Su Bo hesitantly approached Ying Ning, asking, "Are you feeling better?" "Brother Su Bo," Ying Ning replied with a sweet smile. "Auntie told me you are very nice to me. You are the kindest person in the world to me." Xuefan chuckled. "Of course, Brother Su Bo loves taking you out for delicious treats and playing with you. He is the most patient with you." Is this a case of taking advantage of the situation?" Ying Ning suddenly sprang up, declaring, "I want to go out and play right now. Auntie said the amusement park is very fun, and I want to go. I also want to eat delicious food." "Have you truly lost your memory?" Su Bo questioned, suspicion creeping in. "Hey, are you all conspiring against me?" Bai Mashwan scoffed. "Do you believe I have any need to do so?" He then unexpectedly took Ying Ning's hand, prompting Su Bo to notice the darkening of her palm. "What is happening?" Chapter 381. Exorcising the parasite. The reason for consuming the powdered incense, Bai Mashwan explained, is not overly severe. For the next few days, Auntie will prepare medicine for her to prevent the powder from spreading. You must understand that Ying Ning harbors malevolent energy within her. I cannot predict the impact it may have on her. I have never encountered such a scenario before. We can only proceed step by step. At the amusement park, Ying Ning's eyes were fixed intently on Su Bo, confusion swirling within her gaze. This tall figure alternated between being meticulous and displaying impatience. Did he find her bothersome? She was puzzled and quickened her pace to catch up with him. "What are you doing?" Su Bo's tear-streaked face startled her. "Are you crying?" "Not at all," he retorted irritably, wiping his tears away. Observing Ying Ning, who now lacked any memory, his heart ached. If it were not for him, how could she have become this way? Even the origin of the snow tassel stone around her neck was a blur to her. "It's all my fault. I blame myself." "Why pretend? If you want to cry, just cry," Ying Ning said. "But why are you sad?" "Nothing," Su Bo replied. "What do you want to play?" "I will accompany you." "That one seems nice." Ying Ning's eyes brightened as she pointed ahead. "Let us go to that one. You must come with me." Su Bo turned to face her, his expression stiffening. What in this life did he truly fear? The specter was not the first. Before Yu Qing contemplated shedding tears of bull's eyes, the roller coaster had already claimed the title of her foremost adversary. To be persuaded to ride the roller coaster was tantamount to severing ties. Was that not permissible? Bing Ming timidly inquired, her small visage brimming with disappointment. "Auntie once remarked that you were the kindest to me." Su Bo's palm felt cool, and he swallowed hard, mustering the courage to respond. A rare occasion should pose no harm. "Very well, I shall brave it." As soon as she was seated on the roller coaster, Bing Ming clung tightly to Su Bo's arm. Yet, he forgot to shake her off, allowing her to embrace him while he devoted his entire being to the ride. At last, the wind howled past his ears, and Su Bo gritted his teeth, vowing not to reveal his cowardice before Bing Ning. Better to die than to suffer disgrace. This is a weakness, a weakness. Finally, as he disembarked from the roller coaster, Su Bo crumbled. The world around him swayed, his legs betraying him, and he staggered towards a bench, feeling as if he were on the verge of death. The bench was clearly within sight. Yet somehow he found himself tumbling to the ground. Bing Ming grasped Su Bo, but his weight was beyond her control, and she too tumbled down, landing awkwardly. "How can someone your size be so clumsy? Surely, you aren't afraid of heights?" "Not at all," Su Bo retorted defiantly. "I merely dislike rapid spins, that's all." "Little girl, help me up." Bing Ming assisted Su Bo onto the bench. "I'll fetch you a bottle of water." As she disappeared into the crowd, a flicker of unease coursed through Su Bo. Would she vanish like last time? Bing Ming approached the beverage stall, only to feel a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she encountered a radiant young woman in her early 20s, her features striking and her demeanor somewhat sharp. A small beauty mark adorned the corner of her mouth. "Miss, do we know each other?" Bing Ming shook her head. "Impossible. I have no recollection." A sly smile graced the woman's lips. "True. There are many who resemble one another in this world. My apologies for the interruption." As the woman withdrew to a distance, she promptly grabbed her phone. "Confirmed, no issues. She definitely did not see our faces, and she is indeed suffering from amnesia. I am certain that only someone devoid of memory could possess such innocence in their gaze. However, she is not deranged, which is rather intriguing. I have also discovered another matter." "Very well, we shall meet at the usual place." After purchasing her drinks, Bing Ming turned back, scanning the crowd, but failing to locate Su Bo on the bench. Panic enveloped her. Where could he be? Suddenly, Su Bo snatched the items from her grasp. "You took your sweet time." She was astonished to find him standing beside her. Tears began to trickle down Bing Ning's cheeks. "Please don't do that again. It frightens me. I am truly afraid." Su Bai was momentarily taken aback as he gently patted the top of Ying Ning's head. Do not worry. I promise I will not lose you. Now let us return. By the way, who was that woman earlier? I do not know her either. Ying Ning replied, shaking her head. She seemed rather peculiar, asking if we had met before. Su Bai was startled. As he approached, he had noticed a small black mole at the corner of the woman's mouth, and she had an alluring profile. If she were unattractive, he would not have cast her a second glance, nor would he have noticed that mole. He glanced at Ying Ning and said, We should head back. It seems you have drawn someone's attention. Though Ying Ning could not comprehend fully, she was inclined to heed Su Bai's words. He guided her back to the antique shop, and just outside the entrance, they heard Cui Ying's loud voice. He excitedly entered. Sister, you're back. The scene inside was shocking. Cui Ying was pinned to the ground. Struggling desperately, she let out furious cries, her fists pounding against Yu Qing's back. Yu Qing held her down firmly, his forehead beaded with sweat as he pressed down with all his strength. This was intolerable. How dare Yu Qing use such force against his sister? Just as Su Bai was about to intervene and push Yu Qing aside, Bai Moshuan blocked his path. It is not as you imagine. What is going on? This seems quite serious. Is this domestic violence now that they are married? Su Bai's gaze fell upon Cui Ying's exposed calf, where several grotesque lumps had burst open, worms writhing out amidst blood and pus. Ying Ning stepped back, and Su Bai stood agape. What has happened? It is likely a curse. I have already contacted the master's wife, Yu Qing replied, finally managing to subdue Cui Ying. She was unable to break free due to the pain. Her head pressed against the ground as she gasped for breath, her legs still twitching. Yu Qing, filled with concern, urged, just hold on a little longer. The master's wife will arrive soon. Cui Ying, do not move. If your energy is disturbed, the worms will burrow deeper into your body. I feel so unwell. Cui Ying murmured, Yu Qing, it truly hurts. Yu Qing felt a deep sorrow. He was right beside Cui Ying, yet she had fallen victim to this curse. How meticulous one must be to avoid such a lapse. The two had received an international call, learning that Ying Ning was in trouble, which might involve the Yin-Yang sect. They resolutely returned home, only to have Cui Ying faint as they stepped out of the airport. Fortunately, she regained consciousness almost immediately, though she could not explain why she had fainted, only noting that it felt as if she had stepped on something soft, akin to gum. The rapid onset of the curse was highly unusual. Observing the activity of the worms on Cui Ying's leg increasing, Bai Moshuan quickly retrieved a talisman. Biting his tongue to draw blood, he marked the talisman with a symbol resembling a worm and was about to apply it to her leg when Yu Qing, leaning over, pushed Bai Moshuan's hand away. No, that will not work. It will only agitate the worms further, creating a counterproductive effect. Bai Moshuan, please do not complicate matters. As Cui Ying listened to these words, a warmth spread through her heart amidst the pain. However, she could only grip Yu Qing's arm tightly to convey her emotions. Yu Qing gently reassured her, saying, It's all right. Even if it truly is a curse, we still have our master to rely on. Just endure a little longer. At that moment, Xiao Er stepped into the courtyard, and, upon noticing the cursed insects on Cui Ying's leg, her expression shifted slightly. This indicates that a curse master is manipulating the insects from a distance. Chapter 382, The 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams. Similar to remote control? Yu Qing quickly grasped the situation. Whom have you offended? Xiao Er inquired while crouching down to assess Cui Ying's condition. There are no more than 3 individuals among curse masters capable of such feats. This person, aside from being well-versed in curses, is also knowledgeable in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Yu Qing, to prevent Cui Ying's condition from worsening, we must rely on you. Yu Qing furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The adversary understood the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and was likely hiding in some corner, manipulating the cursed insects. Suddenly, Yu Qing sighed deeply, signaling Su Bai and Bai Moshuan to hold down Cui Ying while he turned to retrieve the necessary items from within the house. With swift movements, Yu Qing first drew an 8 trigram diagram on the ground with a peachwood sword. Upon seeing this, Bai Moshuan suddenly comprehended Yu Qing's intentions and exclaimed to Su Bai, Place Cui Ying on the 8 trigram diagram. As they lifted Cui Ying, she began to thrash about wildly. Bai Moshuan said, Cui Ying, I apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched the back of Cui Ying's neck, causing her eyelids to flutter and her head to droop. Yu Qing trusted Bai Moshuan's strength, believing it would not harm Cui Ying, and focused on setting up the formation. Although he could not bring the altar in time, He directly placed copper coins and an 8-trigram mirror before the diagram. In front of these, he lit 3 incense sticks. Yu Qing first bowed 3 times, touching his forehead to the ground with utmost reverence. After completing the bows, he grasped the peachwood sword and swiftly picked up the prepared yellow talisman from the ground. He held the yellow talisman over the 3 incense sticks, and with a loud bang, it ignited instantly, turning to ashes that fluttered down to the ground. On the other side, a pair of eyes opened in surprise. Someone is obstructing my spell. Beside this individual stood a beautiful woman, a conspicuous black mole adorning her mouth. Do you have a solution? The items I instructed you to prepare can now be of use. The man chuckled coldly. I merely wish to draw the snake from its hole. With this small tactic, they will be on high alert. A mere cursed insect will throw them into disarray. Humph. If they obstruct my spell, I shall show them my might. The woman with the black mole smiled slightly, turning to leave. Upon her return, she held a cloth bag, which she opened to reveal a plethora of venomous creatures, including insects, snakes, centipedes, and toads, nearly filling the entire bag. The man gazed at these lively and venomous creatures, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gestured, and the woman with the black mole promptly took out a ceramic jar, pouring all the venomous creatures inside before grabbing a thick wooden stick to pound downwards. Meanwhile, Yu Qing suddenly halted his actions and looked at Cui Ying's calf. The cursed insects had abruptly ceased their writhing. Yu Qing joyfully remarked, "It seems the opponent has made no move. Master, can the curse be lifted now?" As Qiaoer was about to move forward, Yu Qing suddenly clutched his heart, overwhelmed by a searing pain. No, the opponent hasn't ceased their movements. They are intensifying their assault. Cui Ying is in grave danger. Despite nearing a state of exhaustion, Cui Ying couldn't help but shed tears upon witnessing Yu Qing's torment. Yu Qing, do not force yourself. It's all right, trust me, Yu Qing gasped, resolutely grasping the peachwood sword. His form flickered, and by Ma Xuan, taken aback, wondered when he had mastered the art of stepping through the ranks. Yu Qing traced a T-shaped formation on the ground, invoking the intricate 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array. This layout, a harmonious blend of the Luo book and the postnatal trigrams, centered around the number 5, residing within the Kuan Palace. The first palace, Kan, represented the north. The second, Kuan, the southwest. The third, Zhen, the east. The fourth, Sun, the southeast. The fifth, Zhongjing, also within the Kuan Palace. The sixth, Qian, the northwest. The seventh, Dui, the west. The eighth, Zhen, the northeast. And the ninth, Li, the south. Such meticulous arrangement constituted a flawless 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. By Ma Xuan felt a surge in his throat. Could he truly be the prodigy my master spoke of? Yu Qing's deployment of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams was a gamble, one that could render the opponent's techniques ineffective, thereby halting their ability to summon the insects. This would provide his master with the opportunity to assist Cui Ying. It was his first attempt at this formation, and he felt no confidence in its success. Yet, perhaps due to his desperate resolve, it succeeded. Meanwhile, the practitioner on the other side suddenly sensed a force obstructing his vital energy. He exchanged a glance, and the beauty with the dark mole lifted a ceramic urn, its contents of poisonous insects ground to a fine powder, mixed with bone and blood, exuding a foul stench. Before this practitioner stood an incense burner, and the beauty promptly poured the gruesome mixture into it. With a hissing sound, the incense extinguished, yet a plume of smoke emerged, carrying a strange fragrance intertwined with the nauseating odor, wafting into the practitioner's nostrils. Having just completed the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, Yu Qing felt a momentary relaxation, the pain in his heart easing. However, he was soon overwhelmed by an intense itch all over his body, nearly dropping the peachwood sword. Sensing impending danger, Ma Xuan attempted to breach the formation, only to be repelled by the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Yu Qing summoned the Yin soldiers. An idea struck Su Bailing, recalling Yu Qing's previous invocation of the Yin soldiers. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's heart stirred. Indeed, he could call upon the Yin soldiers for aid. Remembering the teachings of Tang San Cheng, he swiftly shaped the peachwood sword into a talisman, inscribing it with the symbol for the Yin soldiers. After biting his tongue to draw forth his true yang blood, he dripped it onto the talisman, then crafted a communication talisman and burned it alongside the peach wood. The wood's color deepened, though it was his first attempt at summoning in soldiers. and he knew that offerings of money, incense, and tributes were essential. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dwell on details. Thus, Yu Qing recited the incantation to summon the Yin soldiers. Heavenly clarity and earthly spirit, soldiers heed the seal's command. By the decree of the Maoshan Patriarch, I, disciple Yu Qing, beseech the 5 ghosts of the central, Yao Bazong, the 5 ghosts of the north, Lin Jingzhong, the 5 ghosts of the west, Kai Ziliang, the 5 ghosts of the south, Zhang Zigui, and the 5 ghosts of the east, Chun Guixian. Swiftly summoned the Yin soldiers and generals, hastened to respond, and promptly execute the orders of the Maoshan Patriarch. A dark mist emerged from the ground, and a figure gradually rose from within. His voice resonating like a bronze bell. How may I be of service? He was a man with a black face, exuding an innate arrogance. Casting a glance at the outside world, his expression was intriguing. Yu Qing spoke. Someone is plotting against me, attempting to cast a spell upon my fiancée. I humbly request your assistance, esteemed elder. Consider it done. With a wave of his hand, the intricate 9-palace bagua formation on the ground tightened, and then, with a resounding thud, rebounded. The individual seated cross-legged on the ground, engaged in the incantation, spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it onto the incense burner before him. Are you all right? The beauty with the dark mole exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support him. Strange, their power has unexpectedly surged, catching me off guard. How vexing. I did not anticipate their capabilities. The man wiped the blood from his mouth and, with a sudden cold laugh, replied, It matters not. Our true aim is not to see that woman perish, but merely to disrupt their focus, thereby affording you an opportunity. How burdensome for you, the dark mole beauty remarked. Burden? Do not forget, we are allies. My burdens serve our shared goal. The man staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the incense burner. I shall employ every means at my disposal. The dark mole beauty silently withdrew to a distance. Meanwhile, the dark-faced man, upon taking action, astonished all, leaving Yu Qing somewhat taken aback. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am merely an ordinary Yin soldier. My name is of little consequence. Until we meet again. The dark-faced man clasped his hands in farewell, casting a meaningful glance at Su Bai. Surprised, Su Bai pointed to himself. Do you know me? The man offered no reply and vanished before his eyes. In an instant, he found himself within a grand hall of the underworld. Just as he steadied himself, a voice arose behind him. I did not expect you to take the field personally. Chapter 383, Begonia and Summer Cuckoo. Initially believing it to be the impetuous boy calling forth Yin soldiers, I was unprepared for the hidden depths of this group, which should not be underestimated. The dark-faced man mused. Now I understand why my brother was willing to part with the underworld pearl. This favor is truly worthwhile. Meanwhile, with the dark-faced man's disappearance, Yu Qing recognized that their adversary had faltered and could no longer summon the cursed insects. Teacher, I appreciate your assistance. Xiao Er nodded, squatting beside Cui Ying, and directly grasped one of the worms, examining it closely, concluding, it is a wolf-faced spider. True to its name, the spider's head resembled that of a wolf. The dispelling of this curse proved to be easier than anticipated. Xiao Er remarked, if the intent was to harm, why not employ a more potent venomous creature? Mastering the 5 elements, this is already his greatest weapon. My intuition tells me that this individual does not seek Cui Ying's demise. Yu Qing helped Cui Ying to her feet, as Xiao Er finished tending to her wounds, producing a vial of medicine and placing it in Cui Ying's hands. After bathing, apply this to your skin. Its volatility is strong enough to expel the toxins from your body. Use it for 7 days, and after that, you shall be free of any poison. Thank you, teacher, Cui Ying said, her face pale and lacking strength. But then her thoughts turned to the injury on her leg. It won't leave a scar, will it? Yu Qing felt somewhat helpless, remarking, at this point, your very existence is something to be grateful for. Besides, it is not on your face, so what does it matter? Suddenly, Cui Ying's spirit surged. If it were on my face, would you find me repugnant? Yu Qing was truly at a loss for words. What you need most right now is to rest well. Do you understand? Su Bo interjected, Sister, you've perspired profusely. Hurry and lie down to recuperate. You will have ample time in the future to interrogate Yu Qing and help Ying Ning. Although Ying Ning was not fully aware of the current circumstances, she nonetheless heeded Su Bo's words without hesitation, quickly assisting Cui Ying into the room. This left only a few outside. Shuefen silently approached Bai Mo Xian. I sense that something is amiss. First, Ying Ning was force-fed a strange powder, and now Cui Ying has fallen prey to some malevolent force. With an unseen rogue pulling the strings, Bai Mo Xian's expression grew grave. Could it be that the antique shop has been targeted? Ying Ning's incident seemed more like an unfortunate accident. Su Bo continued. Her fainting appeared to stem from witnessing something she should not have. Intending to turn away but was instead knocked unconscious and drugged with that powder. The blood, there's no way to explain its origin. It was indeed human blood. Bai Mo Xian stated, the results are in, and we have checked through our connections. There are no matches, which at least indicates this individual has no prior record. Su Bo quickly grasped the implication of connections. It referred to Gao Mingyuan. It was best not to broach the subject of his nepotism. He turned to Yu Qing, young man. Have you encountered anything peculiar while abroad? No, everything went smoothly. Aside from meeting parents, we simply enjoyed traveling. Yu Qing felt a tinge of disappointment, as their time in their own world had been too brief. Cui Ying's affliction occurred upon our exit from the airport. If this was targeted, then that individual must have known our return plans. Su Bo's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that someone among us leaked information? An insider? No, that is not my intention. I mean to imply that someone has been watching us closely, tracking our movements, yet we remain oblivious to when this began. Yu Qing pondered. What could this person's motive be? My mind is a jumble. I cannot discern the cause and effect. Bai Mo Xian proposed. We need to reassess the recent events. With this statement, they bid farewell to Qiao Air. Aside from Shuefun and Ying Ning, the three of them settled beside Cui Ying's bed to systematically review the situation. Su Bo began. After resolving the matter with Wu Xian, we inadvertently became entangled in the case of Wang Deli. In the midst of this, we encountered the spirit of Anshan, uncovering Ying Ning's lineage. Her mother, Shuexiang, belongs to the nine-tailed fox clan of Qingqiu, while her father, Hui Sunsi, is a descendant of the Yu clan, possessing royal blood. Initially, he aspired to reconstruct the Yu lineage, but upon meeting Shuexiang, he resolutely abandoned this ambition to live as an ordinary person. Unfortunately, he was slain by An Lushan. The events following Ying Ning's birth are well known. It is noteworthy that the malevolent aura associated with the Hua lineage is not inherent and can indeed be dispelled. Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, expressing his intrigue regarding the presence of two women in the matter at hand, one being Madame Wang and the other, the deceased perpetrator, a classmate of Madame Wang. The reasons for my concern elude me for now. Su Bai, please continue with the subsequent events. Ying Ning was attacked. Su Bai's tone grew considerably weighty. Based on Bai Moshuan's account, he detected a woman's fragrance at the scene, leading to the conclusion that the assailant was indeed a woman. Another woman? Yu Qing remarked. I too noticed a faint scent of perfume when Cui Ying and I exited the airport. However, with the throngs of people, it could have belonged to any lady in the vicinity. Perhaps we should disregard that. No, the recurrence of similar signs indicates that this situation is far from ordinary. Bai Moshuan countered. The presence of women and their fragrance seems rather excessive, does it not? Suddenly, Su Bai slapped his thigh with vigor. I've just remembered. Today, at the amusement park, I encountered a woman with a black mole at the corner of her mouth. She even spoke to Ying Ning, inquiring if they had met before. Naturally, Ying Ning did not recognize her, and the woman departed. Could it be her? Was she there to specifically test Ying Ning? That's quite possible. However, given her cautious demeanor, why would she allow herself to be seen by you? Bai Moshuan shook his head. I believe this matter is intricate. Could it be that the crowd at the amusement park provided her with the perfect cover to avoid detection? Cui Ying, struggling to sit up, reflected. How far were you from Ying Ning at that moment? Indeed, I was quite a distance away. Yet after the previous incident, I feel restless whenever Ying Ning is out of my sight, even for a brief moment, Su Bai admitted. That is why I impulsively sought her out, but alas, I arrived too late and only caught a glimpse of the woman's profile. If that woman harbors ill intentions, she must have chosen her moment to approach Ying Ning with great care, Cui Ying noted. Her counter-surveillance skills appear remarkably adept. Unfortunately, if I had seen her, I would have recognized her. Indeed, with Cui Ying's remarkable facial recognition abilities, she would certainly identify the woman if encountered again on the street, Su Bai lamented. The opportunity has slipped away. This encapsulates the events of the day, with the most significant occurrence being Cui Ying falling victim to a hex, orchestrated from a distance by someone employing the 5 elements to manipulate the situation. Bai Moshuan asserted, from the evidence gathered, We are being targeted by an organization, predominantly consisting of women. I believe we ought to reinvestigate Madame Wang and her classmates. The conversation abruptly returned to its origins, leaving Yuqing and Su by somewhat astonished, while Chuiying expressed her full agreement. Indeed, if we find ourselves devoid of leads, we remain in the light while they operate in the shadows, putting us at a disadvantage. It would be wise to start afresh. Although I hold a favorable impression of Madame Wang, the situation indeed originated with her family. So let us recommence our inquiries with her as the focal point. Madame Master mentioned she would assist us in investigating the recent activities of Thai practitioners of hexing. Yuqing remarked, "Let us initiate our inquiries regarding Madame Wang." "No, it is we who will conduct this investigation," Bai Moshuan clarified. "You must ensure Cui Ying's well-being." Su Bai nodded in agreement. "It seems our illustrious star is finally speaking sense." Bai Moshuan let out a muffled sound. "You have taken on the role of a caretaker today, haven't you?" Referring to taking Ingning to the amusement park? Su Bo tugged at his nose. "When will that little girl ever learn?" Chapter 384. Parents 1. Let's try giving her some medicine first, Bai Moshuan suggested. Aunt Shuefan needs to oversee the antique shop and cannot look after her. It would be better for her to stay with us during this time. Su Bo naturally had no objections. The previous Ingning was a naive girl devoid of cunning. Now she resembled a blank canvas, ready to accept any depiction of her life that others might sketch in her mind. This, too, was a means of safeguarding her. In order to investigate Mrs. Wang, they had no choice but to seek assistance from Gao Mingyuan, who possessed detailed information about her. Previously, he had not elaborated on this to the others at the antique shop, but now, the files lay open before them. Gao Mingyuan, slightly out of breath, produced another document. "This is the file on the perpetrator. I brought it along as well. You must hurry, as I only borrowed it and need to return it shortly." "Understood." Bai Moshuan and Su Bo each grabbed a file, quickly committing the contents to memory, then almost simultaneously pushed the documents back towards Gao Mingyuan. "We're done." "Done so soon?" Gao Mingyuan was incredulous. "Are you both certain?" "Absolutely," they responded in unison. Finally, Gao Mingyuan stood up, raising the two files triumphantly. "Then I shall take my leave." Now, the two remained silent, while Gao Mingyuan chuckled and hurried off to return the files. Meanwhile, Ingning, indifferent to their conversation, busied herself with the foam in her cup, blowing into it repeatedly, her face lighting up with wonder as the foam changed shape. Su Bo cast her a glance and, unable to resist, pinched her cheek. "Little girl, enjoy yourself. Your brother Ma Xuan and I have matters to discuss." Ingning replied absent-mindedly, "All right." As it was working hours, the CAF was sparsely populated, leaving them in a secluded corner, an ideal spot for conversation. Nonetheless, they still lowered their voices. Su Bo began, "I have reviewed Mrs. Wang's file. Allow me to share. Her birth name is Lan Haidang. She is 30 years old, and a graduate of the most prestigious dance academy in the capital. She met Wang Deli at 19 and married into the Wang family at 23, giving birth to a daughter at 26. Her parents are both unemployed, and her family is quite impoverished. She is an only child." The perpetrator, Bai Xiaojuan, is also 30 and shares a similar background with Lan Haidang, having graduated from the same institution and being an only child from a modest family. However, the significant difference is that Bai Xiaojuan has remained single, seemingly harboring resentment over Wang Deli's choice from years past. Bai Moshuan remarked, "Her mother has passed away, but her father is still alive." "How intriguing," Su Bo noted, having identified another coincidence. "What do you mean?" "Their surnames, one is Lan, the other Bai, both represent colors. Furthermore, their given names are clever. Haidang and Xiaojuan are both names of flowers. Haidang belongs to the rose family, while Xiaojuan belongs to the rhododendron family. The connection between these two women is indeed profound." Su Bai remarked, "Fate seems to intertwine, though whether it is destined remains uncertain." Bai Moshuan, lost in thought, instinctively tapped his fingers against the table. "Is it truly such a coincidence? Bai Xiaojuan's father is a descendant of Zhang Tianshi and shares the same path. I propose we pay him a visit. I have noted the address, and we should depart at once." "Very well, let us go now." Where has Ning wandered off to? Su Bai suddenly stood up. "That girl, just as we were engrossed in conversation, wasn't she playing with the coffee?" In the brief moment, where could she have gone? Meanwhile, Ning had been drawn outside by the man with amber eyes. Through the CAF's window, she noticed him smiling at her. Confused, she pointed to herself, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Captivated by the warmth of his smile, which exuded kindness and gentleness, She felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to him. Observing Su Bai and Bai Mashwan deep in discussion, she surmised that her brief absence would not be a bother. She tiptoed outside and approached Chu Yan. "Do you remember me?" Chu Yan asked, somewhat surprised. "I seem to have lost recollection of past events, yet since regaining consciousness, I have been able to remember everyone I encounter and every event surrounding me. I recall your name is Chu Yan, correct?" Yingning playfully responded. "I merely have amnesia, not forgetfulness. How did you end up here?" "I was meeting a client with my agent," Chu Yan replied, a slight frown creasing his brow, perhaps unaware of how effortlessly he had revealed his emotions to Yingning. "If you do not wish to be here, you need not stay," Yingning said. "My agent left ahead of me," Chu Yan added. "I prefer solitude." Yingning immediately displayed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't know, otherwise I would not have stepped outside." Chu Yan gazed deeply at Yingning, his voice softening further. "However, it was I who encouraged you to come out. I sensed that the two men beside you were indifferent to your presence, and you seemed bored. Thus, I acted impulsively." "Are you referring to Brother Mashwan and Brother Su Bai?" Yingning inquired. "They have their own matters to attend to. I am fine on my own. Although I lack my former memories, I can live independently." Chu Yan's lips pressed tightly together, and Yingning, unsure of which of her words had unsettled him, blinked her large eyes and cautiously asked, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, not at all. I was merely curious. Did you refer to them as brothers?" Chu Yan mused, repeating the word brother softly. "Then, might you also call me brother?" Yingning smiled but remained silent. Chu Yan's heart sank at her lack of response. But just as he felt disheartened, she spoke up. "Brother Yan." Chu Yan's lips twitched, and he reached out, about to caress Yingning's cheek, when a sudden flurry of footsteps from behind interrupted him, causing him to retract his hand immediately. Upon seeing Su Bai's furious expression, Yingning quickly hid behind Chu Yan, exclaiming, "Why are you angry again? I didn't mean to run off. Hey girl, do you find it amusing to disappear like this at whim?" Su Bai abruptly pulled her close, asking, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" "I merely saw Brother Yin and stepped out to speak with him." "Why are you so angry?" Yingning replied, "Auntie once said that you treat me the best, but I don't feel that way." "Brother Yin?" A flicker of anger coursed through Su Bai's mind, catching him off guard. He realized there must be something amiss within himself. Indeed, when a girl one admires suddenly turns her affections to another, a sense of loss inevitably follows. Yes, it was the inability to accept this emotional disparity that caused his current feelings. However, Brother Yin seemed too intimate. "Senior, what a coincidence," Chu Yin greeted, adhering to the customs of their circle, as he acknowledged Bai Mashwan. The three young men standing there had already attracted several curious glances, with some eager individuals pulling out their phones to take pictures. Bai Mashwan was relieved that they did not rush over. His mood was far from pleasant, and if fans had approached him, he might have reflexively kicked them away, complicating matters for the company. It was best for everyone to act with decorum. "Senior, have I done something wrong?" Chu Yin inquired. "I admit I have strong feelings for Yingning. Upon seeing her just now, I couldn't help but call her out. I should have approached you all first, Senior." Bai Mashwan found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Chu Yan's bold admission of affection for Yingning was admirable, yet perhaps it was his distaste for overly gentle men that held him back. Perfect individuals often inspire disbelief. "Are you implying that you have feelings for Yingning?" Chapter 385. Parents to Su Bai's legs trembled slightly. "Feelings for Yingning?" Bai Mashwan shot Su Bai a glance, prompting her to reluctantly close her mouth. He then addressed Chu Yan. "Yingning is my sister. When you speak of liking her, is it merely a fondness for an adorable girl, or does it stem from a deeper emotional connection? I hope you contemplate this carefully before interacting with my sister." "Yingning, let us go home," Chu Yan murmured. "I don't know. He suddenly looked up, offering a broad smile. "I think it's best I take my leave now. Yingning, I will seek you out again." Yingning nodded eagerly. "All right." As they watched Chu Yan depart, Su Bai couldn't help but interject with a hint of jealousy. "You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself now, having such a handsome guy interested in you. But, hey, don't get too ahead of yourself. This Chu Yan seems like a playboy, you know what I mean? Be cautious, for handsome men are often unreliable. But you two are also quite handsome. Are you unreliable as well?" Yingning tilted her head, questioning. "So what does that mean? How is it that losing your memory seems to enhance your intelligence?" Su Bai replied tersely, "I'll take you home." Bai Mashwan had the same intention. It was rare for the two to reach an unspoken agreement. Ignoring Yingning's protests, they insisted on escorting her back to the antique shop, and only then did they head out to meet Bai Xiaojuan's father. Noticing Su Bai's slight melancholy, Bai Moshuan teased, "What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Me? How could this be?" However, that individual named Chu Yin constantly presents himself as an angel. Su Bai remarked with evident irritation, as if he possesses no temper at all. He should not delude himself into thinking he is Cupid, shooting arrows of love indiscriminately. Bai Moshuan let out a cold chuckle. He is far superior to you. It is not inconceivable that Ying Ning may develop feelings for him. Should she have a change of heart? Let us not forget, Ying Ning once held affections for you, yet you treated her with indifference. Now that she has lost her memory, her past fondness for you has faded into obscurity. With such a gentle and noble young man appearing before her, tenderly calling her name, Ying Ning, rather than dismissively referring to her as girl, a little girl, any woman would find it difficult to resist such charm. Congratulations, your liberation is not far off. Su Bai inhaled sharply. No matter how you phrase it, I find an immense sense of freedom without that girl around. Stubborn as always. Bai Moshuan surveyed their surroundings. Today he was driving his father's car, a wise choice given that Bai Xiaojuan's father's residence was exceedingly distant, ostensibly in the suburbs, yet verging on the mountains. The legacy of Zhang Tianshi has indeed endured to this day, a commendable feat, especially with the emphasis on lineage. The descendants of Tianshi enjoy a stellar reputation among their peers, yet it is regrettable that Bai Xiaojuan emerged, exploiting the ghostly children to cause harm. One wonders what her father thinks of such actions. At last, they arrived at the quaint town situated at the foot of the mountain. Inquiring about the descendants of Zhang Tianshi proved quite simple, and they were soon led by a group of children to the western side of the town. Suddenly, Su Bai pondered, strange, shouldn't all descendants of Zhang Tianshi share the surname Zhang? Why does she bear the surname Bai? Bai Moshuan replied, perhaps she takes after her mother. The Zhang family residence was modest and appeared somewhat dilapidated. The records indicated that Lan Haitang hailed from humble beginnings. Yet this Tianshi descendant's home also radiated an air of decline. Su Bai was the first to exit the vehicle and knock on the door, which was ensconced in cobwebs, fluttering in the breeze. This sight stirred a sense of unease within him. Such scenes rarely herald good fortune. Su Bai called out, "Is anyone there?" The children who had guided them were remarkably audacious, clamoring to push the door open, but they managed only to create a narrow opening. As the door was locked from the inside, Su Bai was taken aback, wondering why the door was secured from within. He turned to Bai Moshuan. Something seems amiss. Bai Moshuan vaulted over the wall, landing in the yard with a frown. The ground was coated in dust, and as he landed, dust particles erupted around him, instantly covering his shoes. It seemed this place had not been cleaned in several months. Ignoring Su Bai's calls from outside, Bai Moshuan strode directly toward the house. Before even stepping into the main hall, he detected the unmistakable stench of decay. With a grunt, he followed the source of the foul odor. Discovering a corpse lying on the bed, he could only let out a cold laugh. Indeed, I have arrived too late. Beneath the bed lay a pair of black cloth shoes, and beside the pillow, a sealed letter was visible. Bai Moshuan understood the importance of preserving the scene. He must not disturb anything here. Yet, he moved closer, observing the elderly man's appearance. His face had already begun to decay, his hands rested upon his chest, and his body was rigid. The livor mortis on his face and arms was distinctly apparent. Bai Moshuan sensed that the old man had met death with an extraordinary tranquility. The corpse speaker had once stated that every body leaves behind evidence, clues that reveal the circumstances surrounding their death, unearthing truths and emotions. This, indeed, is the essence of a corpse's existence. At that moment, Bai Moshuan began to comprehend. From this lifeless form, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace. This was not a matter within the jurisdiction of Gao Mingyuan. Bai Moshuan was acutely aware of the implications. He climbed back over the wall, calmly instructing a few of the children to seek assistance while the others remained as witnesses, innocent of any wrongdoing, merely trespassers, driven by circumstances beyond their control. A life had been extinguished. Su Bo, perceiving the expression on Bai Moshuan's face, surmised the door was locked from the inside. It must be murder, right? Bai Moshuan remained silent, prompting Su Bo to fret. Speak up. It doesn't resemble murder. It appears more like suicide, or perhaps even natural death, Bai Moshuan replied thoughtfully. It cannot possibly be murder. We have erred in our assumptions this time. On what grounds are you so certain? Su Bo questioned, skeptical of the absence of conspiracy. Intuition. Bai Moshuan responded. The body has undergone significant decomposition, The time of death is far past. It is unlikely that we could reach his soul now, under normal circumstances. He would have already reincarnated. Su Bo sighed deeply. It seems we must pay a visit to Lady Wang's parents. While they conversed, the town's official arrived amidst a flurry of commotion, finally retrieving by Xiaojuan's father's lifeless body. The crowd recoiled, covering their noses and mouths. Su Bo attempted to inquire about the situation but was quickly rebuffed, making him realize the advantages of Gao Mingyuan's influence. Bai Moshuan, however, remained unperturbed, knowing he could later have Gao Mingyuan investigate the matter. Both men were then taken to the police station for questioning. The inquiries revolved around the same set of questions until their identities were verified and the circumstances of Bai Moshuan's entry were confirmed. Only then were they released. After enduring this ordeal, darkness had already descended. As they prepared to leave, a young female officer rushed out, startling them momentarily, but they soon relaxed. Recognizing her as a fan of Bai Moshuan, seeking an autograph. Once outside, Su Bo jested. Who would have thought that in this remote place, you would have a fan? Your reach is truly vast. It's a pity you couldn't be of assistance today. Knowing Su Bo's penchant for sarcasm, Bai Moshuan dismissed him, having encountered an unavoidable setback. They were now compelled to visit Lady Wang's residence. With nightfall approaching, Bai Moshuan pressed the accelerator, racing back to the capital. By 8 in the evening, presuming that Lady Wang's parents were still awake, the two boldly approached the old-fashioned apartment building, making their way to the 6th floor. After a series of knocks, the door opened, revealing a kindly woman within. Who are you looking for? She inquired. We are seeking Lady Wang's parents. We are journalists from a weekly publication and would like to interview you. In a moment of cleverness, Su Bai pondered the possibility that the other party might request to see a press card. Fortunately, it was evident that the individual had encountered many such situations before. Coupled with their commendable appearances and dignified demeanor, the woman promptly opened the door, inviting them in. Mrs. Wang, now married to a prosperous husband, still had her parents residing in their old home. Su Bai felt a newfound admiration for Mrs. Wang. Observing the furnishings in the house, which were relics from 2 decades prior, he noted their neat and tidy arrangement. The dust in every nook and cranny had been meticulously swept away, while the household appliances appeared newly acquired, likely due to the elderly couple's presence, which lent an air of desolation to the abode. Chapter 386. The Unyielding Fate. By Moshuan coughed lightly, pondering the young man's pretense as a reporter, realizing it was time to commence the inquiries. Su Bai quickly sat down, adopting the demeanor of a journalist, directing his questions primarily towards Mrs. Wang's childhood, which naturally included her encounter with Mr. Wang. Both of Mrs. Wang's parents were in good health, and whenever she was mentioned, they spoke with an unending flow of words. This tendency seemed innate to parents, and Su Bai listened with rapt attention, while Bai Moshuan's gaze wandered around the room, landing on numerous photographs adorning the walls. Su Bai's inquiries were cautious, as he sought to uncover any discrepancies regarding Lan Haitang in the responses of the elderly couple. Unfortunately, their answers were as elusive as water slipping through fingers. It was not until they exited the Blue family home that Su Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, only to shake his head in disappointment. It was tantamount to having gleaned nothing. Bai Moshuan stared at the Blue family gate for quite some time, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps they should have Cui Ying return tomorrow. Fearing discovery by the elderly residents, Su Bai quickly urged Bai Moshuan to descend the stairs. Why? The photographs are densely packed, showcasing Lan Haitang from childhood to adulthood. Yet, for some reason, I find it unsettling, Bai Moshuan remarked. There are too many pictures for such a modest house. Typically, one would select only the most significant ones to display, but they have chosen to exhibit every single photograph. Doesn't that seem excessive? A realization dawned on Su Bai. Then we shall return under some pretext tomorrow. Cui Ying, still recovering from her injuries and limping as she visited the Blue residence, garnered sympathy from Yu Qing. Yet, being an inherently curious woman, she paid little heed to her discomfort. With Yu Qing's assistance, she made her way to the Blue family, where her presence bore advantages. After all, she held the esteemed title of a renowned novelist, and her status lent her a sense of confidence. Upon returning to the antique shop, Su Bai recognized the gleam of triumph in her smile, signaling potential success. Sis, don't keep us in suspense. Spill the details at once. We promise not to interrupt. Su Bai declared eagerly. Let us begin. The individuals in the earlier and later photographs are not the same, Cui Ying asserted. You must trust in my abilities. The young girl in the photograph has a notably high forehead, indicative of a higher hairline. Although this trait can be concealed by hairstyles in adulthood, it undergoes little change. While Lan Haidang's hairstyle is voluminous, her hairline is distinctly lower. Furthermore, the shape of the ears. When have you heard of anyone undergoing cosmetic surgery to alter their ears? Hence, they are fundamentally different individuals. Subai was left speechless, gazing at Bai Mashwan. You discovered it that day? He asked. No, I didn't scrutinize it that closely. But I felt something was amiss. As if there was an undue emphasis on the girl in the photograph being the same person, her developmental trajectory felt overly deliberate. Bai Mashwan replied, I knew it would be no problem to have Chuaying involved. Yu Qing suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think, given her temperament, that she would have kept her composure and then returned to inform you of this? Subai was taken aback, turning to Chuaying. Did you confront Lan Haitang's parents on the spot? Identifying the inconsistencies, and with my unexpected questioning, it is the most effective way to elicit the truth. Chuaying declared proudly. Once I leave, perhaps Lan Haidang will realize I have discovered the inconsistencies. She might concoct another narrative or prepare alternative evidence to disprove my deductions. That is why I resolved to confront her parents immediately. No, her adoptive parents. Noticing the silence from the others, Chuaying suddenly produced a voice recorder. The dialogue within unmistakably clear. Mr. Lan, Mrs. Lan, forgive my directness, but why are there two photographs of girls on the wall? This was Chuaying's voice, followed by two sharp intakes of breath. The house was so silent that these sounds were especially pronounced. Mrs. Lan's voice trembled. Miss Chui, I do not understand what you are implying. These are all pictures of Haidang, from childhood to the present. No, that's not correct, Chuaying countered assertively. The hairline is inconsistent, the shape of the ears is different, and there are subtle variations in posture. These are difficult habits and traits to alter. I do not comprehend. Could it be that Haidang has a sister? Yu Qing's voice broke through, perhaps sensing that Chuaying was overstepping, which she indeed was. After her question, the expressions on the faces of the Lan couple turned pale, the elderly gentleman gasping for breath, while Mrs. Lan hurried to fetch medication. Chuaying, undeterred by the couple's distress, pressed on, I do not understand what rationale could lead you to regard the current Lan Haidang as your biological daughter. What about your real daughter? Have you considered her feelings? Suddenly, the recording fell silent, the only sound being the breaths of those present. Subai was engulfed in the tension, clenching his fists in eager anticipation of any voice that might emerge. What came instead was a series of sobs from Mrs. Lan, who was weeping softly. Mr. Lan interjected, Why are you crying? Our daughter is still alive, still alive. I cannot deceive myself. Our daughter has long since passed away. I simply cannot deceive myself. Haidang is wonderful, but she is not our biological daughter, Mrs. Lan sobbed. Liren, our daughter died when she was 12. And we have not even found her remains, Liren. Subai and Bai Mashwan exchanged glances. A breakthrough had occurred. Chuaying gestured toward the voice recorder, urging them to continue listening. Mr. Lan was finally affected by his wife's sorrow. This man had to confront reality. He sighed and said helplessly, Miss Chui, you are truly perceptive. No one has ever noticed anything amiss, not even our relatives or neighbors, for Haidang has indeed done remarkably well. That year, she was merely 12 years old. After losing our daughter, we discovered this girl wandering the streets and took her in, declaring that she would live as our daughter. We were, of course, overjoyed. She called me father and my wife mother. It felt as if our daughter had returned to us. Over the years, she has truly excelled. Our family's circumstances were not favorable, yet she never complained. After marrying into the Wang family, she has consistently contributed to the household, remaining ever so gentle towards us. However, she is, after all, not our biological daughter. We lack the face to indulge in the material comforts she provides us. Living here, we find solace. Here, there is the essence of our biological daughter. Residing here feels as though she is still with us. Mrs. Lan remarked, such a thought is unfair to Haidang. But Subo heard someone gently patting Mrs. Lan's back, presumably Mr. Lan comforting his wife. Is Haidang the original name of your daughter? Chuaying suddenly inquired. No, it is not. She changed it to distinguish herself from our child, and her registered name is Lan Haidang. Mrs. Lan suddenly said sorrowfully. Miss Chui, Mr. Yu, I implore you, please do not disclose this matter to anyone else. This child, Haidang, has had a difficult journey. She has been exceedingly good to us. She is now the wife of Wang Deli, and if this matter were to be exposed, I fear it would impact her happiness, Miss Chui. Chuaying assured, rest assured. I will not speak of it. Those unrelated will remain unaware. Upon hearing the term unrelated, Su Bo blurted out, Sister, it's remarkable you maintained clarity during that time. We are related, so even if we know now, you have not breached your promise. Cui Ying smiled triumphantly and put away her voice recorder, stating, There is nothing particularly noteworthy in the remaining content. Yu Qing added, I cannot express how nervous I was at that time. If the couple had refused to acknowledge it, they would have promptly thrown us out, and we would have returned in disgrace. Chapter 387. Liza Parent's heart is the softest. I initially laid the most severe groundwork. It was indeed cruel. Cui Ying remarked, however, it is essentially confirmed that Lan Haidang is deceitful. Recently, I was truly fooled by her. Her feelings for Wang Deli do not seem feigned. Yet, with the identity forgery and that by Xiajuan, I find myself perplexed. Speaking of by Xiajuan inevitably brings to mind her father, the recently deceased Zhang Tianshi's descendant, Zhang Daming. This matter has been inquired into by Gao Mingyuan, and news will soon follow. Although the four felt a stir of excitement, they understood the principle that haste makes waste. Without sufficient assurance, they would not act recklessly. Regrettably, the message brought by Gao Mingyuan left everyone somewhat disheartened. Zhang Daming is indeed a descendant of Master Zhang, and the investigation results revealed that his death was due to natural causes. The letter that Bai Moshuan was most concerned about contained only 4 words. Heaven's decree is unalterable. These 4 words astonished the investigators. Could it be that Zhang Daming had foreseen his own demise? Gao Mingyuan also inquired further and learned that when Bai Xiajuan committed suicide, they had attempted to reach out to Zhang Daming, but unfortunately, they could not establish contact. Upon investigating Bai Xiajuan's life prior to her death, he discovered that she had very little communication with her father, and as for her mother, she had passed away 15 years ago. Bai Moshuan remarked, with the entire family deceased, it seems this lead has come to an end. The decree of heaven is unalterable, while he died of natural causes. His daughter took her own life. Did he foresee his own fate, or that of his daughter? Chronologically deducing, Zhang Daming died first, followed by Bai Xiajuan, which suggests that Zhang Daming could very well have been aware of his daughter's fate. Indeed, Su Bo commented, what about asking the spirit? The time elapsed is too lengthy to locate his ghost. As a descendant of the master, he would naturally understand the cycle of reincarnation and would not linger for long. He has likely already been reborn. Yu Qing shook his head. We are left with only this Lady Wang now. Cui Ying gently stroked her calf. The injury had healed considerably over the past few days, allowing her to walk normally. However, complete recovery would not occur overnight. Suddenly, she said, I wish to meet this woman. With the recording in hand, I am not afraid of her denial. It is crucial to ascertain whether she is connected to the woman who assaulted Ying Ning or to the one who cast a curse upon you. Bai Moshuan did not oppose her. Take the initiative. Cui Ying understood, and the following day set off to the Wang household with Yu Qing. Upon hearing that Yu Qing was coming, Wang Deli happily came to greet them. Joyous occasions rejuvenate the spirit, and having resolved his family troubles, Wang Deli appeared several years younger. However, upon hearing Cui Ying's request to meet Lady Wang, he promptly declined. That is not possible. Why? Cui Ying inquired, somewhat taken aback. Wang Deli then smiled and explained, the timing is unfortunate. My wife is in high spirits and wishes to travel abroad. She left for Italy yesterday. Ah, I see. Cui Ying responded, it is rare for Lady Wang to take a break from the child. I shall not disturb her. Just then, the princess-like Wang Meiyu emerged. Daddy, I want to play in the garden. Go ahead, go ahead. Wang Deli smiled, gesturing for a servant to take Wang Meiyu outside. Cui Ying felt a stirring in her heart. I will also take a stroll in the garden. Yu Qing, please keep Mr. Wang company for a while. Children do not lie, especially at the tender age of 4. Upon reaching the garden, Cui Ying found Wang Meiyu sitting on a swing, flipping through a comic book. Cui Ying gently approached and squatted in front of the swing. Meiyu, do you remember me? Of course, I remember. My mother said that if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive. Wang Meiyu blinked her eyes. Thank you. What a sweet and charming child. A smile crept across Cui Ying's lips as she unexpectedly fantasized about her own child with Yu Qing. Shaking her head, she immediately followed the child's lead. Your mother is not at home, is she? Wang Meiyu suddenly bit her lip, a gesture that filled Cui Ying with delight. Such an action indicated that the child harbored concerns, caught in a state of inner turmoil. This gesture could also be interpreted as a reflection of adult psychology. Cui Ying consoled her. Are you feeling unhappy? You must be missing your mother, right? In that moment, Cui Ying felt like a villain coaxing a child. Yet when she saw Wang Meiyu's tears cascading down her cheeks, her heart ached profoundly. She hurriedly embraced Wang Meiyu, asking, "Meiyu, what has happened?" Wang Meiyu's words struck Cui Ying dumb. That night, Mother cried like this. Why was she crying? Was it something concerning before her trip to Italy? Wang Meiyu merely nodded. When suddenly Wang Deli's voice echoed, "Meiyu, you should take your afternoon nap." Yu Qing, standing beside Wang Deli, shrugged helplessly. He had done his utmost to delay time. With no other option, Cui Ying bid farewell to Yu Qing. Yu Qing reassured Wang Deli, "Mr. Wang, regardless of what troubles you face, I will assist you. Contact me if necessary." Wang Deli pondered briefly before nodding. "Thank you." Cui Ying felt a knot of frustration as she exited the Grand Wang residence, venting, "This Mr. Wang clearly does not wish for me to converse with Meiyu. I believe there must be a reason behind Lan Haitong's departure. Perhaps she is feeling guilty?" Fueled by her emotions, Cui Ying continued, while Yu Qing chuckled softly, "You are always like this. The matter is still unresolved. How can you jump to conclusions? They might have their own unspeakable burdens." Earlier, during a conversation with Mr. Wang, Yu Qing noticed that he seemed preoccupied and suddenly walked towards the back garden, as if sensing that Cui Ying intended to extract information from Meiyu. Should we enlist help to find Lan Haidang in Italy? Now that Ying Ning has lost her memory due to someone else's malice, I narrowly escaped disaster. Yet this misfortune seems too peculiar to bear. Cui Ying exclaimed. If it weren't for this situation, She suddenly flushed, unwilling to continue. Yu Qing understood her implication. Their relationship had rapidly blossomed, and with the consent of both families. They had contemplated registering their marriage abroad, planning to celebrate upon their return. However, unforeseen events had derailed their intentions, leading them to prioritize their return home. Yu Qing comforted her. In truth, it matters not where we register. Tomorrow, we shall go, shall we? Cui Ying's spirits lifted unexpectedly. It doesn't matter now. How can we think of such things at this moment? Perhaps we should wait until everything settles. Seeing her mood improve, Yu Qing felt relieved. After all, Cui Ying had just returned from the brink of despair, and it was a rarity for her to be so cheerful. Suddenly, Yu Qing took her hand, stepping out of his typically reserved demeanor. Cui Ying teased, "Have you been possessed by something?" They had not walked far when Yu Qing turned abruptly, sensing a lingering gaze upon him. Upon glancing back, he noticed the curtains on the second floor of the Wang residence gently swaying, a figure retreating from the window. He could not ascertain whether it was Miss Wang, leaving him perplexed, as a sudden thought crossed his mind. He promptly urged Cui Ying to return to the antique shop. A feigned empty city strategy? After listening to Yu Qing's conjecture, Su Bai immediately reached a conclusion. Are you suggesting that Madame Wang has not left the Wang family? This is merely my speculation, Yu Qing replied. The figure I last saw did not resemble a child. Miss Wang is only 4 years old, and it is improbable that she could cause such a disturbance by tugging at the curtains. It must have been an adult. Moreover, Mr. Wang saw us off and would not have returned upstairs so swiftly. Thus, I surmise that the Wang couple staged a ruse to evade us. I believe we must investigate the Wang residence under the cover of night to discern the truth. Su Bai turned to Bai Moshuan, remarking, "This is indeed your forte." Precisely. Which is why we have no intention of involving you. Yu Qing and I will suffice, Bai Moshuan replied, turning to Yu Qing. Let us proceed tonight. The sooner, the better. As night deepened, Bai Moshuan procured 2 sets of night attire from an unknown source, embodying the spirit of a valiant hero embarking on a secret mission. Su Bai watched from the side as the two donned their garments, feeling a pang of indignation. You underestimate me. This is not a ghost hunt, merely a matter of surveillance. Why exclude me? You are too clumsy. You would only hinder us, Bai Moshuan bluntly responded. Besides, your primary responsibility now is to care for Ying Ning. That girl is quite dependent on you. Upon hearing Ying Ning's name, Su Bai's face flushed, and he fell silent. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing finished changing, donned their outerwear, and drove towards the Wang estate. Upon arrival, they concealed their vehicle in a nearby thicket, then removed their coats. The 2 shadows swiftly leaped over the wall, carefully landing in the courtyard. Just as Yu Qing was about to proceed, he was halted by Bai Moshuan, who pointed ahead. An electronic eye was glimmering ominously. The 2 exchanged glances and cleverly evaded it, pressing their bodies against the wall before scurrying like geckos up to the second floor. Fully enveloped in darkness, they clung to the wall like lizards. Yu Qing attempted to push a window, which was securely fastened from within, just as Bai Moshuan was about to force it open. They suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. Someone had entered. A voice broke the silence. Can't sleep? It was Wang Deli. A gentle voice followed. It was Madame Wang, Lan Haidang. She had indeed not departed. Her trip to Italy had merely been a smokescreen. They heard her sigh softly. How could I possibly sleep? I just visited Mayu. She is still so young and unaware of the impending challenges. Deli, will you resent me? Of course not, Wang Deli replied. I only resent myself for having foolishly believed those self-proclaimed masters and sages. I have neglected you for years. It has been utterly unfair. And how have I been worthy of you? If only I had confided in you sooner, things would not have deteriorated to this extent. Lan Haidang suddenly implored, please, allow me to leave. If I go, I will not burden you and Mayu. You can seek assistance from that Mr. Yu. You would perish, just like by Xiaojuan. Wouldn't you? Wang Deli's voice was laden with sorrow. The very thought of that prevents me from letting go of your hand. By Xiaojuan. Both Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, Bai Xiaojuan's death was anything but ordinary. If the mission fails, I will reveal my identity to you. They will not allow me to live. Lan Haidang spoke softly. We have meticulously calculated every step and planned every detail. Yet we have underestimated the complexities of emotions. I have developed feelings for my adoptive parents, for you, and now for our daughter, Deli. I cannot bear to contemplate what would become of you should I depart. I refuse to let you face this alone. Even in death, our family must remain united. Wang Deli replied. Since they can kill without a trace, escaping will be futile. That Miss Chui is quite perceptive. She is already aware of my connection with my adoptive parents. Lan Haitang remarked. If she continues her investigation, she will uncover even more. Therefore, should we not seek their assistance? Wang Deli responded. Yu Qing is right. Some matters cannot be resolved with money. They happen to be people we could enlist. Have you forgotten Yu Qing's capabilities? However, our adversary this time is formidable, Wei Mo Xian interjected, unable to contain himself. Who? Wang Deli bellowed. With a sudden force, Wei Mo Xian pushed open the window, and both fell into the room. The lights flickered on, revealing the two on the floor, leaving Wang Deli speechless. His eyes wide with disbelief. He turned to his wife, seeking her help. Haitang, when Mr. Yu turned around, I knew you would come. Lan Haitang said with a wry smile. Wang Deli, seeing them as a beacon of hope, urged, your arrival signifies destiny. Haitang, hesitate no longer, collaborate with them. For my sake and for Mayu's. Do you think that if you were to perish, everything would conclude? After living for so many years, I understand humanity all too well. At the mention of Mayu, Lan Haitang's expression shifted. That angelic child represented the softest corner of her heart, her lifeline, which also included the man who, though older, had captured her entire being. She loved them both, a love that had previously allowed her to forget the burdens of her mission, leaving her unable to indulge in pure affection. Still torn, Lan Haidang hesitated, prompting Wang Deli to declare, if you choose to remain silent and refuse to seek help, I shall prepare poison. Mayu and I will die alongside you. Wang Deli, despite his advanced years, displayed such fervor that Wei Mo Xian felt a newfound respect for him. Finally, seeing the resolve in Lan Haidang, she clenched her teeth and declared, even in death, I will die with dignity. Very well, I will reveal everything we know. Lan Haidang continued, I have known Bai Xiaojuan for quite some time. We met when we were 10. We are both orphans, and there are several other girls like us. Several? Wei Mo Xian recalled the fragrance of a young girl from that night. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Those who had targeted Ying Ning were indeed connected to Madame Wang and Bai Xiaojuan. It appears to be an organization, Yu Qing noted. Are they all girls? Yes, of the numerous girls, only 6 of us remain. Lan Haidang said, 20 years ago, we were all orphaned children, utterly ignorant of our circumstances, unaware of our parents' whereabouts, oblivious to our potential futures, merely seeking sustenance. It was then that our foster father appeared, leading us to a clandestine refuge, providing us with food and teaching us to read. I believed that my new life was about to commence, and from that moment on, I no longer needed to fear starvation, nor fret over the chaotic uncertainties of my future. Foster father? Bai Moshuan inquired. Who is he? I do not know even now. I remain in the dark, Lan Haidang replied. When I first arrived there, the first person I met was Xiao Wan. She was spirited and vivacious, while I was rather reserved. Whenever the other children bullied me, she would invariably leap to my defense. A familiar shadow suddenly flickered in her mind, causing Lan Haitang's nose to tingle. and tears began to flow uncontrollably. 5The, feeling a pang of sympathy, produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Lan Haidang managed a faint smile, saying, "Gradually, I noticed that more and more children were being brought in, all girls, until the total reached 18. 18 girls were collectively assembled. On the surface, they were merely living and learning, yet they were unaware that numerous eyes were scrutinizing their every move, silently judging them from the shadows. Eventually, one day, 12 of the children suddenly vanished without a trace. We were left bewildered, questioning our foster father, who simply smiled and informed us that there were places better suited for them. Among the 6 who remained was Xiao Wan, which immediately brought me a sense of relief. 5The remarked, "Was such meticulous selection of you all merely for today? It seems you are already privy to certain truths." Lan Haidang replied, "We are but puppets of our foster father, incapable of escape, for we have been cursed, and only he possesses the power to lift it." I once witnessed Xiao Wan, in her desperate attempt to flee, bleed from all 5 orifices, nearly perishing before my eyes. "Curses?" Yu Qing questioned. "Does he possess knowledge of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams?" "To my knowledge, he does," Lan Haidang affirmed. "He usually wears a smile, but should one defy his wishes?" Her body trembled, a clear manifestation of her fear. "He will employ cursed herbs against us." Ma Xuan shuddered in response. Cursed herbs are among the most malevolent of curses, also known as yin-yang cursed herbs. This plant grows as 2 intertwined grasses, one thick and one thin, hence its name. Typically, these herbs do not appear as solitary specimens. The thick one represents yang, while the thin one embodies yin, creating a symbiotic existence. Even when dried and placed upon a table, the yin-yang herbs will exhibit an astonishing writhing motion until they become entwined. This herb is exceedingly rare, flourishing only on sheer cliffs. Chapter 389. Haitong's blood mark. Lan Haidang expressed her astonishment. "So you are aware of this too?" Once the cursed herb takes effect, it silently proliferates within the human body, and upon reaching a certain quantity, it will multiply at an astonishing rate. At this juncture, the afflicted will inexplicably develop a high fever, followed by a frenzied demise. Upon death, the yin-yang herbs will manifest through the body, leaving the corpse resembling a straw doll. Ma Xuan remarked, "Cruelty and malice are certainly not terms associated with anything virtuous." He was acutely aware of the inextricable link between the voodoo herbs and Xiaoer. Her grandmother was a renowned practitioner of voodoo in Thailand, and her grandfather, Haisheng, was also of the same profession. The lineage of Xiaoer's grandmother had a long-standing tradition of selecting future husbands through the use of voodoo, and fate had bestowed this burden upon Haisheng. He had harbored affections for another, yet if he refused, the consequence would be death, a matter of life and death compounded by familial pressure. Thus he was compelled to marry Xiaoer's grandmother. Xiaoer's grandmother, Muwaner, was fiercely strong-willed. In a fit of impulsiveness, upon discovering Haisheng's past affections, she resorted to using voodoo against the woman he once loved. Haisheng witnessed the tragic transformation of the woman he had cared for. The emotional upheaval was unimaginable. At that time, they already had a child. Yet even so, he severed ties with Xiaoer's grandmother and fled to Huaxia. Eventually, he was discovered by an organization, joining the Shadow People, only to meet his demise at the hands of Hisar during a mission, leaving behind a myriad of unfulfilled aspirations. Muwaner, with her delicate and charming name, unfortunately possessed an excessively rigid disposition. Ma Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. She had the capability to wield voodoo herbs. He pondered whether the elder Muwaner was aware of this and resolved to investigate upon his return, seeking to uncover the true identity of his adoptive father. "Had he ever wielded voodoo against you?" 5The had clenched his fists tightly. "No, we merely witnessed a man before us transform into a scarecrow," Lan Haidang recounted. "From that moment onward, we complied with his every word. Under his guidance, we underwent various trainings, languages, etiquette, combat, and even arts like music and painting. After 2 years, we commenced our missions." "What missions?" Yu Qing inquired with curiosity. "You were taken in at 10 and dispatched on missions by 12. You were merely children. To find the most suitable adoptive parents, return to a semblance of normalcy, and await the assignment of tasks. That was our initial mission," Lan Haidang explained. "Before we departed, our adoptive father placed a curse upon us, claiming it would ensure our obedience and prevent us from forgetting our true purpose over time. Your names, Yu and Bai Xiaojuan, are quite intriguing. One bears the surname Lan, the other Bai, and both names are floral. Is this mere coincidence or deliberate? Yu Qing questioned. Our 6 names are all floral, yet our surnames are dictated by our adoptive parents. I chose a couple who had lost their daughter, immersing myself entirely into their lives. They would become my parents, and I would live as their daughter. However, I insisted on retaining my own name to distinguish myself from their child. For we are not bound by blood. There are certain matters that cannot simply vanish by being concealed, Lan Haidang remarked. Have you maintained contact with Bai Xiaojuan? Yu Qing asked. No. After our departure, we each went our separate ways, unaware of one another's whereabouts. My connection with Xiaojuan was serendipitous after finding our adoptive parents. We unexpectedly reunited in school. We recognized each other instantly, not just by name, but by the features we remembered, even after the passage of many years. The blue begonia gently lifted her head, gazing at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. How splendid it would be if the subsequent tasks had never arisen. When did you receive the second assignment? Bai Mashwan inquired. In my 19th year, the blue begonia replied, casting a glance at 5The. In that year, my adoptive father suddenly appeared and instructed me to approach a man named 5The with the ultimate aim of becoming his wife. If I failed, Xiaowan would initiate her own pursuit. One of us must succeed. Thus, the truth behind the rivalry of 2 women for 1 man was revealed. 5The trembled slightly, realizing that the woman he cherished most had initially viewed him merely as a target for her mission. The blue begonia immediately placed her hand over his. Yet, reality unfolded unexpectedly. The bond between us had long since begun. I truly developed feelings for you. Xiaowan cannot fathom my intentions, believing I merely sought to marry into wealth, which led to some disputes between us. It was no wonder that Gao Mingyuan confirmed the altercation between the blue begonia and Bai Xiaowan during his investigation. Their classmates claimed it was a conflict over a man. In truth, it was merely Bai Xiaowan's unwillingness to see the blue begonia compromise her affections. Regrettably, this minor detail adequately elucidated Bai Xiaowan's revenge and subsequent demise, rendering the case a foregone conclusion. What is the purpose? Yu Qing asked. What significance does this task hold? My adoptive father insisted that after marrying into the Wang family, I must gradually seize control of the Wang Group's economic power. The blue begonia stated, until I fully command the entire Wang enterprise. 5The's mouth fell slightly agape. Yet all these years, you never actively sought to involve yourself in the company's management. I was unable to do so, the blue begonia replied, especially after giving birth to Meiyu. Despite your growing indifference toward me, I came to relish the feeling of family, which is the life I have always desired. I could not bear to disrupt this tranquility, so I continuously delayed in front of my adoptive father. This frustrated him on several occasions, but upon investigation, he discovered your true coldness towards me, leaving him powerless. Unexpectedly, I unwittingly assisted you by trusting the wrong person, 5The thought with a sense of relief. Did your adoptive father ever make things difficult for you? He was also left with no choice, and since he is yet to access the Wang Group's funds, all his hopes rest upon me, the blue begonia replied. However, human patience is ultimately finite. He eventually allowed Xiaowan to act. I understand that although Xiaowan's adoptive father is a descendant of a celestial master, she was introduced to it late in life. With her abilities, she could not possibly control the ghostly child, which must have been orchestrated by my adoptive father. He made Xiaowan the apparent perpetrator, diverting all suspicion towards her, thus allowing her to impersonate a master when meeting with you. I have forgotten her, 5The stated. Yet she did cast my fortune with remarkable precision, which is why I believed her to be a true master. I became acquainted with her through business acquaintances. In retrospect, it seems she must have had a meticulously prepared plan, with each of her steps premeditated, even down to obtaining my hair. If Mr. Wang were to perish, though the child would be the primary heir, their youth would necessitate Mrs. Wang's authority. Bai Mashwan remarked, from then on, everything would have unfolded seamlessly. Alas, we emerged midway, vanquished the ghost child, and Mr. Wang remained unscathed. Lan Haitong's expression darkened. Indeed, Delhi is safe now, yet someone must bear the brunt of this situation. Xiaowan has become the sacrificial lamb. Do you truly believe she would take her own life? Even if she ingested the poison herself, it was under duress. She was merely a victim, a scapegoat. Lan Haidang recalled the scene of their first meeting, where Xiaowan had smiled so brightly. Her frail arms outstretched as she declared with conviction, do not lay a finger on her. During moments of torment, she always shielded herself with her own flesh and blood. Such a version of Xia Wan would no longer inhabit this world. Haidang, if you are indeed happy, then I shall protect you, were the final words Xia Wan had whispered to herself. Did Lan Haitang's heart stir momentarily, a pang of pain surging through her being? Xia Wan, how did you truly meet your end? Was it truly suicide, for my happiness? Haidang, are you all right? Mr. Wang Deli inquired with concern upon noticing the tears at the corner of Lan Haitang's eyes. I am fine, she replied. My adoptive father is enigmatic. Yet I suspect his mission for me revolves around money. What could he possibly need it for? Moreover, the other sisters may also be undertaking different tasks. What is his true intention? Bai Moshuan suddenly thought of Anshan. Lan Haidang had not mentioned a word about Anshan, evidently treating it as a mere aside. Such is the nature of the world. What a narrative weaves. Anshan was an accident that unveiled the mystery surrounding Ying Ning's lineage. What about the other four? Bai Moshuan inquired. I do not know, Haitang replied. I am not even aware of their names. Yu Qing questioned in confusion. How is that possible? Aren't all your names derived from flowers? Yes, however, prior to my encounter with Xia Wan, I was oblivious to her name, Lan Haitang explained. It was only after our reunion that we learned each other's names. Before that moment, we were merely nameless entities in each other's eyes. Before our separation, my adoptive father assigned us names, and after that, we departed without seeing one another. During our exit, someone followed us until we were completely scattered, at which point no one trailed behind. I see, Bai Moshuan felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to trace the threads back to uncover the remaining four, but it now seemed a daunting task. Why does Madame Wang choose to hide? Yu Qing asked, striking at the crux of the matter. My adoptive father intends to strike against me. Lan Haidang hesitated for a moment before suddenly reaching behind her. Pulling down a zipper. On her back, a stark crimson mark was evident, shaped like a flower. The blood was interlaced with black, slightly raised in the center, gleaming under the light. Pressing upon it might unleash a torrent of pus and blood. Lan Haidang furrowed her brow, declaring, it is growing larger by the day. My demise matters not, but should he harm Deli and Meiyu, it is better for me to perish alone. Wang Deli spoke solemnly. If you die, I cannot survive either. Tears glimmered in Lan Haitang's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to encounter you in this lifetime. Even if I were to perish, it would be worth it. Bai Moshuan exchanged a significant glance with Yu Qing, already resolute in his decision. He addressed Mr. and Mrs. Wang. We have a method to propose, though I wonder if you would be willing to collaborate? Upon hearing of a potential solution, Wang Deli's eyes sparkled with hope. Can it save Haidang? It does come at a cost, Bai Moshuan replied coldly. As long as Haidang lives, you can name your price. Wang Deli, convinced of his wealth, realized for the first time that money is not the ultimate power. Money? Bai Moshuan responded with derision. Our assistance cannot be purchased. Rather, it stems from a recent exchange with Mrs. Wang. When did I agree to any exchange? Lan Haitang quickly grasped the implication of her previous words, acknowledging their value. If that is the case, what do you intend to offer in return? Indeed, you are the wife of a shrewd businessman. Quite precise when it comes to matters of recompense, Bai Moshuan remarked. You three must immediately retreat to a location where your adoptive father cannot find you. As for the poison affecting Mrs. Wang, we will devise a remedy. Rest assured, this is our promise. I fear it may require more than that, Lan Haitang countered. I am your most potent bait, and should my adoptive father attempt to silence me, you will have the opportunity to capture him. Indeed, you were chosen for a reason. Bai Moshuan said. What are your thoughts? Lan Haidang inquired. Do I truly have any options left? Deli, please make the necessary arrangements. I will fetch Meiyu. Wang Deli said hurriedly as he exited, his anxious footsteps revealing his inner turmoil. Once he had departed, Lan Haidang suddenly added, I have one request. Feel free to speak. Bai Moshuan replied, given the gravity of our situation, if I were to perish, please ensure the safety of Deli and Meiyu. With Xia Wan gone, I cannot bear to lose my most cherished ones, Lan Haidang implored. Life is fraught with uncertainties. They say human determination can conquer fate, yet sometimes, destiny is already sealed. A wave of melancholy washed over Yu Qing as he pondered the notion of fate. No, Subai would not live past 20. Yet he was on the verge of reaching 21. Altering one's destiny is not an impossibility. Bai Moshuan, having formed a plan, whispered to Yu Qing before stepping out to make a phone call. When he returned, he was brimming with confidence. Mrs. Wang, please gather your belongings. I will take you to a secure location. Wang Deli had already prepared the household staff and driver, awakening Wang Meiyu. The family of three, with their modest luggage, made their way to the entrance, where a car awaited them. The window rolled down to reveal the formidable Qi Xia, getting quickly. In a matter of mere minutes, Qi Xia whisked the Wang family away into the night. Yu Qing inquired, by Ma Xuan, where do you intend to take them? To my father's former base. A place reserved for only the most critical of circumstances, by Ma Xuan replied. What else would you expect me to do? Send them to a tea house. Yu Qing smiled apologetically. When Bai Ma Xuan offered to shelter the Wang family, his first thought was of the tea house, renowned for its discretion. However, Bai Ma Xuan contemplated further. The tea house served as a gathering place for the Shadow People organization, a locale where outsiders ought not to tread. The territory of the Shadow People is not easily traversed by those uninvited. Yu Qing, this is a principle you must firmly remember. Bai Ma Xuan declared, very well. Let us return. Are we not to contact the matriarch to detoxify Madame Wang? Yu Qing inquired, puzzled. It has already been arranged, Bai Ma Xuan replied nonchalantly. Yu Qing shook his head with a wry smile, incredulous that he had questioned Bai Ma Xuan's capabilities. Upon their return to the antique shop, Cui Ying and Su Bo, who had been awaiting news, approached them immediately. Yu Qing recounted the events of the evening in detail. Being more meticulous, Cui Ying asked, what shall become of Lan Haidang's adoptive parents? They will be taken care of, Bai Ma Xuan assured. The Wang group will also require the Bu brothers to keep watch, to prevent any disturbances. That is reassuring, Cui Ying sighed. I did not anticipate that there was a red powder organization being manipulated. There are 6 individuals in total. Bai Xiaojuan is deceased, and we know of Lan Haidang, leaving 4 others, about whom we have no leads. The most critical factor is that adoptive father, Su Bo remarked. What significance does he hold? Aunt Xiao may provide us with the answers. Bai Ma Xuan began to narrate the complex grievances between Xiao Er's grandparents, leaving the trio astonished. Especially Su Bo, who clasped his arms around himself, as if envisioning a scene of brutality. It is surprising that such animosities exist between the grandparents of the matriarch. Su Bo lamented. The most unfortunate is that dear girl, caught in such a love triangle. It is truly lamentable. No wonder Hai Sheng is so enraged. Love is inherently selfish. No woman wishes for her man to harbor feelings for another. The saddest reality is that while one may possess the man, his heart may remain elusive, Cui Ying reflected. Yet her methods were excessively extreme, leading her to irrevocably lose her love. Had she invested some time to nurture it, the outcome would surely have been less dire. Such matters are beyond our judgment, Bai Ma Xuan stated. What concerns me most now is the objective of this organization and why they have targeted us. Cui Ying replied, Lan Haidang married Mr. Wang for monetary gain. This organization must require substantial financial reserves, and our antique shop, being our most significant connection, has drawn their attention. Is the antique shop perhaps a realm of extraordinary significance? Bai Ma Xuan's body trembled at the realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Boss Tang mentioned that the realm can absorb malevolent energy. Thus, despite its sinister power, it is coveted by those who practice dubious arts, much like the past instance with Yao Guang. Su Bo exclaimed excitedly. Wealth and power must be intertwined with these 2 elements. Chapter 391. Green Ivy with wealth and power. What more could they desire? Bai Ma Xuan retorted. What you have stated is utterly nonsensical. Su Bai brushed his hand against his head, unable to conjure a rebuttal. Admittedly, his words were somewhat lacking in substance. However, he soon devised another idea. Look, these 6 girls went to find someone to adopt them, and when it came to naming, they all used flowers. Isn't this a clue as well? This year, those who are 30 years old, whose names contain flowers, residing in this city, if we just investigate and eliminate the irrelevant options, won't we be close to our goal? As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 exchanged exasperated glances. Su Bai felt a twinge of grievance. Isn't this method viable? It's not that it's unviable, just a bit naive, Cui Ying replied. Do you have any idea how many 30-year-old women there are in the capital? And there are even more with flower-related names. How are we to sift through the sea of people to identify those 4 charming ladies? Are we to randomly show up and inquire whether their daughters are biological? That could work, Su Bai admitted, but given the time constraints, I fear we won't accomplish it in a few years. A bead of sweat trickled down Su Bai's forehead. Indeed, he had underestimated the population of the capital. Must we solely rely on Lan Haidang? He pondered. Once the curse was lifted, that adoptive father would surely become aware and would seek to silence them. This was their closest opportunity. Bai Ma Xuan interjected, currently, There are 7 evil and Xiao Shan keeping watch over there, and Shermu has already gone over. There are no immediate issues. What we need to do now is gather information on all the wealthy individuals in the city, specifically their wives, partners, and fiancés, those who are 30 and whose names are associated with flowers. Remember, we are looking for the affluent. Bai Mashwan cast a slightly challenging glance at Su Bai. Your approach is indeed clever. Too bad you missed the crux. These women seek wealthy men, not just any wealthy men, but those ranked in the top 10. Just look at Wang Deli to understand. For women, their greatest assets are youth and beauty. Cui Ying added with a light cough. Intelligence is also indispensable. Su Bai felt a pang of frustration. What had happened to his high intelligence? It seemed to be failing him of late. Bai Mashwan said, Su Bai, you are the most adept with computers, so this task falls to you. We shall take a rest. Cui Ying decided to stay. You all have toiled throughout the night. Go rest. I will assist Su Bai. Su Bai knew that good fortune was not meant for him. Such arduous tasks always fell into his lap. However, exploring the lives of the wealthy was rather intriguing. The names of the capital's most affluent were etched in Su Bai's mind, as his former dream had been to join their ranks. Just the thought invigorated him, didn't it? Baidu was exceptionally helpful, containing profiles of all the wealthy individuals. He could trace connections, whether legitimate or scandalous, leaving no stone unturned. After some effort, he found names that either bore only an English moniker or had no relation to flowers whatsoever. Su Bai grumbled, these women are being overly pretentious. What else with the English names? It's so forced. You don't quite grasp it, do you? To seamlessly approach these so-called elite, one must project an image of capability and taste. Cui Ying chuckled as she recited, Green Orchid. What a peculiar name. Su Bai sprang up in surprise. Where did you see that? This forum mentioned that the son of the paper magnate is infatuated with a woman named Green Orchid, even going so far as to sever ties with his family for her. Cui Ying replied, just some gossip really. Sister, the pothose is indeed a plant. Su Bai spoke in a low voice. This species thrives in tropical regions, although it is a large, evergreen vine. It is now regarded as an ornamental flower suitable for indoor placement. Emphasis on the flower. The outcomes of this night were firmly anchored in the pothose, and the two of them, unable to withstand the weight of sleep, succumbed at their computers. Upon awakening, they discovered that Bai Yi and Yu Qing had already left the antique shop. Xuefan informed them that the two had gone in search of the one couple, remaining there to ensure their protection and would not return for the next few days. After a brief discussion, Cui Ying and Su Bai resolved to seek out this pothose, which had garnered considerable curiosity. Numerous personal details had been unearthed about her. She was now the owner of a flower shop, interestingly specializing in indoor ornamental plants, just like her name suggested. As they stepped inside, they were astounded by the verdant display, amidst which some conventional flowers, such as lilies and roses, peeked through, though they constituted a minor presence. Their vibrant colors added significant charm to the shop. When the female proprietor emerged from the greenery, Su Bai was momentarily entranced. She resembled a forest nymph, her hair cascading down to her waist, adorned with a delicate floral crown. Her graceful features, unadorned by makeup, were strikingly captivating. No wonder she could ensnare the hearts of wealthy heirs, compelling them to sever ties with their families. With a smile gracing her lips, she appraised Su Bai and Cui Ying. May I assist you, ladies? Su Bai exchanged a glance with Cui Ying. The intentions of this woman remained ambiguous, and acting abruptly would seem out of place. Clearing his throat, Su Bai inquired, we wish to purchase a pothose. Oh, certainly. Please follow me. The shopkeeper replied with a light chuckle. The pothose shares my name, or rather, my name mirrors that of the pothose. Su Bai felt increasingly anxious. The pothose, clad in a flowing white gown that reached her ankles, blended seamlessly into the lush surroundings. Su Bai found himself fixated on her feet, unable to blink. As the white fabric swayed gently with her movements, a rhythm that stirred the heart of any man. Even Su Bai could not help but find her exceedingly captivating. Cui Ying pinched his arm, reproaching him in a hushed tone. Are you daydreaming? I am not, Su Bai retorted quietly. As they spoke, the pothose led them to a small room at the back. The door was ajar, and she stepped in first. Upon entering, Cui Ying and Su Bai quickly followed, immediately greeted by a rich fragrance that filled the air. Cui Ying wrinkled her brow. This scent is quite overpowering. It is rather uncomfortable. Indeed. That is why it is called fragrant, the pothose responded, turning around with a handkerchief covering her mouth and nose. I did not expect you to come knocking. I shall gladly accept your visit. Su Bo and Shui Ying attempted to retreat, yet their bodies were utterly rigid and immovable. Greenlow's right hand snapped her fingers. 3, 2, 1. Su Bo wanted to curse, but his vision was clouded. Damned it, Bai Moshuan would surely mock him again if he fell like this. And he would undoubtedly hit his head. When Su Bo awoke once more, it was due to an overwhelming thirst that disturbed his peace. His parched throat caused his head to sway, and finally, he opened his eyes to behold an exhaust fan slowly rotating, light filtering through it. What time could it be now? He turned his head and spotted Shui Ying bound to a nearby pillar. Sister, dear sister. Shui Ying shuddered, awakening at his call. Looking down at the ropes binding her, she exclaimed in horror, what on earth is happening? Su Bo cursed. That woman named Greenlow has drugged us, that wretched harpy. Shui Ying struggled fiercely for several moments, but all she could hear was the creaking of the ropes as they rubbed against her skin, leaving her wrists red and sore. After a futile effort, she despondently surrendered. It's too tight. I cannot escape. You vile woman, Su Bo shouted. Do you dare to resort to such underhanded tricks? Come out. If you have the guts. A cold laugh echoed in response, and only then did Su Bo notice Greenlow lounging on a black single sofa to his right, now clad in an inconspicuous black outfit. She held a cigarette, lit but not inhaled, merely wafting the smoke beneath her nose. The tongue pairs beautifully with wine. I have savored pigs and cows' tongues, but I wonder what human tongue tastes like. Su Bo spat in disdain. You wretched hag. Curse me, by all means. It would please me to see you thoroughly incensed. I would not hesitate to sever your tongue for my drink, Greenlow retorted, rising to approach Su Bo, the cigarette in hand, scrutinizing his face. Suddenly, she teasingly caressed his cheek. TSK, quite handsome indeed. Chapter 392, a sudden attack as she spoke. Her hand ventured towards Su Bo's chest, pressing down a few times. A commendable physique. You are among the finest men I have encountered recently. Damn it, are you insane? Remove your hand, or I'll be covered in goosebumps. Su Bo bellowed, nearly spitting in Greenlow's direction. Shui Ying knew it was improper to laugh. Yet the preceding scene was too comical. Su Bo's flustered expression under her teasing was irresistibly adorable. She stifled her laughter, confronting their grim reality. Miss Greenlow, we harbor no grievances against you. What is your intention? It is merely a preemptive strike. Greenlow's expression hardened. Do not feign ignorance. You visited the flower shop to investigate my affairs. The moment you entered, I recognized you both. Now, tell me, where is Haitang? Su Bo and Shui Ying exchanged glances. This group was remarkably well informed. Su Bo murmured, who is Haitang? It sounds like a woman's name. Greenlow's demeanor shifted, and she pressed the burning cigarette against Su Bo's hand, eliciting a pained howl from him. Damn you, may you meet a dire fate. Considering your appealing appearance, I shall refrain from disfiguring your face for the time being. Luo Lu remarked, however, should you provoke my ire, you shall not merely be a cigarette butt. I have recently devised something novel, and you may have the opportunity to be my test subject. Enough of idle chatter. Where is Haitang? It appeared that the other party was already privy to a considerable amount of information. Su Bai and Shui Ying opted for silence. Luo Lu let out a cold laugh, and the cigarette but slipped from her fingers to the ground, yet in her hand appeared a knife. I harbor no interest in women. My greatest delight lies in the act of dissecting men. She crouched down, swiftly slicing through Su Bai's clothing. As night fell, beneath his coat lay only a thin shirt. The moment Luo Lu unfastened the coat, she became captivated by the blood amber adorning Su Bai's neck. Oh, this piece appears rather exquisite. Do not touch it, Su Bai warned in a low voice. The blade of Luo Lu's knife rested against Su Bai's throat, her smile a veneer over her true intentions. Now you are but fish on the chopping board, ripe for my slaughter. This piece is quite appealing. I shall take it. Shui Ying's voice broke through. I advise you. Do not remove that blood amber. Oh, it is indeed blood amber. My interest is further piqued. Luo Lu let out a muffled sound of appreciation. Thank you for your warning, but it is unnecessary. With a sudden force, Luo Lu yanked the blood amber free, and then she froze in place. What is this? Shui Ying closed her eyes, while Luo Lu beheld scales, the reverse scale upon Su Bai's throat. As the saying goes, trouble often arises from careless speech. Yet if a woman meddles, calamity may ensue. Luo Lu frivolously extended her hand, and the moment it rested upon the reverse scale, a flash of white light swept across, blinding her eyes. Her hand remained suspended, her gaze widened in shock, and her body stiffened as she collapsed. Luo Lu lay straight on the ground, her fingers still twitching. Chuang gasped. She cannot be dead, can she? Su Bai, unmindful of Luo Lu's fate, exerted himself, and the ropes snapped into fragments. He stared in disbelief at his hands. This time, the power of the reverse scale erupted with astonishing swiftness. After freeing Chuang from her bonds, Su Bai approached the fallen Luo Lu. This lascivious woman, though she bears an attractive appearance, has a rather peculiar taste. She cannot truly be dead, can she? Su Bai placed his hand beneath Luo Lu's nose, and the moment he made contact, she flipped over and sprang to her feet. Her palms spread wide as she hurled a handful of lime powder into his face. Su Bai's vision blurred, and he wondered when she had acquired such a tactic. Stumbling back a few steps, he saw Chuang sweeping her leg toward Luo Lu, astonished that his sister possessed such skills. Chuang, aware of her limited martial prowess, had dabbled in taekwondo for a brief period but had not persevered. Relying on her height and long legs, she executed a sweeping kick, though it missed its target. However, she swiftly raised her leg, managing to land it upon Luo Lu's shoulder, her heart swelling with triumph as she kicked down with considerable force. Luo Lu's body sank, one knee falling to the ground. Just then, Su Bai cleared his vision of the powder, and the towering figure of 1 meter 80 lunged toward Luo Lu, crashing down upon her and causing her head to strike the ground with a resounding thud. Su Bai gave a thumbs up to Chuang. Well done. Chuang finally crouched down, clutching her chest. That was close. In a state of struggle beneath Su Bai's imposing figure, Greenvine fought against her constraints. Su Bai, however, would not permit her any freedom of movement. He retrieved the knife that had fallen to the ground moments ago and pressed it against her throat. Warning, do not force my hand to destroy what is delicate. With a hint of defiance, Greenvine let out a muffled groan. What a pity it is not on a bed. The blade edged closer, nearly grazing her skin as he chided. Why do you speak so lewdly, my dear? Sister, bring me the rope. Chuang fetched the very rope that had bound her moments earlier and proceeded to tie Greenvine securely. As she bound her, she remarked, fortunately, my previous endeavors in writing allowed me to practice various tying techniques. Rest assured, this binding is unbreakable. Just stay put. Exhausted, Greenvine leaned against the wall. Hey, handsome. What was that white light earlier? I warned you not to touch that blood amber. Su Bai replied with a sly grin. That piece is my talisman. Now you understand its potency, do you not? Greenvine fell silent. When the blinding light had surged towards her, her mind had gone blank, her body paralyzed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself on the ground. Thankfully, she had always been quick to react, immediately producing lime powder from her pocket in an attempt to retaliate. Alas, she had underestimated the woman. Her long legs indeed provided an advantage. Chuang, witnessing Greenvine's predicament, chuckled. They say Greenvine possesses great allure, captivating wealthy young men to the point of severing ties with their families. I finally understand it now. However, I lack your particular talent. With a hint of derision, Greenvine retorted, what's wrong with leveraging one's natural advantages? Severing ties? I certainly do not wish for that, you fool. Indeed, her aim, like Haitong's, was to seize control over wealth. Among the 6 present, 3 had been identified, leaving 3 unknowns. Su Bai inquired, Xiao Wan, Haitang, Greenvine, what are the names of the other 3? Greenvine closed her eyes defiantly. Kill me or torture me. Do as you please, but spare me your chatter. Chuang glanced at Greenvine's arm, stepping closer to reveal the injury. When did this happen? Even with her arm free, the injury would manifest differently from a healthy limb, instinctively causing her to protect it. Moreover, when Su Bai had pressed her down, she had attempted to keep her left arm from being pinned beneath him. There was indeed something amiss. The wound on Greenvine's arm was directly on an artery. Someone had intended for her to die. Chuang exclaimed, who inflicted this upon you with such malice? Su Bai's gaze sharpened on Greenvine's arm as a revelation struck him. He seized the fabric of her clothing forcefully. It was you who harmed Ning. Was it not? You poisoned her with powdered lime, did you? Chuang was taken aback. What is happening? At the scene where Ning had met her misfortune, there had been a significant pool of blood, even staining her clothing. Initially, they believed Ning had been injured, but it was not her blood, it belonged to another. Su Bai continued, how coincidental that your injury strikes an artery. The blood must have splattered out, correct? The blood at the scene was indeed of a splattered nature. Greenvine scoffed, now that I've fallen into your hands, you are eager to cast all the blame upon me. Noting the uncertainty in her eyes, Chuang quickly interjected, why do you appear so guilty? On that day, it was you who took action against Ning Ning. Whenever we mention her name, your expression subtly shifts. As Subai recounts the scene, your demeanor changes once more. Has anyone ever informed you that micro-expressions can betray one's innermost thoughts? Subai pauses. Astonished. Sister, you actually understand micro-expressions? Ah, I've done a bit of research, you reply. Micro-expressions flash by in a mere 25th of a second. Although fleeting, they are not imperceptible. Cui Ying remarks. Your expressions change twice, with your jaw dropping, lips and mouth relaxing, and your eyes widening, accompanied by slightly raised eyelids and eyebrows. This is the micro-expression of surprise, triggered by Subai's words, correct? Chapter 393. Old friend Subai could hardly contain his urge to applaud Cui Ying. Micro-expressions are notoriously difficult to detect, with studies indicating that only 10 of individuals can discern them. People convey their inner feelings through various facial expressions, which may inadvertently reveal additional information. Although an instinctive expression may last but a moment, it can easily disclose emotions such as joy or displeasure if one pays close attention. Cui Ying's gaze remained fixed on the face of the green vine, and she suddenly smiled, with drooping eyebrows, a furrowed forehead, and tense eyelids and lips. This is the micro-expression of anger. What are you angry about? Is it because we have uncovered your secret? Do you wish to break free from your bonds and eliminate us? Indeed, it was you. The thought of Ning Ning now having no memories ignited Subai's fury. He seized the green vine by the neck. Tell me, why did you give Ning Ning the powder? So, her name is Ning Ning. The green vine realized she could no longer conceal the truth and let out a hearty laugh. Who told her to be so unfortunate? Instead of taking a different path, she had to come and ruin our plans. Consider her lucky. I initially intended to sever her tongue, but someone intervened and injured me instead. Humph. So you have feelings for that girl? Subai was taken aback, fixing his gaze intently on the green vine. You speak nonsense. Cui Ying chuckled softly. When one prepares a lie, they often find it easier to lock eyes with the other party to gauge their belief. Subai was currently engaged in this very act. Cui Ying recognized that Ning Ning was increasingly significant to Subai. Undeniably, Gong Susu still held prominence. Yet one day, this icy aide could thaw. Subai, perhaps, was unaware of his own transformation. What do you intend to do with me now? The green vine smirked. Hurry it up. Why are you searching for Lan Haidang? Cui Ying inquired. Needless to say, that woman has forgotten her mission and is inconsistent. You all must have come to seek me, so you already know. Why pretend otherwise? The green vine grunted. You want to find your adoptive father, don't you? Good that you know. It saves us unnecessary chatter, Subai stated. Just be straightforward, so you don't suffer. Kill me then. The green vine raised an eyebrow, displaying an air of indifference. This time, Cui Ying found no flaw in her expression. She truly seemed devoid of hope. Cui Ying felt a pang of sympathy. You are truly pitiable, thinking your apathy makes you appear carefree, aren't you? Everyone harbors matters of significance and cherishes certain individuals. Yet, curiously, you remain devoid of such attachments. Even that wealthy scion merely serves as a tool for your exploitation. Narrowing her eyes, tightening her brows, and drawing down her lips, Cui Ying was acutely aware of her own sorrow. She scoffed coldly, saying, How delightful it is to experience the very essence of what one has lacked throughout life, just before meeting one's end. You ought to express your gratitude to us. Green Lush's eyes blazed with fury as she let out a derisive laugh, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Subai noticed an object on the sofa, which he surmised to be the new invention Green Lush had mentioned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a diminutive animal trap. Placing his hand inside, he observed 4 sharp spikes situated perilously close to his palm. A mere exertion of force would surely result in 4 fresh puncture wounds. The thought of a human bone stapler suddenly crossed his mind. Although smaller in scale, it bore a striking resemblance. As he toyed with the contraption, a sudden smile broke upon his face. Aren't you eager to conduct an experiment? This is the perfect opportunity. Let us ascertain the potency of your invention. Miss Green Lush, I shall not be courteous. With her hands bound, Green Lush watched as Subai approached, and in a moment of defiance, spat a mouthful of saliva onto his face, landing squarely on his nose. Infuriated, Subai wiped the spittle away with his sleeve and affixed the device to Green Lush's nose, declaring, Let us forego the hands and utilize the nose instead. Sweat beaded on Green Lush's forehead. You insolent brat, how dare you? She exclaimed. Isn't this contraption meant for use? I am merely assisting you in your trial. and you still owe me a word of thanks. As Subai exerted pressure, Green Lush felt the mounting force against her nose, perspiration pooling in her palms. Ultimately, the sheer terror overwhelmed her. Stop. Stop. I command you to cease. Cui Ying felt an acute tension. She had not anticipated Subai would take such drastic measures. Glancing at Green Lush, whose hair was damp with sweat and fear, she realized the gravity of the situation. Subai, however, relented. Green Lush possessed a striking visage, and the thought of marring it with additional holes was simply repugnant. Gasping for breath, Green Lush glared at Subai, embodying a mixture of rage and helplessness. With a chuckle, Subai removed the clamp from her nose, flicking it lightly. It appears to be effective. You scoundrel. You wretched scoundrel. Green Lush seethed, wishing she could tear Subai's lips apart, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Go ahead, if you dare, Subai taunted further, growing increasingly brazen. Let us not squander time. Speak. Why did you assaulting Ning? Where is your adoptive father? What are his intentions? And where are the other three? I will not divulge anything. Green Lush retorted with a cold laugh. You may imprison me, but I trust my boyfriend will soon discover my absence and file a report. My shop is equipped with surveillance. You cannot escape. Ah, how theatrically you proclaim that. Subai countered. Do not forget, it was you who led us here. Would you truly be so foolish as to orchestrate everything under the watchful eye of the cameras? He continued, conversely, we entered your shop and disappeared without a trace. Does that not present an even greater mystery? I wonder, miss, if your intellect even exceeds 50. By the way, my IQ is a splendid 108. The Green Vine spat disdainfully, turning her head away and falling silent. Subai tilted his head slightly and whispered to Cui Ying, what should we do? The defenses are formidable. It seems we shall need to exert considerable effort. Cui Ying glanced at the time, surprised to find it was already noon, her stomach growling in protest. She swallowed nervously, suggesting, how about we take her to the place where Haitang is? Their meeting will likely spark a dispute, from which we might glean some clues. However, we also need someone to tend to the Green Vine here. If someone actually calls the authorities, it could spell trouble. Hey, have you forgotten what our third uncle does? Subai replied with a smug grin. I'll contact Bai Moshuan right away. Bai Moshuan, taken aback by the significant progress at Subai's end, quickly instructed Chi Xie to fetch them and dispatched others to handle matters concerning the Green Vine, closing the doors and posting a notice of temporary closure, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Bai Yi's so-called secret hideout turned out to be a few simple cottages in a remote location. Without Chi Xie's guidance, one would be hard-pressed to find it. Observing the modest surroundings, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the likes of Wang Deli, a billionaire who would choose to reside in such simplicity. To be adaptable is commendable. No wonder he has achieved such great success. Feeling contemplative, are we? Cui Ying chuckled. In truth, it's also the power of love and family. No matter how much one possesses, it pales in comparison to the weight of affection. Compared to certain individuals, Haitang is truly fortunate. The bound Green Vine let out a muffled sound, her stomach audibly protesting. Subai remarked, if you behave, I may offer you something to eat shortly. Otherwise, you shall remain hungry. Don't blame my heartlessness. The Green Vine rolled her eyes, gazing out the window. As the vehicle came to a halt, Lan Haitang rushed out, and, upon seeing the Green Vine inside, her expression shifted slightly, although they had not met in years. Recognition was immediate. Is that you? The Green Vine grunted, Madam Wang, I cannot bear this. Ah, so you know of me? Haitang replied, somewhat taken aback. Cui Ying interjected. She is now called Green Vine. Lan Haitang sighed. Green Vine. So it was your adoptive father who bestowed upon you this name, with Xiaowan deceased. And you aware of my current identity, I cannot believe you are ignorant of how she met her end. Green Vine, do you truly wish to follow in her footsteps? Better to embrace love than to be ungrateful for one's benefits, Green Vine retorted. Have you forgotten the kindness your adoptive father showed you? I have not, Haitang responded. Noticing that Green Vine remained bound, she pleaded, now that we are here, can we not free her? Do not play the virtuous one, Green Vine suddenly mocked. Even as a child, you relished the role of a saint, ensnaring Xiaowan's heart completely. I am not as foolish as she was. Now that you have married a wealthy man, you dare to defy your adoptive father's words. Do not forget that he once placed a curse upon us. The curse upon her has already been lifted, Xiao Er interjected. Your adoptive father, based on your names, placed different forms of curses upon you. I believe that when your curse manifests, it will indeed take the shape of a green vine. Has the curse been dormant for so long? Shuiying inquired. Isn't the onset of a curse swifter than that of a poison? Yet the other party understands the interplay of yin and yang. They must have employed the 5 elements. Xiaoer remarked. Just as one can precisely control time with a curse, Haitang approached Greenlow, who turned her head away and scornfully muttered, "A wretched person is merely being pretentious." Greenlow, after all, we are sisters. Does our childhood truly hold any significance now? We are adults now. Let us not indulge in childishness. Haitang replied, "You are playing with fire. Once our foster father has used us, he will dispose of us as carelessly as one burns wild grass." Greenlow, you have always been clever. Can you not comprehend this truth? Today, my curse may take effect, and who knows when yours might as well. This is the reality. Greenlow erupted in laughter. You coward, are you merely afraid of death? If you have the courage, speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Should I fall into your hands, I have no intention of surviving. First, take her inside. Bai Moshuan inquired, have you all eaten? This question prompted a growl from both Su Bai and Shui Ying's stomachs. Even Greenlow's stomach joined in. Su Bai urged, hurry, bring out whatever food you have. I am famished. Hey, witch, let me make myself clear. If you do not confess today, I have no intention of feeding you. Lan Haidang interjected. Mr. Su, for my sake, please do not make things difficult for her. No way. This witch has made me suffer, and I must ensure she endures some hunger in return. Su Bai chuckled to himself. Let her be punished. Su Bai's childish antics left Haitang exasperated. She turned to Bai Moshuan, who stated, if she starves, how will you find any leads? Su Bai shrugged. That is up to you. He had no intention of letting Greenlow starve. He merely sought to frighten her. As Su Bai walked away, he turned back and stuck out his tongue, which Greenlow bit her lip in silence as Bai Moshuan led her inside without loosening her bonds. Just as Haitang was about to speak, Bai Moshuan said, Madam Wang, leave this matter to us. Please rest assured. Though this nail may be soft, it remains a nail. Haitang sighed. In that case, may I feed her? Of course. I advise Madam Wang not to show undue kindness. Consider the well-being of your entire family. Bai Moshuan brought a box of canned food, set it down, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. In the small room, it was just the two of them. Haitang opened the can to feed Greenlow, who said, I have despised you since childhood. I know, Haitang replied. On the first day I was taken by our foster father, you struck me, you slapped me and kicked me, and if it weren't for Xiao Wan, you would not have stopped. Why do you loathe me so? Our energies simply do not align, Greenlow replied. I detest your demure and gentle demeanor. Who are you putting on a show for? You should never have stayed. I cannot fathom what our foster father sees in you. I know about Xiao Wan's death. She indeed took her own life to protect you. I despise you, yet I do not harbor any ill will towards Xiao Wan. I hate you for causing her demise. This answer had once flickered in Haitang's mind, and now being revealed caused her heart to ache. She swallowed hard, lifted the can from the table, and said, Eat. For survival is paramount. Our foster father always said that in any situation one encounters outside, the first priority is to live. Luo turned her head, gazing intently into Haitang's eyes. Do you truly intend to betray your adoptive father? Betray? I could never betray him, Haitang replied. I have no idea where he is. Until Xiao Wan, I was unaware of your 4 names or whereabouts. Why did he train us? What is his purpose in drawing us near to the affluent? Do you know? I do not. And as I am not privy to the most profound secrets of my adoptive father, I cannot be said to have betrayed him. He may choose to eliminate me, but I wish to survive. I have a husband and a daughter. They are my paramount concern now. No one can deter me. Luo slightly parted her lips. You have no support in this world. The task assigned to you by your adoptive father has become your sole hope for existence. How pitiable. Haitang responded, If you do not wish to eat, I shall not compel you. Your demise would merely be a release. She rose abruptly, placing the can down and preparing to leave when Luo interjected, I will not allow that scoundrel to succeed. I shall eat. A faint smile crept upon Haitang's lips as she opened the can and began to feed Luo with a spoon, her actions tender, reminiscent of a mother-esque care. Suddenly, Luo remarked, Over the years, you seem unchanged, still the most innocent among the 6 of us. I merely desire to live well, to hold on to a glimmer of hope that grants me the courage to endure. I refuse to accept the term puppet, Haitang said. This is the greatest divergence between us. That is why I find you so disagreeable, Luo retorted. We have already been ensnared in a den of thieves, threatened by sorcery. We have no path for escape. To submit somewhat may afford us a chance at survival. As they conversed, Wang Meiyu pushed the door open. Mama, I am so sleepy. The small darling drew Luo's attention, and she gazed at the princess like, Wang Meiyu. Your child? Yes, she is 4 years old, Haiding replied. She is my life. Your life seems quite fortunate. Enough. I am full, Luo said brusquely. If you have nothing else, you may leave. I know what awaits me. Please tell me how Xiaowan died, will you? Haiding inquired. You were undoubtedly involved, were you not? Very well, I will tell you, but you must ensure my release, or you shall set me free yourself, Luo blinked. Haiding shivered slightly. Luo, must every matter be conditional? Surely, you understand the simple principle of give and take, Mrs. Wang. Luo chuckled. You have married a prominent merchant. Have you not been able to think clearly for all these years? I will let you go, Haiding asserted with determination. Tell me, what happened to Xiaowan? Was it suicide, or did my adoptive father? It is quite simple. Xiaowan harbored a special affection for you, one that transcended friendship. I believe you are aware of this. My adoptive father certainly was. You wed 5The, and your heart followed suit. Have you ever considered Xiaowan's suffering? Why has she remained single all these years? Poor Xiaowan, professing to protect your happiness, it is truly laughable. To fall for a woman is already a transgression against the world, yet she sacrificed her very life. Luo sarcastically remarked, you certainly possess remarkable skills, capable of managing both men and women. However, let us cease this chatter. Could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Xiaowan's demise? In that moment, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Haitong's eyes. Luo appeared somewhat startled and let out a muffled groan. Why the urgency? I will tell you. Your adoptive father, seeing your hesitation to act, decided to take matters into his own hands. Thus, he went to great lengths to find the spirit child and had Xiaowan impersonate a master to obtain 5Th's hair. This hair was meant to enable the spirit child to lock onto the target. Indeed, 5The fell into a deep coma, but alas, the meddling of those from the antique shop thwarted the plan, and the police intervened. The endeavor failed. Given 5Th's status, the police would pursue the case relentlessly. Someone must step forward to deflect their scrutiny. After all, Chapter 395, The Descent of Love. Why not employ the voodoo curse? Haitong's voice trembled. Isn't this your adoptive father's specialty? When a voodoo curse is enacted, the deceased's body exhibits distinct characteristics. However, your adoptive father wished to avoid complications. The spirit child was to leave no trace whatsoever. Upon death, the body would bear no unusual signs. The cleanest outcome imaginable. Luo responded. It is unfortunate the plan was botched. Xiaowan must bear the consequences. Why Xiaowan? Haiding inquired. Surely, your adoptive father could find a random person to execute this? But who would be more suitable than her? Luo's voice escalated. She has interacted with you, and your classmates can attest to your rivalry over a man. Her adoptive father is a descendant of a celestial master. Her background and motives align perfectly. Moreover, she loves you. Ha ha ha. It seems even fate has chosen her. Investigations by the police revealed that only her fingerprints and footprints were present at the scene, strongly indicating suicide. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to fall from Haitong's eyes. Wang Meiyu, listening to their conversation, could not comprehend the situation. She tugged at her mother's hand. Why are you crying? Nothing, just got some sand in my eyes. A rather absurd excuse, yet sufficient to placate the child. Wang Meiyu immediately crouched beside Haiding, saying, I'll help you blow it away. A flicker of envy crossed Luo's gaze, but her expression quickly morphed into indifference. The happiness you currently possess is a gift from Xiaowan. Your adoptive father informed her that if the police continue their investigation, your identity may be exposed. At that point, the happiness you have just grasped will vanish like smoke. Someone must shoulder the burden. Xiaowan is astute and knows what must be done, thus she acted in what she deemed the right manner. As the child attempted to blow away the imaginary sand from Haitong's eyes, more tears cascaded down. Wang Meiyu, in a flurry of concern, asked, Did I hurt you? Haiding embraced the child tightly. No, not at all. Well, I have said all that I needed to. You should release me now, Luo stated. Haiding let out a cold laugh. Even if I were to release you, do you truly believe you could escape? Every individual here possesses extraordinary abilities. There is no way for you to flee. You have been missing for so long. Your adoptive father, unable to locate you, will soon activate the voodoo curse. You are on a path leading to certain doom. Is there truly a distinction between releasing you and not? You. I knew you would be the most troublesome. Luo spat. It is you who said it. After marrying a businessman for so long, you should understand the principles of investment and return. Therefore, all I can do now is ensure they do not take your life. Hai Tang held Wang Meiyu's hand as they made their way outside, saying, Take care of yourself. Upon pushing open the door, she spotted Bai Yi and Yu Qing waiting outside and smiled. I knew you would eavesdrop. We also knew that Madame Wang would certainly let us listen in. Bai Emotian responded, Thank you. The remaining matters are in your hands. However, unless absolutely necessary, please ensure her safety. Hai Tang remarked, All 6 of us are indeed unfortunate souls. I understand, Bai Emotian replied. Thank you, Meiyu. We shall take our leave. Hai Tang guided Wang Meiyu into another room, where Wang Deli was engrossed in a book. Having been there for a few days, his mind had surprisingly found peace. Suddenly, Xiao Er approached, saying, If you wish to make her speak, I have a method, love magic. Yu Qing, thinking Xiao Er had some extraordinary trick, couldn't help but laugh. Aunt, we are interrogating her. How does love come into play? You wouldn't understand, Xiao Er replied. Emotions can soften a person, just like Hai Tang. This woman, by her gaze, is far from ordinary, yet now, ensnared by love, has also become tender. This Guoluo lacks affection. I will cast a love spell on her, making her infatuated, and then allow that man to entice her further. Xiao Er fell silent, a proud expression on her face, while Bai Emotian smirked. That's a splendid idea, especially since we already have a suitable candidate. Yu Qing quickly took a step back. This has nothing to do with me. Of course, I am not referring to you, Bai Emotian replied, casting a glance at Su Bai nearby, his smile returning. This time, we shall let him have the advantage. Upon hearing the trio's plan, Su Bai's expression darkened immediately. Make her fall in love with me? Seriously? That woman is quite promiscuous, and though she is older than I 1T mind. But if she takes advantage of me, 1T I be the one at a loss. Uft, taken advantage of? Are you the one at a loss? Chui Ying teased. We cannot hit, scold, or kill her. If she remains silent, we must employ extraordinary methods. Enough with the chatter. Xiao Er continued. Unfortunately, we do not know Guoluo's birth date. Haha, aunt. Even the best laid plans can falter. While I may not know much, I do know that casting spells requires the person's birth date, and Guoluo is an orphan. Su Bai stated. Well then, this plan is futile. No, I know something. Hai Tang, having stood by listening to their conversation, interjected, Our 6 birth dates are the same. No, initially, everyone's birth dates were identical at the year's coldest moment. Ghost Festival? Su Bai interjected. It is said that on Ghost Festival, the underworld seeks strong souls. That day must be when the Yin energy is at its peak. Indeed, that day harbored heavy Yin energy. Yet it paled in comparison to the midnight of the winter solstice, known as the utmost Yin, as ancient sayings proclaim. 15 days after the heavy snow. The pole points to the child, marking the winter solstice, in mid-November. Yin reaches its peak, and Yang begins to emerge, Yu Qing elaborated. The emergence of Yang is referred to as the birth of one Yang or the return of one Yang, indicating that after the winter solstice marks the commencement of the year's Yang energy. You've made it too complicated, I don't understand. Are we discussing Guoluo's birth date or not? Su Bai complained. Bai Emotian, can't you manage this? Not possible. I have activities in a couple of days, and am not as idle as you, Bai Emotian retorted. Seeing the gazes of the crowd upon him, Su Bo realized there was no escaping his fate. He decided to go all in. The act of casting a love spell was quite simple. Xiao Er burned the birth dates of Su Bo and Lu Luo together, mixing them with the spell oil, and blindfolded Lu Luo before applying the oil to her face. As Lu Luo cursed, Bai Emotian forcibly held her down, rendering her immobile, leaving her at the mercy of Xiao Er's manipulations. When Lu Luo finally opened her eyes, Xiao Er pushed Su Bo before her. Initially, Lu Luo showed no reaction, but gradually, her gaze became fervent. Xiao Er signaled Bai Emotian to untie the ropes binding Lu Luo. Though an unsettling feeling stirred within her, Lu Luo found herself unable to resist approaching Su Bo. Was he not the embodiment of her ideal man? Tall and formidable, brimming with youth, and strikingly handsome. Upon witnessing the gleam in Lu Luo's eyes, Su Bo instinctively took 2 steps back, only to be nudged forward by Yu Qing. Think of it as a performance. Su, I'm truly sorry, Su Bo muttered, steeling himself as he faced Lu Luo. Are you all right? Lu Luo's face twitched slightly, What was this warm feeling blossoming within her? Her mind was in disarray, and seizing the moment, Su Bo placed his hands on her shoulders. Luo, please do not dwell on what transpired earlier. You. Luo nearly bit her lip. Are you in cahoots with him? We merely wish to assist you. Su Bo struggled to find the right words. Luo. Haidang has found her own happiness. Do you not desire the same? We could have a child. No, a pair, a son and a daughter. Would that not be a beautiful life? Biamo Xian smirked at Su Bo's melodramatic lines, clearly a seasoned viewer of romantic dramas. Yet, for Luo, under the influence of the love spell, every word from Su Bo felt blissful. Despite her infatuation, Luo remained conscious of the surrounding realities and fought to maintain control. I cannot. My adoptive father will not let this go. If the spell takes effect, I could lose my life. With the matriarch present, everything will be fine, Su Bo assured, fully immersing himself in the act. Luo, will you come home with me? The mention of home stirred something within Luo, making it difficult for her to resist. Su Bo's rapid pace astonished Cui Ying, who whispered to Yu Qing, I think I need to call Auntie and prepare her for what is coming. Chapter 396. The Emperor's fortune given by Ling's temperament. Su Bo suddenly bringing a woman home would surely provoke a strong reaction, yet the call went unanswered. Cui Ying sighed, hoping Auntie would accept this development with composure. Hearing Su Bo's intention to take her home filled Luo with joy. Su Bo cleared his throat. In that case, I shall take her with me. Su Bo's thoughts were uncomplicated. A more homely environment would surely influence Luo, and the sooner he could reveal his true self, the better. Biamo Xian signaled for Qiao Air to accompany them, mindful that Luo was still under the spell's influence, should her adoptive father intervene. The precious lead they had would surely vanish. The three of them returned to Su Bo's home, and as they stood at the doorstep, the sound of laughter and merriment wafted through the air. The familiar voice caused Su Bo to furrow her brow. How could she be here at this moment? With no turning back now, Su Bo steeled herself and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open to reveal Ning, who, upon seeing Su Bo, momentarily displayed a smile that quickly faded when her gaze fell upon the intertwined fingers of Su Bo and Luo. She froze in place, noticing Ning's shock. Bai Ling approached with curiosity, asking, Who is it outside? Ning stepped aside, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, unable to utter a word. Su Bo watched, inwardly scolding the girl for her foolishness. Did she not understand the charade? Bai Ling's reaction was equally disconcerting. Upon seeing Luo entwined around Su Bo like a vine, his eyes widened in disbelief. You little rascal, what is going on here? Su Bo glanced at Qiao Air, silently requesting her to clarify the situation. Qiao Air intended to pull Ning and Bai Ling into the study for an explanation, but Ning broke free, stammering, I have something to do. I'll head back first. Ning fled the Su residence, tears cascading down her cheeks. What was this heart-wrenching sensation? Her aunt had once told her that the person who cared for her the most was Su Bo, and she was undoubtedly significant to him. This notion had never wavered in her mind. Over the past few days, she had pondered their shared history, but each time, only vague impressions surfaced, and any deeper thought was met with a blank slate. Witnessing another woman so intimately close to him stirred an inexplicable ache and bitterness within her. Hugging herself, Ning sat bewildered on the steps by the roadside, grappling with the inability to recall past events. She clenched her fists and struck her own head in frustration. How foolish. How foolish. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist. What are you doing? His voice was as gentle as a feather brushing against her skin. Ning, her vision blurred with tears, looked up to find Chu Yin standing before her. She hastily wiped her eyes, but Chu Yin gently stopped her, saying, Let me. Ning stared blankly at Chu Yin, watching as he took out a handkerchief and dabbed at the tears at the corners of her eyes. So this is what a woman's tears look like. Haven't you ever seen a woman cry? Ning replied, half amused, half dismayed. As long as you smile. That's what matters. Chu Yan's amber eyes sparkled with warmth. Is it really that easy to cheer a girl up? Why are you crying? Because I'm sad. So I cried, Ning explained. Is it wrong to cry when one is sorrowful? Chu Yan's lips curled into a smile, and Ning, puzzled, asked, What about your manager and assistant? I don't have them yet. I'm still a newcomer. Chu Yin chuckled. It's impossible to have them like a senior. I've heard that seniors prefer to work without them, so I plan to learn from them. Finally, a smile broke through Ning's sadness. You're a good person. Chu Yan's grin widened. You said it, so it must be true. Wiping her nose, Ning felt the earlier sorrow dissipate. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Wait, this is for you. Chu Yin revealed a candy nestled in his palm, wrapped in simple white paper. Give it a try. Ning eagerly unwrapped it and placed the candy in her mouth, where it melted instantly, releasing a refreshing sweetness that flooded her senses. This is delicious. What is it? An exclusive recipe. Chu Yin remarked. Only one is allowed at a time, for it is a limited edition. Ning clicked her tongue in disappointment. What a pity. Time is on our side. Rest assured, I believe our destiny extends beyond this. Chu Yin glanced at the time. Aren't you in a hurry to leave? Go on. Thank you, she replied. Suddenly, Ning playfully tapped Chu Yan's chest. I feel as though I've known you for ages. Once I regain my memories, I might remember you. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile graced his lips. That would surely be a miracle. Ning left contentedly, the sweet taste of candy still lingering in her mouth, as the earlier unpleasantness seemed to fade entirely. Meanwhile, Su Bo watched Ning depart, feeling a twinge of regret. Why did she have to appear at such an inopportune moment? Bai Ling shot Su Bo a glance, scrutinizing the woman before her, sensing an eerie familiarity. Isn't she the seductress featured in those gossip magazines? The one who bewitched a wealthy heir. Had it not been for Xiao Heir's explanation, Bai Ling would have brandished a kitchen knife at this woman, demanding she release her son. Exercising restraint, Bai Ling attempted to adopt the demeanor of a future mother-in-law. Do you truly love my son? She was curious to see if this love spell was indeed so potent. Yes, he is a good man, despite our age difference. I am quite fond of him, Lu Luo replied. If possible, I wish to marry him soon. Su Bo's hand trembled slightly. The love spell seemed overwhelmingly powerful, propelling them to this stage so swiftly. Bai Ling exchanged glances with Xiao Heir, then said, Our family is not one of great wealth, yet. When a daughter-in-law enters our home, we do not demand an illustrious lineage, merely a clear one. Lu Luo shuddered. She had fallen for Su Bo, yet she was not foolish. She was not amnesiac and was well aware of her own background. Su Bo cleared his throat. It's fine not to speak on it. Bai Ling was determined to play the villain. That will not do. It is unreasonable for me to marry off my son to someone whose background is unclear. Su Bo, you speak. Xiao Heir interjected. Bai Ling, the situation is somewhat intricate. It cannot be clarified in a moment. Suddenly, Lu Luo stood up, causing Su Bo's heart to race. Did she sense something amiss? Xiao Heir's expression shifted. The love spell's effect was to induce an obsessive love for a designated person, even if they were lacking in features. Observing Lu Luo's demeanor, the intensity seemed moderate. Are you leaving? Su Bo feigned a stern demeanor. If you step out that door, do not come back seeking me. Lu Luo sat back down. I cannot lie to you, nor can I betray my adoptive father. Let's clarify everything, so we can all coexist amicably. Bai Ling chuckled. I am not an unreasonable mother-in-law, you know. Finally, Lu Luo spoke, recounting her story, which echoed what Haidang had conveyed. Several girls born on the Day of the Dead were taken in by her adoptive father, from whom 6 were chosen. After training, they were sent out to fulfill their respective missions. Upon their departure, her adoptive father assigned them names and cast spells to better control them. Your task is to seduce that wealthy heir? Su Bo feigned disappointment. Have you succeeded? No, I have no feelings for him whatsoever. I am merely fulfilling my task. Luo Lu spoke. Recently, my adoptive father instructed us to devise a means to procure an item located in that antique shop, known as the Chinquan Mirror. The Chinquan Mirror. Su Bai and Bai Ling exchanged glances. What purpose could it serve? Su Bai remarked, a mirror has no apparent connection to a master of curses. My adoptive father has his reasons. Luo Lu continued. He never permits us to question his motives. I once inquired why we could not simply steal it from the antique shop, rather than approaching it indirectly, but my adoptive father offered no reply. As if burdened by an unspeakable truth. Su Bai, he claims to have discovered something astonishing. He believes he can ascend to the throne. Su Bai stood abruptly. Ascend to the throne? He wishes to be an emperor? Bai Ling's expression also shifted. Mentioning this inevitably brought to mind the 12 dragon veins. Yet, Yi Chongqing is deceased, and Wu Xian has perished as well. Now, the only ones privy to this secret are the Gong clan and the Yin organization. Could this master of curses be aware of it too? Chapter 397. Poison against poison. Seeing Su Bai's countenance change drastically, Luo Lu tugged at his sleeve. Do not panic. My adoptive father indicated that accomplishing this task requires substantial financial resources. With wealth, one can attract extraordinary talents. thus achieving the desired end. If he could establish a nation, then all 6 sisters would be foundational figures in its founding. What connection does being an emperor have with the Chinquan mirror? Subai inquired. I cannot say, for I only know that my adoptive father is particularly obsessed with the art of curses. He claims to have reached the pinnacle of this craft. With sufficient wealth, he can manifest his desires. Luo Lu said, I have divulged my adoptive father's secret to you. May I not be with Subai? Subai replied, thus, the incident concerning Ying Ning was accidental, but was the curse on Shui Ying premeditated? Indeed. My adoptive father commanded us to burn incense and bury insects near the antique shop at a designated hour. While we were engaged in this, Ying Ning unexpectedly intruded, disrupting our plans. I had intended to silence her, yet Luo Lu hesitated. My companion opposed it, merely rendering her unconscious. Subai recalled how Luo Lu often spoke of severing tongues, and blurted out, Did you wish to cut out her tongue? I did wish to. But someone suddenly appeared and injured me. Their technique was remarkably precise, and the flying dagger struck my artery directly. Luo Lu lamented. I only discerned that the intruder was a tall man, and I could not even see his face. I remain unaware of who has suffered loss. What is your companion's name? Subai pressed further. I call her Sister Hong. I do not know her true name. Upon noticing the skepticism in Subai's eyes, Luo Lu, sorrowful, replied, I have shared only the truth with you. My adoptive father instructed her to coordinate with me, yet that individual is exceedingly wary of me. She has not even divulged her name. Our names are all related to Flora, and Sister Hong is clearly a pseudonym. Does she have a mole at the corner of her mouth? Subai suddenly recalled the woman from the amusement park. Yes, she has a mole there. My adoptive father seems to trust her greatly. Luo Lu sighed. It is quite strange. Although I recognized Haitang immediately after many years, she does not resemble any of the 6 members. I have no recollection of her whatsoever. Subai's mind was filled with numerous uncertainties, as these scattered clues whirled chaotically in his thoughts, compelling him to meticulously compile them. The sorcerer possesses knowledge of the location of the Chinquan mirror and may also be aware of the 12 dragon veins. His plans were set in motion decades ago. As evidenced by the 6 young women he meticulously selected to amass wealth swiftly from the outside world. His objective is to acquire substantial riches to facilitate his endeavors, aiming for the Chinquan mirror not through theft, but by systematically dealing with others. Such actions suggest he has accumulated sufficient wealth and that the timing is now right for his schemes. How much have you 6 contributed to our benefactor? Subai inquired with a serious tone. I alone have contributed over 10 million, Luluwa replied, causing Subai's jaw to drop. 10 million? Are these wealthy individuals out of their minds? Xiaowan has contributed even more than I have, Luluwa continued. Only Haidang has been lagging behind. The others have gradually made their contributions. Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of their current whereabouts or names. Recently, I only came into contact with Hong Jie and Xiaowan because we needed to act. I only learned about Haitang's situation recently. I possess a dossier on all of you, which is why I recognized you in Shui Ying as soon as you entered the store. Subai, I was mistaken. I don't know what came over me. I almost harmed you. You can hit me or scold me, but please do not ignore me. Subai felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Xiao Er for help. Xiao Er said, Luluwa, sharing such crucial information with Subai reveals your sincerity. Rest assured, Bai Ling will not oppose your marriage, right, Bai Ling? Of course, Bai Ling affirmed. But I wonder if Hong Jie and our benefactor will attend your wedding. Impossible, Luluwa shook her head. They engage in disreputable dealings, and if they discover my betrayal, I would face dire consequences. I would rather die than encounter them. Subai nodded, noticing Lulua's eyes fluttering, suggesting fatigue. Would you like to rest for a while? Yes, Lulua replied, overcome by weariness. She lay down on Subai's bed and fell asleep within moments. Bai Ling snapped her fingers with satisfaction. The timing is just perfect. Subai's gaze landed on the teacup before Lulua, where some residual powder remained at the bottom. Mother, when did you administer the drug? Naturally, when she was unaware. Bai Ling replied. Mother is quite adept at timing. She has revealed everything she knows. Xiao Er, it is time to lift the curse, isn't it? Xiao Er promptly produced 2 pieces of talisman paper, inscribing the birth dates of the 2 individuals. This time, instead of using the cursed oil, she employed a water drawn from the dew of the winter solstice, a substance belonging to the purest Yin. With both birth dates incorporated, Xiao Er smiled slightly. When she awakens, she shall be a different person. In her dreams, Lulua felt a discomfort in her body. Upon opening her eyes, a momentary dizziness enveloped her. And as her senses returned, she realized she had been bound once more, thrown onto the living room sofa. Scenes from earlier flashed through her mind, and Lulua erupted in furious exclamations. "Subai, you bastard! Come out here! What despicable means have you employed? Bastard, come out!" Subai approached the lush green vine with a mischievous grin, remarking, "As one ages, it is imperative to refrain from temperamental outbursts. Otherwise, the wrinkles shall multiply. No matter how beautiful one may appear, it cannot disguise the essence of having turned 30. Just a moment ago, you were so tender and affectionate. By the way, would you care to consult the ancient calendar to select an auspicious date? Get lost." Green Vine seethed, gritting her teeth. She turned to Chao Er, saying, "I am aware that you too are a master of curses, but with your limited prowess, you are no match for my adoptive father. Prepare to meet your demise." Chao Er shook her head in disbelief. "I never imagined you would cling so stubbornly to your delusions. Subai had considered sparing your life. Yet you insist on choosing your own path to destruction." Green Vine was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Subai, who chuckled. "I am contemplating granting you a chance at life, based on your unwavering affection for me." Her face flushed crimson as she recalled her previous words. Wishing she could bite her tongue in despair. She had always been invincible in front of men, yet today, her pride lay trampled. Suddenly, Subai lifted Green Vine effortlessly into his arms. "All right, it's time for us to leave." Lowering her gaze, she bit down hard on Subai's wrist, a sharp pain coursing through him. Looking down, he noticed a perfect set of teeth marks etched into his arm, blood seeping from the wound. He then playfully bumped his forehead against hers, turning her brow a shade of crimson. "Though a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady, should you push me too far, I shall ensure you regret it." Biamo Xian had arrived with the vehicle, spotting Green Vine draped in a thick coat that deliberately concealed the ropes binding her. A smirk graced his lips as he said, "Well done. Since no one is watching, let us depart quickly." Upon returning Green Vine to the refuge, Subai detailed the information he had extracted from her. Regarding Sister Hong, Chueying had something to convey. If Green Vine does not recognize this person, I would argue that she may not belong to the 6 Pink Soldiers. Their impressions of one another are quite profound, especially with the distinctive mole at the corner of her mouth. It is illogical for Green Vine to forget such a feature. Yu Qing nodded emphatically. "Indeed, indeed." Yu Qing's agreement boosted Cui Ying's spirits. "At least we have discerned the purpose of that curse master. He likely intends to harness the power of the Qiankuan mirror to enhance his abilities, thereby gaining access to the Dragon Vein realm." Yu Qing added, "By merely interring the remains of his ancestors, he can attain great fortune, ensuring that all his endeavors proceed with extraordinary ease, compounded by the wealth accumulated over the years."